but destiny gave him something more. Together, they'll redefine what it means to be heroes.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was Engaged to Lady Nagant, Mirko and Ryukyu movie. Before we start, please go support RobertFanfics for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Deku is a male. Prologue. Before starting this new fic, I'm going to give some clarifications before starting. So that you don't get confused and don't think that it's a copy of the original, but rather that this takes a different direction and style. I want to clarify here that all this starts after the UJs, which became news about the Nomu's fight against the teachers and students of the A-class hero course. In addition to Izuku perfectly mastering the floating quirk, which was the first to be unlocked. He still does not communicate with the bearers of the OFA. Bakugo will be the idiot who still hates him, but even better friend in this story would be Shinso, who met in high school. Almight's relationship is like father and son, much more so than with Hisashi. In this story Hisashi and Inko are together. Inko is a housewife, but from time to time she goes out to do hero work because she is not very well known. She has a lot of free time. Hisashi, for his part, is a top 20 hero, ranking 15th, which gives him a good source of income for himself and his family. Dear Hisashi will be a good father, he won't be like I do with the rest of my stories where he's a bastard. Dear Izuku remains the same as in the canon. Izumi is almost the same as her brother, but she has more confidence in herself, being almost a complete mine. The heroines remain the same, only here Ryukyu is 26, Mirko is the same height as Izuku, and she is 27, and Lady Nagant does not change anything about her, being 27 like Mirko. Here, Lady Nagant was luckily not charged by the Heroes Association as a murderer. She managed to escape unconscious thanks to the fact that she had a recorder with her, and most are persuaded the judges to send the president of the Public Security Association to prison. They have known each other for years because they are almost in the same class. Mirko is still a lonely heroine, but she always stops by the Ryukyu agency to hang out. Lady Nagant, for her part, is also a lonely heroine, but secretly, she likes the company of her friends. There will be an association called the Court here, where heroes and influential families are present. The leader of the Girl Association was created by Endeavor when she had just given birth to her first child. So that he and others can have strong children with incredible quirks, having assured futures as heroes. Because after the death of his first son, he not only lost one of his children, but also a great quirk that disappeared with him. Well, without further ado, let's get started, but if you have any questions, you can ask me. Now, let's go. What? Prologue. We can see a quartet of green-haired people in a hospital. Being two children who were playing with their toys. The boy was holding an Almight toy, and the girl was holding a Midnight Heroine toy. Inko looked at them with a smile, and Hisashi had a lost look, looking at a fly, which was in the spotlight of the room. At that moment the older green-haired man felt like his cell phone was being toasted. Hisashi. Hello, who is it? If you answer like that, it's because you're not on duty, right? Hisashi. Endeavor, what's going on? Endeavor. I'm just calling because you know we have to talk about this today. Your kids are already 5 years old, you should know that by now. Hisashi. Yes, I know, but I'm waiting for the doctor's results, it takes a century. Endeavor. I know, but when you're done, I want you to come right away, is that clear? Hisashi. Okay, I have the results, I'll leave the kids with a babysitter and I'm on my way. Endeavor. I hope so. Cutting the call so the older green-haired man could let out a deep sigh. I knew NG could be very heavy on those topics and more so on commitment. Inko. Don't tell me, NG, that he wants to know the result now. Hisashi. Latinist. Inko. Love, I know we've already discussed this, but I'm doubting if this is the best for our children. Watching how her little ones were laughing while bumping their toys together. The truth is, I didn't know what could happen if her little ones were with someone who could hurt them. The news along with her dramatic novels already gave her an idea of what could happen if the couple she was with. Hisashi. You don't have to worry, love. If something bad happens, you know better than to say that I'm going to intervene. I'm not going to leave my children with crazy people. Placing his hand on Inko's to calm her down, she just smiled. She knew well that her husband loved his children as much as she did to prevent them from being hurt. The Midoriya family, please. This was said by a doctor who left his office to look for the aforementioned family. Hisashi. Here we are, doc. Standing up next to his wife and getting the children to stop playing to pay attention. Doctor. Please come in, I have your results. Stepping aside to let everyone in and him behind them. Once everyone had taken their seats, the doctor stood in front of everyone with a folder of papers in his hands. Doctor. Good morning, gentleman Midoriya. First of all, I inform you that there are two pieces of news, one good and one bad. This had left the parents in a somewhat awkward silence while the children continued playing without paying attention. Hisashi. Tell us the good Doctor? Well, the good news is that your daughter has a pyrokinesis quirk, a combination of both of your quirks. The little girl who had heard that just jumped out of her chair and started jumping around with joy. Being supported by her brother who was happy for her. Inko. Come on daughter, calm down, don't make too much noise, we're in a hospital. Hisashi. If that's the good one, what's the bad one, Doc? Doctor, the bad news is that your son is delayed sir. Inko. What kind of delay? Doc. Look, showing some x-rays of Izuku's feet, as you can see here, the child does not have a small dysfunction in the foot, which is rarely seen in children. Hisashi. And how bad is that, Doc? Doctor. Well, this could cause a delay in the manifestation of the quirk, but the age is not specified, so at any time your son could appear. This had left the Midoriya with a somewhat dissatisfied attitude. Despite knowing this, they know better than anyone that society can be very ignorant and that they will be treated as just another of the many quirks who suffer discrimination. But that doesn't matter at all. They will protect their child from anyone who wants to harm him. Hisashi. Thank you very much doctor, we're leaving. Inko. Come on kids, time to go home. Izuku Izumi. You're a mom. Leaving the office, he began to walk through the hospital corridors. Hisashi. Love, do you want to accompany me to Enji's agency? Inko. Okay, at least let me see a babysitter for the kids, okay? Hisashi. Of course, we also have to dress formally, we can't just go to Enji's agency like that. Inko. You're right, let's go home first. Change of scene. Now we can see how both Midoriya parents, already in formal suits, arrived at the Endeavor agency in their vehicle. Once there, they were greeted by a receptionist who asked for their names. Giving them the name of civilians and heroes. Once he gave them the go-ahead, they entered the place to head for the elevator. To start heading to the 50th floor where the room where Endeavor held gala meetings was. While both parents were waiting to arrive at the apartment, the green-haired girl had begun to speak. Inko. Love, I know this is for the good of our children, but is it really necessary to do this? Hisashi. I know you're worried, love, but we're doing this for both of our futures. Remember that as heroes, anything can happen to us. Inko. I know that very well, but what if the one who touches someone like Hisashi. Enji. Inko. Well, I know what he did to his wife, in the end I found out that they resolved it and they are fine, but I'm afraid something similar will happen to them. Hisashi. Listen love, if anything happens, I'll tell you who compromised them. Taking her hand to smile at her, earning a smile from her. At some point, Inko was right and it was something Hisashi shared. At the same time the elevator had opened, revealing the number 2 hero Endeavor. Who just looked at the green-haired duo holding hands in a very cheesy way for him. Enji. I'm glad you came, and I'm sorry I interrupted your moment. Hisashi. It's nothing. Somewhat embarrassed to be caught like that with his wife. Enji. Well, Inko, this topic will be discussed by me and Hisashi. Inko. I think Enji should also be present, it's my children you're going to compromise. I'm talking about a serious mindset looking at the hero. Maybe Enji might scare her a little, but for her children, she would be able to face all for one if necessary. Hisashi. Come on, calming love, I can take care of it, I assure you it will be fine. Enji. You can trust that, if you want you can wait for the bar over there. Showing to his right the area where the bar was with some heroes from his agency and other people who came for the same reason as them. Inko. It's okay, I trust you, honey. Heading to the bar, leaving the duo of parents. Enji. Well, let's go to my office, we can talk there calmly. Hisashi. It's okay. They both headed to the hero's office, making the first sit in his desk chair and the green-haired man on the other side. Enji. Well, do you have them? Hisashi. Yes, here are my children's folders. Giving the hero the 2 folders of his children to the hero who took it and looked at the names. Enji. Tell me something Hisashi, before I see the files myself, is there anything you want to tell me ahead of time? Hisashi. Well it is, my son Izuku apparently has a small delay in his little toe, which could cause his quirk to have a delay in appearing. Enji. I see, I'm glad you're honest with me, first I'm going to read your daughter, okay? Hisashi. It's okay. It took the hero about 3 minutes to read everything about Izumi and her quirk. Making the green-haired boy even more nervous since he was now doubting whether to get his little girl engaged. Enji. I've finished reading and let me tell you that your daughter really has a great quirk and I think I have the candidate for her. Hisashi. So fast. And who is it? Enji. It will be with my youngest son. Hisashi's eyes almost fell out from being so wide open from the surprise he had just received. Hisashi. Purate from the verb pure. What do you mean your son? NG. Stop talking like that, my son will be your fiancé, you're the same age, when you turn 12 we'll tell you about this. Hisashi. But first of all, NG, if anything happens to my daughter with your son, don't doubt that I will cancel the engagement. Looking seriously at the hero who does the same in the same way. Inside he was dying of fear, but for his daughter he would give his life, especially if it was a madman like NG. NG. I know very well that you, like a few others, are aware of what happened with Ray, and that's fine, I accept it, but I assure you that my son will not do anything to your daughter, and I will even agree to you cancelling the engagement. Hisashi. I'm glad we agree. NG. Well, now that we're family, how about we celebrate? Taking out from under his desk about 2 cans of beer. Hisashi. Do you have any beers under your table? Taking the can to open it. NG. I have them to relieve the stress that being here causes me, sometimes it's hard being in charge of this agency. Hisashi. I see. NG. Anyway, let's toast to our family union. Hisashi. Of course, cheers. Linking his can with the NG can and taking a swig to finish it. NG. Wow, you were really thirsty. Hisashi. After that pressure I needed something, but what would happen to my son? NG. Well, the situation will be seen once I manage to awaken his quirk, don't be so offended Hisashi, but it doesn't meet what we need in our organization. Hisashi. I see, at least that's nice to know. Hisashi's mind. At least Izuku will be calm, I hope he doesn't wake up with his quirk, he will be able to save himself from this. At that moment the door had been knocked, revealing a white werewolf woman. Secretary. Excuse me sir, Mrs. Tatsuma, Mrs. Tatsumi and Mrs. Usagiyama are here to speak with you. NG. Okay, let them pass, sorry Hisashi, but we have this issue here, I have another matter to attend to. Hisashi. Okay, see you later. Turning around to head for the office exit, he let the 3 women and their daughters pass. Being teenagers of 12 and 13 years old more or less. Hisashi knew well which were the 3 families that were present, they are very influential due to their economic status and being among the top 10 heroines currently. Hisashi's mind. I hope nothing bad comes out of this, but I feel bad for those girls, I just hope they get someone good or feel sorry for the unfortunate people they end up with. Leaving the office to pick up his wife and return home. Time skip 11 years later. Now we can see a beach like a green-haired 16-year-old running with blue sportswear on. Izuku. Come on Shinso, what's going on? Do you want to be in the hero class like this? Seeing behind him how there was an already tired Shinso with his black sportswear. Shinso. Don't buck with me, I'm not in the same condition as you. Izuku. That's what happens when you trust your quirk too much. I told you that you should train with me, but you were always lazy. The purple-haired man just stood still and tried to catch his breath. Making Izuku stop so as not to leave him alone. Izuku. Ever since the sports festival was announced, you've been asking me for help training, but it looks like this is your first time training like this. Shinso. I had already thought about not being able to attend, but now that the sports festival is near, it's my chance. Izuku. You should have at least trained a little when we were in high school, don't you think? Shinso. Yes well, I had my reasons. Izuku. Sleeping in class and staying up late reading manga are no excuses. Shinso. Well, no more, stop blaming me. Izuku. Okay Aizawa too, let's go now, we're almost there, we're barely halfway there. Turning around to run again. Shinso. Does he want to kill me? End of the prologue. Chapter 1. What am I what? Chapter 1. At the Midoriya residence, a duo of green-haired brothers could be seen about to walk out the door of their home. Having their parents staring at them with big smiles on their faces. Izuku. Okay, that's it, ready Izumi. Watching his sister tying her shoes. Izumi. Yes, today is the day. Inko. Good luck my loves, we'll be supporting you from here. Hisashi. I would have liked to get places, but I don't want to leave his mother alone watching everything. The fire hero knew he could get in to see everything for free, but his wife, not being as well known as others, had to pay more and tickets to the sports festival weren't cheap at all. Izuku. We know dad, at least we know they'll be here. Izumi. We're going to go far, I promise. Opening the door and then looking at his brother. Izuku. We're leaving now. Inko. Good luck kids, I love you. Hisashi. Don't cause too much trouble. Izumi. Goodbye. Izuku. See you later. Closing the door behind them to begin walking through the departmental area. Izumi. I hope I can get past the first round, I'm really looking forward to it. Jumping a little and causing a slight laugh in his brother. Izuku. Relax Izumi, remember you can summon bad luck if you say it out loud. Izumi. Okay knowing, I just hope you don't faint from being the center of attention of everyone there. Izuku. Don't bother me with that, you won't. Somewhat blushing at having an image of many people watching him. Izumi. Gigi. While both brothers were heading to the festival, their parents were getting things organized so they could see their children. Inko. I hope you are well. Moving some pillows that were on the couch to be more comfortable. Hisashi. Calm down love, Izuku will be fine, after all he is very smart, although I doubt Izumi will listen to him, you know how she is. Laughing because she knows her daughter can be somewhat stubborn and restless. Inko. By the way dear, Enji called me and told me that ours has already selected his wives. Hisashi. Ah, I hope this day would never come. Touching his forehead with some annoyance, when Izuku's record was updated, it was only a matter of time before Enji found out. And even more so if it's the UA hero course, right where your child is. Izumi already knew all this since they spoke to her, and they forbade her from saying anything to her brother or anyone else. Hisashi. I hope I get a chance to talk to Izuku before Enji bothers me with that. Inko. Let's just hope their wives aren't crazy. Hisashi. Don't worry, I made it clear to Enji a long time ago, if his son or my son's wives dared to do anything, I myself would renounce that engagement without hesitation. Inko. Thank you, love. Change of scene. Now we can see the large stadium where the sports festival would take place. It was completely packed with people screaming with excitement as President Mick welcomed the festival's first year. And Mavhamas with the food stalls and games that were outside the big stadium. Also telling how many heroes were around. Among many of them, a very peculiar duo of heroines could be seen. Which were the ones that unintentionally attracted the most attention. But no one approached them except for children who knew nothing of their murderous instincts. They were the dragon heroine Ryukyu, the current number 9 heroine in the top of heroes, and Lady Nagant, the current number 11 heroine in the top. Right now they were both taking pictures with some children who were looking at the camera. Girl. Thank you very much Miss Ryukyu and Lady Nagant. Smiling at the heroine who answered him in the same way. Ryukyu. Daigual Manera. Lady Nagant just retracted her rifle and watched as the children walked away laughing with their parents who took photos of them with the heroines. Lady Nagant. Where is the noisy rabbit? Looking everywhere to try to find her almost lifelong friend. Ryukyu. She's not coming, she said she would rather be out looking for bad guys than weaklings. Lady Nagant. Typical of her, but she knows that sooner or later she'll have to meet him, right? That earned her a sigh from the blonde who touched her forehead. Ryukyu. Yes, I know, according to what they told me, that boy is called Izuku Midoriya, he is Hisashi the 15th hero, better known as Firefox. Lady Nagant. According to what I know, she goes to the first year hero class, being the class that fought against the villains. Entering the stadium and starting to look for their spots among one of the private seats they were assigned as heroes of the top. Ryukyu. I don't like the idea of being married to someone younger, but I'm sure he's forced to be like us. Lady Nagant. I hope that's the idea, because if not, I have a bullet waiting for him. She said it angrily because of that last thing she thought would be possible. She thought she would be like one of those spoiled boys who chooses whoever he wants as wives. And if she thought about what the freckled man was like, there's no doubt she wouldn't make it out of this stadium alive. Ryukyu. I just hope to have a good impression, because remember that we all have to agree to annul the marriage. Lady Nagant. Let us see first and then judge. Arriving at the private room for the two of them, seeing how right now all the students from all the first year courses were in the middle of the arena. But Midnight's appearance in front of everyone, earning many glances from the entire male audience, as well as from the students who blushed profusely. Even some shouting and whistling. Ryukyu. Are you really not ashamed of doing it in front of so many pubescent kids? Lady Nagant. More importantly, let's see where he might be. Ryukyu. What was he like? Looking at each of the students who were listening to the words of the heroine plus 18. Which was saying that the representative Bakugo Katsuki of Class A had to give a few words of encouragement in front of everyone. Lady Nagant. According to what they sent me, he is a green-haired boy with freckles. I promised to be number 1. These were Bakugo's words along with a lot of boos from all the students who called him arrogant and conceited. Even making people think that their entire class was the same. But it seems he didn't care and continued his walk until he was back with his people who also called him. Falling on the deaf ears of the Policiniso who did not pay attention. Ryukyu. Did he really say that? Lady Nagant. All he achieved was to condemn himself and his entire class. Ryukyu. Wow, it reminds me of Rumi in his academy days, he was always challenging whoever was in front of him. The image of 16-year-old Mirko, facing her third-year senpais, came to mind. In the sand. Everyone was now paying attention to how the heroine Midnight was explaining the first test that was about to be given. which would be an obstacle course where everyone would have to go through several things, but they were forbidden from hurting others. Although they had the advantage of using their quirks to try to gain the advantage that could serve them in the race. Once everyone heard the rules, they headed to the door where the exit would be. And our green-haired Ryuk was in front of her with many students around who were as nervous as he was. Deku-kun. Turning around to see what it was about her brunette and blushing-cheeked friend Uraraka. Izuku. Uraraka-san. Smiling as she saw her friend arrive with him. Uraraka. Good luck, I hope to see you in the next phase. He said it, raising his fist with a smile to the green-haired boy. He responded in kind with a smile and a fist bump. Izuku. I hope I can get through at least this one. Uraraka just nodded and laughed a little at that, turning around to go take a seat. At that moment the door began to open slightly. Making Izuku prepare like everyone else. But everything was not as I thought. Since all the students had crowded at the exit. Starting a fight of pushing and shouting between everyone to get out, although it was impossible. A duo of heroines who watched everything from their private room. They had a big drop of sweat on the back of their necks as they watched the start of the first test. Lady Nagant. What a first impression. He said this when he saw how others decided to stay behind to avoid the large march at the exit. Ryukyu. Well, it's normal for many if you want to take first place, and even more so if they are first years who have no experience like that. At that moment they could see how a large layer of icy smoke appeared, along with ice on the ground that took all the students by surprise. Present Mick. Incredible, young Todoroki from the hero class completely froze the area and is now in the lead. The cameras focused on the exit to see how the two-tone had taken the lead and everyone else behind with their feet frozen. Ryukyu. With which Endeavor's son made his move. Lady Nagant. It was very clever of her, but I think it lasted too long. Seeing how now those in Class A have freed themselves and started going for the two-color. On the run. Everyone started to leave the ice to start running, some using their quirk and others using only their natural strength. In the case of the green-haired duo, it was both cases. Izumi used her fire to melt the ice, and Izuku was a different case, since luckily he was not trapped by the ice. But starting to get off the ice like the others who made it. Izuku's mind. It was to be expected from Todoroki-san to use his ice, but why? Asking himself as he remembered how the bicolor had challenged him in the waiting room. Aya. It was the cry of his fellow miner who was sent flying a few meters back. And Midoriya could see what the entrance exam robots were that were blocking his way. Izuku's mind. It was to be expected, it wouldn't be as easy as I thought. Getting ready in case you have to use one for all. But not being able to act as he wanted when he saw how one of the robots had fallen due to being frozen by Todoroki. In addition to falling on top of Kirishima and a boy named Tetsutetsu who had very similar quirks. Midoriya just continued on his way, but taking a piece of the robot that was on the ground. The ones who had the lead until now were Shoto Todoroki, with Bakugo Katsuki hot on his heels. The others were showing off their quirks against all the robots. They were the ones who caused everyone's attention when they saw their skills. Even those in Class B were the ones who stood out more than the other classes who did their best to take down at least one robot. The heroines watching all this had to admit that the first years were doing well. Ryukyu. I'm drawn to the gravity girl. Watching on screen how Uraraka knocked down 3 robots, removed their gravity and let them fall to the ground. Lady Nagant. The one from creation is not doing badly at all, although she is falling far behind. He said this while watching Momo close cannons to destroy the robots. But they are far behind in creating their own weapons to fight. But I could see how that dwarf with purple balls of hair from before launched himself at her from behind. Lady Nagant. How is it possible that they accepted someone with that attitude? Not wanting to know that her now husband was just like that dwarf who was currently on the girl's back so he could move forward without straining, although the girl was clearly displeased by that action and was hitting the resisting dwarf with her elbow. Ryukyu. I hope our boy isn't the same, because if not, I'll tear him out with my claws. By then the camera had focused on the big drop. Where right now everyone was crossing to the other side of the cliff in their own style. Some jumping over the rocks that were in the way. Others used ropes, but some used them to climb, others skated on them. How was the young Tenyolita and Shoto Todoroki who used their quirks? Izuku was using the rope to pass normally, even though he had a piece of robot on his back. Ryukyu. What do you think you're doing with that thing on your back? Kinda. I don't know, maybe he does it because of his quirk. Present Mick. And now the final phase to reach the finish line, the death zone. Showing on camera how Shoto had reached the minefield. Where he was now on par with Bakugo and fighting each other to take the lead. Being followed by the others who had arrived at the minefield. And it didn't take long for them to see some of them flying away because of the mines. Kinda. Now they really have it tough, well except for those who can fly. Ryukyu. I wonder what the green-haired one will do. Kinda. Wait, isn't it him? But what happened? It was the shout of Present Mick and everyone saw how a big explosion was formed. Where everyone saw something fly out and reveal itself to the student. Present Mick. It's student Midoriya from class A, did he do it on purpose? Ryukyu. Is that him? Seeing how he surpassed the duo that was first by a few meters. Kinda. Is he crazy? On the run. Bakugo. Don't get in front of me, damn Deku. Propelling himself with his explosions. Shoto. Shit, I got distracted for a second. Starting to use his ice to take the lead. Izuku. Not this time. Using the piece of metal to hit the ground again and causing the surrounding mines to activate. The explosions caused Shoto and Bakugo to go sideways but managed to propel Izuku further forward. And without wasting time he began to run with everything he could and leave well behind the duo who were on the ground because of the explosions. Until entering the tunnel and returning to the great stadium, we were greeted by confetti and the shouts of everyone in the stadium. Present Mick. The winner of the race is Midoriya Izuku. It was the hero's cry and the young student smiling with slight tears coming out of his eyes for winning the first match. In the Midoriya house you could see how both parents were more than happy for their son. They were jumping for joy while laughing and shouting their son's name. And seeing how they announced the next arrivals, with Izumi taking 6th place. And again they began to shout with happiness. His 2 children had arrived at the next sports festival. They couldn't be more proud of the 2 of them. At the festival. The heroine duo were amazed to see the result of the race. But more because of the cunning of that boy to be able to win. Ryukyu. Using his environment to propel himself forward, something many would consider suicidal. Kinda. She's lucky those mines weren't powerful enough to do any damage to her body. Seeing how the green-haired boy was being surrounded by his classmates, congratulating him on his victory and cleverness in having done it. Ryukyu. Well, seeing him from here, you can see that he is not a bad person, although he is somewhat shy. Watching how she covered herself and blushed when she was very close to Uraraka and her friend Ronitsuyu. Kinda. So submissive. Smiling as he touched his lips with his fingers and a not-so-holy smile. Ryukyu mind. Poor boy, he will be the victim of this fetishist. Ryukyu. Calm down nymphomaniac, we have to meet him in person first, don't get the wrong idea. Mother? Yes I do. Midnight. Okay, let's move on to the next phase of the festival. Those who didn't make it through, don't worry. You still have a chance in the next game after this one. Cracking his whip to start the wheel spinning again. Ryukyu. Let's see how it goes next. Kinda. Jum, do you already care about him? Ryukyu. Don't get your hopes up, I just want to see how good it is. Midnight. Cavalry battle. Ryukyu. With what cavalry? Kinda. What memories when we participated in that when we were second-year students. Ryukyu. Yes, and I was always the horse. Midnight. The first one has 10 million points. Both being able to see how everyone would have the green-haired man as their main objective to win. Kinda. Sometimes Narumi can be a bit cruel. Ryukyu. You can say that, but now let's see how it goes. End of chapter. Chapter 2. What? Chapter 2. All the students who had managed to pass to the second phase of the sports festival. They were forming their teams for the cavalry battle. Many forming teams of 3 or 2, even giving themselves a maximum of 5. Both heroines, who were watching everything from their private box. It's toast. The 2 of them thought when they saw how the same companions of the green-haired man. They were avoiding it. Ryuko. It's more than obvious that no one would want to be with him, he would be everyone's goal. Kinda. It's like going hunting, he would be the prey and the others the hunters. Seeing how the green-haired man was already resigned to looking for companions. Until the blonde could see how the brown-haired girl from before had arrived where he was. Giving them a few light words, they then saw the green-haired boy smiling, having some kind of bright aura and bathing the brown-haired girl in tears. Kinda. Apparently, someone took pity. They both started talking to each other so they could start talking about their new strategy. Until seeing how his sister approached them and joined the team. Making them both hug the green-haired girl who laughed a little at that. Izuku just started telling them that they needed 2 or 1 more member to complete the team. Ryukyu. He seems to have great confidence in them, but he seems like a magnet. He said this when he saw how a pink-haired girl had approached them and told him that she wanted to be part of number 1's team, very close to the green-haired boy who was scared by his glasses. Kinda. I don't know what to say to that, but he seems to be a bit confident sometimes. He said seeing how instead of getting nervous with the pink girl, she started talking about her inventions that she called babies. Being watched by his sister and the brown-haired girl. The latter had a very serious look, but fortunately no one noticed. Ryukyu. He will obviously be the rider and the others will be his knights and he has great defense and offense. Kinda. Gravity, fire and maybe those gadgets will help, that's true. But seeing how they approached a crow-headed boy who agreed to be their team. In the sand. Midnight. Time's up, teams are formed. He spoke to hit the ground with his whip and at the same time the alarm sounded. Everyone already had their teams formed. Izuku Komo Jinite, Teniendo Izumi, Uraraka, Mei Wai Tokoyami. Uraraka and Izumi both from the back as defense. Tokoyami up front as an offensive and Mei defensive with her inventions. Todoroki Kanyoi Rozu, Lita Y Kaminari. Bakugo with Kirishima, Mina and Siro. So each one formed their teams, some of them being very striking like those of Class B. But there was something that everyone wanted and that was the 10 million points of the green-haired guy who was the focus of everyone's attention. Ryukyu. How do you think it will go? I'm talking about how everyone was preparing to go against them specifically. Kinda. Passing would be difficult under these circumstances, but he won the obstacle course without using his quirk and with a good strategy with the mines. Let's see what he can show us now. In the sand. Midnight. Start. I shout to sound an alarm that started the game now. And as it was not expected. Everyone went against the green-haired team, which was surrounded by many. Izuku. Ahara Harsum-san, Uraraka-san. Both girls listened and used Uraraka's floating quirk in Hatsume's rocket backpack. I managed to get everyone, holding on to Izuku, up in the air. As well as helping Izumi a little with her fire that was propelling everyone. Managing to regain ground and falling to the ground to continue running and avoid unnecessary fights. Izuku. Your invention is truly incredible, Hatsume-san. Mei. That's right. Uraraka. It's because I lighted. Somewhat jealous and whispering so no one can hear her. Izumi. We have to stay out of it, brother, look. Everyone saw how Team Todoroki was heading towards them. Izuku. Todoroki-kun. Tokoyami. Kaminari. I shout for everyone to see how the blonde was surrounded by lightning and the Yaoi Rozu created a layer of electricity-resistant fabric. Izumi. This is bad. Kaminari. A million flips. I screamed to trigger a huge electric shock in the entire area around me. Our shadow stood in front of Izuku, taking all the electronic damage, but not being the only one. Almost all of the cavalry battle teams were attacked by lightning. Taking serious damage, but being the perfect opportunity for Todoroki. But the heroines. Ryukyu. That was clever. Kinda. With so many enemies, it's hard to think of many ways to defend yourself. Seeing how Todoroki had frozen the entire ground, managing to catch everyone and being very quick to take their bandages. Also Izuku's in his 10 million points. Ryukyu. He was smart, but now he'll be everyone's target. He said this while seeing how some managed to break free and began to go after the bicolor team. Kinda. Speaking of goals, it seems like someone is taking it very seriously or more. She said, seeing how her friend looked at the short-haired boy who was like a wild animal. Since he was fighting directly against the blonde from Class B and his team. Ryukyu. It's like seeing the spitting image of Rumi in his school days. He said it, reminiscent of a teenage Rumi in her moments of anger. Kinda. She may be strong, but her attitude leaves a lot to be desired. Watching how Bakugo was yelling at his teammates to go after Todoroki and Midoriya. They were fighting amongst themselves to get back the 10 million points. Ryukyu. If he goes after others, he won't achieve anything, he only has to go after Endeavor's son. Kinda. I know, it will be a difficult task to go crazy for everyone else, just have to wait if you are lucky. He said seeing how Shoto and Izuku were about to crash into each other. And with the Bakugo jumping between them as a tertiary. In the sand. The first attempt had failed, having another bandage that is not of the 10 million. And about to crash into each other to see who would take the victory. But. Present Mick. Time's up. Screaming for everyone to stop and making Bakugo fall to the ground abruptly, being suspended in the air. In the sand. Izuku. Damn, we lost. Tokoyami. I don't think so. Izumi. How? At that moment Darth Shadow showed that he had a bandage with a large number. Uraraka. But how did you do it? Mei. When did you do it? Surprised, since she never saw them do it. Tokoyami. It was when Lita was going to attack us head-on, I took advantage of them being close. Izuku. Gracious Tokoyami-kun. Izumi. We made it through. Screaming and hugging Uraraka who was celebrating in the same way. Without anyone noticing, Shoto was seriously looking at Izuku. But with his left arm raised, as if it were dirty. But the heroines. They were both surprised to see the leaderboard. Ryukyu. Logro Pacer. Kinda. What luck. Giving lunch time to all students who made it to the next round, take a break from all the testing. Kinda. Do you want to go eat? Ryukyu. Maybe I'd like some takoyakis. Turning around next to her friend who turned around to leave the box. Kinda. Let's see if we can talk to the boy, we already have a glimpse from a distance, but what will he be like up front? Ryukyu. Well, from what we saw, he'll get nervous when he sees us, A little amused by the boy's nervousness towards the girls in front of him. Kinda. It'll be fun to tease him a little. Imagining for a few moments how the green-haired boy would get nervous when it came to hugging him. But Izuku. This one was in front of Shoto, who was looking at him seriously. Not knowing why the two-tone, I wanted to talk to him. Until he began to explain everything about his assumption that he was the son of Almight. Although of course, Izuku told him that that was impossible. Then the bicolor explained about the topic of marriages based on quirks in his family's past. Pointing out the past that the entire Todoroki family had and his scar on his left eye. Giving the green-haired man more doubts about all of that and wondering. Izuku's mind. And what do I have to do with his past? He thought, seeing the bicolor looking at his left hand with hatred. Shoto. That's why he challenges you. Looking at Izuku who tensed up a little. Shoto. I plan to win this competition, just my mother's power, it's not personal. Turning around to leave the tunnel they were in. Izuku. Are you really just going to fight like this? Stopping the bicolor for a few moments. Izuku. Everyone here is giving 100%, the festival is very important to them, many have a lot of hope to stand out here for their future as heroes, do you really think this will make you better than your father? Angry to look into the eyes of the bicolor, who was very surprised. In all his time getting to know the green-haired man, the two-tone man had never seen him act that way, much less look at someone with hatred. Izuku. You don't dare declare yourself the winner. Passing by Shoto, who was still in shock. Izuku. If you want to win the festival with only half your power, then you don't deserve to be in it. Being the last thing he said before leaving the tunnel, leaving the bicolor who looked at him in shock. Even the gossip who was furthest down the tunnel. Shoto's mind. Damn, I forgot to tell him about the engagement and that I wanted his consent, now I doubt I can do it. But the heroines. They were eating some snacks while walking through the corridors of the large stadium. Ryukyu. After all, we didn't find it. Eating a meat bun and an energy drink. Kinda. It must be in the student cafeteria, it would be impossible for us to get in without attracting attention. Eating some onigiris that I had with some black tea. Ryukyu. You're right. It can actually be a bit cold sometimes. Both heroines saw that it was Almight who was looking towards the stairs. As if someone were there. Kinda. Holitashi. I speak casually to number 1, who just showed his characteristic smile. Ryukyu. Were you talking to someone? She said somewhat confused, since she knew that her coworker was sometimes a bit strange for being so exotic. Almight. I tried to convince Endeavor to have a cup of tea and talk for a while, but you know how he is, he left upset. Kinda. Tashi, you know that burnt-ass idiot even bothers to look at you in a picture. Ryukyu. Has a good point. Almight. I just try to get along with him, but it's always the same. Kinda. You're too good for too many idiots. Students who have advanced to the next phase of the festival, please come to the arena. I speak through the microphones. Almight. Haha, it's about to start. Kinda. Do you have a favorite student perhaps? With some grace towards your comment. Almight. You could say yes. Passing by them to increase the pace a little. Almight. I'm sorry, but someone is waiting for me, I don't want to keep him waiting. Running away at full speed, leaving the heroines behind. Almight mind. Damn, I was careless, I didn't calculate the time. But the heroines. Kinda. I guess talking to Endeavor left a bad taste in her mouth. Ryukyu. Anyone who would talk to Enji would have a bad taste in their mouth. Kinda. Anyway, let's go, maybe we can see the boy in action. In the sand. After some resign from the Shinso team, only Ibara Shiozaki entered instead of Ijiro. Already having the fight list, the first being Izuku Midoriya against Hitachi Shinso. Shinso. 2 ears, Izuku Midoriya. I speak, appearing behind him, making the green-haired man shudder a little. Izuku. Soy. Ijiro. Midoriya, don't talk to him. Intervening between the green-haired man and the purple-haired man, the latter just smiled sideways and went to wait for his fight. Ijiro. Midoriya, follow me, I'll tell you something. Izuku. Okay. Midnight. For those who weren't able to qualify for this phase, don't worry, with the new arcade games you'll be able to participate for a while before the final phase begins. He said to start with, those who didn't qualify should start asking people at the stadium for things. In the game in search of treasure. Creator's note. But since we don't care about that, we'll get straight to the point that everyone wants, end of note. Now we can see how the green-haired man was in front of the purple-haired man. both waiting for the signal for the fight. Izuku was more than ready, especially with the warning he had from his partner. Shinso? Mirindo? Izuku's mind. Shinso? That's what you thought, right? Smiling a little at how confused the green-haired man was. Midnight. Both ready. Shinso? That guy in line is really a fool. He's like a monkey who wastes an opportunity like this. Midnight. Start. Shinso? What are you going to do? Unable to finish, he received a direct air bullet to his stomach, sending him several meters to the ground. Izuku? Don't you dare talk like that, friend. With his hand raised and a purple finger from his attack. Midnight. Shinso is out of bounds, the winner is Midoriya. Surprising everyone with his quick reaction and attack. But congratulating the green-haired man who just approached the purple-haired man and extended his hand. But the heroines. They were surprised to see such a quick victory, and even more so the way he helped his enemy after winning. Hina. Can be a rude person sometimes. Seeing how he was now apologizing for being kind of mean to him. Ryukyu. He is certainly someone interesting. End of chapter. Chapter 3. What? Chapter 3. Izuku. Why did you act like you didn't know me? The green-haired man spoke while standing next to his friend Shinso in the infirmary. Because he went to talk to him for a while and more about the subject that they didn't know each other. Shinso. I wanted to be mysterious, that guy from before looked at me badly and I thought he would do the same to you and find out you were my friend. He spoke while holding the place where he was hit by the green-haired man's attack. Shinso. Since when can you attack like that? I really didn't expect that attack, I actually thought you were going to come at me head-on. Izuku. Haha, it's just that I get the better of the excitement, I attack without thinking. Shinso. Wow, let's see if you have the same luck against that Todoroki. He said it getting out of bed and just as Recovery Girl arrived. Recovery Girl. I see you're feeling better. Hitting the green-haired man on the head with a stick, he complained of pain. Izuku. And why is that? Recovery Girl. Because you guys are already healthy, another injured person can come at any moment and you take up space, hurry up. Izuku. Yes. Shinso. Here we go. But as soon as they reached the gate, they felt the entire stadium shake. Scaring the three of them a little, more than Izuku grabbed Shinso's shoulder who complained of pain from his friend's strong grip. Izuku. What was that? In the sand. Even at the edge of the arena, it reached outside the dome of the great stadium. A huge ice igloo was being seen by everyone. The person responsible for that attack was Shoto Todoroki, who had just finished his match against Hantashiro. Midnight. The winner is Shoto Todoroki. The 18 heroine speaks with half of her body frozen and shivering from the cold. Shiro. Woo you, CR believe, can I? I speak very coldly until I see how the bicolor approached him. Shoto. I'm sorry, I was angry. Beginning to thaw all the ice surrounding Shiro and Midnight. It doesn't suit you. Nice try. The entire stadium spoke to the black-haired man who lost in a very crushing way. The duo of heroines watching everything from their private box just had poker faces. Hina. Like father, like son. Ryukyu. I think that saying is more, the Todoroki are somewhat crazy. Hina. Heh, don't even tell me, maybe Enji has worked things out with his wife, but that doesn't repair all the damage he did. Serious and somewhat annoyed at seeing the large igloo that was melting. Ryukyu. You're right, but speaking of which, I'm surprised by the way Midoriya acted. Hina. Remember what they say, the quietest are the most dangerous. Ryukyu. Curious, a wolf in rabbit's clothing, if Rumi were here, at least he would have some idea of him. Hina. You're right, it will be difficult to talk to her. But Izuku. He had separated from Shinso so that each of them could go to their own box with their class. Shinso, for his part, was well received by all his classmates for being the only one in the entire class to reach that phase, although he was unable to win. Izuku, for his part, arrived just as the fight between Kaminari and Ibara of Class B began. Uraraka. Deku-kun. Calling his friend who arrived, being well received by everyone. Izuku. Hey guys, were you late to the fight? Watching Kaminari being surrounded by multiple lightning bolts. Uraraka. No, it's just about to start. At that moment he felt a hand placed on his shoulder. Ajiro. Dude, thanks for that. Izuku. You're welcome. Kirishima. Dude, defending a friend from someone who talks bad about him, that's so manly. Giving him a big hug from his neck but with some tears coming out. Present Mick. Incredible, the fight is over. Izuku. What? Seeing how Kaminari was in his dumb mode but trapped in Ibara's vines. Giving him the victory. Jiru. I'm not surprised he lost. Mineta. Shit, at least it made me a lot of money. Izuku. Next to fight is Lita-san. Talking to Uraraka and ignoring Monama's taunts, who was knocked out by Kendo and apologizing to Class A. Uraraka. How do you think it will go? Izuku. Mei-sen isn't that good at close combat, but Lita-sen isn't that cruel to go that far against her, it would be difficult for him. But the heroines. They were laughing at everything that was happening in the fight. Kinda. Hahaha, I hope Tensei isn't watching this, he. The blue-haired boy was being tested in front of everyone. Ryukyu. I don't have to laugh, but I can't help it, it's so sad. Watching how the pink-haired girl voluntarily left the arena with a big smile and a very humiliated Lita. Creator's note. The fights would continue until Izumi and Kirishima's fight. Mina vs Aoyama. Winner lands a punch in the jaw and melts his belt. Tokoyami contra Rozu. Winner Tokoyami, the crow boy really crushed the girl, not even giving her a chance to think, knocking her out of the arena. The crushing defeat for the girl. Until the fight between Izumi and Kirishima. The heroine duo were surprised to see the girl, she seemed to have more confidence than her brother as soon as she entered. I wink at the Deity, who was surprised and blushed a lot. Kinda. It seems that girl has more confidence, how bad she is engaged to Todoroki. I speak with some sadness as I recall seeing a report from the court about the partner Midoriya was assigned when she was looking for the partner she and her friends were assigned. Ryukyu. I wonder if brother knows about that. Present Mick. Young Kirishima retires from combat because his manly morals don't allow him to hit women. That's a man. Watching the Deity walk away from the arena with many tears and a glow around him. With Izumi with a slight smile and bowing to her friend. The Kugo and Uraraka's fight was a complete massacre for everyone. The poor boy was crushed and even burned a little by the Pelissiniso. But he had no mercy, it even seemed that he enjoyed it more than anything, hurting the girl. Mainly for being Deku's closest friend. But earning the hatred of the entire stadium, not even Izawa could help him even if he wanted to. Kinda. That kid is crazy, are you sure he wants to be a hero? I speak with some horror and concern towards the girl who was being taken by the robots to the infirmary. Ryukyu. He's a savage, doesn't he go to a psychologist? Angry like her friend about the fighting show she just saw. Kinda. I'll be right back. I need a cold drink and if possible, something to shoot at. Leaving the place, touching her forehead in anger and somewhat worried about the girl. Izuku, Izumi Lita. We can see the friendly duo outside the infirmary. Izuku. Will Uraraka-san be okay? With a lot of concern and some anger towards the Pelissiniso for having done that to his friend. Izumi. Now Bakugo has gone too far, what the hell is going through his head? Lita. That attitude is unacceptable. Izumi. Brother, I don't want to deny you seeing her, but your fight is next. I speak as I recall the order of the fights. Lita. Really Midoriya-kun, you should go, we will see Uraraka-san. Izuku. It's still a while before they call me, at least I want to be calm when I see her with my own eyes. Somewhat serious and worried, he knew firsthand what Bakugo's explosions and blows felt like. He knew well that Uraraka was strong, but the other was a wild animal. At that moment the recovery girl door opened. Izuku. Recovery girl, how is Uraraka-san? Izumi. Is it okay? Lita. How is your health? All three spoke at the same time, only to receive 3 blows to the head with a stick from the old lady. Lita. Also. Izuku Izumi. And why is that? Rubbing his head at the same time with the same anime-style tearful expression. Recovery girl. She's fine, don't make a fuss in front of the infirmary, brats. Somewhat angry and still waving his cane. Izuku. We're very sorry, but can we see her? Izumi. Please let us see it. Recovery girl. Sigh, okay, but don't make too much noise. Stepping aside to let them pass, he was able to see Uraraka with some bandages and band-aids. Uraraka. Hello friends. But the smile and rubbing the back of his neck. Uraraka. It can't be, I lost, he. Izumi could only hug her with a few tears coming out. Lita could only sigh and sit down on a nearby chair. Izuku. You don't have to be like this Uraraka, you can let go, we're here. Uraraka. What are you talking about, Deku-kun? I'm fine. I knew I didn't have a chance. Still smiling, but being hugged by Izumi who let go, only tightening the hug a little more. Lita. Uraraka-san, Midoriya-kun is right. Uraraka. What are you guys saying? I'm fine, really. Izuku just sighed and turned around to leave the place. Izuku. I'm the next one to fight, I hope you get better. Without giving him a look and closing the door behind him. Leaving a silence burying the entire room. Izumi. He's angry. Coming out of the hug to look at the door for a few moments where his brother had gone. Lita. And he's not the only one, what Bakugo did is unforgivable. Uraraka. It's it sniff. Now she is shedding her tears with her head bowed. But Izuku. We can see the aforementioned walking through the corridors of the place until reaching more stairs. He ran into Bakugo. Izuku just looked at him to walk past him. Bakugo. Oh, don't you dare ignore me, Deku. He said it to see him, but the green-haired man ignored him, he simply continued on his way without looking at him. Bakugo. Was it you who told that round face about the strategy? Izuku stopped this time, only to look at him with a hatred that even made the little-haired boy shudder a little. Izuku. Don't be mistaken, all of that was Uraraka-sen's plan, you were on the ropes the whole time by someone else's own hands. Bakugo. Titch, at least I hope it's clear to you what awaits you if you continue with this. He spoke in a mocking manner, but Izuku turned around to start walking towards him, so loudly that his footsteps could be felt and heard. I even swore the stairs were about to break. Bakugo. What's up? Have you already put on your pants to take care of me? He said he wanted to do the same, but he was very surprised by what he saw. Izuku. When all this is over, a coffin with your name on it will be waiting for you at his house. Bakugo took a step back in surprise at the look the green-haired man gave him. Even Izuku started to float a little to be above Bakugo, giving him a feeling of superiority. Izuku. With me you can do everything you want, Bakugo, but doing it to one of my friends, and much more if it's a girl or my own sister, I won't be as submissive as I was in our encounter. Stopping floating and walking again towards his destination, which was the sand. Bakugo just clicked his tongue and left the place angrily. Without realizing that someone had seen it and everything. So you must, from time to time it can be someone bad. Coming out of hiding and intercepting the boy, she caused him to crash into her. Izuku. I'm so sorry, I wasn't. Kinda. Don't worry guys, just be more careful. Izuku was left with only the surprise on his face, and the heroine just had a neutral expression, but inside she was laughing a little. Ina's mind. Haha, seeing it up close, it really is adorable. Izuku. The heroine Lady Nagant, I am a big fan of hers. End of chapter. Chapter 4. What? Chapter 4. Ina Tsutsumi are better known as the sniper heroine Lady Nagant. At first I didn't agree with the whole arranged marriage thing. Much less if it was a 15 or 16-year-old youth. She and Ryukyu had the same thought that the boy was forced like them. Of course, that's what they thought when they saw him at the sports festival. Her friend Rumi, being the most imperative and aggressive, wanted to go after that guy and beat him to death. At first I also had the same thought as Rumi, shooting that boy, since like any teenager with altered hormones, he would be a pervert. But all that went down the drain, since right now, she was standing in front of her now husband. Saying that you are a fan of his and ask him about his Quirk rifle. In a very energetic way, as if he were a child receiving his Christmas present. But the glow around him, following questions about her Quirk and praising her, about her exploits from her beginnings as a heroine he noticed. Kinda mind. Haha, he's a hero geek. Midoriya Izuku and Shoto Todoroki report to the battle arena in 2 minutes. Izuku. Ah, my fight, I'm so sorry, I have to go. Lady Nagant. No problem boy, just go before you get disqualified. Izuku. Excuse me. Passing by him to increase his pace running to head to his fight. Ina's mind. It seems that she knows nothing about marriage, if she hadn't seen me differently. She said it remembering in detail that she only asked her about her Quirk and her time as a heroine. Ina's mind. It would be better to tell Ryuko this and find a way to tell that boy about the subject, it is evident that no one told him about it. Going up some stairs to leave immediately with her friend and see the fight that was about to take place. In the sand. We can see how now the two opponents were face to face. Midoriya Izuku from Class A of the Hero Course against Shoto Todoroki from Class A of the Hero Course. Everyone in the arena was applauding the two, eagerly awaiting their fight. The two had finished their fights very quickly, almost effortlessly. Izuku with an air punch and Shoto with a large igloo that froze half the stadium. Present Mick. Here are the two young men who destroyed their opponents with a single attack, who will win this fight. Midnight. Are you ready? Izuku was only surrounded by faint green lightning around him. Shoto just nodded and was surrounded by a cold air. Midnight. Fight. The first to launch the first attack was Shoto with ice facing the green-haired man. But he was quickly dodged by the green-haired man who jumped high and then raised his hand. Launching an air bullet that went against the bicolor. Which was pushed to the edge of the arena but quickly being helped by an ice ramp that created. But he could notice that the green-haired man was floating in the air. Firing another air bullet at the bicolor that moved to the side. And throwing a large ice pick that went against the broccoli-haired boy. But this one only moved using his quirk of floating to one side and firing 2 air bullets at once. Forcing Shoto to take cover but being forced to the ground by the force of both impacts. Present Mick. Midoriya-sen is having a great advantage in the air, Todoroki's attacks cannot reach him unless he creates another igloo. Izawa. Midoriya knows that Todoroki, if he does that again he will be disqualified, apart from not having the energy to do it again. With Class A. Izumi. Good one there brother. Supporting his twin as he was having the bicolor against the ropes. Denki. Damn, I already lost my bet money. He said it seeing how he bet his money against Zero. Zero. That's what you get for defining popularity, come on Midoriya, come on, my fall. I shout with some bills in my hands, watching as Izuku went down to the floor and began to surround the bicolor. Who was just preparing for his next move. Momo. It seems that Todoroki-san is having difficulties with his quirk. I analyze the black-haired girl when I see the two-tone color, being able to notice how her right side was slowly freezing. Jiru. If he doesn't use fire, he'll get hypothermia. He said this while watching Izuku give him a strong blow to his stomach that sent him several meters back. But his left arm was not saved, as it was slightly frozen. Bakugo's mind. Shit, I wanted to face the half-half, since when is the damn Deku so strong? Gripping the sleeve of his uniform tightly, his eyes showing their veins from the anger he felt. But the heroines. Ryukyu. So he doesn't know. Seeing how Todoroki was shivering from the cold of his own ice. Hina. Yes, it seems that his parents didn't tell him, and as I say, it's something nice, he's not a bad guy when you meet him. Ryukyu. I'm still surprised that the first thing she said when she saw you was that she's your fan and asked a lot of questions about your quirk. Laughing a little like her friend at the memory. But it was interrupted by a strong wave of wind with a cold and heat that disconcerted them. In the arena you could see how Shoto used his two quirks and Izuku used one for all. Both of them seemed like they were going to end this fight once and for all. But it was noticeable how Todoroki was more angry than excited. In the sand. Izuku. Come on, show me that it's not just a child's tantrum. Shoto. Now you'll see. So both of them threw themselves at each other with resentment in their eyes. Apparently Izuku was very bothered that the bicolor was only giving him half, looking down on the others who tried hard and gave their all at the festival. Shoto was more than annoyed that he was using his fire side against Midoriya, the only thing that led him to use it as a last resort, but if he didn't want to lose, he would have to use it with everything. Izawa. Midnight, stop them now. I shouted into the microphone, but the 18 heroine couldn't do anything against me. And about to connect his fists, Cementos used his quirk, managing to block the attacks for a few moments. But it was almost useless, as its walls were destroyed and both attacks connected. A huge tornado formed around the arena, nearly taking everyone out of the stadium. Present Mick. Your students are crazy. Getting up as best he could after having fallen due to the strong shaking of the attacks. Izawa. I hardly ever teach them that kind of thing. Leaning a little on his bandaged arms, he showed that he was somewhat angry. Present Mick. Hey Midnight, who won? I can't see anything. But the heroines. Hina. Wow, that was crazy. Ryukyu. And you can say that, they may be students, but they have incredible potential. Seeing through the dust as a figure stood in the sand, fist outstretched in front of him. Until he saw both sides of the arena and found himself outside the arena, Todoroki, on top of a cement block of the hero. Midnight. Todoroki is out of the arena, the winner is Midoriya. People saw the green-haired man in the middle of the arena with half of his upper clothing torn, revealing his sweaty toned body. Being surrounded by several applauses from everyone and shouts of congratulations for his victory. The heroines watched this in amazement, truly that boy was at a higher level than average. Ryukyu. I have to admit, it's not bad at all. Hina. Hey, control your crazy hormones, dragon, you haven't even exchanged words with him, he's a big fan of heroes, so don't ruin your image, you don't want to give him a bad impression. After that, the green-haired man left the arena with a large reddish hue on his cheeks due to having part of his body exposed. And I could hear some girls making indecent comments about desecrating him. He could even hear them mocking him about his situation. Once out of sight, he was able to let out a deep sigh. Once inside the tunnel and away from everyone, I could let it all out. Kneeling down and feeling the pain in his fingers from using the OFA. Izuku. Oh, my fingers. Screaming to himself and seeing how he had 3 fingers destroyed on each hand. Izuku. Now yes, I think recovery girl is going to kill me. Do you want me to help you with your will? He looked up to see what Shinso was, who was standing in front of him with a mocking smile. Izuku. Since when are you there? Raising and hiding his hands behind him. Shinso. Since the whole match, you were really angry. Izuku. Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Shinso. Izuku, I've known you for a long time, I know when you're angry, you can't fool me. Going behind him and lightly hitting him with his knee in his hands, causing him to complain of pain. Shinso. Haha, you better go to the infirmary, you're really sick. Izuku. Thanks for that. Shinso. I'll accompany you to the infirmary so I can stop Izumi from strangling you. Izuku. We better go before he comes. While both friends happily discuss the situation of the freckled man, or well, rather laughing at him. On the other side of the tunnel another not so good meeting was taking place. And it was father and son. The Todoricus were obviously not in the best mood at all. Shoto. I don't want another word, I could only use my fireside as a last option. Endeavor. And yet, you lost, but that's normal, son. In all this time, you didn't know how to control your flames, but with my training, you'll be able to do it better. Shoto, despite having a neutral relationship with his father because of what happened in the past, from time to time, he had to admit that he let the good father come out, although it was not for long. Endeavor. But losing to your fiance's brother, that changes things. Shoto's mind. Damn, I forgot to tell Midoriya that again. Hitting his forehead for his forgetfulness, but confusing his father because of it. Endeavor. Are you okay? Shoto. Dude, I have something to tell you about arranged marriage. In the infirmary. Recovery girl. Idiota. Hitting the green-haired man hard on the head with his cane, he complained of pain. Showing how his fingers were healed, but only the index finger of his left hand was bandaged. Izuku. I know, I was reckless. Rubbing his head in pain, but listening to Shinso laughing at him in the corner of the room. Recovery. Dude, if you continue to the next round, I'll have no choice but to perform surgery if you push your body to the limit. Shinso changed his expression from mocking to serious upon hearing that, and Izuku just stood in shock. I really didn't know how much he got carried away in that fight against Todoroki. Izuku. It's okay. Seeing how the old woman gave him a candy and pointed him to the door. Recovery girl. Now outside, there's still a long way to go until your fight, so you better think about what you're going to do. He just nodded and left the place with his purple-haired friend. The winner is Tenyalita from Class A. Being able to hear how present Mick told the winner of the current round. Shinso. It seems you already have a rival, but are you sure you want to continue like this? He said this as he climbed some stairs next to the green-haired man. Izuku. Yes, just one more fight, if I overdo it in this one, I'll retire. Shinso. Good choice, that or the old lady sticking her cane up your ass. Excuse me, young man. The two turned around upon hearing the female voice behind them and were speechless to see that it was the Ryukyu dragon heroine. Izuku. Is the Ryukyu dragon heroine. But the glow around him again, his fanatic side came back. Shinso. Come on, old man, the scariest. A bit nervous as they didn't expect to have a top heroine in front of them. Ryukyu. I see you're fans of mine. Izuku. That's right, could you give us a? Reaching into his jacket, he realized he didn't have his hero notebook. Shinso. Were you looking for this? Showing the green-haired man's analysis notebook. Izuku. Thank you Shinso, could I have your autograph please? Showing a notebook page and a pen towards the heroine. Ryukyu. Sure, no problem. Smiling and taking the pen, but noticing that the page seemed to be hers. Well, he could notice that there was a drawing of her with some information about her quirk and her strengths. Signing the page and seeing how the green-haired boy was more than happy. Izuku. Thank you heroine Ryukyu. Shinso. You're lucky I took it because knowing you, you'd probably die without a signature from any of the heroes here. Ryukyu. Well, taking advantage of the fact that I'm here, I would like to please speak with young Midoriya. Izuku. Why me? Shinso. I'm sure they'll scold you again, I'll wait for you upstairs, I'm going to go watch the other fights. Going up the stairs and leaving the green-haired and blonde dragon alone. Izuku's mind. He's sure going to scold me for how reckless I was. Ryukyu. Let me tell you, young Midoriya. Izuku. And what is it, Miss Ryukyu? A little nervous that he'll have to get scolded again by someone else. Ryukyu. It was amazing what you did out there. Izuku. What? Ryukyu. But the way you did it wasn't right, you put yourself at great risk. Mente to Izuku. Also. Ryukyu. You need special training to somehow control your quirk. Izuku. I know, right now I have someone who will train me after the festival. Ryukyu. Really? How bad, I wanted to invite you to my agency. Izuku. What? Ryukyu. Didn't they tell you about the internships? Ryukyu's mind. He looks me in the eyes all the time, but seeing him nervous is funny. Seeing how he was blushing as red as a tomato, while he struggled to keep his legs from shaking. Izuku. I'll take it as Miss Ryukyu, but I'd also like to see more options, don't take it the wrong way. Wanting not to be rude by rejecting his offer, since I would have to investigate everything first. Ryukyu. No problem young man, but remember, my offer still stands. Izuku, see you Miss Ryukyu. About to turn around, but being held by his face. And then he felt something against his cheek, soft and wet. The kiss from the blonde on his cheek took him by surprise. Ryukyu. We'll see each other soon, we'll have to talk about something later. Turning around to walk down the hall, giving the boy a good view of his rear end and exposed back. But he quickly blushed so much that he looked like he was going to faint at any moment. Earning a glance from the blonde who turned around a corner to disappear from the boy's sight. Izuku's mind. But what just happened? Coming out of his shock as he felt a huge explosion outside. Izuku. Damn, I missed the fights. Going up the stairs to go directly to the railings, he could see the screen that let him see his sister. Being carried by robots on a stretcher, on the way to the infirmary. Many boos were directed towards the winner of that match. Bakugo, despite having won and receiving a lot of boos from heroes and civilians, had a big smile on his face. They then see the fight table. Izuku only saw his sister injured before entering the tunnel, slightly squeezing his hero notebook he had. Izuku's mind. You're dead, Bakugo. End of chapter. Chapter 5. What? Chapter 5. The green-haired man's face revealed everything he was feeling at that moment. Luckily, her sister didn't have any fractures or serious injuries in case she fights against Bakugo. But still, he had bandages covering where he was most injured and some burns from the explosions. Both brothers' friends were with him right now. Uraraka hugged Izumi, knowing well the feeling of being defeated by Bakugo. Seiya was also with them, but crying a little out of worry. Recovery girl. That boy is a savage, this girl was harder to cure than the others. Mina. But it will be okay, right? He said behind Izuku, who remained silent and serious at all times, so much so that it worried his sister who noticed his expression. Recovery girl. For now, you'll have to rest completely and take a medicine I'm going to prescribe so you can heal faster. Izuku just turned around to leave the place, being noticed by everyone, though. Izumi. Brother. The aforementioned stopped upon hearing it, giving a slight glance that reflected the anger he felt at that moment. Izumi. Don't do anything crazy, I'm fine, really. Izuku just turned around and left the place, although of course, everyone realized that he wasn't alright. And the proof was the handle of the infirmary door, which was completely crushed. Recovery girl mind. You owe me a new door, Toshinori. When he noticed the time, he knew there were at least 10 minutes until the next round started and another 5 minutes until they could get ready. Recovery girl. She needs to prepare for her match, I just hope she doesn't send me her opponent in critical condition. Uraraka. I don't think so, Deku-kun, he wouldn't be able to, right? Mina. I don't know, he looked very angry. Seiya. Have you never heard that the calmest person should never be made angry? Izumi's mind. Please don't do something crazy with Lita-san. But the heroines. Ryukyu. Did all that really happen? He said after hearing everything the purple-haired girl told him about the previous fight, being able to notice the hostile atmosphere of some spectators throughout the stadium. Kinda. Yes, that boy is really crazy, not even Rumi dared to do that. She said angrily at how the red-haired boy dared so much in a single fight at the festival. Ryukyu. What will happen now? First of all, I doubt Eraser will leave this just like that. Kinda. I just have to wait, now I want to see how that boy will react, do you remember how it was when he defended his friend in the first one? Ryukyu. Yes, but this time it's his sister. Taking a seat in one of the chairs to wait, while he watched as some left for their food and others stayed behind talking about everything that had happened. Kinda. Hey, how did it go with the boy? He said taking a cigarette and lighting it to start smoking. Ryukyu. I did well, honestly, you were right about him, he saw me as a heroine that he admires a lot, he has no idea about arranged marriage, although he is adorable when he gets nervous. Hearing a sigh with some smoke in front of her. Kinda. You're right about that, it is very corruptible. Ryukyu's mind. Well, the only thing I should feel bad about is him meeting Rumi, because kinda, I can handle her myself. Thinking about who he had to worry about the most when it came to protecting the boy. But Izuku. We can see him in the waiting room, he started making 1,000 plans for hours. Although with a grimace full of hatred, seeing his sister being hurt like that. I'm sorry. Since he was a child, Bakugo was always a wild animal, ever since he awakened his quirk. He did nothing but abuse the weakest and look down on them. Praise from others for his quirk and telling him that he will always be a great hero like Almight made his ego grow. My sister and I luckily decided to stay away from him when we told our parents about it. We were forbidden to approach him, even if he did something, and it happened once that he attacked us when I defended a child from him and his henchmen. He was warned by the principal, even when we met his mother. She was kind to us and apologized, I still don't know how a great woman, Hexie too, can give birth to a demon like him. When we entered high school it was at least a little easier, since apart from having a warning on his record. Even when we met Shinso it was easier to get away from him, since thanks to him he was good, the quirk of Izawa-sensei's lost son was very useful against him. Besides the fact that it's very easy to provoke, it wasn't difficult at all, and the idiot never realized it. Well, as they always say, a lot of strength but little brain. End of Izuku's narration. Normal narration. At that moment the door had opened, revealing Lita, who seemed very serious. Izuku? What are you doing here, Lita? Is our meeting about to begin? At that moment the blue-haired man bowed in front of him, which confused the green-haired man. Lita? I'm very sorry Midoriya-san, but we won't be able to fight. Izuku? What? At the stadium. In the announcer's place were Mick and Izawa, who looked like a movia, they were arguing. Present Mick. I'm surprised your student does this eraser. Izawa. Don't even tell me, I know that life out there will be difficult and even more so if it's about being a hero, but Bakugo has a serious problem and on top of that, against the Midoriyas. At that moment his phone had rang, seeing that it was a message from his student. Izawa. Lita. Change of scene. We can see how the time for the semi-finals arrived and the masses couldn't wait any longer. But. Present Mick. Before starting the semi-finals, I came to inform you that Tenya Lita has voluntarily withdrawn from the competition due to family matters, so Izuku Midoriya moves on to the final. But the students. Uraraka. Like, what did Lita-kun do? Momo. What happened to him? Seiya. Well, the good thing is that Midoriya-san moves on to the final, now we just have to see the fight between Tokoyami-san and Bakugo. Watching on the screen, both of those mentioned appeared, being called to the arena. But Izuku. We can see the green-haired man walking through the hallways with a sad look. Izuku's mind. The hero killer attacked his brother, I can't believe what Lita-san feels, I hope he is okay. I see you don't like winning this way, do you, kid? The green-haired man turned around to see Endeavor, not expecting to see him in person. Izuku. Endeavor-san, what does that mean? Endeavor. Are you feeling bad about your encounter? Your face says a lot. Izuku. Well, what happens is that. With heroine. Begin. It was the shout of Present Mick that was heard throughout the stadium. Hina. Who do you think will win? Seeing how the fight was just beginning, Tokoyami launched Dark Shadow against Bakugo. Which launched itself with an explosion against the edge of darkness. Hitting him full on, a moan of pain can be heard from the person who tried to hit him. Ryukyu. Although I don't like to admit it, the red-haired boy has an advantage over the other's quirk, it's a somewhat unfair pairing. Watching as Bakugo took to the air and then quickly approached. Hina. I wonder why the other guy dropped out, look at missing this festival. Dark Shadow received another full attack from Bakugo, who gave a great boost to get behind the crow boy and give a great explosion. That sent the crow boy several meters back, then propelled himself forward and gave him a strong explosion that slammed him into the ground. Ryukyu. Now it's over. Janitor, Bakugo Katsuki. There weren't many shouts or cheers from the people, which obviously angered the Policeniso. But he just left the place with a big smile, knowing that there was only one more left. But Izuku. Endeavor. I see, Ingenium attacked by the hero killer and his brother was notified that he is in the hospital, it must be tough. The fire hero is sitting next to the green-haired man on the stairs leading to the lower floor. Izuku. Yes, the news said that he killed a total of 12 heroes so far and left others seriously injured without the ability to become heroes again, it must feel horrible. Endeavor. Don't feel bad, kid. Sometimes we can't save everyone, even if we'd like to. Heroes also fall and make mistakes. Touching the boy's shoulder, he just let out a slight sigh. Izuku. I think you're right, thanks for listening to me, Endeavor-san. Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki report to the combat arena in 5 minutes for the final round. Endeavor. Well, I think it's time for you. Izuku. Yes, I hope to see you again, Endeavor-san. Standing up and walking down the stairs to leave. Endeavor. I hope you're ready for what comes after this, married life can be difficult. Izuku. What? Stopping in the middle of the road to see with the same confusion that the hero saw him. Endeavor. What? Your parents didn't tell you? Change of scene. Present Mick. Alright ladies and gentlemen, we're in the final phase you've all been waiting for, are you ready? People shouted with excitement and when they saw the screen, they wanted them to come in at once. But the heroines. Hina. The time has come. Watching as they both started to walk in. Bakugo with a smile that reflected his arrogance. Izuku, for his part, only showed a neutral expression as he now had a mixture of confusion and anger. Ryukyu. If you notice something distracted. Listening as they were both introduced in the arena. Hina. Maybe she doesn't know how to act yet. In the sand. Izuku's mind. How come I'm married? On top of that, to 2 heroines he admires the most. Bakugo. Are you ready to die, Deku? Izuku's mind. Maybe that explains why they approached me and were nice to me. Bakugo. Hey, are you ignoring me? Izuku's mind. On the bright side, I made a good impression, or so I think. If I had known this from the beginning, I would have acted better. Bakugo. Okay. Izuku's mind. The bad thing is that I don't know how to look at them in the face now, my fan instincts took over. Midnight. Let's fight. Bakugo. Don't ignore me, damn Deku. Launching himself at full speed with his explosions propelling him. Izuku. Snapping out of his thoughts, he leaped high to avoid the explosion. Bakugo. You won't escape from me. Using his explosion to give a great boost to go for the green-haired guy. Izuku. You are so annoying. Being surrounded by lightning and then stretching out his hand. Bakugo, seeing that, thought he would have an attack, moving to avoid it. But it was only a feint since Izuku quickly gave him a strong punch that sent him to the ground. He just stepped onto the sand, ready, but with his hand raised and a finger energized. But without waiting for the smoke to disperse, he launched a bullet of wind. Bakugo, who launched himself at him but feeling a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Because of the wind bullet, but that only made him even more angry and he continued his attack. Izuku's mind. When it comes to combat, his neurons managed to form strategies. He said, seeing how Bakugo, instead of facing forward, propelled himself with an explosion to pass over him. Managing to grab him by the collar of his shirt and slam him to the ground. Izuku's mind. If I don't do something, this idiot will beat me. Moving to his side to avoid an explosion, followed by another. Starting to evade attacks one after another with the OFA active. Present Mick. Midoriya is on the defensive, Bakugo seems like he can't do anything but keep going, what will he do now? Bakugo. What's wrong, Deku? Why don't you attack? Izuku's mind. If I don't stay calm, it will be my end. Blocking a blow with his arms from Bakugo, then kicking him in the chest, sending him away. Followed by an air bullet that hit Bakugo directly, who retreated a little further. But the heroines. Kinda. Gosh, he doesn't seem to lose his temper. Seeing how he started blocking and dodging Bakugo's attacks without losing his cool. It was like I was reading it or seeing the future. Ryukyu. It's like seeing my past self. The flashback to her time at the academy when she fought Mirko in the semi-finals of the sports festival in her second year. Kinda. And I thought he would let himself get carried away by anger, like everyone else. Watching how Bakugo managed to hit him again, but Izuku, using levitation, fired another air bullet. Ryukyu. It seems he is holding back, because tell me, why didn't he react the same way against Endeavor's son or the brainwashed one? He knows perfectly well that if he loses his temper, he's lost. Kinda. That boy will get along very well with us, but I doubt Mirko will. In the sand. Bakugo. What's wrong with you, Deku? Can't you fight seriously because you have to end up like your sister? Izuku. What did you say? The green-haired boy's hair covered his eyes, but Bakugo didn't notice. His voice became somewhat more serious and gravelly. Bakugo. Oh, I touched a nerve, right. Haha, I'll leave you worse than her. Unable to finish saying more, he felt a great blow that left him stunned. Izuku's eyes were now lifeless, just a green glow. His mind had been in complete mental conflict. If it weren't for Endeavor telling him about the marriage he was in. I would have entered the arena like a beast, but now that Bakugo mentioned it again. He pulled the trigger of the gun that was pointed at him. Bakugo's mind. Shit, that hurt, it felt like a hammer. Bakugo. Maldi. Before he could get up, he landed another big blow that left him stunned on the ground. Izuku. What you did to Uraraka was wild, but luckily it wasn't serious enough to leave a burn mark on his back. Lifting his foot to stomp hard on Bakugo's stomach. He screamed in pain as he felt his ribs break. Even scaring people who saw this a little. Izuku. Then what you did to my sister was a serious mistake. Getting on top of Bakugo and grabbing him by the neck and hitting him hard. Which stained the green-haired man's fist with blood. But it went on and on, blow after blow. Apart from the blows that could be heard, there were the moans of pain from the Pellicinicio and the blood that was splashing. Izuku. I put up with a lot of things from you, but leaving my sister like that is unforgivable. Using 7% to now using 13% without realizing it. People were even surprised by that, even in his previous rounds he didn't show himself like that. His friends in class were even scared of him. Even though Bakugo was shit and they knew he deserved it, it wasn't something Izuku should get his hands dirty with. Somewhere in Japan. The entire sports festival was being broadcast across the country as it was the most important event of all. Letting himself be seen as Midnight, he had stopped the green-haired boy, using his quirk to put him to sleep. Still, I don't like the idea of being married to a brat. Mirko. Because of him, I'm screwed now. Squeezing the phone he had a little until it broke. End of chapter. Chapter 6. What am I doing? Chapter 6. The sports festival was over. Tokoyami Fumikage and Terser. Bakugo Katsuki as second place. And Izuku Midoriya as first place and champion of the UA first year sports festival. After having taken out all his anger on Bakugo Katsuki in the final fight and being stopped by Midnight thanks to his quirk, he was declared the winner, although some said he had gone too far, although of course, the vast majority were in favor of the green-haired man. Since Bakugo had already earned everyone's ugly stare from the first round. Uraraka and Izumi's fights were already proof that he wasn't right in the head, even questioning whether the UA had reviewed his history or psychological state before accepting him. At the moment, the ceremony to award the festival winners was about to begin. The winners above each could with their respective position if they had won. Although the one that attracted the most attention was the one in second place, being Bakugo's. Since he was chained and with a muzzle that covered a large part of his mouth, apart from the bandages he had on part of his face from the blows from the green-haired man. Aside from moving like a wild animal, as if trying to break free and attack the green-haired man. Tokoyami. He looks like a wild animal. Izuku. It doesn't look like it, it's a wild animal. Izuku's mind. Can't he stay still? Even with the beating I gave him, he can't stay still. With a drop of sweat on the back of his neck as he watched a short-haired boy try to break free from his chains. Midnight. And to finish off with the presentation of medals to the winners, we have someone special for everyone. The laugh known to all was present, noticing what was already falling from the sky. I'm here now. The symbol of peace fell in front of everyone with a bright smile that characterized him. Midnight. Sorry, to get ahead of myself. Almight. Nothing to worry about. Receiving the heroines' medals and approaching the winners. But the heroines. They were watching everything from afar, as the arena was now reserved for students and journalists only. Ryukyu. Now how do you think we should tell him? He said, watching how the blonde was trying to put the second place medal on Bakugo. Kinda. I think it's better to tell him, I just hope he doesn't faint, he's not a bad guy, I'll just feel bad when I see Rumi. An image of Rumi strangling Izuku came to mind. Ryukyu. I'll try to talk to her, I'm the closest to her, I just hope she comes to her senses. Kinda. You're asking too much, Ryuko. It's like saying that boy over there should behave like a person and not an animal. Referring to Bakugo, who was still trying to break out of both chains. While Izuku received the first place medal for All Might, saying a few words that couldn't be heard over the noise of the people and the music. But they must have been good words to make the green-haired boy wipe away tears of happiness while seeing the first place medal he had won. Kinda. Looks happy. I just wanted to talk to you about that. The two heroines just turned around to find Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Kinda. What do you want, Endeavor? You know there is no crime to commit at the moment. Endeavor. I know that, but I came to talk about your marriage. Ryuko. What are you going to do? Meet with the boy and explain everything to him. Endeavor. Yes, about that he knows. He said to shock the two who stared at him with great confusion. Ryuko. What do you mean? Endeavor. I accidentally told him before the last fight. She said, seeing how both of them were in shock about that. Kinda. Are you fucking kidding me? She said angrily, a grimace of annoyance showing on her face. But Izuku. After being congratulated and taking some photos, he was retiring to the locker room. Having Shinso by his side, who had a big smile for him. Shinso. Congratulations, old man, you did it. Izuku. Thank you, if I'm honest, I never thought I'd make it. Shinso. I thought the same thing too, but look, fate corrected me. Izuku. Thanks for being honest, friend. He said sarcastically to that last part. Arriving at the locker room to enter. Izuku. Wait for me here, I'll get changed and we'll go to my house to celebrate. Shinso. Okay, I'll let my parents know, maybe they'd like to go, it's been a while since we've been together. Izuku. Sounds good to me. Closing the door and heading to one of the lockers where his clothes were. Outside the locker room. The purple-haired boy was searching his phone for his parents' contacts to call them. Oh, Shinso. The purple-haired boy turned his gaze to meet Izumi, his best friend's sister. Shinso. Hey Izumi, are you feeling better now? He said, seeing the bandages on his arms and a small patch on his cheeks. Izumi. Yes, and I'm better, although some wounds still haven't healed out of nowhere, I don't feel them anymore, do you know where my brother is? Shinso. She's changing, unlike you, I see you're ready. He said, seeing how the girl was already in civilian clothes. Izumi. Yes, I finally finished this, so I got dressed. Shinso. That's exactly what Izuku wanted to do, he wants our parents to get together to celebrate, look at winning the sports festival. Izumi. I didn't even believe that, I never thought that. At that moment his phone started ringing and when he picked it up, he saw that it was his mother. Izumi. It's my mom, I'll tell her about the idea. Answering and taking your distance to speak. Shinso. Well, I think I'll take my time. He said to go to an app and start reading a manga. Shinso's mind. Let's see, where did I leave off? Leonidas headbutted Apollo, this is Sparta. He thought, seeing where he left off on his sleeve. Creator's note. Team Leonidas. End of note. But Izumi. Izumi. Tell me mom, yes, Izuku won't be long, what happened? Like an important meeting. What about us? But why? Who is he with? And who am I with? Whose idea was it? Okay, I'll tell Izuku, see you there. Cutting the call to touch his forehead and let out a deep sigh. Izumi's mind. What Izuku will do to dad will be a massacre, Bakugo's thing will be like child's play. Fearing that her brother might do something out of anger at the news. Hey girl. Izumi. Hey. But Izuku. We can see how the green-haired man now came out in his civilian clothes. Izuku. I'm ready now. He said seeing how his friend was with a death-like look or as if his soul was leaving him. Izuku. Are you okay? He said taking his friend's phone and seeing the image on the screen. Izuku. Now I understand. Giving a light blow to his chest and releasing a small tear that came out and fell to the ground. Shinso. Why? He said with a dead and sad tone seeing his screen off. Izuku. Sorry, bro. Izumi. Brother. Arriving at the place where he and Shinso were. Izuku. Hey Izumi, what's up? Izumi. We have to go home quickly. Holding the hand of his brother who was unaware of his reaction. Shinso. Hey, what's going on? Before leaving, the green-haired man saw in the distance how there was a yellow and purple hair in the distance, bending the corridor. Izuku. I see, Shinso, I'll see you later. We'll have the meeting another time. This is serious. Running off to his sister across the hall, leaving a purple-haired boy alone. Shinso. Okay, I'll go cry quietly. Turning around to remember the death of the king. But the broccoli twins. The younger of the two were reaching the finish point where they were now facing the female duo and the number 2 hero. Izuku. What happened to Endeavor? He said seeing how the fireman had a blow mark and some blood coming out of his nose. Ryuko. Oh nothing, just had a little accident. Glancing sideways at the hero who sweated a little from the dragon woman's gaze. Izuku. Does it happen to have to do with that commitment thing? Kinda. At least you save us the part of explaining that to you. Izuku. Look, I barely know about this, but there is a way to cane. Before finishing he felt something hard on his forehead and he could tell it was the tip of Lady Nagant's rifle. Izumi. Lady Nagant, what are you doing? Worried about her sister being targeted by a woman. Ryukyu. That's something we wanted to talk about, but on the way. Endeavor. You go first, I have to go get Shoto to talk about the subject too, Miss Midoriya, could you accompany me? Izumi. Yo. Izuku. Is my sister the same as me? Endeavor. Yes, but she is with my son Shoto. Izuku's mind. Bastard copy of Zuko, I swear to God I'll leave you a scar worse than your burn. He thought to himself cursing Shoto Todoroki, a few moments ago they didn't have a good agreement and now he finds out that his sister is engaged to him. What the hell did their parents get them into? Hina. You'll come with us, boy, we have to talk. He said seriously while pointing at the green-haired man. Izuku's mind. Shit, I don't know if I'll get out of this alive. So both brothers went their separate ways, Izuku with the heroines on one side and Izumi with Endeavor on the other. But Izuku. This one after no longer being threatened by Lady Nagant's rifle. They had gotten into a 4-door pickup truck. Where the green-haired man got into the back with Ryukyu, with Lady Nagant as the driver. Everything was silent until they started the engine. Ryukyu. Well, it's time to talk. Smiling. To calm the boy who was obviously scared. Izuku. I'll talk to my parents so we can cancel this, I swear. He said quickly because of nerves and not wanting to be killed. Although he did get a bump on the forehead for the front seat as a Ryukyu. Because the purple-haired girl suddenly stopped. Ryuko. What's wrong with you Kina? Watch your driving. He said rubbing his forehead because of the blow. Kina. Sorry, but boy, what you said pissed me off. Izuku. What? Ryuko. We wanted to talk about that, we were going to tell you that we want to try to make this engagement work. Izuku. But why me? I don't mean to offend you or anything, but you're top heroines, why doesn't it bother you that you're married to a teenager? Hina. I'll be honest, at first I thought it was crazy when I saw you, but since you didn't know anything about this, especially with the first impression you gave me, you made me change my mind. Izuku's mind. If I had known everything before, I would have run for sure. Ryuko. besides the way you spoke to me being cute and your reaction to our meeting, you're adorable. Caressing the boy's cheek, who turned red at the memory of the heroine's kiss. Izuku. Yo. Ryukyu. Let's give each other a chance to get to know each other, okay? Izuku. That's fine, at least I'm glad they don't want to do something to me because of it. Kinda. Speaking of which, boy. Ryuko. Turns out there's someone else with us. Izuku. Really, who? Kinda. This is Mirko, the rabbit heroine, and she didn't take this very well. Izuku's mind. I'm dead. End of chapter. Chapter 7. What am I what? Chapter 7. Endeavor. And that's the point, young lady. Said the number 2 hero in his car, where he had his youngest son and the young Midoriya with him. Izumi. Ah, I see, so that's it. She said she understood the whole situation she and her brother were in with their commitments. Shoto. Midoriya-san, you know you are not obligated to do this, if you like we can make an agreement to cancel it. Izumi. Well, this was very sudden, to be honest, I didn't expect to have this kind of situation with the engagement. Thinking that she might be looking for a partner until the end of her first year or even her second year. Endeavor. But tell me, we all do it for the common good in this, in which you will be with Shoto for a while, maybe you can form. Izumi. Okay I will. Endeavor Shoto. Confused by the green-haired twins' quick response. Endeavor. What are you sure? Izumi. I said yes, and now that I'm getting to know Todoroki-san, I can say that he's the most suitable of all my classmates. Izumi's mind. Plus I prefer this traumatized guy 1,000 times over the firecracker with legs. She thought as she remembered how the girls and she had discovered that Bakugo was in love with her. Something that the green-haired girl obviously disliked, being next to that wild animal who hates her brother, is like hating her. Izumi loves her brother and she can't allow someone like Bakugo to be near him or her. Izumi. Listen Shoto-san, let's try, but at the first bad intention you have with me, be sure that my brother will do something worse to you, that what he did to Bakugo will be seen as child's play. She said in a threatening and angry tone, making the bicolor sweat a little. Endeavor's mind. Well, if he comes to terms with that, he's within his rights. Remembering how the other Midoriya twin destroyed that explosive boy with his fists. Izumi. By the way, will my brother be okay with the heroines Nagant and Ryukyu? Worried about Izuku, as she remembered that he was taken away under threat of being shot by the sniper heroine. Endeavor. You don't have to worry about them, girl. According to what they told me, they already managed to talk to your brother. It seems they get along well. Izumi. Thank goodness. Shoto. The one you have to worry about is Mirko, Dad said she didn't take it well. Izumi. What? With Broccoli and the MILF's duo. We can see our married trio's car parked near an ice cream shop. Lady Nagant. It was a good idea to come here. Eating her cherry and blackberry ice cream. Izuku. She's right, great idea Ryukyu-san. He said happily eating his vanilla and chocolate ice cream. Ryukyu. Thank you, but you didn't need to give me half, I was treating. Remembering how the green-haired man gave him half of his money for what the ice cream cost. Izuku. I know, but I don't feel comfortable that they pay a lot for me. He said with a slight blush of embarrassment at that, literally forcing him to accept his money. Kinda. That's nice, but we'll treat you next time, okay? Izuku. It's okay, it's just that I don't like him spending a lot on me, and more so if it's about heroines of his size. He was going to continue speaking, but was again pointed at in the forehead by the purple-haired girl. Izuku. Okay, I'll shut up now. Going back to eating his ice cream while the blonde girl next to him laughed. Kinda. You better. Putting away his gun, he starts his ice cream with a smile as if nothing had happened. Izuku's mind. I hope this doesn't become an everyday occurrence. Ryukyu. Well, I think it's time to go. Izuku. Go where? Eating a little, but leaving a small piece of ice cream next to his cheek. Kinda. Where do you think? Starting the engine and throwing the ice cream container out the window. Ryukyu. We'll go talk to your parents about the issue. Izuku. Oh right, my parents. Izuku's mind. Dad, when I see you I'll go Feeling something on his cheeks that brought him out of his thoughts, he was able to see what one of Ryukyu's fingers was. Noticing that it was ice cream that had remained on his cheek. Ryukyu. You're thinking about something, right? He said and then licked the ice cream where he had his finger, giving a somewhat erotic scene to the green-haired boy who blushed and looked out the window. Ryukyu's mind. It will be fun to spend time with him, at least I like that he's not a pervert, but I'll feel bad when the time comes when he matures. Smiling and taking out his cell phone to send a message. Kinda. Are you going to tell her? He said to start driving and looking in the rearview mirror at the blonde and the green-haired man. The latter still looking out the window with a slight blush. Ina's mind. Ugh, at least I hope that bunny isn't going to come by. This guy is just as obligated as we are. You can even see that he doesn't have bad intentions. As soon as he looks us in the eyes he gets nervous. Ryukyu. I have to tell you kinda, you know she's in on this too. Izuku. I think I'll write my will. He said as he took out his hero notebook from under his jacket and turned to the last pages. Kinda. Oh come on guys, calm down, as long as we're here, nothing will happen to you. Izuku. That's comforting, but I'd better make sure. Searching through his things for his pen, but catching the blonde's attention due to the title of the notebook. Ryukyu. Hero notebooks. Izuku. A. Unable to continue, the heroine quickly grabbed the notebook and began flipping through the pages. But then Izuku who tried to take it, but the heroine only caught it in one of her dragon claws. Ryukyu. Look Ina, it's us. Change of scene. At the Midoriya residence. We can see the hero duo parents of the twins in the broccoli home. They were making tea and tidying up their living room. Inko. How do you think the children took it? He said, placing some sandwiches on the mensa in the center. Hisashi. Well, I hope so. Arranging the cushions on your furniture to take shape. Inko. I just hope they don't do anything crazy. At that moment the door had been knocked, drawing the attention of both parents. Hisashi. Yo bro. At that moment when he opened the door, the first thing he saw was a fist heading towards his face. And a sharp pain that knocked him to the ground and a bruise. Courtesy of her daughter, who came with a grimace of annoyance on her face. Behind her were Endeavor and Shoto, who were surprised by that action. And before they could say anything, they saw how the girl threw herself at her father and began to hit him until a trail of smoke formed where only Izumi's fists could be seen and Hisashi's moans of pain could be heard. Inko. Hey parent. She said trying to stop her daughter from hitting her husband. Quick footsteps could also be heard outside the entrance where the other Midoriya twin could also be seen, along with the heroines. It was barely noticeable that the green-haired man's hair was a little more ruffled than usual. Izuku. What's going on? Watching the scene where his sister hit his dad, the Todoroki in shock at the entrance and his mother trying to explain things. Kinda. Should we help him? Izuku. Nah, dad is tough, I'll hold on, rather what did you do mom? It smells good. He said as he entered his home he ate and headed for the snacks, some cream buns. This made all the guests shed a sweat. What kind of family is this? I thought my family was the weird one. The heroines and the Todoroki thought in different ways. A few moments later. We can now see the Midoriyas sitting on one side and the guests on the other. Hisashi with some handkerchiefs in his nostrils to prevent the blood from coming out caused by the blows from his daughter, in addition to some bruises. Inko looking down because of embarrassment that they saw all this. Izumi looked angrily at her dad while drinking her tea. As for Izuku. Izuku was just eating one of the buns as if it was nothing, after all he had already gotten along with his now wives. Endeavor. Well, I think we can talk more clearly about this now. Seeing the awkward situation the Midoriya family was having. Hisashi. Hey, kids listen, me. Izumi. We know. They said at the same time, Izumi angrily and Izuku indifferently, continuing. Izumi. And I agree with certain things, but I'm angry that you hit it. Izuku. If it had been certain undesirable people, let me tell you that I would have attacked you too, but at least they are decent and trustworthy people. He said taking another roll and starting to eat it, under the gaze of a smiling Nagant. Well, he did get along well with the boy, because that notebook where he had information about heroes. In addition to well-drawn heroes, he had a pleasant conversation with the boy in the car. Ryukyu. You're right about that, we get along well, we had a nice chat recently. Inko. That's what it means. Kinda. Yes, we're not upset with the guy, it may sound bad, but since we're all involved in this, we just have to try. Endeavor. See Hisashi, I told you it was going to work. Hisashi. Izumi, what do you say? Izumi. In a way I'm fine that he's Todoroki-san, maybe we don't talk much, but in a way I'm happy. Shoto. Well, I'm honored that you are my partner Izumi-san, and as I told you, I promise to be as respectful as possible to you to reach your heart. Izuku. How nice, I hope it is like that Todoroki-san. Smiling but releasing a bit of killer instinct that surprised the adults. But shaking the bicolor and making the green-haired girl smile. Izuku. Because if not, Bakugo will be waiting for you in the infirmary. Making the cream on his bun come out and mash his hand. Izuku. Ah, sorry about that. Izumi just smiled at that and handed him a handkerchief to wipe it off. Endeavor. Well, as you know, in order to ensure the union between the couples, they will be sent to each house where they will live to see how they get closer. Everyone was listening to everything the fire hero was saying, to live together, until the three teenagers managed to reach the age of 19 at least to be able to procreate. And even more so with the topic of Izumi and Shoto, they are barely in their first year at UA, and they don't want either of them to be harmed on their path to becoming a hero. Izuku may not have a problem, but obviously he won't be forced, or maybe he will, to do it quickly with them. The heroines want to take the matter calmly. Expenses will be covered by the court, although this does not fully cover personal expenses, only those for accommodation, service and food. Endeavor. Do you accept? Leaving 2 papers and a pen, where the marriage certificates of both green-haired women were. Izuku Izumi. We accept. They both said they would sign very confidently, and their action was imitated by the bicolor and the heroines. But. At that moment the door of the home flew open due to a kick. A figure that was very well known to everyone was seen, but that put Kaina and Ryukyu on alert. Endeavor, knowing what was coming, stood up with his foot activated in case he took action. Mirko. How do they accept? Izuku's mind. God, receive my soul in your arms. He thought in terror as he saw the last woman he wanted to see in his life. Which had a look full of hate and a very terrifying smile. End of chapter. Chapter 8. What am I doing? Chapter 8. Izuku's mind. How did I end up like this? Watching as the purple-haired woman took the photo with him hugging her. He was now in his new home with his wives, where he would now be living for a while from now. He was now with a sniper on the cabinet in the main room. The dragon was in her room tidying up her things. And the rabbit. She was outside right now, because as expected, she didn't take it well. Flashback. In the Midoriya apartment, a great tension could be felt. Because apart from having the door on the floor with a mark of a kick from the heroine who just arrived. And that was the rabbit heroine Mirko, who was shown to be not at all happy with what she had just heard. Mirko. Talk, how do you accept? Angry and causing the ground to crack a little, scaring the trio of teenagers who were present a little. Izumi even stood behind her brother to use him as a human shield. Izuku, for his part, was shaking like jelly just from seeing the woman. Shoto, for his part, was as still as a statue. He thought that if he moved, it would be like giving the rabbit a signal to attack them. Ryukyu. Okay, calm down first Rumi, we're not on a raid to destroy private property. Hisashi. My door. Seeing how the rabbit destroyed it mercilessly, now he'll have to buy a new one. Endeavor. You should listen to him, Mirko. You're not acting like a hero, much less like a civilized person. The fire hero said, raising his temperature a little to make it clear that he was serious. Aina for her part just sighed and put away her rifle, giving a light knock to get Ryuko's attention. Which he understood, but he didn't lose his gaze towards the rabbit who just stood next to Endeavor. Aina. You can rest assured, nothing will happen. Izuku Izumi. His look says otherwise. They said seeing the rabbit's gaze, but more Izuku that I swear those red eyes turned into flames. Inko. I'll go get some more tea. A little more reassured that there isn't a fight in the middle of her living room. Though Hisashi on the other hand, still stared in shock at his destroyed entrance, though being brought back to reality by Endeavor who coughed a little. Taking a seat now next to his children, who were still looking at the rabbit woman in fear. Shoto. Dad, I think it will be you who will speak, I will take the Midoriyas or the heroine Mirko will kill them. Whispering to his father, who got the idea and knew that with the green-haired boy and the rabbit heroine in the same place, it was dangerous. Shoto. Hey Izumi, you told me you had a console, how about we play while they talk? Hisashi. That would be perfect, children, go with Shoto, we will try to calm things down here. Izuku. Yeah, it's okay Dad. Izumi. UUPRI first little brother. So they both got up, Izumi still using Izuku as a human shield, they quickly went to the girls' room, with Shoto behind them. Locking the door behind them in case of emergency. Shoto. Well, what are you doing while the war is going on outside? Izuku. I know the way, Izumi, take it out. Izumi. Right away. Heading to his shelf and searching through his things for a legendary disc for the consoles. Shoto. Is that it? Izuku. That's right Shoto. In Izumi's hands was the greatest game in the history of mankind. Izumi. El Budokai Tenkaichi 3. Shoto. Finally, a worthy game, our controls will be destroyed. In the room with the heroes. Mirko. Let's see, what is this that you accepted? You had already talked about this before. Looking at her friends who were very calm, even Ryukyu was drinking tea with her pinky raised. Ryuko. Rumi, since we went to the festival, we decided to go and see if it was what we really thought. Aina. But it seems you didn't care what we said and went off to kick some ass. Taking a sip of the tea he had in his cup and leaving it on the table. Hisashi. Even Izumi accepted the proposal. Inko's mind. Although he hit you a few times first. Remembering how her daughter barely arrived home, the first thing she did was give a spear to her father along with her brother. Mirko. Likewise, I won't accept a brat as a partner. I speak to make clear your intention with the commitment. Endeavor. Well, that's a shame. You were already in agreement when you were a child and the boy already accepted. Mirko. Screw it, I won't do anything to that dwarf anyway. Ryuko. You should calm down, Rumi. Haina. If you would just talk a little. Mirko. And shit, do they fall for this nonsense so quickly? Ryuko. We know it's nonsense for our families. Haina. Even he didn't agree with this, we had a brief conversation and came to an agreement. Endeavor. At least they had the decency to do it. Mirko. Do what you want, but don't count on me. Getting up to leave the house with great annoyance, despite the fact that she was already on the contract that tied her to them. Endeavor. God, she was always stubborn. Leaving a big sigh throughout the bunny show. Inko. It's good that we have insurance. Seeing his entrance and part of his apartment destroyed by the woman who came out. Ryukyu. We are truly sorry for our friend's behavior. Price. God. Rubbing his temple with some anger at everything he did, he knew he would have to have a long talk. Inko. It doesn't matter, the good thing is that no one got hurt. End of the flashback. After everything that happened, Izumi and Izuku left with their respective partners to their new homes. The twins' parents told them they would send them their things this week. For now they would have to wait with what they have, the heroines for their part already had their things ready, their influence could be useful to accelerate their things. Haina. Tell me boy, how do you feel? She said, putting away her phone and seeing the green-haired man who looked at her, confused. Izuku. Well, I don't know what to say, all this was so sudden. Looking out the window as night fell, it was a great day. Haina. You're right, not only did you win the sports festival, now you have a beautiful heroine as a wife, it must be a big surprise. He said and then took the boy by the neck, who still wasn't used to a woman giving him that kind of affection due to his past as a quirk. Much less of a woman as beautiful as Lady Nagant. Haina. Tell me Izuku, I can tell you Izuku right. Izuku. CL of course it can be Nagant-san. Haina. Oh come on, you can call me Kaina-chan, now we are husbands. Giving him a light peck on his cheek with his finger. Izuku. Boopy well Kaina-chan, what do you want to ask me? Haina. Is this your first time having a partner? He said, still playing with the green-haired boy's cheek but seeing his freckles more. Izuku. Well, yes, I never had the opportunity to have one. Haina. I see, in that case, I'll show you the benefits of having one. Slowly approaching the green-haired man's face, which was like a ripe tomato. He didn't know what to do, pushing her away would be very rude of her and she might point her quirk at him again. And if he accepted, he didn't know how to accept, if he did something stupid he would be made to look ridiculous. My nerves and my thoughts of not making a mistake were racing. Cough cough. The two looked up to meet the gaze of a Ryuko already changed into more comfortable clothes. Ryuko. Hey Kaina, don't you think you're going too far? Seeing how the green-haired boy was about to collapse from nerves. Haina. Come on Ryuko, it's funny when he gets like this. Taking his seat again, he let the green-haired boy breathe as he was about to lose his temper. Ryuko. I think it would be better to sleep, today was a very hectic day. Izuku. I think you're right. Izuku's mind. Thank you Tatsuma-san. Haina. Well, what can you do, good night, darling. Taking the green-haired boy by surprise and giving him a kiss near his lips. Haina. See you tomorrow. Smiling and heading to his room, leaving Izuku holding the place where he was kissed by the sniper. Ryuko. See you tomorrow, maybe we can talk more calmly. Izuku. Yes, see you tomorrow. Turning to leave, but feeling a hand on his shoulder. Ryuko. You don't have to take things too seriously, let's take it easy, okay? Izuku. Thank you for understanding, Tatsuma-san. The blonde smiled and then gave her a light hug, being able to feel a pleasant and warm warmth. Ryuko. I am your wife now, please call me Ryuko. Izuku. Está bien, Ryuko-chan. And that's how our favorite trio managed to get along and finally conclude their first day as husband and wife. Although only one of them couldn't get along with the broccoli with legs. He didn't even want to exchange words with him. Let's hope our green-haired boy can find a way to get along or at least come out unscathed against the rabbit. End of chapter. Chapter 9. What am I doing? Chapter 9. The sunlight was beginning to rise and marked the start of another beautiful day to do many things. One of the cases being our favorite green-haired guy who was just getting up. He barely opened his eyes and was confused to see a different atmosphere than what he was used to in his room full of Almight and hero stuff. No. It wasn't his room, he realized that once he saw the whole room. Realizing and understanding that he was no longer in his home, but now in his new house, now living with his wives, being the heroines he admired. He didn't know if he could call himself lucky or with a luck that's on the rocks. Because apart from being with two wonderful and understanding heroines, he also had the most brutal and violent heroine in the history of heroism. Taking the first thing that was his phone to see if he had a notification. Izuku. It's barely 6. Rubbing his eyes and noticing that he had an email coming from the nail. Dear students, after the sports festival, we've decided to give you the rest of the day to rest. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a nice day. Izuku's mind. So I have all day, heh, and I'm already putting on my pants. He said, pulling back up the pants he was still wearing and stretching a few times to listen to his bones and see the ceiling of his room now. Izuku. I think I'll take advantage of the opportunity to make breakfast, will they have left? Heading to his door to see the hallway that led to the living room, but noticing that there were also 3 other rooms, each one belonging to his wife respectively. He started walking down the hall to get to the kitchen, but he could notice how one room was half open. Just out of curiosity, he took a quick look and noticed that it was Kaina's room, where she was still asleep. Having a strange way of sleeping. Well, he was standing with one foot outside the sheets and at the edge of the bed, one of his hands on top of his torso and the other hand on top of his head. The sheets only managed to cover one of her legs, which was still in the bed. Izuku's mind. And I thought Izumi was the only one sleeping like that. Laughing a little at the way the sniper is sleeping, but managing to confirm that his wives are here. Wanting to give a nice touch so they can go to work with a good breakfast. Izuku's mind. I detailed endeavor sent to fill the fridge with what is necessary. Taking out everything necessary to have a good breakfast for him and his wives. Izuku's mind. Thank you mom for teaching me how to cook and my sister for being so greedy and me having to cook for her. Remembering all the times he had to cook for Izumi or himself, even more so for his sister who was a bit of a glutton. Starting to cook and taking his time for them to wake up, after all, he was in no hurry. In addition to remembering that one of them is her own boss at her agency. Change of scene. An hour later. With a knife. The purple-haired girl, who snored as if with some drool coming out of her mouth. He began to show signs of waking up as his nose could detect a very peculiar smell. It was delicious. When the full scent entered his nostrils, he opened his eyes with a start and got out of bed. Kinda. Gosh, Ryuko sure knows how to cheer people up with her breakfasts. Believing that her friend is responsible for the smell coming from the kitchen. Having only a sleeveless shirt and shorts as clothing, both black. Completely carefree in her way of dressing, but before putting on her purple slippers. She remembered that she is now married and living with a green-haired boy, very nervous and funny in her opinion. She knew that if she went to meet the green-haired man dressed like that, she could knock him out with her beauty. But to avoid Ryuko's reprimands, she decided to take her purple robe and leave her room. Ryuko. Kinda. The purple-haired girl fixed her gaze on her friend who was also coming out of her room, also wearing pajamas like her. Kinda. Ryuko, what are you doing? Ryuko. Well, just like you, I just woke up. He said being in the same way, but with a robe, only your robe was red. Kinda. So it's not you who cooks, then who? Ryuko. What do you think? Referring to the other room that was next to hers and out of sheer curiosity. They opened the door to find no one there, the room was empty just as it had been yesterday. Kinda. It seems she hasn't come yet. Ryuko. She's just as stubborn as ever. Kinda. So if you're here, who's cooking? Ryuko. Will it be him? Seeing in the distance how the door where the green-haired man slept was open and he was the only one who didn't come out. They both didn't think much and went to the kitchen, only to find breakfast on the table. Not only did it look delicious, the smell was also a delight. Izuku. Good morning. He said arriving with 2 cups of coffee with milk on the table. The green-haired man was wearing a black apron underneath his typical clothing, a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts with his typical red shoes. Ryuko. Good morning. Kinda. You did all this? Seeing and smelling the breakfast that was on the table. Izuku. Well, Izumi or I always make our breakfast should from time to time, mom and dad return tired from their work. Leaving the cups on the table, but then being caught in a hug by the purple-haired girl. Kinda. I'm lucky you never had a girlfriend, I won the lottery with you. Izuku. Being red from the sudden action of the woman who caught him in a hug and could feel the woman's breasts on his chin. Ryuko. Kinda, leave him, you're going to make him faint. Kinda. Heh sorry. Izuku. Well, since you have to go to work, at least you could eat in peace. Ryuko. Thanks for the detail Izuku-san, it looks delicious. Kinda. Thanks for the food. So the 3 of them sat at the table to try the green-haired man's food. Feeling how delicious the boy was, they were now glad that the arranged marriage had been made. Ryuko. Tell me Izuku, don't you have to go to the academy today? Izuku? They just gave notice, they told me I have the day off to rest from yesterday's festival. Taking a sip of his coffee with great calm in his being. Hina. What luck, we have to work. Ryuko. Okay, but later we can make a plan to get to know each other better. Izuku. It's fine by me. Hina. Do you have plans today? Eating some rice with fried egg. Izuku. Well, since I don't have an academy today, I plan to go train. Knowing he had nothing to do today, he thought about going to the academy alone to see his normal day as usual. But now he had to think about making room in his schedule. Ryuko. I suggest you be careful out there. Izuku. Why do you say that? Hina. That annoying rabbit is still out there, she'll surely try something, knowing her well she'll look for you. Izuku's mind. And I thought Bakugo would be annoying. Izuku. But she won't attack a civilian just like that, right? Both women looked at each other worriedly, as they knew that the rabbit is capable of anything, especially with her status as a top hero. Hina. I'll just tell you, home is the safest place. Ryuko. Nobody dies in their own home, right? Izuku's mind. Oh, shit. Change of scene. It was already 11 in the morning, Ryukyu and Nagant had already left to do their work as usual. Izuku for his part, despite knowing that she was a super hot bunny who could break walls with a kick. He went out to train. With Izuku. This one was located near the beach where they had been cleaning up the entire garbage dump. Enjoying a bit of the sea breeze and the sand touching her bare feet. Izuku. How warm. I'm sorry for the delay, young Midoriya. The green-haired man turned around to see what his mentor had come. Izuku. No problem, I just got here too. Smiling and giving his mentor his usual smile. Almight. I'm sorry I didn't call you yesterday, young Midoriya. I was a bit busy. Izuku. Don't worry, I understand that you're busy, after all, you're number one. Almight. Yesterday I wanted to invite you to celebrate your victory at the festival, tell me, would you like to eat out? Before he could answer he could see something in the sky and activating the rays of One for All, he took All Might and moved from the place. Feeling a slight tremor and the sand falling on top of them. Izuku. What the hell is wrong with you, have you gone crazy? Seeing the person responsible for the attack with anger because not only did she almost hit him but also his mentor per second father. Behind the smoke of the sand, the person responsible was seen. Mirko. So you're not so slow, dwarf. The green-haired man stood up in case of a fight because it's one thing to mess with him, but to involve someone else in his problems was already crossing the line. Mirko. So you have the guts to fight, well now. Now what? They both turned around to see through the smoke a figure that overshadowed Izuku. Almight. What the hell does this mean, Mirko? End of the chapter. Chapter 10. What? Chapter 10. The atmosphere on the beach was too tense for the green-haired man who found himself in the middle of the whole problem. Well, on one side was Mirko, the rabbit heroine, the only one of his wives who did not agree to be in this commitment, just like him. And the only one of the three who didn't even try to talk to get along, of course not. The first thing she did as soon as she found out about the whole engagement was go home, kick down her door and scream like a crazy feminist on March 8. I would even swear that her gaze was killing him over and over again. On the other side, there is his teacher per second father figure in his muscular form, and he was visibly annoyed by the sudden appearance and attack of the rabbit. I could even swear his fist was veined with anger from the sudden attack. Izuku's mind. This shit caught fire. Almight. Hey question, what the hell does this mean, Mirko? He asked without his usual smile, because seeing the place where the attack was, it was clear that it was not a simple blow of prank or scare, it was with the intention of hurting one of the two 100%. Mirko. All Might, what are you doing here? I ask a little seriously in the presence of the number one hero, and a little tense because of his angry expression. All Might. Don't change the subject, Mirko, what were you planning to do with that kind of attack? Izuku's mind. This is bad, the last time I saw him this angry, it was at Uja's, against that Nomu. Humming to his memory when the blonde sent the Nomu flying with a super punch with all his strength. Imagining the scene, but with Mirko instead of the Nomu. Izuku's mind. Is he going to kill her? All Might. So, are you going to talk or not? He spoke with such a strong and imposing tone that it even made Izuku tremble in fear. Mirko. TSK, I was just watching the reflections of the winner of the sports festival. All Might. Really? Well, it seems to me that you attacked him on purpose, me and my student. Mirko. Student. Izuku's mind. I better intervene before this gets out of control. Getting in the middle of both of them, he managed to at least calm All Might down a little. Izuku. All Might sensei, you better not compromise. Mirko. What sensei? Izuku. That doesn't matter to you, you better leave before things get worse. All Might. But young Midoriya. Izuku. Come on sensei, don't get involved, no one was hurt. The hero saw the look on his student's face, he knew that he didn't want to fight the hero. Izuku. It's no use fighting, sensei, much less with her. Turning to look at her with an angry and serious expression. Even though she knew she was the one who started it, a fight between the two heroes was unnecessary because of a stupid tantrum. All Might. Sigh, okay young Midoriya, but this won't go unpunished Mirko, we'll talk later, now go. Giving one last scream and stomping hard, the sand moved around. Mirko. We'll see each other soon. Turning around to prepare for a jump. Izuku. As if I wanted to see you after all this. He said in an overly annoyed tone, only being able to watch as the rabbit left the place with a great leap. The rabbit could be impulsive, a lover of violence and combat, but she knew where to set her limits. An almighty showdown was far from his fantasies. And now that she knew that the boy she was engaged to was a student of the #1 hero, she didn't know how to take it. All Might. Young Midoriya, do you have something to tell me? Izuku. Well, I'll tell him, but please promise to keep it a secret. Clasping his palms together, he watched his sensei return to his skeletal form. All Might. It would be better to leave young, I doubt anyone will come after all the fuss we made. Seeing the place where he was standing and the crater that the stomp made. Change of scene. Now we can see the teacher and student duo in a cafe. Having Izuku as always a plate of katsudon and All Might a double meat burger. All Might. Well, I'm all ears young Midoriya, tell me calmly. They were at the farthest part of the place and since it was a weekday, there weren't many people around. Izuku. Finishing eating his pork, well, you could say that it's a good thing and a bad thing, depending on how you look at it. The blonde just nodded as he ate a piece of his burger. Izuku began to explain the topic of his now engagement to the rabbit and the other two heroines, who unlike the first, were cool with him. Avoiding talking about the court issue, as it was a secret topic that had to be hidden. And now that he was living with them in a different house, he even showed her the photo he took with the sniper heroine. Izuku. And now more things are like that. The blonde kept eating his hamburger the whole time, but while he was listening to everything, he didn't realize he was even eating his napkin. Izuku. All Might. Seeing that his mentor was still eating his napkin, he didn't even notice that he no longer had his burger. Izuku. All Might. The blonde had already finished the napkin until he came to because he bit his fingers. Izuku. Gee. Laughing a little as All Might came back to his senses. All Might. Well, young Midoriya, let me ask you something and I want you to be completely honest with me. Izuku. It's okay. All Might. Tell me, are you completely on board with arranged marriages? You're too young to be thinking about that stuff. Worried that something might happen to her student, he already knew Ryukyu and Lady Nagant and had nothing to fear and he heard how they got along with his protege, but what worried him most was Mirko. She had a reputation for being extremely violent with everyone around her and her student was not in the rabbit's expectations. Since she even stated in an interview that her partner should be stronger than her. Scratching all that nonsense about her and Hawks being something, they were just friends since the academy. Even the winged hero said that if he were her partner, he wouldn't be alive on the streets and that he felt sorry for anyone who has the opportunity to continue flirting with him. Izuku. I agree with it All Might-san, Tatsuma-san, Satsumi-san and I have agreed to get along so that this works without rushing and so that it is not uncomfortable for anyone. The blonde could only smile at his student's response, he knew he could do anything he set his mind to. He had already proven it at the moment he could use the quirk of floating, the handling of using the OFA in his confrontation at the sports festival, and his great victory in it. All Might. Well, I won't worry, I trust your words young Midoriya. All Might mind. Although it might be better to be aware. Somewhat afraid that his student will go to a hospital as a mummy. Izuku. Thanks All Might. Change of scene. Now we can see the green-haired man walking through the streets, returning to his new home. Since he had received a message from his mother that his things had already been taken. It was only his job to arrange them as he liked. Izuku's mind. How lucky they are that they are working, otherwise they would already be telling me about my All Might stuff, although I think I should leave it aside a bit so they don't see me weird. Remembering how his room was with all the All Might stuff. Knowing that he would now be living with two women and he didn't want to leave a bad impression with his room. Izuku's mind. Should I leave them some bentos? He thought as he entered the house and knew that they would arrive late before nightfall. Wondering if she should cook something for them when they get back, they liked her breakfast after all. He even kinda tried to steal some of Ryuko's portion. Once he entered his home, he went to his living room to find a scene that would not be possible. Mirko. There were supposedly only 10 of this figure, how did you get it? Izuku. Mirko. Huh. That's right, Mirko was looking at Izuku's stuff right now, and in his hands was a limited edition Almight figure from its early days, which was hard to find. Izuku, what do you think you're doing here? Mirko, what am I doing here? I live here, right? Izuku, you weren't supposed to disagree and I thought I was clear after your little act on the beach. He said as he floated over to his things and closed the suitcase that held his things. Still looking angrily at the rabbit who didn't seem to care and continued with her attitude. Mirko, what can I say, I have nothing better to do. Watching as the figure he was holding was abruptly pulled out of his hand. Izuku, do what you want, I don't care, just don't destroy anything. Mirko, at least you understand the situation. Angry and watching how the green-haired man headed to his room with his things, without even looking at her. Closing the door tightly and locking it, leaving the rabbit alone in the living room. The kill time I grabbed the remote control for the living room TV and the news just came on. In other news, we bid farewell to a great hero who, thankfully, is still alive but unable to return to the world of heroism. Ingenum will always live on in the hearts of the people. Reports in Hosu say that he was the hero killer. Mirko. God, how boring, is there nothing better to watch? But the green-haired one. He was currently sorting and putting away some of Almight's things. Izuku. I can't believe it, after everything he did, first at my house, at the beach and now with my things, I already found someone more annoying than Bakugo. Trouble in love 9th. Izuku. Eh? The green-haired boy looked at the door and around his room, but he didn't find anyone. Izuku. I'm already going crazy with so much stress. Angry as he packed his clothes and left some poles in his suitcase. He was really so disappointed in the bunny, he knew she was a bit rude, but to get to that point. Sometimes your heroes let you down. This time, a different voice than the first was the one that spoke. Izuku. Whoever you are, you're right. Change of scene. Now we can see the green-haired boy cooking, since there were only 20 minutes left until Ryukyu and Nagant could return. Behind him had appeared the rabbit heroine in civilian clothes. He managed to notice her when he heard her footsteps. Izuku. If you want to eat with us you are free, if not, there is a bento there. Without turning to look at her to continue cooking. Mirko didn't say anything, he just accepted the green-haired man's request and took a bento. The smell had caught his attention and it looked appetizing, taking what the green-haired man said, he grabbed a bento and took a bite. Once he was served, he went to his room before his roommates arrived. They didn't speak to each other, the atmosphere between them was very tedious. But there was no need to spoil the rest of the day. I had to welcome the two women who were returning from their hard work. Izuku. I hope you like dinner. At that moment the door was heard and seeing that it was them. Izuku. Welcome home, dinner is ready. End of chapter. Chapter 11. What am I what? Chapter 11. Izuku's mind. And that the weather report said it would be sunny. He thought as he covered himself with an umbrella he was holding, about to reach the doors of the academy. After making some bento breakfast for himself and his wives, he took his time heading to the academy. He even made one for Mirko, even though they had a bad relationship, he wasn't so bad-hearted as to not give food to someone. Among those people I included Mirko. Unaware that many people would get in his way, as they congratulated him on his participation in the sports festival and being the winner. Although, of course, there was always a vulture who would tell him that he had crossed the line in his last confrontation. Although of course, he didn't stay silent either, saying that Bakugo crossed the line with his sister and that he had no forgiveness for overstepping his bounds in such a way. Shutting the mouths of all those idiots. Izuku's mind. Has Izumi arrived yet? He thought as he watched some students at the entrance taking off their raincoats and others putting away their umbrellas. Midoriya-san. A familiar voice came from behind him and he could see that it was Lita who was running up in her green raincoat. Izuku. Lita-san. Watching the blue-haired boy walk past him. Lita. You're running late. Izuku. Late. There are still 5 minutes until the bell rings. Lita. UA students must arrive 10 minutes early. Quickly entering and moving around a bit to get rid of some of the water that was on him. Followed by the green-haired man who shook his umbrella and then placed it next to others. Izuku. Hey Lita, about the… Lita. If it's because of my brother, don't worry, I'm so sorry for worrying you so much. Taking off the raincoat and boots he had put on. Izuku. If you say so. Starting to walk alongside the blue-haired boy to the classroom. Lita. And your sister Midoriya-san. It's weird seeing you come without her. Izuku. Ah, I fell asleep and the damn thing left without me. Lying to his friend, since he couldn't say that he and his sister were now living with their partners. Lita. I see, it must be hard for your sister to be like that with you. Izuku. Heh, she can be a nuisance, but I put up with it because she's my sister. He had to admit that his sister could sometimes be a pain in the ass, but not as much as Bakugo or Mirko. At least she knew what she was doing and knew what limits she couldn't cross. Once they arrived at the classroom, they saw that all their classmates were there. Talking and saying that thanks to the festival, they are now somewhat well known. Receiving some congratulations from the public he met along the way, others like Zero said, "Don't worry," due to his crushing defeat against the bicolor. And speaking of this one, well, he was in his place with his face against the table, he seemed to be sleeping. Her sister was in her place talking to the other girls at the festival. She seemed to be as happy as ever, something that always characterized her. "Uraraka. Lita-san, Deku-kun," he said watching his friends coming in and leaving their things there. "Izuku. Uraraka-san. Lita. Good morning Uraraka." At that, the green-haired girl approached to give her twin a light hug. "Izumi. How are you little brother, how was your morning?" Smiling as he watched his brother throw him a grimace of disgust. "Izuku. My face tells you so, don't you think? But it seems like you're very happy this morning." Seeing a bicolor that was still with its face against the table, it seemed to be sleeping in everyone's eyes. "Izuku. You weren't rude to him, were you?" Whispering so only she can hear it. "Izumi. Don't worry, I wasn't mean, I just made it clear who's in charge." Smiling at his brother, who just laughed a little, now feeling a little sorry for Todoroki. But everyone, upon hearing the door begin to open, quickly took their seats. "Izawa. Good morning." "Good morning Izawa-sensei." They all said, already in their seats, even Todoroki already had his face raised. "Seiya. Izawa no longer has bandages, I'm very glad." "Izawa. Yes," the old woman rushed into the treatment. Giving a view to all his students, calling his attention Bakugo, who had a scar in the middle of his nose, and seeing the green-haired brother duo. Izawa's mind. Maybe Bakugo deserved a few hits for the acts of brutality he did against Izumi-san, but the way Izuku-san behaved, it was like seeing myself for the former endeavor. Seeing the head of that Izuku again, who had no mercy, broke his nose, ribs, and if it weren't for him stopping, his skull would have had serious fractures. Izawa. Okay, let's talk about an important computer class. Making everyone very tense, because knowing Izawa, I knew this could be very tense and stressful. Izawa. Their codenames, they will choose their hero names today. We'll do something exciting. They all shouted at the news that it would be something normal, but fell silent when they saw how Izawa activated his quirk again. Izawa. This will be an important cause where it will be of utmost importance in the internships I told you about before the sports festival. While the mother caterpillar explained to her little offspring about the subject of internships and the importance they will have on their academic and heroic records. We go for a while to a certain dragon heroine's agency. Which was now in her office next to a certain purple-haired girl who was drinking some tea. Kinda. So you only know that. Watching the blonde who was doing some reports on her computer. Ryukyu. It's the least I could get out of Rumi when I managed to corner her in her room while you played with Izuku-san's nervousness. Remembering how the purple-haired girl started to make the green-haired boy nervous since she had caught him in a hug after dinner. Kinda. Oh come on, you can't deny that he's cute when he gets like that, it just gives me hints to do it again and again. Smiling mockingly, truly when she made Izuku nervous, she simply wanted to corrupt him. But receiving a serious look from the blonde, which made him laugh slightly. Ryukyu. You're a case in point. She also wanted to spend time with the green-haired man, but they agreed to take things slowly, but of course, kinda was the only one for whom that thing wouldn't happen. You would like to be able to have that kind of affection with a green-haired man from time to time, without obviously going too far. Kinda. So Rumi and he have their distances. Ryukyu. According to what she said, he and Almight have a kind of teacher and student relationship, she just didn't know how to take that. Kinda. She saw him as simply weak and stupid as any man in her eyes. Ryukyu. In addition to mentioning how Izuku confronted her when he saw her things that arrived yesterday. Kinda. Really? And the first time she saw her she trembled like her sister. Ryukyu. It seems that the boy has his facets from time to time, but now they are tense with him. Kinda. Let me guess, they can't stand each other or even talk to each other, they only put up with each other because of marriage. Ryukyu. You're right, but she seemed, a little. Kinda. Sorry. Even if she is, she asked for it Ryuko, at least if she and Izuku talk seriously things won't get better. She knew it was impossible, Rumi was too proud to admit her mistake and Izuku, maybe he can be good people with her, but even the good one can't stand someone who doesn't accept his kindness and responds with hostility. Kinda. Changing the subject, the internship is coming up, will your student come? Ryukyu. Najira always comes to me when these internship days come. Kinda. Not to be annoying, but sometimes her attitude is very suffocating for me. Ryukyu. For you maybe, but for me she seems tender, her great enthusiasm is what characterizes her, maybe she and Izuku can get along. An image of Izuku and Nagire talking together came to him. Hina. You're not planning on sending a request to Izuku, look, maybe we can spend more time. Ryukyu. I sent him, but he probably has a lot of internship invitations. Hina. It must be, he was the winner of the festival and showed some control of his quirk despite a few fingers. Remembering the image of the green-haired man's broken fingers during the final phase. With Izuku. We can now see the green-haired boy with his blonde-haired teacher. Izuku. What are you saying, Almight, does your teacher want me to go with him? Surprising that his favorite hero's former mentor wants to meet him. Almight. He was very close to my young predecessor Midoriya, he was even a teacher for a year at the UA when I was a student. Izuku. That's amazing. Almight. Hear that you had many offers, you were the second highest. Izuku. Yes, Todoroki-san had more than me, but he says that a lot of it is probably because of his father. Almight. You're right, but what are you saying, do you want to go with my old teacher? The green-haired man thought for a moment because the truth is that he did receive many offers. Among them was even the Ryukyu agency was among them all. But training with a man who trained his idol was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. Izuku. Could you give me time to think about it, sensei? The truth is there are many, but I'm not rejecting the offer. He said, moving his hands to show that his intentions were not bad. Almight. Of course, young Midoriya, you have the whole weekend to think, on top of that, you're married, it could be a bit hard, so I'm not going to pressure you. Izuku. Thank you for understanding, sensei. Change of scene. Now we can see the green-haired boy with his sister, Achako and Todoroki. The four of them were heading to the train station talking to each other. Uraraka. Lida-kun left before us. Izumi. He must have gone to see his brother, I wouldn't like to imagine the same thing happening to me. He said to jump and be on top of Izuku, who complained about the weight. Izuku. Thanks for worrying, but come down, did you gain a few pounds or what? Receiving a blow from his sister that left him with a bump. Shoto. Have you already decided which one you will go to? Izuku. I still have doubts, but I have 2 days to think. Izumi. I plan to go with Endeavor, I need help improving my fire skills. Izuku's mind. It's probably so you can meet your mother-in-law. Thinking mockingly of his sister when he learned more of her true intentions as to why she chose Endeavor. Uraraka. I plan to go with Gunhead. Izuku. The hero who specializes in combat. Shoto. I thought you were going with 13. Uraraka. The fight against Bakugo left me thinking about a lot of things, I need to improve my fighting style. Izumi. Now that you mention it, don't you think he's been very quiet if we don't count his hero name? Uraraka. Maybe Izuku-kun gave him a severe beating that reset his brain. Izumi. Maybe. Time skip. 2 days later. At the train station, the entire Class A was separating after hearing a few words of suggestions from their sensei. Izuku's mind. Here I go, Great Torino, I hope the training is worth it, yesterday they really went too far. Remembering how Ryukyu caught him in a lock, his hands around his neck near his breasts. When I mentioned to him that I wouldn't be going to his agency. Hina, she was just laughing at the situation. Mirko, for her part, was not there alone. She remained outside and re-recorded later after everything had calmed down. Continuing with the great tension between her and Izuku, without speaking, but the green-haired man continuing to give her food for dinner. Izuku's mind. What kind of person will Gran Torino be? Will he be as terrifying as Almight says? Remembering how his mentor trembled in fear when he mentioned his name. Change of scene. Izuku. He's dead. Gran Torino. I'm alive. Izuku. He's Olivier. Yep, it's going to be a long week for the green-haired guy. End of chapter. Chapter 12. What am I what? Chapter 12. Izuku's mind. I'm exhausted. The green-haired man thought, breathing heavily while in front of him was Gina Torino, who was looking at him with a slight smile. Gran Torino. You've made great progress, kid. Even though you've already had some progress on the OFA, as I saw at the sports festival, you can now use it better all over your body without suffering fractures. You really are ingenious. To think you lost your mind when you said you look like a Tiyaki. Laughing a little at that occasion, the green-haired boy was standing up again, catching his breath from the training. Izuku. It's true, it's just that on that occasion, I didn't think much about what happened to my body in the OFA, I attacked without thinking. Gran Torino. It's true, seeing your sister hurt made you increase your 1 for all percentage, it was surely anger or adrenaline that didn't make you feel that pain or muscle compression, tell me, did you suffer pain after that? The green-haired boy just laughed a little at that question, since no one knows that he took his time in the locker room to scream in pain, he was very lucky that Shinso was distracted with his manga and didn't hear him. Gran Torino. Okay, kid, take a break for now. We'll have lunch and then we'll go on patrol. Izuku? Patrol. Do you think I'm ready? Getting up with his breath recovered, but now wiping away the sweat and the little blood he had from the blows of the veteran hero. Gran Torino. You're somewhat ready, but you won't improve if you keep fighting only me, not all your enemies will be the same. Listening to the door and turning around to open it. Izuku's mind. He's right, if I focus on a single training with the same opponent, I'll only stagnate. Gran Torino. Well, I'm putting lunch on plates, do you mind if you go get the soda? Izuku. Sure, no problem. Leaving the place to go to the nearest store in the area to get the Coke. It had only been 2 days since he started his internship with the veteran hero. And he did nothing but train and get his new full-cal fighting style. Now he could fight without risking breaking his bones again. So far, he's had a good time with the veteran hero, although of course, he occasionally gets carried away when he forgets his name or how his microwave broke. But let's see how the green-haired man's heroines' wives are now. At the Ryukyu agency. Right now the trio of heroines could be seen in the Dragon Heroine's office. Ryukyu. 17 heroes killed this season. Looking at the latest reports from the hero killer, among those 17 heroes, 3 of them were from his agency. Hina. And 23 with lifelong injuries, they will never become heroes again, the physical and psychological injuries were serious as they say. Checking the news on his phone about what happened to the murderer. Heroes like Ingenium were seriously injured, having to retire permanently. The bunny heroine was eating a carrot, sitting in a chair listening to everything, wearing a leather jacket over her hero suit. Mirko. I think I'll go there. He said, taking a bite of his carrot and putting his feet on the ground. Being seen by her friends who were surprised, although their surprise quickly passed, they knew that she would only look to fight against someone strong. Ryukyu. Are you sure about that? You know you still have a lot to do around here. Mirko. Let the others take care of that. Getting up from his chair to head for the door. Hina. Hey, are you thinking about what we talked about? Stopping the rabbit for a few moments. Mirko. On the subject of the boy and Almight. Turning around to see the heroine duo. Since Izuku left for his internship, they had some talks on the subject of marriage. Which almost ended in an argument and a fight between the rabbit and the sniper, if it weren't for the dragon who calmed things down. And in the midst of all the discussion, Mirko brought up the subject that the boy has a teacher-student relationship with Almight. Mirko. I don't know much about the subject, I can only know that they are close, even outside the UA. Ryukyu. We'll have to discuss that with Izuku when I get back, but what about you? Have you calmed down on the subject? The hatred between you is really noticeable. Hina. Well, of course it will be like that, who wouldn't be upset about such an impression in their house, I'm still surprised that he left some food. Remembering how Izuku always left a bento or plate of food for Mirko, since she didn't eat dinner with him. Mirko. Anyway, it's just for family benefit. He said, opening the door about to leave. Ryukyu. That's it, oh you're really sorry about what happened now. The rabbit didn't say anything and just left the place towards Hosu, leaving the two behind. Hina. I highly doubt that's it, Ryukyu, sometimes you're just too good. Heaving a deep sigh as he smoothed his hair, he stood up to look out the window at the streets, feeling the wind on his face to calm him down. Ryukyu. She only shows what everyone wants to see, and you know it. Hina. I know it well, but progress can be irritating, even knowing that we know about it, she still acts crazy, uff. A little angry at the blonde's failed attempt to calm her down, but more so at the rabbit. Ryukyu. Look, what do you think if we go to lunch and calm down, do you think? He said to get up and stand next to the purple-haired girl and put his hand on her shoulder. Hina. You beat me with that one, come on, although I say I miss the dwarf's food. He said as he walked with the blonde to the exit door. Ryukyu. You're right about that, but we have to survive without tasting that homemade delicacy. Entering the elevator with the purple-haired girl and pressing the button to take her to the first floor. Hina. How do you think he's doing? Ryukyu. Maybe he's training hard, you have to admit he's trying really hard. Hina. I'll send him a message, see if he has time. Taking his phone and looking for the contact he had for the green-haired man. Ryukyu. Do you have it as Green Bunny? Hina. What? Didn't you see her hero suit? With the hood she looks like one. Ryukyu. I'm with you. With Mirko. We can see the rabbit jumping between buildings to head home for civilian clothes. Mirko's mind. Maybe they're a little right, maybe talking to the brat will take this weight off my shoulders. The proud rabbit didn't want to admit, but her mistake was now eating away at her. She had to admit that the boy also has a character that could be compared to hers when she was younger. Mirko's mind. He can be quite impressive when he wants to be. She thought as she remembered how that day she picked up the limited edition All Might figure, that look he gave her took her by surprise. After all, the first thing she saw was him trembling when she went to his house. Mirko. I hope this stain is worth it, at least it gives me a little distraction. Arriving home and entering to go to his room, looking for what he needs to be out. Change of scene. Inside a bar, a rather peculiar scene could be seen. Well, in the bar you could see Kurogiri, barely standing, because he had a cut. And on the ground was Tamura Shigaraki, the person responsible for the USJ attack, being subdued by the hero killer Stain, the latter having a knife stuck in the sky blue-haired man's shoulder. Stain. You have an empty motivation, boy, destruction of the entire society, it's nonsense, we don't have different visions, so I doubt we can work together. Shigaraki. That hurts, unhappy. Looking into Stain's eyes, with immense hatred for the wound he had. But at that moment, Tamura touched Stain's knife, disintegrating it. Tamura. I just want to destroy everything I hate the most, heroes, villains, no one is innocent in this rotten world, it's something you should already know, right senpai? Stain quickly took his distance, but had his hand on the handle of another knife. Stain's mind. This child has an immense desire for destruction, but if he grows up, he could be a threat, you better be careful. Tamura. Kurogiri, get this guy out of here. Kurogiri. But it could be a good arsenal for our ranks. Stain. Let it be clear, our ideals are very different, I fight for the true meaning of a hero, the false ones who use that title for their own dirty benefit, forgetting what it means to be a hero. Licking his lips and holstering his guns, but staring off into the fog in a suit. Stain. Take me back to Hosu, I have a lot of work to do there. Change of scene. I'm Skip. Inside a bullet train, our favorite green-haired boy could be seen with his mentor heading to Shibuya. Izuku. It's an hour and a half until we get to Shibuya. Looking out the window at the city of Hosu which was close to where the train passed. Gran Torino. You seem excited, even though I was nervous a little while ago. Izuku. Well, it will be my first patrol, and I already want to use what I learned in combat. Gran Torino. That's the attitude, boy. At that moment the boy took out his phone, something the old hero noticed. Gran Torino. Are you on your phone now? These young people these days are always into that stuff. The green-haired man just ignored him and looked at his cell phone with concern. Apart from talking to his wives in the afternoon away from Gran Torino, he was worried about his partner Lita. I had sent him a message and now he wasn't answering, knowing that he was very quick at such things. Glancing out the window at Hosu City, I felt the train shake a little. Izuku's mind. But what? Look at that. The building just exploded. What's going on there? Gran Torino. What's the scandal? Izuku. Will it be serious? Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts. The train seems to be having some trouble on the tracks. Everyone was confused by the driver's request, but suddenly the train door was destroyed with a badly wounded hero. Gran Torino. What the heck? Hero. Damned. Being silenced by a very thin Nomu's paw. Izuku. Nomu. Gran Torino. Even sighed all. Quickly launching himself at the Nomu and pulling him out of the wagon, he helped the hero. Gran Torino. Stay here boy. Launching himself at the Nomu and taking him to the city. Izuku. Gran Torino. Arriving outside, he was shocked to see how the entire city center was on fire. Izuku. What the hell is going on? Ignoring the warning from Gran Torino, he began to head towards the city center. In the center of Hosu. We can see how many were fighting against two Nomus. One was very strong and burly, another was flying through the skies. Destroying everything in its path without any compassion, even killing two heroes in the process. Being a complete massacre. What no one knew was that near a building there were individuals watching the whole show of destruction. Tamura. Hahaha, well, this is wonderful. Kurogiri. Are you sure you want to sacrifice these pawns? We don't know if they can beat the assassin. Tamura. If they manage to kill him it's perfect, but with this we can make our name more relevant than that time. Far from there was another very peculiar scene in an alley. Stain. Damn, those idiots must, then I'll take care of them. Holding very tightly the native hero, who had a large cut on his shoulder, but was paralyzed. Native. Damn murderer, this won't stay like this. Stain. You better think about your last words, hero. Native. Go to hell, you crazy bastard. Hero killer. The aforementioned quickly threw a strong punch at the person responsible for said voice. Hitting a blue-haired boy who fell to the ground, but quickly pointed his sword at his neck. Stain. Those eyes, are you here for revenge, kid? You should know this is no place for kids. Lita. Damn, I finally found you, I didn't think it would be so fast. Somewhere else. We can see a white-haired girl jumping between buildings towards the city's disaster site. Mirko's mind. What the hell is going on? He was supposed to be here for the hero killer, not a damn fire. seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the place. "Shoto, Izumi, where do you think you're going?" Recognition. That voice stopped dead in its tracks, seeing Endeavor on the edge of the building. Who was yelling at his two interns that they were going somewhere else. "Izumi. My brother is in danger, I have to go help him." "Shoto. Rather send reinforcements to the address and I'll send you quickly." "Mirko. Is the broccoli here?" Starting to follow the engaged duo who were running as fast as they could. "Shoto. How are you so sure your brother is in trouble?" "Izumi. He won't send his location in such a way, much less in a situation where he is Hosu, it must be one of those Nomus or something worse." "Shoto. The hero killer." "Izumi. Just run faster, or I swear to God I'll burn your other eye out myself," she said, quickening her pace and entering the alley, followed by a Shoto who sweated a little from the threat. Mirko's mind. And I'm supposed to be the bossy one. Jumping on a building to be higher up and see the situation. "Deity." The boy's scream was heard, but Shoto and Izumi quickly launched their fires, achieving. The white-haired girl could notice that this was the hero killer Stain, who was about to stab Izuku with his katana. "Izumi. Brother, I'm glad you're okay." He said happily that his green-haired twin wasn't looking like a skewer. "Shoto. Next time you could be more specific with your messages." "Izuku. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad to see you, Izumi, thank you." "Izumi. That's what brothers are for." Smiling and putting her brother on her shoulder, this being observed by Lita that she felt worse than before. "Shoto. Lita, I don't know how this came about, but tell me the situation, can you move?" Lita. "No, after cutting ourselves we couldn't move." "Izuku. Be very careful, he ingests the blood to use his quirk, that's how he was able to paralyze us." "Izumi. Yuvio. Stain. You really have good friends, Ingenium." Shoto. Back. Creating ice and preventing them from cutting the tough brothers. "Izumi. Go back." Throwing fire at Stain who jumped back. Shoto. The professionals will arrive soon. Thus began a fight between the passers-by and the murderer. All being seen by the rabid heroine who was paying attention, looking for the perfect moment to attack without being detected. Mirko's mind. They're not doing badly at all. Watching and listening to everything that was happening. The green-haired man spoke out the strategies, which were followed by his sister and the two-colored man who managed to keep the killer at bay. Even being able to save the native hero who was near the place. Mirko's mind. Better act now. Pushing himself over the edge of the building, Stain couldn't react to the rapid speed, only feeling the strong blow against his jaw. "Mirko. Go to hell." "Mirko." It was the cry of pain of surprise at seeing her present there, although one did not seem happy to see her. "Mirko. You did a great job, rookies, I was able to act in time." "Izumi. How did you know we were here?" "Mirko. I heard some heroes were coming this way, so I came as fast as I could." Smiling as he watched everyone who was relieved. Except for one, which I could feel in Izumi's arms. Izuku's mind. Even a one-armed hero would have been better. But before she could continue with her mental complaints, she could see a small glow and something heading towards her at high speed. Izuku. Careful. Using one for all, full cowl to get in front of the heroine, but receiving a knife full in his shoulder, falling to the ground injured. Midoriya brother. Those were the screams of everyone when they saw Izuku on the ground injured, but trembling with fear when they saw the person responsible for the attack. Stain. I have to admit, that was a good hit. Mirko, who had a green-haired boy in his arms to prevent him from getting hurt. Izuku. Circa Reijo. He said, complaining of pain and looking at the knife. Mirko. Did you save me? Whispering and looking into the green-haired man's eyes. Izuku. It's what a hero does. Smiling a little but feeling great pain from the withdrawn knife. Mirko. Make sure no more blood is spilled, the other heroes will come. Izumi. Right away, I need ice. Shoto. Right away. Mirko. I'll take care of him. Stain. I still haven't fallen for the fake heroine. Mirko. Oh no. Well, if you're missing heroine, it'll leave you paralyzed. It was more obvious, Stain wouldn't fare well against an angry rabbit. End of chapter. Chapter 13. What am I what? Chapter 13. Izuku. Hey, gosh, where am I? Looking at his surroundings as the whole place was completely black around him, he could even notice that there was a kind of darkness around him. Touching his face, noticing that there was only darkness in his mouth, he tried to speak, but it was useless. Not a word came out. Already somewhat scared, he could hear footsteps, turning around to see a black figure taller than him. Izuku's mind. What happens now? Hello, ninth. In front of him appeared a muscular woman, wearing a black hero suit, yellow boots and gloves, and a white cape. The green-haired man wanted to say something, but he could only show a face of confusion, since he couldn't speak. But then he lowered his head and held the back of his neck due to the severe pain due to a strong blow he received. And when he turned around, he was met by a bald man with a very unhappy face. "How could you do that, dwarf? Do you really want to die so young? You haven't even chosen a successor." Izuku's mind. What's wrong with this one? But let me tell you, he was brave. Look, saving one of your girls like that, that's a lot of courage. Smiling as he lightly tapped the green-haired boy's back, who was still confused and in pain from the blow. Izuku's mind. Wait a minute, his voice was the one I heard a few days ago. Remembering well the voice from that moment when he was angry with Mirko for taking his things. At that moment she felt someone touch her shoulder, noticing that it was the same woman from before. I bet you need some answers for all this. Izuku just nodded, paying attention to the duo in front of him. Outside of Izuku's mind. While the broccoli with legs was inside his mind talking to the dead. We can clearly see what it was like around a hospital room. Being the same Hosu, still being where he was after everything that happened yesterday. The green-haired man's body was in a robe and inside the bed sheets. Although he was not alone, since he was with his friends and sister. Izumi still in his hero costume like Shoto, Lita was the only one wearing a gown and a cast covering his arm. Shoto. I'm surprised that he shows such tranquility when sleeping. He said, seeing how relaxed the green-haired man's expression was when he slept. The expression of pain the green-haired man had when he stopped the bleeding came to mind. Izumi. At least he wasn't awake hearing Stain's screams of pain. Flashback. We can see how the heroine had the murderer held above her head. Stain. Not Baines, not Baines. But his pleas went unheard as he felt the rabbit's knee against his back and his bones creak. Earning a wince from everyone else who saw her. End of the flashback. Shoto. I still get chills from that. Lita. This is my fault. Shoto. You're right. Izumi. Shoto. Shoto. What? He said it was his fault. The green-haired woman just sighed at how direct her husband could be and how lacking in subtlety his words could be. At that moment the door was opened, revealing Mirko, who seemed to be somewhat serious. Inventions. Mirko-san. Still somewhat nervous upon seeing her, it was no secret that she was still afraid of the bunny heroine. Especially when you remember how she kicked down his door and didn't even bother to send money to fix it. Mirko. So they were here. Referring to Shoto and Izumi in their hero outfits, but then looked at Lita in the cast. Mirko. You two better go and rest, you were here all night. Izumi. Boo, but my brother is. Mirko. Relax girl, I'll be here until the hero who is in charge of him for his internships comes, and what flames do you want to see them? Shoto. The old man. Mirko. Yes, and he's not at all happy with you two for going to confront the hero killer. Everyone's mind. But it was you who massacred him. Remembering how all the killer's bones had crunched like chopsticks used for eating. Mirko. They were expecting a kiss on the cheek, go at once if you don't want to end up like Stain. This time it was Shoto who took Izumi by the arm and ran away from the place. It was less of a hassle than the rabbit laying a finger on him. Then I pay attention to the blue-haired boy who tensed up a lot upon receiving that look. Mirko. I know what happened boy, Ingenum was your brother right? Lita just nodded at this, which was more than enough to confirm her suspicions. Sighing, she held her hair to keep from losing her temper. Mirko. I'm not going to blame you for anything, I know very well what you felt, but that doesn't take away from the fact that you put your colleagues and yourself in danger by doing that. Changing his anger to concern when he saw Izuku still asleep. Lita. I know what I did, and apologizing won't undo the damage done. Mirko. At least it's all over now, kid, but you're not immune to what your mentor will tell you. The blue-haired man just nodded. In Izuku's mind. Izuku. They're bucking with me. He said with a clear face of shock to the master of Almight, the fifth bearer and the first. Playing Uno with them, seeing how he already had 20 cards in his hands. Fifth. Haha, you're unlucky, boy. Having only 5 cards in your hand. Nana. Come on, don't be like that with him, he's just a rookie. The 3 cards in his hand and smiling as he looked at the green-haired man. Causing a slight twitch in his eye and a hint of anger, causing the black-haired girl to laugh. But at that moment a faint light began to surround the green-haired man. Izuku. What's going on? First. You are waking up, it is time for you to go. Fifth. Don't worry about us, we'll be talking to you sometimes. Nana. Good luck with them, you're going to need it. Izuku. Wait, have you been watching me this whole time? First lullaby fifth. Yes. Izuku. Damn sons of bitches. Out in reality. Izuku. Hey, what happened? Bedding up a little in his bed, but feeling a great pain in his chest. Midoriya-san. The only thing the green-haired man could see was blue hair and feeling a big hug. Izuku. Be careful Lita-san, my body still hurts. he said, lightly patting the back of the blue-haired man who was hugging him. Lita. I'm really sorry, I was very stupid, because of me you put yourself in danger. Izuku. Haha, what matters is that you're okay. Looking up, he could see that Mirko was also there, who stared at him, but noticed how her ears had lowered a little. Izuku. Hey Miss Mirko, what's up? The first thing she saw was Lita being pushed aside and thrown onto the bed next to her surprise, and then she felt the heroine give her a warm hug. He could even feel a little of his ears that were close to his forehead. Izuku. Lita. They both couldn't believe what they were seeing, the toughest and proudest heroine of all was giving him a hug. Thank you for helping me. Izuku. Lita's mind. How? They thought with a surprise that almost made their eyes pop out of their sockets. Even a nurse passing by dropped her clipboard in shock. Which caused a stir and made everyone come out of shock, which made Mirko stop hugging the green-haired boy. Mirko. I will never forget what you did for me, I owe you one. Izuku. It was nothing, that's what a hero does. Smiling as he rubbed the spot where he was attacked, he could feel the stitches. Mirko. I want to see how you say that to your mentor. Looking at the door, his action is imitated by the teenagers, who can see their mentors standing in front of them. Manuel was just serious looking at Lita and Gran Torino. You could see him blowing smoke out of his head in anger and tapping his foot lightly on the ground. Izuku's mind. I'm dead. Nana. Don't exaggerate, if I were younger I would kill you, at least I would leave you with a bruise. Izuku's mind. That doesn't help me. Change of scene. While our favorite green-haired man was about to suffer the wrath of the veteran hero, we can see the other two cool wives of the green-haired man who were now at their agency watching the latest news on Hosu. Kinda. It's clear Rumi had fun. Watching how they carried Stain away on a stretcher with some handcuffs, giving an uncomfortable pose, and that surely his bones were broken as if they were noodles. Ryuko. You can say that, after all she doesn't know what it means to hold back. Kinda. They also said there was a Nomus attack, but it wasn't difficult at all, and Dever was also there. At that moment, both women's phones received a message. Kinda being the one holding it in her hand, checked that it was Rumi's, when she opened it she couldn't believe it. Price. Nomi iodine. Ryuko. What's wrong with you? Checking his phone too and seeing that it was a photo that Rumi sent. Where it was clearly visible, you could see Mirko taking a selfie, revealing behind her and Izuku in his hospital bed, being hit by Gran Torino with his cane. In addition, in a red circle in the photo, the wound the green-haired man had is marked. This obviously wouldn't leave a good taste in the mouths of the heroine duo. Kinda. That boy, he's in serious trouble. Then Hosu. After being scolded and congratulated for helping arrest Stain, they left the green-haired boy and the blue-haired boy alone. But the blue-haired man could notice how the green-haired man had trembled slightly. Lita. Are you okay Midoriya-san? Izuku. SC, solo senti on escalafrio. Lita. It might be a sign that something bad is going to happen to you. Izuku. That must be it. Izuku's mind. Is it weird to feel that? Fifth. I felt once that I found out that the woman I was with threatened to cut off my manhood. First. I felt that when I was close to dying. Nana. Maybe you're in danger, but the carrier hasn't come out yet. Fifth. That spoilsport is in the background watching the soap operas the boy watched with his mother. Izuku's mind. Don't buck with me, they even see my memories, can't I have privacy? Nana. Don't be like that, it's adorable to see you in your Almight pajamas. Fifth. Or you when you fought with your sister. Izuku's mind. Life is bucked up. Time skip. Change of scene. After having entered all this time with Gran Torino and having a great advance with the One for All, he had to return home while answering messages from his friends for having shared his location that day. Izuku only knew that Mirko left Hosu after all, at least as far as he knows. Since the whole time he was in the hospital, she was visiting him and talking to pass the time. Now in a more civilized way. It seems she managed to get past Mirko's wall and now have a friendship. At least she wasn't killing him with her gaze anymore. But the strangest thing of all is that during those days, he didn't receive a single message from his other wives. They only sent him one before returning. We need to talk. It was the only message he received from either of them, knowing better than anyone that it didn't mean anything good. Standing in front of his home, he bravely took out his key and unlocked it. Slowly proceeding to open the door, but that went down the drain when it was opened abruptly. For a dragon's tail. She had taken the green-haired man by the waist, who was so scared he couldn't do anything, closing in behind him. Being able to only feel somewhat comfortable in his rear, noticing that he was on the couch. But when he looked up, all he could do was sweat in fear. Because in front of them were Ryukyu and Kaina, and they were not happy at all. Their angry expressions and black auras were already too much context, and it was unnecessary. Izuku. Oh hello Kaina-san, Ryuko-chan, why are you like this? Are you hungry? Trying to save himself by using his best weapon against women, food prepared by him. But at that moment Kaina put him in front of his eyes. Looking at the photo I had of Mirko and his selfie in the hospital, also noticing the red circle. Which pointed to him and his number with Gran Torino. At that moment he noticed Mirko, who was standing in the kitchen doorway. Eating a carrot, giving him a smile and waving with his free hand. Izuku's mind. Daughter of a mother rabbit. His last thought being when he was caught from his neck by a key of Lady Nagant. And at the same time watching how Ryuko, from who knows where, got a bird feather. Ryuko. Well Midoriya-kun, you'll have a lot to explain about everything that happened in Hosu. Izuku's mind. Mommy. End of chapter. Chapter 14. What am I what? Chapter 14. Izuku's mind. How did I end up like this? He asked himself as he lay in his bed in his new home. Being with a slight mark on his neck because of the key that Kaina had made him. And a little pain in his back, courtesy of Ryuko, who had applied a wrestling hold. All of this was witnessed by Rumi, who just laughed her head off since she was the one who had informed him about their fight over Stain and his injury. Izuku's mind. At least I think I managed to calm things down, I just hope we can look each other in the face without wanting to kill each other. Finally sleeping after his great torture by two of his wives. Falling into the arms of Morpheus and entering a deep sleep. In Mirko's room. We can see the rabbit woman in her bed, looking at her phone and it being the only light illuminating her. Mirko's mind. Haha, those two sure have fun. Looking at the photos he took when Izuku was being massacred by his two friends, but then he focused his gaze on the green-haired boy. Which was shown laughing because of the tickling that Ryuko was giving him with the feather she had brought. Coming to mind for a few moments was that scene where the green-haired man stood in front of her to defend her from Stain's attack. That's what a hero does. Mirko's mind. Maybe I was a bit rude. Getting out of bed to walk towards the door. Mirko's mind. Well, it was my fault too, I just acted without thinking. Starting to walk towards the kitchen to grab a glass and fill it with milk. Mirko's mind. I'll talk to them tomorrow at breakfast to clear everything up. Rumi. Behind her is Ryuko, who was returning from the bath. Ryuko. Midnight snack. He said as if nothing had happened to see her and rubbing his eye to get up. Mirko. Yes, I needed something to calm me down. Ryuko. Does it have anything to do with today? Smiling as he watched the bunny's ears lower a little. Ryuko. Haha, well I won't interrupt you anymore, see you tomorrow. He said as he returned to his room with a wide smile, leaving Rumi feeling embarrassed at being easily discovered. Rumi. Damn lizardfish. Drinking his entire glass of milk in one gulp. Mirko's mind. Why the hell didn't I buy liquor, I need something strong. The next morning. We can see the green-haired man making breakfast as usual. Izuku's mind. And I thought I'd be the last one to get out of bed. One thing that was true, the green-haired man was the first to wake up so far, making breakfast for everyone equally, including Mirko. The only thing the green-haired man didn't know was that Kaina had been awake long before him. Only she wanted to try the green-haired man's delicious dishes. The whole time the green-haired boy was at his internship, he had to settle for Ryuko's and things quickly. Hearing a sweet aroma coming from the kitchen, I knew it was time to get up and go eat. Wearing only a black long-sleeved shirt and purple pants with gun designs. When she left the room, the first thing she saw was Rumi, who was also leaving her room at the same time as her. Rumi. Good morning. He said while giving a big yawn and scratching his belly with one of his hands. Kaina. Hello bunny, how was your dream? He spoke in a casual manner as he ran a hand through his hair. Rumi. Nah, better than last time. Being followed by the gaze of the purple-haired girl who saw where she was going. Kaina. Where are you going? Rumi. Where else, for breakfast? Kaina. With us. Since when? Rumi. Well, from now on, the brat and I. Breakfast is ready. The green-haired man shouted from the dining room, managing to prevent the conversation between the two from continuing. Kaina's mind. Well, it's better than them continuing to fight, I just hope she doesn't kill him when her heat time comes. Walking into the dining room, finding a lovely breakfast. Izuku. I hope you like it. Smiling as he took off the apron he was wearing, but not before being hugged by the purple-haired girl who took him by surprise. Kaina. Is this perhaps a way to make up for the scare you gave us? She said while putting a little strength into her hug, but also letting him feel her breath on his neck. Making the green-haired boy blush a little for the latter, but more for the pain he felt where his wound was. Izuku. Haha, maybe Kaina-chan. Managing to break away from the embrace of the sniper who smiled friendly. Kaina. Well, I'll take it, but I still don't forgive you for doing something so reckless. He said to take her cheek and caress it a little, then take a seat at the table. Mirko, for his part, was already eating even since kinda hugged him. Mirko's mind. Shit, this tastes good, now I see why they always had that face. Enjoying the breakfast in front of him, he might not say it, but the green-haired man had a natural talent for making good breakfasts. This was a point where he now realized that the green-haired man was a good catch. Izuku. Oigan, why Ryuko-san? Looking around for the last of his wives who was not there. Umi. I'm sure she's still asleep, she sleeps like a log. Taking a piece of waffles with honey and letting out a squeal of happiness at the taste. Haina. Why don't you wake her up? Taking his cup of coffee and adding some missing sugar. Izuku. And why me? I just made breakfast, one of you should. He couldn't finish speaking when he saw the women's gazes, which gave off certain intimidating auras. Making the green-haired man quickly swallow the bread he had in his mouth. Izuku. You know what, I'd better do it myself, don't bother. Heading to the dragon woman's room with some fear, although now he didn't know if he had to fear the duo who were having breakfast or the dragon woman. Because something he knew very well was that he should never wake a woman when she is sleeping. He and his father were witnesses and victims of his mother and sister. Obviously neither of the two terms were on good terms when they took it out on them. His father with a handprint on his cheek and he with a black eye. Now I didn't know what would happen if I woke up to a woman with a quirk and dragon features. Izuku's mind. Come on Izuku, if you could manage to appease a woman as wild and rude as Mirko, you can against Tatsuma-san's, besides, she is the most sensible of the three, I'm sure she won't throw me out the window. Knocking on the door a little, but seeing how it's slightly open, giving an open pass. Izuku. Ryuko-san. Opening the door a little, the woman's bed was revealed. Izuku. Ryuko-san. Sticking his head all the way in and seeing the dragon woman inside his sheets. Izuku's mind. And I thought Izumi was lazy. Entering the room to see a traditional Chinese-style decoration with some photos of her during her time at the UA, others with the girls and some heroines from her agency. Once in front of her, he lightly shook the blonde who began to show signs of waking up. Izuku's mind. If it works with Izumi, it should work with her. Izuku. If you don't wake up, I'll give your breakfast to Mirko-san. At that moment the woman's eyes widened, scaring the boy a little in surprise. Ryuko. No. He screamed and woke up with a great leap, scaring the green-haired boy who fell on his back. The woman who was in pajamas saw the green-haired man who met her gaze and she noticed that he was wearing his nightclothes. Izuku. Breakfast is ready. Change of scene. Now we can see the green-haired man who was on the couch in his living room. But the slight bump on his head caused by a dragon woman who was ashamed of having been found in that way by the young Midoriya. Izuku's mind. Women, who understands them. Bigoro. It's a mystery, boy, a mystery that to this day remains unsolved. Nana. They know I'm here, right? Bigoro. As I said, a mystery. While the one for all bearers argued amongst themselves, Izuku decided to kill time with something. Well, tomorrow he was going to the university again and seeing that it was barely 10 in the morning. In addition to watching the video game console that was on the television. Izuku's mind. Let's see, I hope girls have good taste in games. Taking the PlayStation controller and looking at the games I had downloaded. Izuku. Let's see, Mortal Kombat X, a fighting and blood game, this has Mirko's name somewhere. Still looking at the list and thinking maybe I should play it. Izuku. Assassin's Creed 3, I think kinda likes the saga. Izuku. I never thought Ryuko would like Dragon Ball. Izuku. Ryuko is my favorite now. He said happily as he put the game on and smiled as he watched the video game's intro begin. Thinking he was alone, he proceeded to play, although he failed to notice that a Mirko, who had just come out in her heroine costume to start her day, had heard him. Mirko. What did you say? The green-haired man, very scared, turned around to find Mirko, who smiled. Izuku. What? Mirko. Who was your favorite? First. Run ninth. Nana. You screwed up, Izuku, you screwed up big time. Listen to him and run. With Izumi. We can see the green-haired girl in the living room of her new apartment given to her by her marriage to the youngest member of the Todoroki family. Shoto. Hey Izumi, how do you think your brother is doing? He said arriving with an ice cream in his hand and giving one to the green-haired girl. Izumi. Nah, I'm sure he'll be fine, after all he's with Ryukyu and Lady Nagant, they seem reasonable and sensible. Shoto. And about Mirko, do you remember about the hospital? Izumi. Yes, maybe she is a secret tsundere. Shoto. Unit tsundere. Izumi. Hey Shoto, you're still too young for that sort of thing. Caressing the cheek of the bicolor who didn't understand what he meant by that. Shoto. It's going to be lunchtime soon, what do you want today? Izumi. Well. Shoto. King no si katsuden. Izumi. If you start limiting me, I don't have much. Shoto. Does this look like pizza to you? Izumi. With extra cheese. Shoto. I'm calling. Change of scene. Now we can see the rabbit jumping between the buildings of the city. Going on her usual patrol after having a brief chat with her husband about who her favorite was. Mirko's mind. Look, after I was the one who was with him in the hospital, he says that now Ryuko is his favorite, that little guy still doesn't know anything. Reaching the top of a building to watch the passers-by in traffic, looking for at least some way to have fun. Mirko's mind. Although well, maybe that's because I wasn't nice to him at the beginning. Remembering how she kicked in his front door, interrupted and nearly attacked him in front of Almight, grabbed his things without permission, and avoided him most of the time. It was more than obvious that she was at the bottom of the list. Mirko's mind. Maybe after he recovers I'll talk to him. He thought and then saw how a chase began in the distance, giving a smile to lighten his mood. But izuku. Why me? The green-haired man screamed internally as he found some ice on his back, above a palm mark. Courtesy of the rabbit than by anger. Izuku. I will never understand women. Ryuko. Kinda. Is something wrong? Seeing how the blonde had an aura of happiness and flowers around her, working on her computer. Ryuko. I don't know, she suddenly had a burst of happiness. Kinda. Well, I hope that lasts you after lunch, later we have to patrol. Without knowing why, he felt his pride hurt by the blonde smile. Primer Luger. Ryuko. Second place. Kinda. Third place. Rumi. That's how Izuku has them at 3 for how they've behaved. We hope that next time things will change or remain the same. End of chapter. Chapter 15. What am I what? Chapter 15. Izuku's mind. I already miss this place and the noises of this crazy gang. He thought as he saw how all his classmates were arriving one by one. Talking to each other about what happened during their internships and the activities they did. Midoriya's sister was sitting next to her brother, seeing that he had all his things, and then heading towards where he was. Shoto for his part was looking at his phone, seeing some things about the hero killer incident. Izumi. Hey bro, how was your return home? How did they receive you? He said, emphasizing they, which was clearly captured by the green-haired and two-colored man who was nearby, leaving his cell phone to join the conversation. Shoto. Is it true, after telling us how they got along, they received you well when they found out about your injury? The two-colored man asked the green-haired man, who only had a drop of sweat, when he remembered how he was received by a dragon and a sniper who tortured him with tickles. If he hadn't begged them to stop, the green-haired boy would have peed himself laughing so hard. Izuku. Yes, very good. He said with a nervous smile, confusing the bicolor a little, but his sister managed to see behind that smile that something else happened. And being a good sister, she decided to ask. Izumi. Tell me little brother, how did it go this morning when you left, did they say anything to you about it? Smiling as he made his twin tense up a bit, who looked at him wanting to strangle him. Izuku's mind. If it weren't for the fact that we're at the academy, I'd drown you with the toilet just like I did to you years ago. He thought somewhat annoyed when that little memory came to him. Mini flashback. Inko. What am I going to do with you two? She said very annoyed in front of her two children, Izuku and Izumi, who were 7 years old. One had a piece of his head shaved and the other had a wet head, but with a piece of toilet paper on her head. Izuku Izumi. He or she started it. Inko. I don't care who started it. End of the mini flashback. Shoto. And how did it go? Izuku. Well. Flashback. We can see the green-haired man putting on his signature red sneakers at the entrance of his house. Izuku's mind. I already left you both a hot coffee, some bentos with something light for the day, and now that I'm returning to the academy, I won't have much time to cook like during the internships. I hope you understand. Well, I hope Mirko understands. Finishing tying his shoelaces and standing up. Are you leaving without saying goodbye? Behind the green-haired boy who was scared, he saw that it was Kaina, who was wearing her hero costume. Izuku. Oh sorry, I thought you were still sleeping. Kaina. I was visiting her on my way to work, Ryuko and Rumi are still asleep, you have to knock down the doors for those two to wake them up. He said with some grace towards his friends with animal quirk, earning a slight laugh from the green-haired boy. Izuku. Well, goodbye Kaina-san, see you in the afternoon. Diving in and opening the door a little, but being held by the shoulder. Kaina. I'm your wife, say goodbye properly. She said something serious but flirtatious to the green-haired man, who turned a little red from embarrassment. When he turned around he saw the purple-haired girl pointing at his cheek with a finger. Kaina. Give me a kiss before you go. He said with a slight smile and a small blush. Izuku. A sea bream? Have you seen it in the refrigerator? Kaina. I said kiss not see bream. She said angrily and grabbed the green-haired man by the neck, who began to strangle him lightly, his face red with anger and shame. Izuku. Lo see sai too. He spoke in a halting voice as he tried to escape the purple-haired girl's grip. You too, stupid kid, like sea bream. The carrier with the lack of hair spoke, reprimanding the green-haired man for having screwed up so badly. Hamondagoro, don't be like that, you barely have any experience in this dating or marriage thing I should say. Nana Shimura speaks now, trying to defend her student from her student. Izuku was going to respond to her claims, but his thoughts were interrupted when he was quickly kissed by the purple-haired girl. But he had to grab his face to give him a quick kiss on his lips. Then she pulled away and smiled at him while licking her lips, still holding him close as she was still holding his face. Hina. Come back soon, dear. Giving her one last kiss on her cheek and turning around to go back inside the house. End of the flashback. Izuku. Let's just say it went well for me. With a slight blush on her cheeks that only her twin could notice, but she didn't say anything, she just smiled maliciously at what she had in mind to do. But what changed the most was you, right? He said Zero that he was referring to the duo of green-haired twins, the two-colored one who was with them and the blue-haired one with glasses who was about to talk to them. But he managed to get the attention of all of them who approached them to talk about the hero killer. Toru. I heard that Mirko saved them, is it true? Izuku. Yes, it was her. Instinctively touching the place where he was stabbed, Lita did the same with the shoulder where he had Stain's sword. While the others were surrounding the quartet about what happened in Hosu. A certain red-haired man looked resentfully at a green-haired man and a two-colored man. He still hadn't gotten over the humiliation he felt at the sports festival, and even more so now that during his internships, he only received lessons in modeling, education, and wearing jeans most of the time on patrol. And in the case against the bicolor, it's because he was too close to Izumi and he couldn't tolerate that. I'm walking through the door like a normal person. I shouted the P symbol that reached the classroom, drawing the attention of all the students. Izuku's mind. Well, I hope I can lighten my mind with exercise. While the green-haired boy was about to start his classes with his mentor. Let's see what the trio of heroines is doing. At the Ryukyu agency. We can see how the three of them were in the office. Umi. And that's what happened yesterday before I left the house. The rabbit said to the pair of heroines who were with her while she was lying on the sofa in the place. Ryukyu. I see, and you got angry with him. Seeing how the rabbit had an angry grimace while she just widened her smile. Understanding now why he had a sudden increase in happiness and calm inside. Hina. Don't brag, you want to, you are just for now, thanks, I'm still playing. Annoyed that she was in second place, but she only grew angrier when she saw how the dragon laughed slightly. Ryukyu. By the way Umi, why the sudden change in you getting along with him? Hina. It's true, did something happen in Hosu and the hero killer? Looking seriously at the rabbit who tensed a little, not because of the sniper's gaze, but because she remembered how the green-haired man and his heroic act to prevent her from being stabbed. Mirko. Let's just say, he showed me I was wrong, although not in the way I expected. Ryukyu. Does that have to do with you breaking Stain's spine, breaking 4 of his ribs, and knocking out 3 of his teeth? Mirko. Yes, I won't deny it. Hina. It's almost lunchtime, I'm dying to see what she made. Mirko. Screw the schedule, I'm already craving those broccoli delicacies. He said to take his bento and open it eagerly, the first thing he received was the smell of the food and then see what he had. A rabbit made of rice and 2 sausages that were as big as his ears. This only caused Rumi's eyes to sparkle with excitement and how cute it was. Rumi. I don't know whether to eat it or leave it as it is. Hina and Ryuko saw Rumi's bento, curiosity getting the better of them, and took out their bentos as well. Being able to see that they were a kitten and a teddy bear in each one. Ryuko. She really puts a lot of effort into making us lunch, I think we should give her something as a reward. Hina. I agree. Hina's mind. Although I think I already gave him one in advance. Licking his lips at that occasion at the door of his house. Change of scene. Time skip. With Izuku. After completing rescue training with Almight. That took up a large part of the day and required a great effort from everyone, leaving them exhausted. But now our green-haired man was outside his mentor's office. Forward. Said the voice behind the door that gave the green-haired man the signal to open the door. Izuku. I lament the delay Almight. Almight. Don't worry, boy, have a seat, I want to talk to you about something. Izuku's mind. He looks more serious than usual. Almight. I have 2 things to ask you, young Midoriya. Izuku. What would they be? Almight. The first thing I'd like to know is, how are things going with them? You know what I mean, did you have a little problem with Mirko again? You know I can take care of it. Izuku. Don't worry All Might, it seems I managed to calm things down between us, although of course it wasn't easy. All Might. What happened? Izuku. I'll tell him, but don't get mad. All Might mind. Why do I feel like I won't like this? Izuku took off his jacket and removed his shirt, showing the scar where he was stabbed. Leaving the American hero surprised to see that scar. All Might. What happened? He said worriedly and looked at the scar in detail, realizing that it was not a simple superficial cut. Izuku. What happened was. With Izumi. We can see how the green-haired girl was next to Shoto, Uraraka and Lita. Those who were waiting for the green-haired man to finish his things. Uraraka. Hey Izumi-chan, do you know that Bakugo has been looking at you a lot? Starting a conversation among themselves to pass the time, although the bicolor had a slight tick upon hearing that. Izumi. Oh yeah. I hadn't noticed, I was more focused on other things. I speak sharply and coldly about the mention of the Polisoniso. I still haven't forgiven the way he took his revenge on her at the sports festival. She was rather grateful that her brother had defended her, although she was a little afraid of that side of Izuku she saw when he hit Bakugo on the ground and got blood on his face and hands. Izumi's mind. I hope it took a long time to see that side of me again, now it's clear to me that I shouldn't make Izuku angry to a certain point. Lita. Although I'm not very familiar with that romance thing, what do you plan to do with it, Izumi-san? Shoto's mind. I think I'll have to take charge. Somewhat angry to think that the Polisoniso still had in mind to take revenge on the Midoriya. Shoto's mind. If I can prove that I'm capable of defending Izumi, maybe Izuku won't threaten to hit me like Bakugo anymore. How clever you are, Shoto. Hey guys. The green-haired man had arrived where everyone was. Uraraka. Deku-kun. Izumi. You finally appeared, where have you been? Izuku. Sensei wanted to talk to me about some things I had with the improvement of my quirk, it seems that I managed to impress him. Uraraka. It was to be expected, you've improved a lot since the festival, what kind of training did you have? Izuku. It was a bit hard to be honest, but I'm glad it won't break my bones now. Shoto. Say it now and see if you stop having this habit of having scars. Lita. I agree with Todoroki-san on that, Midoriya-san, don't give us those scares again. Izuku. I don't promise anything. Izumi. Hey, little brother. So everyone began to retreat to the train station. Having a good time with friends, not knowing what was in store for them. But the heroines. Ryuko. Are you sure about this? Seeing that they had a light cake with a thank you message written in the center with chocolate. Hina. What else can we do? Katsuden would be very obvious. Rumi. It was either this or buy him something from Almight or from us, and believe me, the guy already has enough of our products. Remembering how I check some of the green-haired boys' things. But at that moment they received a call from the dragon's phone. Ryuko. See. Habla Ryukyu. Bol Ryukyu, Soi Nezu. End of chapter. Chapter 16. What am I what? Chapter 16. Izuku. It's delicious. He said eating another piece of the cake that the three heroines had brought for him. Right now everyone was at the kitchen table starting the cake. Everyone in their pajamas since it was dark. Ryuko. It's true, we were a bit undecided whether to choose this one with 3 tres leches or the one with chocolate and manjar blanco. Taking a piece from his plate, enjoying the cake she had brought. Rumi's mind. The idea was that he would eat it alone. The original plan was for Izuku to eat the cake just as a way of saying thanks and to have a good time with that cake so he can relax freely. But as always, Izuku is a godsend and shared his gift with him. The poor rabbit would like to hit a wall of spikes now for trying to hit Izuku in the first days of marriage. Hina. How did it go at Izuku Academy? Izuku. Pretty good, many have changed thanks to their internships. Mirko. Like you, did they receive a death scar? He said with some grace, managing to make the green-haired boy blush a little from remembering that occasion. And even more so since 2 of his wives almost laughed him to death inside the house. Izuku. No, luckily no one else received a wound like mine. Laughing a little as he cut another piece of cake but feeling a spoon touch his cheek. Hina. Don't think we've forgotten that time, Izuku. Tensing the green-haired man a little, he just swallowed his paper with some fear for his words. Mirko. The only one who can instill fear in broccoli is me. She said to impose her authority as the only one who can scare the little green-haired boy. Not for nothing was she the most violent and rude heroine in all of Japan. Izuku's mind. Is that something very good or very bad? Nana. Well, 50-50. Bigoro. Stay close to the blonde boy, at least she's the most sensible and the prettiest. 6th. Nana and I made a list yesterday, the dragon is at the top. Bigoro. And when did you arrive? 6th. I thought it was fun and decided to come. 1st. Well, of course, although I say that Satsumi would enter into a debate for first place, she was the first to kiss him. Nana. That's true, but before that, she's the most decent to him out of the three of them. Bigoro. We agree on that, but let's see, the dragon has been more focused and seems to be the leader of the group, we only remove the things that the sniper did secretly. First. And the rabbit. Bigoro. Are we really going to talk about her? After threatening and yelling at her in such a way, it doesn't justify her at all, until she has some merit, she will be in last place. All the one for all bearers were in a debate between the positions they have placed, between the heroines. Outside of Midoriya's mind, they continued talking to the three heroines. Ryuko. The end of the term is coming up soon, not to sound like a mother, but how are things going at school? Izuku. Nothing to worry about, I'm among the top 5 in the class academically, unlike my sister. Swallowing another piece of cake, smiling and thinking about how bad things will go for her sister. Kinda. I wish someone had been this diligent during their time at the academy. Emphasizing someone and giving an accusatory look to a certain brunette bunny. Izuku. What do you mean by that, Kaina-san? I ask with some curiosity, but I can tell Rumi choked on her cake. Izuku. Did I say something wrong? I ask, somewhat confused by Rumi's reaction, but seeing how Ryuko was with a slight laugh that she tried to hide. Kaina. Hey Izuku, tell me, aren't you curious to know what Rumi was like when she was a student? Smiling at how a sparkle came into Izuku's eyes, but seeing how Rumi began to choke, so much so that she began to drink water to wash down the cake. Izuku. Rumi-san is a student. I would love to know. Rumi. Don't you even think about it. He said to get up and cover the mouth of the purple-haired girl, who was trying to speak. Ryuko. They've already started theirs. Izuku. Haha, I think we better put everything away, tomorrow there is still school and you guys have work. Taking the plates they used to eat the cake and floating off to the kitchen. Being followed by a Ryuko who had what was left of the cake in her hand. Izuku. Let me take care of it, could you do it with them? Watching how far away his other two wives were in a small ball of smoke, rolling around the room because of their little argument. Ryuko. Let me take care of it, honey. Approaching him, she pays to give him a kiss on his cheek, making the green-haired man furious because of it, in addition to steaming out of his ears like a locomotive. Ryuko. Haha, you're cute when you're like that. Turning around to go where her friends were and prevent them from possibly destroying the house. Bigoro. There they have another demonstration for her is in first place. Izuku's mind. Can you at least close the communication about their debate with them? While the green-haired man was washing the dishes and listening to the debate the carriers were having about classifying the three women in a top. The women who were in the room managed, or rather Ryuko managed to calm them down. Mirko. Don't even think about remembering my dark past. Kaina. The only dark thing you have here is your skin. Mirko. Damn daughter of a bitch. Ryuko. You basta. She said to take out her wings for a moment, managing to appease the duo of friends who were fighting. Ryuko. Ugh, well, now that you're calm, go rest, tomorrow we still have work to do. Mirko. Now that I remember, aren't we going to tell him about that? I ask, remembering how at no point did they talk about the topic they discussed with Nezu. They just spent their time talking about their day and eating cake. Ryuko. Nah, leave it, we left it as a surprise. Mirko. Sometimes you are malevolent. Kaina. And with that good girl face. Ryuko. What did they say? Kaina. Rumi. Nada. Change of scene. It was now 12 midnight and our parsley hair was in his bed with his phone. Watching some news that was talking about what happened to Stain and the injuries that a certain rabbit that was a few doors away near him had inflicted on him. Izuku's mind. Gosh, thank goodness we get along now, I think, how is Stain doing now? And totters. We can see the hero killer Stain on a stretcher inside his cell. Completely encased in plaster, he almost looked like a mummy except for his face. Inside his cell was a group of guards who were there to watch over him. And help him with things like scratching himself or taking him to the bathroom since he couldn't do it alone now. Guard 1. How are you feeling, Stain? Can I give you a hand? He said with some grace in his words, earning a dirty look from the black-haired assassin, but also some laughter from his colleagues. Stain. You think you're really funny, right, you son of a bitch. Back with the parsley head. Knock knock. The door to his room had been knocked on before being opened. Izuku. Who is it? I asked to see clearly that it was Kaina who closed the door behind her. Kaina. Good night, dear. Arriving where the green-haired boy was, who was covering his face with a huge blush. Well, the woman was wearing a short-sleeved white shirt, highlighting her spectacular figure and a little of her breasts, which were not wearing a bra. And some black sleep pants, which were rolled up a bit to show off her beautiful legs. When the woman reached the green-haired man, he grabbed her face and brought it close to his. Izuku. What are you doing? Hina. I just came to wish you good night, darling. Giving him a quick kiss and then catching him in her breasts, being a warm hug. Izuku's mind. Oh glory of glories, oh divine testament of the eternal majesty of God's creation. Hina. I wanted a little of you before bed, with you I get rid of all the weight of work. Izuku. At least I'm glad to hear it. Receiving one last peso and feeling the woman's finger caress his cheek. Hina. When your birthday comes, I promise to give you an unforgettable gift. Izuku. You don't have to worry about that, I'll settle for anything. Hina. I'm glad to hear that, but I'll give you a little preview. Izuku. Ah, that's refi huh. The boy moaned slightly as he felt the woman bite him on the neck, knocking him down on the bed. Izuku's mind. I'm getting slapped. The next day. We can now see how the green-haired boy was about to leave for the academy. Of course, not before leaving a nice breakfast for his wives who were still sleeping, or so he thought. Are you leaving already? The green-haired boy tensed a little and turned around, hoping it was the purple-haired girl like last time. But not. It was Ryuko standing in front of him with a slight smile, although a little disheveled. Izuku. Good morning Ryuko-chan. The boy said politely to the dragon woman, who smiled in response and approached. Ryuko. Good morning, you're leaving without saying goodbye. Izuku. It's not my fault you slept so much, besides your snoring tells me everything. Smiling as she watched the woman blush a little in embarrassment, though she coughed a little to calm herself down and be serious again. Ryuko. Well, I'll try to get up earlier to say goodbye to you. Izuku. You don't have to do it, I know you work a lot, you should at least rest more. Ryuko. You're very understanding about those issues, I'm glad I got to marry you. Ryuko's mind. I'm glad she didn't take the path of drinking. A picture of herself comes to mind, where she is surrounded by bottles of alcohol, forgetting her problems and blaming drinking for everything that happens to her. But she came back to reality when she felt something soft against her cheek, it was Izuku who gave her a kiss that took her by surprise. But her surprise went away when she smelled a very familiar smell on the boy. Izuku. See you later. Ryuko. Un momento. Taking it and lifting the green-haired boy's neck, he could notice that he had a hickey. And the smell that came from him, I knew very well. When she released the green-haired man, her hands went to her hips and she gave him an accusing look. Ryuko. Anything you want to tell me about it, Izuku? Making the green-haired boy nervous, since now he didn't know how to say it, he could swear that fire was in the dragon's pupils that sharpened. What's going on? Izuku. You Kaina-san. He said pointing behind the blonde who turned around and saw Kaina who had just gotten up. But seeing how the green-haired man left the house, escaping from the blonde dragon who was now looking at her. Ryuko. Let's see Kaina Tsutsumi, could you explain to me why little Izuku had a hickey on his neck and your scent was on it? Kaina. There's a funny story behind it. He said, then jumped back and closed the door to his room, but felt like a blow open a hole. Noting a dragon. Ryuko. Here's Ryuko. Kaina. Help. Change of scene. We can now see how the entire Class A was in a very different situation than those they had faced. And they were. Final term exams. Izawa had told them that if they managed to pass the practical and written tests, they would be able to go to the summer camp they would be holding, but they would have to study a lot. Obviously that was more for those with the lowest grades of all. Among those were Mina and Kaminari. But let's see how our viable green-haired guys group is doing. Izuku. Come on cilantro hair, the exams are easy. The green-haired man said to his sister, who was pouting and shed slight anime-style tears. Izumi. Shut up, you parsley, it's easy for you to say because you're among the top 5 academically. She was ranked 12th in her class. Neither so low, nor so high of all. Uraraka. Come on Izumi-chan, I know we can make it through, I hope so. Shoto. If you paid attention in class, it wouldn't be that difficult. Lita. Todoroki-san is right. Kaminari. You say that because we have the highest grades, you are cruel to us. Aoi Rozu. If you want, I can help you study. Mina. Yamomo. Aoi Rozu. But I can't help him with the practical. Izuku. Don't feel bad about it Yaoi Rozu, just offer your help, hopefully some could follow your example. That was a hard blow from the green-haired man to his companions, as well as his sister. Izumi. You're cruel. He said to give his brother a soft blow. Although the only thing that Midoriya didn't realize was that Yaoi Rozu blushed at the compliment she received and used her as an example. By then lunchtime had arrived. Izuku. Well, who's hungry? But the heroines. We can see how they are now at the agency. Mirko. So that's why you broke Kaina's door and were strangling her? The brunette rabbit asked the blonde dragon, who just nodded while doing some paperwork. While the purple-haired girl had an ice pack on her head. Mirko. Haha, epic. Ryuko. Well, leaving that aside, we have to finish some work. Kinda. That's true, we're going to be gone for a while to help out at that camp. Mirko. Because of the camp or because we can be alone with the green-haired boy? Kinda Ryuko. Ambos. Mirko. How direct. End of chapter. Chapter 17. What am I what? Chapter 17. Izuku. How do you feel kinda-chan? Said the green-haired man who was stroking the sniper's hair, which was curled up in his lap like a puppy scolded by its owner. In this case, he would be hanged by the dragon. Kinda. Keep going like this, just a little longer and I'll be better. She said as she snuggled deeper into the green-haired man's lap as he continued to cuddle the woman. Although of course, it seemed that someone was not very happy with this deal. Mirko. Oh come on Fangs, stop that face or you'll get wrinkles. The rabbit said when she saw how the blonde was looking angrily at her purple-haired friend. Ryuko. I don't know what you're talking about, Rumi. Since they and Izuku had returned from the academy and they from the agency. Kinda looked like she was almost going to kill the green-haired boy for ratting him out that morning to Ryuko. Although of course, Izuku using his Yuke magic managed to save himself from the sniper's wrath, although of course, that earned him the situation they are in now. With him stroking her hair and her happy on his lap. Kinda opened her eyes for a moment and looked at Ryuko, smiling as if she had won a battle. Ryuko's mind. I'll beat that smile out of you. I didn't know when Rumi grabbed her by the hip and she was struggling. It seemed that her body moved instinctively a kinda silent mockery. Rumi's mind. Please Kinda, I'm supposed to be the angry one, not Ryuko. While the rabbit was restraining the jealous dragon, our duo were having a whispered conversation. Kinda. Don't think I forgot that you ratted me out to Ryuko this morning. He said to give a small pinch on the green-haired boy's leg who complained a little. Izuku. Haha, sorry. Kinda. You'll have to do something to make up for that, it wasn't fun being hanged. Izuku. Do you think I should prepare something for you? Kinda. It could be some potatoes and some anticuchos. Izuku. I didn't know you liked Peruvian food. Kinda. Is among the best in gastronomy worldwide. Creator's note, long live Peru. Change of scene. After Izuku cooks the delicious anticuchos for Kinda, I forgive him for leaving her alone against Ryuko. Now we can see how the green-haired boy was in his room, with his flashlight illuminating his table and the notebook he was studying. He knew that the written exam might be easy for him, but he was not one to be overconfident. Not against villains or exams. Izuku's mind. Okay, another 15 minutes and I'll go to sleep. Seeing that it was almost 10 o'clock, he knew he had to go to the academy tomorrow and then figure out how to help his dear annoying sister study. He knew better than anyone that Izumi might not be an outstanding student, especially knowing that what his twin sister hates the most is math, while he is a lover of it. Knock knock. I'm coming in. The green-haired man turned around to see the person responsible, not wanting it to be Kinda. He didn't want to get into trouble with Ryuko again if he managed to save himself from her this time in the morning. He had no idea how to get out next time. But. Izuku. Ryuko-san. It was the same blonde dragon who had entered his room and was in her pajamas. Ryuko. Were you waiting for Kinda? She said with a cute pout that made her look adorable, managing to turn a little red with that expression. Izuku. How? Ryuko. Don't get smart with me, Izuku. Taking a step, he managed to get the green-haired man to get up from his chair and put it in front of him to use as a shadow. Izuku. I'm not doing anything to myself. Ryuko looked like she was going to go left, but she saw Izuku go right. When she wanted to go left, he went right, slightly moving the chair he was still using as a shield. Ryuko. Why are you backing away? He tried to feint, but the green-haired man quickly anticipated it and now he was on the side where Ryuko was. Izuku. I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku's mind. If Kinda's Hiki, who has normal teeth, hurt me, I don't want to imagine if she did it. He said looking at Ryuko's fangs, who was trying to catch him. Ryuko. Come here. So the two of them began to turn from one side to the other, with a desk chair in the middle of them. They seemed to play to the beat of the music where they stop when the music stops and sit on the chair. But instead of music, it was a broccoli escaping from a dragon with possibly unholy intentions. With Mirko. She was in her room, managing to consolidate sleep, but her ears had perked up upon hearing a certain noise. Mirko. Hey, what's going on? Getting up a little from the bed, his ears had moved towards where the noise was coming from. Mirko. The boy's room. What is he doing at this hour? Putting his ears against the wall to see if he could understand what was happening. Mirko's mind. If he's polishing his sword, I wouldn't be surprised, after all he's still a Homer teenager. Stay still. Please calm down, I'm getting tired. The brunette rabbit's face turned red because she knew it was Izuku, but she never expected the other time to be from her most ethical friend. Mirko's mind. What the heck, Ryuko, but it's supposed to be a long time until mating season. Putting his ear back to the wall. Can we stop now? Not until you cooperate with me, I will not harm you. I've been told that before and it almost killed me this morning. Mirko's mind. This morning. Did they have a quickie in the morning before hanging kinda? I think that explains why she was angry about the hickey. But the alligator gar and the cilantro head. Ryuko. You're mine now. Managing to grab the boy and throw him against the bed with her on top of him. Both were a little tired due to the chase that the dragon and the broccoli did. Ryuko. What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you run away from me? He said something between gasps, ignoring the fact that they were in a very compromising position. But noticing how he looked away. Ryuko. Why don't you look at me? He said with some sadness, it seemed to hurt him and even more so coming from that kind boy. Izuku. You're bust, Ryuko-chan. He said now red as a tomato and when the blonde looked down at her breasts. She could tell that her bra was very close to the boy's face. Now it was her turn to be red with embarrassment. A few seconds later. Ryuko. I'm sorry about that, I just wanted to talk to you before I go to sleep. Izuku. I'm sorry too Ryuko-chan, I didn't mean to see your Ryuko. Please forget about that. Remaining in a somewhat awkward silence again. But this time she was bolder and grabbed the green-haired man's face so he could look into her eyes. Even though his face was embarrassed. Izuku. Huh. Ryuko-chan, what are you going to? He couldn't finish as he was kissed by the dragon, opening his eyes in surprise, but he could notice how the blonde was the same as him. Very red and somewhat tense from this action. But for this occasion, Izuku, with some courage, continued the kiss and gently placed his hands on top of the woman's palm and the other on her cheek. The kiss lasted 15 seconds and they both broke away to look into each other's eyes. Noticing how very red the two of them were from this. Izuku. Is this what you wanted? He said while unconsciously stroking the dragon's cheek with his thumb. Ryuko. Well, it's that I wanted. Izuku. Kiss me, is it because of kinda-sense hickey? Now it was the dragon's turn to be the bag of nerves since her face said it all. Ryuko. Kinda was overshadowing you, I want some attention too. She said with a pout which with her blush made her look adorable. Izuku's mind. It resembles one of the plushies that Izumi has of her. Hug the boy and say something nice to him. The green-haired man could hear that it was the voice of the lullaby, suggesting that he do that action. He listened and gave a hug to the woman who had not expected that action. Izuku. Ryuko-chan, I don't have favorites and I don't like to play with people's feelings, I love all three of them equally. Izuku's mind. Although Mirko-san gets a minus for certain things. Izuku. I even like spending this time with you. Now it was he who kissed Ryuko, a kiss that only transmitted love and tranquility on this occasion. She gladly accepted the kiss and put her hands around his neck. When they separated they looked into each other's eyes with a smile. Ryuko. You don't mind if I accompany you to sleep? Izuku. Of course, no problem. The next morning. Knock knock. Izuku's door had been knocked on the other side. Hey Izuku, are you inside? It was Kaina who was on the other side of the door, it seemed strange to her that she saw the green-haired man leave before her. So I decided to go to his room to see if he was there. Kaina. Izuku. I'm spoiled. That was the response I got from the sleepy-sounding green-haired man. Kaina. You'll be late for school. Mirko. I'd let him rest if I were you. The rabbit heroine said with a playful smile, confusing the purple-haired girl a little with that smile. Since I knew that Mirko was just smiling because a fight was about to start or that he knew something interesting, but he wasn't going to tell. Kaina. What do you mean by that? Mirko. Haha. Heading to the kitchen to get some breakfast, being followed by the purple-haired girl. Inside the room. We can see how the green-haired man was just getting up due to the voices of both of them outside. Although when he began to open his eyes and focus his gaze, the first thing he saw was Ryuko's face. Which was still somewhat asleep but very close to him. Izuku. What happened last night? He said turning into a tomato, he didn't want to think that he did it and doesn't remember it. What have you done, boy, you were champions last night. The Dagoro who was quickly heard being hit by Nana said with a laugh before cutting the connection. Ryuko. Good morning. The dragon spoke and stood up and kissed Izuku, smiling and laughing a little when she saw his face. Ryuko. You were very sweet last night. Izuku. What do you mean by that? Ryuko. Don't you remember? You're bad, was I really good? Turning away with a fake sadness, but in truth he was holding back his laughter. Izuku. And then it's not me. I didn't know how to respond to the statement, then I was no longer a virgin. Now I was racking my brains with several questions. Did he do it right? Don't I enjoy it or do I? That and more until I heard the blonde couldn't take it anymore and started to leave. Ryuko. Calm down, we didn't do anything, just a few kisses and hugs. Izuku. That's better, I think. Ryuko. But if we had done it. Taking the boy and looking into his eyes with a provocative expression. Ryuko. I would make sure that you never forget a moment with me, so for now, make sure you keep your chastity until your birthday. Giving her one last kiss on her forehead and heading for the door, giving her a good view of her rear before leaving. Izuku. I better get ready now. That was the only thing he said before he went to get his uniform, while he processed everything that had just happened. Izuku's mind. First Kaina-san and now Ryuko, please don't let the same thing happen to Rumi-san, she's the only one who assures me that my waist won't be the same again. Outside the room. Kaina. Where do you think you're going? The purple-haired girl said, pointing a spoon at the blonde, who was discovered by her friends leaving Izuku's room. Ryuko. Hey, I have an explanation for this. Seeing how the purple-haired girl had a look that made her anger clear. Not long ago she was the one who complained about what happened to him because of the hickey, and now who knows what she did with Izuku inside. Rumi. Haha, I hope it's good. Laughing and seeing the funny side of this whole situation. Change of scene. Now we can see how the green-haired man was at the academy. After managing to get out of his home alive after the argument between Kaina and Ryuko. And just one look at Rumi's playful smile, she was now safe at the academy. Or so I thought. Now he was watching how a blonde from Class B was bothering him and his friends while they were eating. He already knew him, unfortunately. He was Monoma of Class B, not just yesterday he dared to hit him in the cafeteria and mock him for fighting the hero killer. Now they were in the field, Shoto looked like he was going to explode at any moment and he was the most calm of all. Izuku. Listen carefully Monoma, you better go. Monoma. What? You're going to fight with useless pleasure. Izuku. Don't complain if you end up worse than Bakugo. Being surrounded by lightning, scaring his companions a little since they knew that making Izuku angry was not a good idea. The sports festival was a demonstration of what happens if it happens. And the whole UA seemed to get the message, but it seems that not everyone understood it. Before Uraraka, Izumi or Lita stop Izuku, someone was faster. Monoma was knocked out this time with a powerful blow to the head with a large fist. It was Kendo who had come to save Monoma from a certain beating. Kendo. I am very sorry for my partner's behavior, I hope you forgive me. Izumi. Thank goodness you arrived on time. He said to see how Izuku stopped using his quirk. The green-haired man could notice that Monoma was still conscious. Izuku. You should be ashamed that your president comes to solve the messes you get into, why don't you learn something from her, aren't you the vice president of your class? He said angrily, he knew that attacking him physically would not help, but his other best weapon did, words. Izuku. You leave all the work to her, and on top of that she has to come save you, you really are a disgraceful man, I feel more sorry for her than for you. Now the cheap copy of Justin Bieber had no words to say in his defense. The green-haired man had shot him with a burst of cruel reality. Izuku. I'm so sorry you have to come here and all this Kendo-san. Kendo. I appreciate the concern, especially when you didn't use violence. Shoto's mind. She says she threw the first punch. Kendo. I'm sorry to interrupt your study session for the exams, I hope you can come in. Lita. Thank you for your good intentions Kendo-san, if you would like you can join us to study. Kendo. I don't think it's necessary. Uraraka. Oh come on, you're also one of the smartest, we could use some help. Izumi. Maybe this way I can understand you, Lita-san and Oni-chan give me a jacket. Izuku. Leaving aside the fact that my sister is a brute, we would like to have you to study, you would be very helpful, at least if you can't we will understand, after all you are the president of your class. Kendo now didn't know what to say, she was happy to be flattered for her academic skills. Kendo. Of course, they don't mind if I bring some friends, they're also a bit rough. If another one with green hair comes along, I'll laugh my ass off. Uraraka said laughing and preventing Izumi from grabbing her hair for that insult. Izuku. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. Smiling as usual in her Yuke form, giving Uraraka a diabetic attack who was at Izumi's mercy, who was trying to choke her. But without knowing that Kendo had a heart attack that turned red. Kendo. Boo be well, we're leaving tomorrow. He said to leave the place so they wouldn't see his blush, especially Amanama who was being dragged. But the heroines. Kaina. Are you sure nothing else is happening? He said, looking with an annoyed look at the dragon who was on her computer, with a calmness that was scary. Ryuko. Since I told you at home no. Mirko. Stop fighting, you better not leave the brat alone until the exams are over. Now both women couldn't believe it, the most violent woman in all of Japan and among the heroes was worried about the studies of the boy she almost kicked to death. Mirko. What, did I say carrots in the face or what? Ryuko. It's surprising how concerned you are about studying when you're one of the worst students of our generation. Rumi. Oh come on, it wasn't that bad. Hina. Rumi, you tried to bribe the math sensei to pass second year. Rumi. Well, just once. Ryuko. Or when you try to skip history class but get caught. Rumi. Well but. Hina. Or when you fell asleep in English class because you were reading your Yao novel at night. Ryuko. Oh when that time. Rumi. Well, not anymore. I'm only worried about the boy since you two are crazy after him, at least I know how to control myself. Ryuko's mind. That's what she says, only when we are careless will she say otherwise. She was grateful that now her whole sleeping with Izuku thing was in the background. Hina. Okay, this week we promise not to overdo it until she's free from her exams. At that moment the three of their phones rang, seeing that it was the group that they and Izuku made to stay in touch. Don't wait for me for dinner tonight, I'll be at my sister's house to help her study, take care, I love you. Rumi. See what I'm saying? Ryuko. Okay you win. Hina. I just hope she's okay, well, let's finish this paperwork to go on patrol. But cilantro and parsley. Izumi. I'm glad you're joining us, Shinso. Seeing how the green-haired boy was next to his brother, he seemed to be happier than usual. Shoto. Why are you so happy? Shinso. They told me I have a chance to get into the hero class. They told me they'll give me a separate test after the exams. Izuku. I hope you've been training like I told you. Shinso. Don't be like that, my body was hurting a few days before the festival, you expect me to have the body you have. Shoto. Well, do you want to order pizza while we study? Shinso Izuku Izumi. Yes. End of chapter. Chapter 18. What am I what? Chapter 18. The new day began once again in the land of the rising sun. The birds sing and the flowers bloom. And we can see how in the room of our green-haired Yuke. He was waking up but feeling something against his face, it was something soft that hit his cheek and it smelled good. Izuku. Meat buns. He thought that was what was hitting him until those buns reached his nose, he raised his hand to remove them. Ah. The moan made her open her eyes suddenly and when she managed to get a signal. He could see that those buns were breasts and they were Kina's breasts. Causing him to move away a little, but he felt like something didn't let him escape, it being the purple-haired girl's arms that had him trapped. And when he looked up, he found Kina smiling mockingly. Kina. Aizu, you are a pervert. Smiling as he watched the green-haired man blush and let out humor from his ears. Izuku. When did you get here? I asked somewhat confused and embarrassed, since as I remembered. When I returned home at night, everyone was asleep. Or so I assumed. Mini flashback. We can see how the green-haired boy arrived at his sweet home at 11 at night. After eating a lot of pizza, helping his brother and friend study, he became very exhausted. He was grateful that I had warned him that I would be late since he noticed that there was no one there. Everything was off, except for Rumi and Ryuko's truck driver snoring, telling her she had nothing to worry about. Taking off his shoes carefully so as not to make so much noise that he would wake his wives. Izuku's mind. Ugh, there are still a few days left until the exams and I still have to study on my own. Putting her classic red shoes aside and heading towards her room. To go to the world of dreams and feel the warmth of your sheets. Although of course, someone who was leaving the bathroom saw him enter his room. Hina. Haha. Laughing a little as he came up with an idea he would enjoy. Izuku once entered his room, he didn't even bother to take off his uniform, just his coat and lay down on the bed, covering himself with his sheets and surrendering to Morpheus's arms. The door had been opened very carefully, revealing how Kina entered very stealthily. Turning around to get into bed and cover himself with the sheets. Kina. Sleep well, cute bunny, haha. Kissing Yuke's cheek, who smiled unconsciously, being hugged by the purple-haired girl. End of the mini flashback. Kina. The advantages of being a spy heroine like me is stealth, you will soon learn it, you should have the example of Eraserhead. Izuku's mind. It takes me, I always forget that sensei can do that from time to time. But he couldn't continue thinking about it when he was caught between the breasts of the sniper heroine. Kina. Just a little more. Izuku's mind. I'm going to faint. I say this as I feel the woman's two cheeks, who was just laughing. But she just pulled away and kissed the boy on the lips. Kina. Very well, I know you need to go to the academy, so that's why I'm just letting you go, but first. In. The quick movement, Kina kissed the green-haired boy again, putting him on top of her. Izuku. Kaina-san, someone could come. He said as he broke away from the kiss but was left speechless when he saw exactly the woman beneath him. Kaina. Do you like what you see? She said with a sensual smile, highlighting her bust that was covered by her short shirt. Izuku's mind. Stupid and sensual Kaina, calm down Izuku, think about the Bible. His eyes had betrayed him, since having a woman like Kaina in those situations was impossible for him. Kaina. Calm down tiger, it's still too early for that, but if you pass your exams, maybe I can give you an advance. Izuku. What does that mean? Kaina. Haha. Change of scene. We can see how the green-haired man said goodbye with a hug to Ryuko, who had just woken up. After being solved his manliness problem that Kaina caused him. He was lucky he didn't have to meet Ryuko or Rumi for them to see him that way. Ryuko. See you Izuku, good luck at the academy. Izuku. You too, I promise that next time I'll leave you a dragon-shaped lunch. Ryuko. See you soon. Giving him a kiss on his forehead and watching the green-haired man walk away. Ryuko's mind. It had a nice scent. The only thing the dragon didn't know at the time was that Izuku, or rather Kaina, forced her to put on perfume. I didn't want to be strangled by the dragon again or make another reference to a classic movie. Rumi. Good morning. It was the rabbit who came out of her room in her pajamas, not counting her somewhat disheveled hair, she looked full of energy. Ryuko. Every time he leaves, you wake up. Rumi. What can I say, it's a routine, we always see him in the afternoon anyway. Ryuko. I won't deny that. Kaina. Hey girls, someone has to go to the UA later, the rat sent a message, he wants to give us our training base. Ryuko. What is the reason for this? We have always planned our training, and there has never been any complaint with our interns. Kaina. You're forgetting that Mirko, the toughest and most violent woman in all of Japan, will be with us this time. She always refused to have interns. She'll be going to a camp where we'll train young people who, perhaps, won't hold back, and the director is worried about his students. The rabbit's veins obviously stood out upon hearing the director's tremendous insult. Ryuko. You have a point, let's have breakfast first and then go to the agency. Rumi. Yes, of course, and I have to go see the rat and receive his sermon on measuring strength. Ryuko. Rumi, if it were up to me, I'd give you a 5-hour lecture on how to measure your brute strength. You've already forgotten that last year there were over 217 villains in the hospital with serious fractures. Kaina. There were even 12 of them who spent their time in the hospital. I shout from the kitchen, unable to see how the rabbit turned her gaze in anger. Ryuko. Well, let's eat. I'm craving some tortillas with honey. Rumi's mind. Oh come on, I'm not that rude, am I? And totters. Stain. Tell me, doc, how many bones have healed already? Seeing a doctor who was doing some x-rays of his broken bones. Made from a rabbit and her strength. Doctor. Of the 141 bones that were broken in Hosu, only 23 of them healed. Let me tell you, the one who did this to you had no mercy. Stain's mind. As soon as I walk again, you'll pay me, Hero and Mirko. Change of scene. At the UA. We can see how our green-haired boy was with his sister and friends. Those who were talking before Ectoplasm arrived to give his review. Izuku. How are things going with the review we did last night? Shoto. Good for me, I managed to grasp the last equations. Izumi. It took me longer than I thought, I think I need more help. Izuku. Could it be because you were eating more pizza than studying? Shoto. And after eating your third pizza you fell asleep. The bicolor received a blow from the green-haired girl for that, being seen by an Izuku who looked away to avoid the furious gaze of his twin sister. Izumi. Here you go. Izuku. I didn't say anything. Looking away, wanting to avoid eye contact with her fierce sister. Inside the one for all. First. Is it me or does the Midoriya twin have a tiger on her back? All the carriers saw that behind Izumi, there was the face of a tiger. Nana. It's the anger he got from calling her a glutton. Then. But I don't know what he said. Nana. You don't understand women. Igoro. And what's the point of doing it now? We're practically dead. Nana. You'll never understand, that's why you never had a girlfriend. Striking something very fragile within the masculinity of the other carriers. Outside the OFA. Lita. Guys, remember that later we have to go to campus to study, we agreed to study together with some of Class B. Izuku. It's true. Uraraka. I still maintain, if another green-haired brute comes, I'll laugh my ass off. Izumi. You are one. Being held by Shoto and Izuku, preventing Izumi from causing the brown-haired girl to become a flattened machi. Someone watched a certain interaction with some anger in their eyes. Bakugo didn't have the courage yet to approach. 1. If he approached her, it was more than obvious that Izuku would launch himself at him to fight. It was still more than clear that none of the brothers wanted him near them. 2. He didn't have the courage to go and talk to him, his pride prevented him, and he might show weakness, which he didn't want to show. I'll have to figure out how to go and talk to him later, once I get to the camp I'll do it. Bakugo's mind. Sooner or later I'll have to do it. At that moment the door of the place had opened, revealing his teacher. Ectoplasm. Take a seat, students. We'll review so you're ready for the exam, because I'm telling you now, it won't be easy. Those who had the most trouble in their subject sweated profusely because of it. It felt like a stone on their backs. In Class B. Kendo. What do they say, do they want to come? The orange-haired girl asked her companions who were nearby. Hinoko. Maybe, I could use some help with some math. Setsuna. I don't know. Kendo. Oh no, you do have to study, you're at the bottom of the class. Setsuna. Haha. Kendo. What do you say? Ryuko. No problem for me. Yui, a black-haired girl, just nodded with a neutral expression, she seemed totally neutral in the case of emotions. Kendo. Okay, so at lunch we're going to study. Kendo mind. I need some help in history, maybe Midoriya can help me. Smiling secretly with a slight blush at the memory of said green-haired man. Change of scene. Time skip. Lunchtime was now approaching, and all students could walk freely around the campus. Being a total disadvantage to a certain rabbit woman who was walking through the halls of the academy. Mirko's mind. I told him to keep it short because I didn't want to run into any pubescent kids, but no, the damn rat had to spend half an hour giving me a lecture on brute force control. Angry as she remembered how she had been in a chair with the principal on top of her desk and a book he had, anger management. And because of that, he was surrounded by students asking for his autographs. Mirko's mind. Where is it? Looking around, she couldn't find her husband amidst all the fan chaos. But Izuku. We can see him with his group outside in the campus garden. Passing a somewhat peculiar scene, where Uraraka was laughing upon seeing Setsuna and Obara arrive. At the same time Izumi seemed to want to drown her. Sharing laughs with the green-haired girl with sharp teeth who watched the scene with amusement like the others. Shoto, Sayo and Lita were going through math with Yui, Ryuko and Kanoko. Izuku, Izumi y Uraraka estaban repasando historia con Kendo, Setsuna, Obara y Pony. With the latter being helped by Izuku as he is the only one, apart from Kendo, to understand it in English. Seeming to fascinate the American girl to find someone else who can understand her. Izumi's mind. Finally, all those Almight English interviews were worth something. Out of the corner of her eye she noticed something that made her tense up a little. Well, he was able to see Mirko herself, who was giving her last photos and autographs to the students. Izumi's mind. Wait, why am I scared? My brother said yesterday that he's getting along with her, but we're talking about an All Might type rage bomb, I just hope that. Could you explain this part to me, Midoriya-san? Said the orange-haired girl who approached with her book, this being seen by Izumi. Anyone who saw them from the front would notice that they are just students who rely on studying. But anyone who saw them behind their backs would think it was a student here, that they were very attached. Izumi's mind. I hope this helps you, little brother. I surreptitiously take a photo, which gave the impression that they were just studying. The Midoriya is always 2 steps ahead. With Mirko. The brown rabbit was about to leave the place until she could see her husband in the distance. But being very close to a certain orange-haired girl. Unfaithful. It was the thought that crossed the head of the white-haired bunny who had already left her fans aside. He took a big leap to leave the place, attracting everyone's attention. Izuku? What was that? I ask as I see everyone looking at the large crater and the ball of pupils around it. Izumi. I'll tell you before you go, but I'll tell you that I'll keep your things when you die. That left both the green-haired man and the others nearby confused. Change of scene. Now we can see how our green-haired friend was next to his twin sister. Who was explaining to him everything that had happened and that he had a feeling that this would leave him in a coffin before his time. Izuku. Are you telling me that Mirko-san saw me from afar? Now understanding why all the students were in a ball and there was a crater that sensei had to repair. Izumi. Yes, and maybe I misinterpreted things when I saw you with Kendo-san. Izuku. But why? We were just studying, we didn't do anything wrong. Izumi. Brother, I'm telling you as a sister and as a woman, we base ourselves on the first thing we see and believe me, Mirko interpreted the first thing he saw and what he saw is you next to a very pretty girl by your side. Taking out his cell phone, pressing a few buttons. Izuku. What are you doing? His cell phone had rang with a message. Izumi. That's the proof you need, brother. At that moment another message arrived on Izuku's phone, but this time he and Izumi saw it. Izumi. Who is it? Izuku. Kaina-san. Come back home, no excuses, it's serious. Izuku. This is bad, right? Izumi. If I don't hear from you, can I keep your things? Izuku. Go book yourself. Passing by her with some fear inside to head to the classroom. Izumi. Is that a yes then? Following the step to start the English class with present Mick. But the heroines. Hina. I already sent him the message, he just needs to come home. Ryuko. Okay, but are you sure about what you saw, Umi? Umi. I'm telling you, Fangs, I was very affectionate with a girl from the nail. The only one who seemed to be happy about this was Kaina, as she had a small smile. Kaina. I thought you wouldn't care about those things, that you and he were getting along, why do you suddenly care about this? He hit the target, the rabbit's ears perked up at that, pointing at the ceiling. Mirko. I'm doing it for you, have you forgotten your stage of depression in high school? Kaina. That was pretty much Ryuko when she broke up with her first boyfriend. Ryuko. Oh come on, they promised not to talk about that again. She said angrily, banging the table with her face red with shame for the dark times of her youth. Kaina. Haha, I remember your mom called us because you were crying your eyes out. Mirko. Didn't Endeavor tell us that Midoriyas could cry like a fire hose? Ryuko. Since when did we go from talking about Izuku to talking about me? Kaina. Tell me something, Mirko, what would you do if Izuku's supposed infidelity were true? Mirko. I would leave him like a mummy. Banging her fists with a frown, but that didn't take away Kaina's smile. Kaina. But what if it turns out to be fake? Mirko. What do you want to bet? Kaina. Haha. Change of scene. Time skip. We can see the green-haired boy walking home, listening to new music that came from the video game that is in the top spots. The journey has ended. And another one started. It is the way of the Tao. Izuku. Darkstar rap, if he went overboard with this rap, his dedication is evident. First. The singers of my era were good, these young people today listen to nonsense. Ventata Izuku. Korishan, esta canción tal vez no tan fiel a la historia real, pero da la incitación a aprender de ella. Taking out his house keys and opening the door, he noticed that no one was there yet. Nana. You should thank Tashi for making you leave early. Igoro. Especially when you told him that they were doubts about jealousy from your wives. Izuku. Remind me to give him a present for his help. Putting on his slippers and putting his red shoes aside as usual. Izuku. Hello. He said to go deeper into his home, but he could not find his wives in his home. Izuku. I assume you're not home. Igoro. Too bad the fourth wielder isn't here, his quirk would be helpful. Nana. Maybe I'm too early, no one can resist this novel. Izuku's mind. I can hear them. First. I'm sorry about that. Cutting off communication to leave the green-haired man in his thoughts. Izuku. Let's see, I still have time to live. Searching on her phone for the photo Izumi sent her, proving his innocence about her alleged infidelity. Izuku. Come on Izuku, you can do it, they are grown women who will listen to an explanation, I'm sure of that. At that moment I heard the door slam open so hard that the wood creaked as if it were almost splitting. Mirko. Where are you, brat? It was Mirko's shout that was heard from the door, making the walking parsley's hair stand on end. Ryukyu. Do you know how expensive doors are these days, Rumi? Kane. You, Izuku. Izuku. I'm innocent. It was the scream that was heard before running footsteps and the slam of a door being bolted shut. Mirko. Oh no, come here. Running to go against the door of the green-haired man's room, being followed by Ryuko who wanted to prevent him from killing Izuku. Kinda being the calmest and most analytical of all, did not lose her composure. But I noticed the green-haired man's phone on the table, on and without a password. She took it and saw the photo where Izuku was seen with Kendo. They're just studying. Mirko. Open the door. Izuku. I already said I'm innocent. 30 minutes later. On the other side of the door you can see Izuku looking everywhere in his room. Izuku. Where do I hide? Where do I hide? Talk talk. Loud bangs were heard from the other side, but he quickly stood against the door to keep from dropping it. Ryuko. Izuku, open the door for us. Izuku. What's wrong with you? Kaina. Love, we've been saying for half an hour that we've already forgiven you. Izuku. I just don't believe them. But fear since I knew what those three were capable of when they met. Mirko. Izuku. Hitting the door harder it creaked a little and almost moved the green-haired boy. Mirko. If you don't open the door, I'm going to get upset. Izuku. Yeah. Opening the door in fear as she heard Mirko's even angrier voice. But what he saw was a pleasant surprise and almost impossible to witness. Mirko. Don't look so much. She said angrily and ashamed of wearing that suit that kinda gave her for losing the bet. But at that moment Ryuko hugged the green-haired boy. Ryuko. Ah, I knew that Izuku wouldn't be unfaithful to us. He said happily and pressed the hug harder. Izuku. Did you really think I would be unfaithful? I just accept the dragon's hug, seeing Rumi who was giving her some tea. Kinda. Well, she bet with me since she said she saw you with a very close friend. Izuku. Oh, Kendo-san and I were just studying for the upcoming exams. Mirko. Well, it was a mistake, okay, everyone makes mistakes. Kinda. Actually, just you, now go get some cupcakes that are in the kitchen. The rabbit just grunted and went for the snacks. Izuku. How long will it be like this? Still being hugged by the blonde dragon, he didn't know when they moved to the couch. Kinda. Just enjoy, Izuku, just enjoy. Sipping her tea and giving a big sigh of satisfaction, Mirko returned with the cakes. Izuku's mind. What a crazy day. Time skip. I'm sorry. Final exams had arrived and this battle was a bit tough, but it was nothing. Luckily I had studied. Izumi also managed to pass, of course, she barely managed to pass math. And I don't blame her, sometimes I even hate memorizing so many numbers. But this isn't the time for that, it's time for the practical exam. According to what Kendo-san told us, they were going to be robots, but something strange happened. All the senseis and Director Nezu were in front of us all. And what happened? It turned out that they are our opponents and they will be in teams. It would be more or less like Todoroki and Yaoi Rozu against Izawa-sensei. Uraraka-san con Aoyama-san contra Tree-sensei. But in my case it was special. It would be a team of 3. It would be me, Izumi and Bakugo. Yeah, we obviously didn't want this, but it was the director's decision to put us together. My face and Izumi's showed our displeasure, Bakugo just snorted and looked away. But our opponent was. End of narration. Izuku. Normal narration. Almight. I'm here, and I'll be your young opponent. In front of the green-haired and Muslim duo, the peace symbol was placed. Izuku's mind. God, what do you have against me? First you give me a rabbit that could kill me, and now I have to face All Might. What more do you want from me? End of chapter. Chapter 19. What am I what? Chapter 19. Uraraka. What are you two doing? The brown-haired girl asked the Midoriya brother duo, who were in a corner of the surveillance room, praying. Izumi. We are asking our Lord to welcome us with open arms. Izuku. I only ask for a miracle, sir, I only ask for a miracle, I promise that if you help me, I will stop eating katsudon excessively and I will not take my sister's box of sweets again. Izumi. My box of sweets. Izuku. Respect, damn, I'm talking to God. Returning to pray, but feeling how he was taken by the neck to begin strangling himself. Izumi. No wonder I always found my box half empty and you said I was sleepwalking. Izuku. Let me go back to your game, San, let me go. Speaking between cut off by the lack of air, but seeing how Uraraka was to help him. Recovery girl. Hey, I'm not going to heal you before the exam. If you get hurt now, I'm not going to heal you when you're out there against All Might. He said as he hit the ground with his syringe-shaped cane, managing to stop the dispute between brothers and the Machi girl who was trying to separate them. Izuku had one hand on Izumi's chest, one holding his neck and the other holding his hair, while Uraraka, on the other hand, was holding Izumi's waist. The three quickly separated and got back on their feet as if nothing had happened. Izumi. This isn't over. Izuku. Haha, good luck with that. Earning a dirty look from her sister, which promised a lot of pain. Uraraka. Hey guys, shouldn't you be planning something to face All Might? He said to calm the atmosphere between the two brothers a little, but changing to nervous faces. Izumi. Well, yeah. Izuku. We have a plan. Uraraka. And, does he know? Knowing who she was receiving the chestnut hair from, they just looked at each other and let out a sigh. Uraraka. Let me guess, he didn't want to listen to them. Izuku. That and we left as soon as they told us we could go gliding. Izumi. Besides, he didn't come to talk, it's not our problem. Uraraka. You still hate him, right? Izuku. Izumi. Of course. Uraraka. Haha. Recovery girl. I hope your resentment doesn't affect your exam. Remember that even though some heroes hate each other, they always work together to save innocent lives. That only made the three of them look at each other because he had some reason in his words. Todoroki and Yaoi Rozu's exam has just begun. The screen showed the students running in the middle of the fake city. And in another one, Aizawa could be seen, who was swinging like Spider-Man with his bandages. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. The short woman saw behind her, both Izuku and Uraraka were looking at Izumi, who was singing the intro of the Spider Hero. Izumi. What? Please, don't tell me that when you don't see him doing that, the song doesn't come to him. Izuku. I'm not going to deny it. Uraraka. Sometimes I would put the song in my mind when I saw his face. Recovery girl's mind. I already have something to annoy Aizawa with. Izumi. How do you think it will go for them? Izuku? If Todoroki can catch Izawa-sensei and with Yaoi Rozu distract him, maybe he can. Izumi? But I have to remind you that the sensei is a professional with years of experience, his chances are very low. Izuku? But remind you, there is a possibility that Yaoi Rozu-san can create a smoker stun grenade. Thus began a battle between the two brothers, arguing over how and why they could defeat Izawa. Even without knowing it, they began to murmur, the words floating around them. Recovery girl. These two have already started. Uraraka. Haha, although I have to admit that their sibling relationship is enviable, I would like to have a brother like this. Something that was noticeable to all of Class A was the incredible sibling relationship between the two green-haired boys. Seiya even said once that she would have liked to have a brother her age, so they could get along as well as they did. While Izuku and Izumi continued their murmured discussion, let's see how the parsley heads' wives are doing. Ryuko. How do you think it will go for Izuku? He said, sitting at his living room table, arranging some of his agency's papers. Hina. I think he's fine, remember he's very smart and trained hard for this day. Drinking a can of soda he took out of the refrigerator. Mirko. Yeah, I have to remind you that he's going to face professionals instead of robots. He said, looking at a manga he had borrowed from the green-haired man's room. Ryuko. And how do you know that? Mirko. The rat told me that day when he called me. Hina. I hope she's okay, Eraserhead and Almight are the only ones I'm worried about. A shiver ran down the rabbit's spine as she remembered a certain angry blonde. Mirko. Nah, I think it will be fine. Ryuko. Living off you would be weird for you to worry. Earning a grunt from the rabbit who just kept reading the manga she had in her hand. Hina. You know she'll get mad when she finds out you took that without her permission, right? Taking a sip of his drink, he sat down on a chair next to Ryukyu. Mirko. He and I are already on good terms so far, I just have to give him a hug, and that's it. Hina. Sometimes I worry about your way of giving affection, Rumi. Mirko. What do you mean by that? Closing the manga and fiercely staring at the sniper, who only took a sip of her soda. Ryuko. I'll be frank with you, Rumi, the relationship between you and Izuku is more like that of close friends. Hina. Tell me, have you already kissed or at least hugged? He said to crush the can he had and throw it against the trash can. Ryuko. Your silence is comforting. He said to close his laptop carefully. Mirko. Shut up if you want, I can be affectionate. Hina. Oh, of course. Ryuko. It is more than believable that the sky is red or that the earth is flat. Earning a laugh from the purple-haired girl and a grunt from the brunette bunny. Hina. If you want, I can give you some advice. Mirko. No thanks, I can do it my way. Ryuko. Are you planning to use that manga as an example? Mirko didn't deign to respond this time, he simply threw the manga towards Ryuko, who managed to dodge it and catch the manga with her tail. Mirko. I'll go on patrol. He said heading to the door with strong stomps of anger and closing the doors with great force. Ryuko. You'll pay for the next broken door. I don't mind. I shout from outside and jump off to start patrolling. Hina. What manga were you reading? Ryukyu showed the cover and both were surprised to see the type of manga Izuku had in his things. Hina. I didn't know you liked that kind of manga. Ryuko. What can I say, maybe I still have more of this type. Hina. You suggest spying on his room, you know he'd be mad at us if he found out. Ryuko. But you want to do it, right? Hina. Well yes, no one will notice and it also helps to see if Mirko broke anything. With Izuku and Izumi. We can see how our favorite brother duo were heading towards the doors of their test. Where the Policeniso was already, who only looked at them angrily, plus at Izuku. Who returned the angry look, obviously still hating him for what happened at the festival. Izumi was already obvious from her motives at the festival, that animal left many wounds and completely destroyed her. A bit of resentment was in his eyes. Izuku. Everything is ready, you know what to do. Izumi. I understand, trust me. The handcuffs they gave him to arrest the fake villain were on his waist. Those who saw everything from the surveillance room could notice how the green-haired duo. They were very far from the Policeniso, about 7 steps away. More with Izumi on Izuku's right side and he had Bakugo on his right side. Uraraka. Do you think you can pass the exam like this? Watching through the camera as the doors opened and the three came forward to begin their exam. Lita. Even if it seems impossible and the reasons why they hate each other are very obvious, they will have to forget about that by now. Momo. Easier said than done, even though Midoriya-kun is kind and understanding, Bakugo-san doesn't help much with his attitude. Seiya. It's true, I highly doubt they'd even want to get close to him, even I would stay away, Kiro. In the fake city. Bakugo. Let them have some damn extras, stay out of my way, you'd only get in my way. Izumi. You are a. Izuku. Calm down Izumi, don't pay attention to him, when All Might beats him up, we'll leave him to his fate, don't let him come crying to us later. Bakugo. What the hell did you say to me, damn it. The powerful gust of wind had spread throughout the area where the three were. Even the buildings and concrete were destroyed. All Might. Who cares about collateral damage, right now I'm a villain, and my goal is to finish them off, come to me, heroes. Izuku. It's here, are you ready Izumi? Inventions. Yes. Izuku. Let's go now. So both brothers dispersed to different sides, Izuku using the float and Izumi propelling himself with his fire. The upper parts of the buildings were still standing. Infusing Bakugo and All Might for this action, although the Pelissaniso did not take it seriously and launched himself against the symbol of peace. All Might mind. This is getting interesting. With Mirko. Said bunny heroine was on top of the building, eating a carrot she had bought. Mirko's mind. A little more affectionate. The rabbit thought as the image of the green-haired man smiling at her came to mind. Mirko's mind. Now that you mention it, did I ever give him anything other than a thank you at the hospital? Remembering that they only talked casually and occasionally gave each other high fives as if they were friends. Sometimes he would give her hugs that were just her putting her arm around his shoulder. Mirko's mind. Maybe I can try. Remembering how Izuku always gave them loving hugs and sometimes kisses. She hated to admit, but now she seemed more like a casual friend than a wife. Taking another bite of his carrot with more force. Mirko's mind. I wonder what he's doing, is he okay? With Izuku. Izuku. Don't come closer. Bakugo. You don't give me orders. The green-haired boy was strongly whipped against the red-haired boy, both falling to the ground in great pain. Izuku's mind. We have to see an opportunity, he's still on guard. Gathering energy in his fingers, he fired an air bullet, which was dodged by the blonde. But I don't know, I expected Izumi to appear behind him and roundhouse kick him in the face. But the brunette rabbit. Mirko's mind. He will surely be, he is very calm all the time. But parsley. Izuku. Damn it. I scream as I am sent flying by All Might and a powerful wind wave. Bakugo. Shiny. I scream to appear in front of All Might and give him a powerful blast. But this was useless, as All Might appeared in front of him and punched him so hard he flew. Causing him great pain that made him spit blood and saliva. Izumi. Are you okay? Said the green-haired girl who was flying at full speed. Bakugo thought she was coming to help him, trying to reach out his hand, but came up blank. Seeing how Izumi walked past him, without paying attention to you, helping Izuku to stand up. Izuku. Yes, I am thanks sister. Both brothers quickly went to heaven to see All Might from a distance. Leaving Bakugo standing up on his own. Izumi. I think it's time for the plan. Izuku. That's right, but I'm worried he'll get in our way. Izumi. It doesn't leave us with many options, we only have 3 minutes. With Mirko. We can see how the rabbit was returning home after passing by a store. Where he had gotten a new video game, since he remembered that day, where the green-haired boy said that Ryuko was his favorite. When I was looking at the console they had in the living room. Mirko's mind. Maybe he'll like it, no one can deny that it was one of the best GTAs in history, I can't wait to see his face when he returns. With Izuku. We can see how he was on the ground, being somewhat injured and tired. Standing at the feet of her mentor and idol, her sister was on the blonde's back. But with the handcuffs to have the fake villain, managing to put it on the blonde's left hand. Midoriya's and Bakugo approved. It was what could be heard from the speakers throughout the place. Izumi. We did it. He said falling to the ground with a big smile of relief. Bakugo. Damn you. Shouted the Pelissaniso who approached the duo of brothers. Bakugo. Damn rats, they got in my way, I was close to catching him. He said, pointing at the blonde who was helping the green-haired girl stand up and remove her handcuffs. Izuku. Catch him. The green-haired man said, getting up as best he could and looked angrily, approaching him. Izuku. As far as I remember, they were sweeping the floor with you, if there is any sanity in your ego balloon, it is more than obvious that no student would be able to order All Might. This might have been different if you had helped us, but you did nothing but hinder us. If you ever manage to graduate from the UA, although I doubt it very much with that villain attitude, you will kill more civilians than save them, and I doubt very much that you will be the next All Might. Bakugo looked like an ant right now, even Izumi, All Might and those watching everything from the surveillance room were speechless. Izumi's mind. Oh no, it exploded. Somewhat nervous seeing how furious her brother was, it had been a long time since high school that he had been this angry. All Might mind. Wow, even I was scared, now I know why my teacher told me that the calmest ones, you should never make them angry. Bakugo. You are one. About to launch an explosion, Almight was about to enter the dispute but stopped in his tracks when he saw how one of the whips took Bakugo and subdued him to the ground. That whip came out of the green-haired man's hand. Bigoro. I'm lucky I'm involved in this, otherwise it would get out of hand. First. Well, there is Daigoro-san. Nana. Your bald guy finally thought of something. Then. The boy will fall in seconds, he is very tired, your successor took him to the extreme. Nana. I know, it seems Toshinori forgot to hold back. Outside the Ofa core. Just as the sixth bearer said, Izuku fell to the ground from exhaustion and the damage he had received. Deactivating the one and with it the whips, Izumi, out of concern, approached to see if he was okay. Before the number one hero could do anything, he had to cough and see that he had some blood. This time it wasn't because of his exhaustion, but because of Izuku, who had previously hit him to get his attention so they could arrest him. Almight mind. Boy, you're catching up with me every day. Watching how the green-haired boy was being taken by robots to the infirmary. Izumi just looked angrily at the little-haired boy who stood up as best he could. Izumi. Don't come near us again. But that said, he headed back the same way to see his brother. Almight mind. I should let them know about your situation, I hope they don't kill me. But the trio of heroes, what am I saying, the trio of heroines. Kinda. I didn't know I would have this for me. She said looking at a photo where she was making her debut as a professional heroine. Ryuko. Leave that, look at this. Seeing a notebook that said Hero Notebook number 8. Kinda. What's wrong with that? Ryuko. There's a lot of information and hero sketches here, look, even your hair. Kinda. Wow, that was when I had longer hair. At that moment the door of the house was opened, being noticed by them. Ryuko. Have you calmed down yet? Leaving Izuku's room, of course, but not before arranging his things so as not to leave any traces. Mirko. What were they doing inside? Kinda. Just seeing some things, just like you. Ryuko. What do you have there? Mirko. Oh, just a gift I got for the dwarf. Kina's mind. Why does he call him a dwarf if you are smaller than him? Ryuko. I didn't know you had those facets. Mirko. Shut up, will you? At that moment a cell phone had vibrated, it was Ryukyu's which was on the table. Kina. Another thing about the agency. Ryuko. I hope not, I don't feel like going out there, it's easier to stop villains than paperwork. Rumi. Something I agree with. When the blonde dragon opened her cell phone and unlocked it, she saw that it was a message from Almight. Ryuko's mind. It's probably an emergency, he's not the type to send a message like that. Your husband suffered a bit on the practical exam, he's in the infirmary right now. This left the blonde confused for a moment, she knew that Almight wasn't in court. But then another message came to clarify his doubts. Young Izuku told me about it when you had a little encounter with Mirko on the beach, but don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Kina. And what happened? Ryuko. Izuku is in the academy's infirmary, it seems that his mentor went too far and that Almight seems to know why we are married to him. Looking across to the albino, who only trembled a little. Ryuko. We'll talk about that later, Rumi. Right now we're going to the academy to see Izuku. Rumi's mind. Shit, I'd forgotten about that. At the UA. The green-haired boy was in the infirmary bed, sleeping after the great overexertion his body had endured. In Izuku's mind. Izuku. Even though I'm here, my whole body hurts. He said complaining about his back due to the stomp from the number one hero. At least it wasn't at its 100%. First. If he had been, he would have been here before his time. Bigoro. And it would be bad for us, he hasn't even established it yet and he has no heir. At that, he received a strong slap in the face, which was heard throughout the Ofa core. Izuku. Haha. Bigoro. Too bad there's no kitchen here, otherwise I'd send you somewhere. The brunette just took off her yellow gloves and cracked her knuckles. Nana. I'll send you to the gentleman in one fell swoop. Izuku. I needed this to cheer me up. First. And you say it, what a way to talk, boy. Izuku. I needed to do it, I was already fed up with it, especially when it didn't fit into our plans. Then. I'm sure the second one and that guy would get along a bit, of course. First. If he doesn't kill him as soon as he sees him. Outside the Ofa core. We can see how Izumi and Shota were watching the state of their friend brother. Izumi. How long will it be like this? Recovery girl. I estimate an hour tops, he's just exhausted, I have to talk to Toshinori so he learns to limit himself. Shoto. And how are you Izumi? Izumi. Recovery girl I'm already cured, luckily nothing serious. Recovery girl. The only bad thing is that you almost broke your left leg and almost broke your ribs, you're tougher than you look, girl. Shoto's mind. I don't know whether to fear or rejoice about that. Recovery girl. I'll go scold that idiot blonde, do you mind if I leave you alone? Izumi. Don't worry, I'll let you know if he wakes up. The little old woman just nodded and left the place. Shoto. I never thought your brother was capable of saying things like that, it seems he had it all together. Izumi. She once acted like this when she faced an idiot in middle school, it was even before she awakened her quirk. Shoto. Really? What happened to that guy? Izumi. The idiot lifted my skirt and touched my butt, Izuku saw it, and without hesitating, he took a stone from the patio and smashed it, he broke his hand from hitting him so much, they had to bring 2 teachers to stop them. Shoto. Well, I understand your anger, I would also do the same if they did something like that to my sister. Izumi. After that the idiot came back with his face bandaged, every time he saw me or Izuku, he ran away. At that moment the door opened, and when they both turned around, they found themselves facing the trio of heroes in civilian clothes. Ryuko. Oh, hola Midoriya-chan. Izumi. Hello, how did you know he was like this? Hina. A little bird warned us. Rumi's mind. A little bird that is capable of eating a hawk. Izumi. Well, we're leaving, let's go Shoto, my brother is in good hands now. The 2-colored man nodded and followed the green-haired girl. Shoto. Do you think it's good to leave them? Izumi. Calm down, they wouldn't dare do anything at the academy. At the core of the OFA. Izuku. Don't you think you exaggerated? Seeing a battered Dagoro, his face swollen from the blows and his legs pointing elsewhere. Nana. Calm down, we're dead, he'll be fine in a few minutes. First. Aren't you very macho? He said, poking the bald man with a stick, who only said ouch in response. Then. I think it's time for you to wake up 9th, they're waiting for you outside. Izuku. See you later, you have to teach me how to use your quirk. Outside the core. The green-haired man opened his eyes little by little, the first thing he saw and felt. It was a white hair, a blonde and a purple one. The other thing was that something was caressing her hair. Izuku. Okay. He managed to accommodate himself, but with some pain. Hina. Don't make an effort, dwarf, you did get beaten up. Izuku. I passed the exam with All Might as my opponent, it's a victory for me. Smiling and bearing the pain in his back. Rumi. That's the broccoli attitude. She said, taking him in a hug and putting him between her breasts. Izuku's mind. I would like to respond to the hug, but it is too strong. Maybe Rumi was trying to be affectionate with the green-haired man, but she wasn't aware of the force she was using. Not counting the pain the green-haired man's body was in. Ryuko. De miso. The blonde said as she pulled the green-haired boy out of the rabbit's hug. Izuku. Thanks Ryuko, I almost ran out of air. Rumi. Hey, it was just a caress. Seeing the blonde with some anger, now having the green-haired boy in her arms. Ryuko. Don't you know you shouldn't take it like that? Rumi. Hey, he's my husband too, I have the right to hug him too. Hina. We know, but I remind you that now he is hurt, what happened to you, are you a wild animal? The 3 of them began a slaughter between their eyes, ignoring the fact that the green-haired man was still in Ryuko's arms. Izuku's mind. It will be hard to go back. Change of scene. We can see the green-haired man already in his UA uniform and he proceeded to retreat to the exit. Midoriya Shonen. The green-haired boy turned around to see his teacher and idol. Izuku. All Might. All Might. Haha, congratulations on passing boy, you did well, it looks like Gran Torino trained you well. Izuku. That's true, although he can be somewhat strict. All Might minced. At least you weren't there when he was scary. All Might. Well Shonen, I just wanted to congratulate you and apologize for overstepping my bounds. I think you should. The blonde and the green-haired man looked behind them and they were the 3 heroines who looked at the blonde like hungry lionesses. All Might. Haha, I thought they had already left. He said to get behind the young Izuku. Izuku's mind. Are you using me as a shield? Ryuko. At least you know how to measure your strength. All Might. It's something I try to do. Izuku. Haha, it's true. All Might. Good luck with them boy, I have to go before my time runs out. The green-haired man just nodded and watched as his idol sped off. Hina. Hey, we're not done yet. Izuku. I think it's better not to continue with this. Rumi. I think you're right, let's go now. Izuku's mind. He knows he can't tell her anything after what happened on the beach. Ryuko. Fine, but next time I see him, I'll have a long talk with him. Izuku. Did they come by car? Hina. Yes, Ryuko didn't want to fly us. Ryuko. I was already in my normal clothes, I don't plan on flying naked. Change of scene. Time skip. We can now see how our green-haired boy was getting ready to sleep. Izuku's mind. I can't believe Rumi-sen got it, I'll always play it, in my free time I'll play it until I complete it. He said to put the game on his nightstand and got into bed. But then the door slowly opened, noticing that it was Ryuko who entered. Ryuko. Good night Izuku-chan. Izuku. Good night Ryuko, do you want to sleep with me? He knew well what they were doing from time to time, it seemed like he was already used to it. Ryuko. It seems you don't get as nervous as before. Izuku. After certain things, I think I've gotten used to it. Laughing a little and getting under the covers. Ryuko. I'm glad about that, but… The blonde this time got on top of the green-haired man, smiling and showing her fangs. Izuku. What are you doing? Seeing how the blonde showed off her bra. Ryuko. Remember I was going to give you an advance if you passed your exams. The green-haired boy just gulped but received a kiss from the blonde and felt her touch his abdomen with her hand. Ryuko. Calm down, I promise to be nice, just this once. Izuku's mind. Dad, your son will become a man tonight. Being kissed again by the blonde and this time I accepted. In the Midoriya house. We can see how Hisashi was drinking some water in the kitchen before going back to bed. But a tickling sensation made him move away from his water and look out the window. Hisashi. If I ever feel this way, my son, carry our family name to the next generation. Raising his glass and drinking it in one gulp as if it were a drink. Returning to his room to get back to his wife. Hisashi's mind. In your name my son. End of chapter. Chapter 20. What am I what? Chapter 20. Mirko. They won't escape from me. The rabbit heroine shouted in the middle of a large green field with mountains and sunny weather. In addition to appearing to be chasing giant carrots with its hands and legs. Catch us if you can. They said the group of carrots that was running away from a happy Rumi who only seemed to be playing with them. Rumi. They will be mine. Running after them with a smile, she felt like a little girl again. But then a tremor caused the whole place to shake violently. Confusing Rumi by such action, but causing the carrot men to become scared. Rumi. What's wrong with them? At that moment another tremor shook the place completely, but this time it was stronger, so that even the mountains began to fall one by one. Mirko. No, what's going on? I scream as I fall into a large hole that opened in the ground, falling into a dark void. You're not doing it wrong. The voice she knew echoed throughout the dark void. Rimko-chan. In the real world. The rabbit opened her eyes, realizing it was a dream, but not before giving her entire room a full view. Realizing that yes, it was just a dream. Mirko. I have to stop eating sweets before going to sleep. I didn't know that you had those whips. The voice came from the other side of the wall and his ears could recognize it perfectly. Mirko. But what a face. He couldn't finish when he heard a knock on the wall and with it one of his paintings fell to the floor. The rabbit put her face against the wall and concentrated to hear better. Mirko. Is that what they are? Applause. Hearing more and more screams that were very low, but as if something was preventing him from shouting it. Mente de Mirko. Ryuko. She screamed in her thoughts when she realized whose voice it was and of course, she didn't have to be a graduate scientist or a super genius to know what they were doing. Mirko's mind. Wait, did he say, whips? Now I had doubts if Izuku was a sadomasochist who likes that kind of games. With broccoli and dragon. Come on love, keep it up. They were the moans and pleas of the dragon, who was being subdued by the whips that came out of Izuku's hands. Who was currently giving it to him from behind, since they were in doggy style. Izuku. This feels incredible. He said, lost in pleasure, touching the blonde's ass who just moaned. Ignoring the fact that they were being listened to by Rumi on the other side. He never thought his first time would be this incredible, especially with one of the most beautiful heroines in all of Japan. Ryuko. Well love time to change. She said to knock the green-haired man down with her own butt, now she was the one on top of him. With Rumi. Needless to say, I was burning with rage and a little hot about what had happened in the other room. Mirko's mind. Damn, how hot must that fang be to do it right now, I'm supposed to wait until I'm 19. She thought angrily and turned redder as she heard how those two were getting hotter and hotter. Izuku why Ryuko. Izuku couldn't think of anything else but the pleasure of touching Ryuko's skin and hot breath. She was face down and he was on top of her, still with his whips that subdued her hands that were tied behind her hair. So that he wouldn't leave her side, feeling every time she was close, taking one of Ryuko's breasts with his mouth. Ryuko. How daring you are. Moaning and letting herself be carried away by the hot rabbit that made her feel in heaven. But 3 more movements, the climax arrived, where Izuku and Ryuko had moaned together, staining the green-haired man's bed. Who separated his mouth from the blonde's nipple and let himself fall between her breasts, catching his breath but seeming happy. Ryuko. Well done Izuku, you did amazing. Midoriya got up as best he could and kissed the blonde, who gladly accepted the gesture. Izuku. Tamo Ryuko-chan. Said the green-haired man who fell asleep from so much pleasure and finished the act of mating with his dragon wife. Ryuko. I love you too. Kissing his forehead and snuggling up to the green-haired boy, hugging him with a smile and falling asleep. Ryuko's mind. I hope they didn't hear. With Rumi. She just had her eyes wide open upon hearing everything that happened between those two. Rumi. Oh my gosh. Her face was blushing and her ears were very close to her cheeks. With a knife. It was obvious that she was furious and lost, not for nothing was she a sniper heroine, trained to have senses far superior to those of ordinary people. And she could hear everything that happened, biting a pillow so she wouldn't scream at the top of her lungs throughout the house. Kaina's mind. You miserable son of a bitch, I'm going to rip your guts out with a corkscrew. The next morning. An alarm started to sound in Midoriya's room, but he managed to turn it off. In addition to the sunlight that peeked through the window of his room. Izuku's mind. I have to go to the UA, they'll give us the exam results, in addition to that crazy dream I had, me from other universes. Trying to stand up, but there were two things preventing him. The first was the pain in his hip, he even swore that one of his bones was hurt, but not broken. And the second thing was that an extra weight was on top of him, even being soft on one side of his abdomen. Turning a little red at the situation and seeing the blonde next to him. Izuku's mind. I did it, I really did it with her. Well there you are, brat, you finally won, and even more so with the fact that you have first place on top of you. It was Degoro's voice along with some clapping, drums and trumpet. Maybe Izuku didn't see it, but the first and sixth bearers had a sign that said, congratulations. Izuku's mind. I'm going to lock them in a cage. The green-haired man thought after no longer hearing his predecessors in his head. Ryuko. Good morning Izuku. The green-haired man fixed his gaze on the blonde next to him, who was only covered by the sheets. Smiling as he watched the blushing green-haired man, who inadvertently looked down at the blonde's breasts. Who accidentally dropped the sheet and left her breasts exposed. Before he could do or say anything, the blonde steeled herself and kissed him. Caressing her cheek while kissing him, Izuku just let himself go and began caressing the blonde's back. When they separated, Ryuko saw the opportunity and began to kiss Izuku's neck, who only caressed her hair. Izuku. Ryuko. The green-haired man moaned as he felt the blonde sink her sharp teeth into his neck, licking it and giving him one last kiss before separating from him. Ryuko. Well love, it was delicious, but you have to go to the UA, you better go take a bath. They were both covered in each other's sweat from the night before, plus the sheets were stained with each other's fluids. Izuku. Of course. Turning around, he clearly took off his underwear and pants from last night, which were the only things he put on to go to the bathroom. Ryuko. Oi Izuku. Stopping the green-haired boy before he opens the door, seeing the blonde who was still in bed. Ryuko. If you ever want to repeat it again, my door is always open. The dragon woman directed while licking her lips and winking at him flirtatiously, laughing when she saw how the freckled man nodded and left the room to take a shower. Leaning back in bed a little to get some more sleep, it was still very early, but feeling the dampness on the sheets from their carnal act, she felt a little uncomfortable. Ryuko's mind. I think I should change this. He thought about getting out of bed, first looking for his clothes that he had left lying around. 20 minutes later. Izuku had returned from the bathroom, thanking all the deities he knew that Rumi or Kaina didn't leave his room. If not, the World War recipe would be recreated in your living room right now. Izuku. Sorry Ryuko-chan, I forgot my uniform so. The green-haired man's face once again turned like a tomato, as his wife was only wearing a red sleeveless shirt and her underwear. Opening the curtains to let the light into the room, apart from noticing that his dragon wife was hotter than bread. He saw that the bed was made and the sheets changed, as well as his uniform in the middle of the bed. Ryuko. I already noticed when I saw your uniform in the closet, so I took it out. Izuku. You're the best Ryuko-chan. Said the green-haired man who caught the blonde in a hug, who only reciprocated the hug. But both opened their eyes when they heard something creaking, it was wood, but they couldn't find the cause of it. A few minutes later Izuku was already changed and ready to go. Izuku. See you later Ryuko-chan, good luck at work. Ryuko. See you, good luck at the academy. Giving one last kiss to see how Izuku left the house to the academy. Yes. The aforementioned flinched upon hearing her name, but when she turned around. What he saw was a furious Kaina, who had veins popping out on her forehead. I could even swear that their hair was moving like an animal's tail, and their eyes were on fire. Rumi just stood to one side of the room, watching everything, with a neutral expression. Since for her, Kaina would do all the work after all, even she finds it hard to stop her from time to time. Price. Dragon of the demon. I scream as I throw myself at the dragon and begin to strangle her. Being so strong that a chair fell to the ground due to the strength of both women. Ryuko. No Mioripian. Unable to finish as he began to lose air, but still with his smile of victory. Mirko. Hey wait, it's already purple. Joining the two to prevent the purple-haired girl from making a stupid move and causing a bigger problem. Change of scene. At the UA. We can see how our green-haired boy was with his sister and brother-in-law watching the group that failed the exam. Mina. I hope to hear your stories at the campfire. The pink alien was crying, depressed for not going to camp with the rest of her friends. All for failing the practical exam with Kaminari against Director Nezu. Who seemed to be just playing with them all the time. Izumi. Oh come on guys, don't be like that. Izuku. She's right, maybe they'll make a last-minute change. At that, some hands were placed on the shoulders of both green-haired men, being serious. Zero. It won't do any good Midoriya-san, you know it's hard to read Aizawa-sensei. Kaminari. Our minimum grade was to pass, not counting the written exam. If you don't understand it, you're worse than monkeys. Kaminari said that he was very close to poking Izuku's eyes, but Izuku put his elbow in the middle. Being the cause of Kaminari's fingers, thundered in pain and he kneels, screaming a little from the pain through his fingers. Shoto. You've improved a lot in your reflexes. Izuku. Even I was surprised. Zero. We talked about it, I don't even know if I passed the exam, I did almost all the work while I was sleeping. Izumi's mind. If only she would put that courage into crucial moments and not in moments of jealousy. Remembering how the dwarf with purple ball hair cried blood because Zero fell on Midnight Sensei's chest and slept on his lap. While the green-haired girl was wandering in her thoughts, she could see out of the corner of her eye how her brother had a certain bite mark on his neck. Which might hardly be visible to everyone since Izuku had the collar of his shirt covering that area. Izumi's mind. Maybe they. At that moment the door suddenly opened and everyone, in a single movement together, were in their seats. Aizawa. When the bell rings, everyone must be in their seats. When he looked at everyone, he saw how his students were in their seats, completely like statues. Aizawa. Well, as everyone already knows, the exams have already given their results and everyone who failed the practical exam, everyone will go. The failed students, upon hearing what their sensei said, could not help but jump for joy. The last-minute change. They all thought about their sensei's words. Change of scene. At the Dragon's agency. The blonde was holding on in pain, looking with annoyance at the person responsible for said action. Ryuko. You know there was no need to be so rude. The sniper lowered her magazine, giving him a look that could pierce the dragon's skull. Hina. You better not speak, Desecrator. You don't feel like shooting yourself between the eyebrows. Returning to his reading to calm his anger. Ryuko. By the way, do you know where Rumi went? She just said she was going on patrol. He remembered how after the brunette rabbit had helped to avoid being exterminated by the purple-haired one. He went on patrol, said only that, and hasn't returned until now, and he hasn't reported any activity. Hina. I don't know, maybe she's asleep, since certain moans could be heard through the walls. Crumpling the magazine and making the blonde blush, she just looked at her monitor to avoid making eye contact. Ryuko's mind. I have to tell Endeavor if I can remodel the rooms. He thought that in the heat of the moment, he couldn't help but get carried away. Hina's mind. I was supposed to be the first. After all she didn't end up being the first with the green-haired man, but it seems that a certain dragon was faster than her at shooting. With Mirko. We can see how the rabbit woman was wearing civilian clothes, sunglasses and a black mask. Not wanting to draw attention to herself at all, she stopped being the heroine Mirko and became simply Rumi Isagayama. Mirko's mind. I hope it works. Taking out his phone and searching through his contacts for a certain number. Change of scene. Time skip. With Izuku. At the UA. After regular classes and everyone going to camp, they couldn't be more happy. Of course, as always said, this is to strengthen them and those who failed will have to do 3 times as much as normal, in addition to having some special reservations. Now everyone was discussing what they could do and what they were missing for a better experience. Toru. What do you think if we all go to the mall tomorrow? Izumi. Not a bad idea. Tokoyami. 2 Iras Todoroki-san. Shoto. I think that. Unable to finish as he saw Izumi give him a sharp look that he swore felt like an ice spear pierced his skull. Izumi's mind. You will go because you will go. Shoto. See ire. The green-haired boy looked at his phone and saw that a message had arrived, realizing that it was Rumi. Izuku's mind. When did he get my number? Come to this address, I want to talk. It was the only thing the message said with a specific location, realizing that the place. Izuku's mind. Why would he want me at the fair? I knew there was a small fair on the beach to have fun for a while. But why would Mirko want him there? With Mirko. We can see the bunny heroine still in her civilian clothes, waiting on a bench for her companion. Mirko's mind. I hope those stupid tips work. Mini flashback. We can see Mirko standing against the wall with a soda, waiting for someone. Hello, big-eared one. The familiar voice stood above her, standing on top of a building. It was such a nuisance to her that she had to jump to be with that person. Mirko. Don't you see I'm in civilian clothes? I don't want to be upset with the fans, Hawks. Said the rabbit heroine looking at her friend and colleague hero, who only answered by eating a chicken leg from his KFC bucket. Hawks. Tell me, bunny, why did you call me? Eating his sweet fried chicken while looking out over the city from the top of the building. Mirko. I need help, some advice. Hawks. What kind of advice? Have you run out of ideas on how to break bones? Mirko. Leave the jokes out, this conversation is serious. Hawks. How serious are you to get like that? He said to put aside his bucket of chicken and look at the rabbit, who just looked away. So that she wouldn't see the noticeable blush on his face, although of course, maintaining a serious posture. Mirko. How do you do it, Gar? Hawks. How? I ask because I couldn't hear what the brunette rabbit said well. Mirko. How did Polly? The rabbit heroine asked again, although of course, not so audibly, causing Hawks to come a little closer. Hawks. What? Mirko. How do you flirt? I scream in his ear, making Hawks almost fall backwards, and he also felt a buzzing in his ear. Hawks. Hey, what's that for? Who was the brave one who approached you? Mirko. Keep it up, and I'm going to tell Endeavor you're after his daughter, and knowing him, he'll probably burn you to a crisp or hang you on his wall like a hunting trophy. Faced with this threat, the number 3 hero shuddered, he knew Endeavor's temperament. It was obvious that she wouldn't want to make him angry for anything in the world. Hawks. Okay, let's see, what kind of advice do you want? End of the mini flashback. Mirko's mind. Okay, come on Rumi, it shouldn't be that difficult. In the distance at the entrance, he could see green hair and unrecognizable freckles. At the moment, the rabbit knew only 2 people with that description, if it wasn't her brother it was her sister. She got up from the bench and walked over to where the green-haired man was, taking off the mask she was wearing. Rumi. So you came, good. The white-haired brunette said, smiling at the green-haired man who looked at the rabbit in surprise. Well, apart from being good, the way of speaking was so relaxed and casual. Izuku. Yes, it was faster walking than the subway. Rumi. Heh, fine, do you want to hang out with me? Izuku. Weren't you supposed to want to talk to me? The rabbit stiffened for a moment, having forgotten that small detail. Mirko. Oh yeah, sure. Clearing her throat, she saw the green-haired man who looked at her confused for a moment. Mirko. Yes, of course, I want to talk, but since we're here, wouldn't you want to spend some time? Surely the academy was boring. Izuku. Of course, why not? Smiling at the white-haired girl's proposal, she was pleased to see how the boy accepted. Mirko. Okay, let's go. Taking the green-haired man's forearm, he headed to the games that the fair had on the beach. There were still a few hours left until nightfall, so they had to make the most of it. Izuku's mind. Maybe it's not so bad. Walking around the place, seeing the different games there were, as well as some children and couples who were there. It was a nice atmosphere, it was better than I expected. Izuku's mind. I hope this makeshift armor is of some use. The only thing Mirko didn't see was that under the green-haired man's shirt, he was wearing a bulletproof vest and ice. Courtesy of Momo, who made it at Izumi's request as a favor. And the ice courtesy of Shoto, because they both found out that Mirko was the one to talk to. Out of fear and concern it was more than obvious that it was that vest, in case of a lethal blow or kick. They were still somewhat traumatized by what happened at the Midoriya home. Mirko's mind. Let's see, first I'd have to start a conversation. Rumi. So Midoriya, how was your day? Izuku. It could be said normally, I passed a practical and written exam, now everyone plans to go to the mall tomorrow. Rumi. Oh yeah? Are you planning to go? Izuku. It's something I don't know, it's not that I'm missing something, but they invited me, and I wouldn't like to reject their offer. They both arrived at a can-pulling stand where they had some good prizes. Rumi. Sometimes it's impossible to say no to you. Before he could take out his money to play a turn, Izuku was faster and paid for the turn. Sir. You have 6 shots, good luck. He said to see how both of them threw their respective baseballs. Izuku. Sometimes I say no, but people tell me it's weird that I say that. He said to gain momentum and throw his ball against the cans, managing to knock down 5 out of 10 of the tower. Rumi. You didn't tell me that. Throwing and managing to knock down an entire tower without any problems, surprising the business owner and the green-haired man, as well as some who were nearby. Izuku. Well, it wasn't all my fault either. He said to throw, and this time he managed to knock down his tower completely, also referring to it as the time Mirko took his things without permission. Rumi. Well, we're out of that. Throwing again and knocking down another stack of cans, but accidentally breaking some of the wood of the premises. Also not wanting to let their conversation go in an unfavorable direction. Izuku. It's true, at least I'm glad we get along. By throwing and managing to completely knock down a tower, they become happy with their action. Rumi. Yes, good. Squeezing his ball a little, as it seemed his plan was stalling. Izuku just threw his last ball, managing to knock down half of a tower. Sir. Good job kid, now choose your prize. Pointing at the stuffed animals that were hanging, until he noticed one that caught his attention. Mirko just threw his last shot at a tower, sighing as he looked at the stuffed animals there. Sir. Good choice boy, which one do you want miss? Before Rumi could see which one Izuku chose, he quickly hid it in his yellow backpack. Rumi. I want that one. The owner and the green-haired boy saw that it was a grass-type Pokemon that the rabbit chose. He looks like you. Said Lullaby in the green-haired boy's mind, who was confused by that. Izuku's mind. How am I like the Pokemon? The rest of the afternoon until nightfall, they spent playing, walking and talking about different topics. But Izuku managed to notice something, and it was that Mirko seemed to be making an effort in her exit. Because if it weren't for the screams of all his predecessors that were in his head. I noticed this was some kind of quote. Well, it was obvious, he and she alone in an amusement park, hanging out, among other things. Sometimes I wished I wasn't so distracted, but I noticed that Rumi wasn't acting like his usual self. It was as if he was trying to be something she wasn't used to. It wasn't until we reached the end of the appointment. Change of scene. Izuku and Rumi were on the Ferris wheel, already seeing the night and the lights. They were very close to reaching the top. Rumi. Did you like hanging out? Izuku. Rumi-san, tell me something, why don't you act like your usual self? This left the heroine in shock, she didn't expect that. Rumi. Ah Izuku, I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku. Don't try to fool me Rumi, I don't like the way you behave, this isn't you, this isn't the Rumi I always live with. Rumi. It's that. Izuku. I'm not going to deny that I had fun, I like spending time with you, but I could notice that your attitude is not the same. Rumi. I tell you the truth, sometimes I feel like we're more friends than spouses, I can't deny the envy you have with the closeness you have with the others. Izuku. Did you think that by changing like them you could get closer to me? Rumi. The way you say it, it sounds like nonsense. Izuku. It's not like that, I just don't like you like that. Rumi. And how did you like it? Izuku. You're arrogant, violent and completely selfish, very unconscious and full of flaws too. Rumi. So it seems I have many defects. She said with a broken voice, lowering her head so that he wouldn't see her tears. Izuku, not wanting this, stood up, grabbing the brunette's face. Izuku. With or without flaws, that's you and I fall in love with you. Wiping away the tear that fell down Rumi's cheek with his thumb, looking into my eyes. Izuku. No matter how many flaws you have, you're the Rumi I fell in love with and I love you just the way you are. He was the one who took the first step, kissing the rabbit, who was surprised. It was the first time she and Izuku kissed, she was very happy about this, she reciprocated, closing her eyes to enhance the sensation. When they separated, they looked into each other's eyes, smiling at each other. Izuku. So Rumi-chan, are you feeling better? Caressing the brunette's cheek who smiled. Rumi. Yes, much better. Kissing the green-haired boy again, who happily reciprocated. Now one could say that he and his wives were very happy and on good terms with this marriage. Change of scene. We can see Izumi, the Midoriya twin, in her new house with her husband Shoto. Who was just now serving some tortillas for a snack. She was currently looking for a movie to pass the time until she received a message on her cell phone. Izumi. I feel like bucking at this hour. Picking up her cell phone with some annoyance, she saw that it was a message from a friend she hadn't heard from in years. Izumi. Melissa. End of chapter. Chapter 21. What am I what? Chapter 21. The sun rose to mark the beginning of a productive new day for all responsible, hardworking people across Japan. And in the home of our favorite couple. The sun illuminated one of the rooms in every house, the one in which we can see our favorite desecrated green-haired boy. He was very calm, smiling as he smiled, but there was something in particular. That he wasn't alone and that it wasn't his room he was in. Our green-haired boy had spent the night sleeping very peacefully with Mirko. They did nothing but sleep together and hug, the reason why she wore less clothes than before was at Mirko's request. Who practically forced him to take off most of his clothes and was surprised that he had a bulletproof vest under his clothes. Luckily, Izuku managed to divert the topic when he told her that she should also be the same as him, giving him the opportunity to forget about the vest and get a closer look at Mirko's well-worked body. Well-defined abs and working muscles, well-defined and rock hard. It was the musculature that every man wanted to have, even comparing his muscles with hers, the rabbit's being obviously harder and more defined. But that didn't stop him from feeling the softness of the brunette rabbit's fur. I was grateful that it was now the weekend and I could sleep in. But of course. Something was now touching the nose of our favorite green-haired boy who was beginning to wake up. The first thing the green-haired man saw were the rabbit's ears, as well as her bare torso. Izuku's mind. So soft and so hard at the same time. Imagine if it was soft and gentle with a blonde, with her you can kiss your pelvis goodbye. The fifth bearer spoke, earning a smack from Nana who appeared behind him. But the sound of the zap can be heard throughout the Ofa core, in addition to cutting off communication. Izuku's mind. Don't buck with me, even it hurt me. Although the green-haired man wanted to continue sleeping this way, he knew he couldn't continue for two simple reasons. 1. I had to make breakfast for him and his wives. 2. I was already used to getting up early to go to training. Removing his hands from Mirko's waist, slowly so as not to wake her, but he couldn't continue with his plan because of a jerk falling between the brunette's breasts. Which caught him in a hug and being a letting see a mocking smile on the rabbit's face. Mirko. Trying to escape from me? He said to see how Izuku's face turned red due to the position they were in and to feel on his cheek the softness of one of Rumi's breasts. Izuku. Good morning to you too Rumi-chan. Trying to get up, the white-haired girl didn't let her, putting a little more strength into her affectionate hug. Izuku. It seems I won't get out of this very easily. Mirko. That's right, and it's Saturday and it's 7 in the morning, why do you want to get up? Playing with the boy's green hair, he managed to lift his head a little, but still felt the softness of the rabbit's breasts. Izuku. It's normal for me to wake up at this time. Mirko. Stay a little longer, it won't hurt anyone. The knock on the wall made them both shudder a little, but the rabbit only got a little angry because she didn't know who was responsible. Izuku. That's a sign for me, since I usually make breakfast, or do you want to make breakfast? Smiling at the thought of the possible delicious breakfast the bunny could make. Of course, not noticing that the rabbit paled when cooking came to her mind. Mini flashback. We can see a 17-year-old Rumi living in a shared apartment with Ryuko and Kaina. Still in her school years and preparing for her path to heroism. Rumi. Carefully, carefully. Having in your hands an egg and the pan already with the oil hot. Being very careful since I didn't want the oil to fall on her. Kaina. Hey Rumi, he's here. She couldn't finish when she heard something like peeking out, scaring Rumi, who accidentally dropped the egg, but also caused the oil to splash a little and fall all over her hand. Making the white-haired girl fall to the floor and scream in pain from the burning. Change of scene. Doctor? How did you get that burn? Asked a doctor who was looking at the trio of girls, but Rumi was staked on a stretcher with her hand bandaged. Ryuko. Got burned from training. End of the mini flashback. Rumi. No, you better go, I have to change, and I want to try your delicious pancakes today. Releasing the green-haired man from the hug, he took the opportunity to stand up and look for his clothes. Izuku. Okay, take your time, I'll go make breakfast, let me know when it's ready. Already having his pants ready and putting on his white shirt. Leaving his rabbit wife's room, who had her back turned so he wouldn't see her nervous expression. Remembering the last time I cooked and had to be out of physical training for almost a season. Since that day, Rumi and the kitchen have been mortal enemies. In the hallway of the house. The green-haired man was walking to reach his main objective, the kitchen, and make one of his good breakfasts. Izuku's mind. I think I have everything to make pancakes, but should I make juice or coffee? Good morning. Arms caught them in a hug, noticing that it was Kaina who had appeared on the scene. Izuku. Good morning, Kaina-chan. The purple-haired girl kissed him on the cheek and stroked his hair with her cheek, feeling the softness. Kaina. Looks like you had a good time with Rumi yesterday. Izuku. Ah, did you hear? Kaina. Of course, seeing them hugging while they slept doesn't leave much to the imagination. Izuku. Did you spy on us? Kaina. If you leave the door open, it's not spying. Lie, you closed the door, boy. It was the voice of the sixth bearer that came to his mind and told him that the purple-haired girl was lying. Izuku. I say ahead of time that we didn't do anything risque, we just slept hugging each other. Kaina. Really? Pinching the green-haired man's cheek, the man frowned at the slight pain he felt. Izuku. It's true, she just said to sleep like this since it's more comfortable. Managing to free himself from the pinch of the purple-haired girl, who was still looking at him with some distrust. Izuku. Do you want hotcakes for breakfast, dear? trying to use food to free herself from that sniper's accusatory gaze. Kinda. With lots of henny please. Izuku. Haha, of course. Now he was the one who gave her a kiss on the cheek and she smiled at his gesture. Something I should know, and I was grateful to know, is that the best way to fight a woman is to attack her with a good meal. Kinda. By the way, don't think your carnal encounter with Ryuko went unnoticed. Izuku. Kinda-chan, are you upset because we woke you up? Closing his eyes thinking he would be scolded, but all he felt was a breath in his ear. Kinda. Soon it will be my turn to be with you and rest assured, I will not be as kind as Ryuko. Biting the green-haired boy's ear and smiling at how Izuku blew smoke out of his ears. Kinda. I'll go wash my face, I'll wait for breakfast. Turning around to go to the bathroom, but noticing out of the corner of her eye how Izuku looked at her butt for a few moments. Making him smile a little and more when he shook his head so he wouldn't screw her up too much. Izuku's mind. No, out, lust impulse. He told himself to come to his senses and go to the kitchen, it was still early, so he had time for envelopes. Even more so since it was the weekend, so I was in no hurry. Izuku's mind. Now that I think about it, I'm surprised Ryuko didn't get up. He thought when he saw that his dragon wife was nowhere to be seen, since upon hearing everyone, she would get up. On Ryuko. We can see the dragon in her room, who was covered with her Chinese-style dragon sheets and her tiger blanket. All wrapped up and warm in her bed, not wanting to get out of her bed at all. Ryuko. I'll pay the price. Oh, apart from the warmth he felt from the warmth of his bed, it was the pain he felt in his neck because of the purple-haired girl. Who had strangled her like Homer had strangled his son Bart, leaving marks on her neck. I was thankful they weren't as noticeable, but I could still feel the pain, I was lucky that I might have some ice. She was grateful that she didn't have to do much of anything in the morning, except manage payments for her agency's employees. She knew something. Ryuko's mind. Mirko will surely send all the money to someone to distribute or kinda will tell him no, because she is still angry with me. That was what she thought her friends' husbands would possibly do. Sometimes I hated being the most ethical and responsible of the three. Talk. Ryuko-chan. Ryuko. Go ahead. He said to see what behind the door, Izuku appeared, who entered smiling. Infecting the blonde who smiled as she saw him pass by and approach her. Izuku. Good morning, little dragon. Reaching her and gently stroking her hair and giving her a kiss on her forehead. Ryuko. Good morning. Izuku. Breakfast will be ready in a few moments, I'm surprised I didn't see you out. Ryuko. It's just that I'm warm in my bed. Izuku. Hey Ryuko-chan, what will I do with you? Ryuko. Love me, pamper me, and feed me whenever you can. Izuku. It's like having a second Izumi, but at least you don't drive me crazy. Giving him a kiss on the forehead to get up. Izuku. I'll let you know when breakfast is ready, rest a little longer. Ryuko. Yujim. Managing to catch the attention of the green-haired boy who saw the dragon with a cute pout. Izuku. Is something wrong? Ryuko. And my good morning kiss. Izuku. But did I just do it? The dragon only pointed her lips, something that the green-haired man picked up on and understood what she was getting at. Approaching and taking her cheek to give her a kiss on her lips, which the dragon gladly accepted. Being a good way to start her morning, ignoring now that Izuku was caressing her face while kissing her. But she, being a little more daring, took his hand so he would go down a little further. Passing through his neck and chest, making the green-haired man feel his skin soft and silky. Although. Opening his eyes slightly, he realized something and broke away from the kiss to get a better look. Izuku. What happened to your neck? He said very worried when he saw how his dragon wife's neck was somewhat red and had certain hand marks. Izuku. Who did this to you? The blonde now noticed some anger in Izuku's tone, making her happy to see him worried about her. But turning on the light bulb, an evil plan came to his mind. Ryuko. It was kinda she sniffed, she hurt me. Covering her mouth in sadness and being as dramatic as possible to sound hurt. Izuku. What did he do to you? Yep, Midoriya had fallen for the blonde's actions, sometimes his good-natured morals were a vital point to take advantage of. Although of course, she would only do it for a personal case like this. Ryuko. It's just that he got mad at me for being the first to do it with you, and he hurt my neck. What Izuku didn't know was that Ryuko was part of the drama club in high school and was now showing off the acting skills she had acquired. Izuku. I'll go talk to her, in the meantime you get comfortable, then I'll see a cream I have for my neck. Giving her a final touch on her neck and adjusting the sheets so she's more comfortable in her bed, like a spoiled child. Ryuko. Yeah, take that kinda. He said to feel the warmth of his bed and take his phone to watch the news. Change of scene. We can see the Midoriya's Parsley, who was eating toast. Looking at her phone, looking happier than usual. Shoto. Are you very happy today? Why is that? Sitting down to place 2 cups of freshly brewed, hot coffee on the table. Izumi. Oh, it's something good, it's from an old friend who I don't know about time since high school. Finishing his toast and wiping the crumbs off his face. Shoto. High school. Does Izuku know about that? Izumi, upon hearing her twin's name, began to think about that, remembering for a brief moment. Mini flashback. We can see Izumi with her brothers and Shinso, who were watching a blonde-haired girl with glasses. Izuku. I'm going to ask about the 3 of us, why are we here? Shinso. That's what I'd like to know, I was there at a crucial moment in my manga when it disappeared. Izumi. At least it was good. Shinso. Doppo Urachi fights are always good. Izuku. I agree with that. Melissa. Speaking of which, Shinso, do you know where your manga is right now? Shinso. Oh, of course it's right. When he checked his backpack he realized that his sleeve was not there and he began to search for it desperately. Melissa. Why to Zuzu? Izuku. It's Izuku, damn Trump's daughter. Melissa. Don't answer me like that, broccoli. Izuku. Force me if you dare, silicone breasts. That hurts, that hurts. A student who was nearby shouted, but when he saw Melissa's face, he ran away to leave the group to their business. Melissa. Then I put you in charge. Do you know where your trusty analysis notebook is? Izuku. Isn't he here? Putting his hand inside his school jacket, but there was nothing, checking the other pocket, there was nothing either. Beginning to despair of finding his beloved hero analysis notebook. Izumi. This is going to get ugly. End of the mini flashback. Izumi. After that Melissa told them that the boys from another class had them, causing a fight. Shoto. Izuku and Hitachi fighting. That's not very believable. Izumi. Do I remind you what he did to Bakugo at the sports festival? Shoto. Good point, continue. Izumi. Then she told me that she was the one who had them, but she blamed the boys on the other side because they spied on the girls' bathroom and she wanted revenge against them. Shoto. Did they find out about that? Izumi. It took them 2 weeks to find out, but she played dumb. Shoto. Is she like a manipulative spy? Izumi. Well, she's the daughter of David Shield, a renowned scientist, but you know she's a genius, but she's not a bad person. Shoto. Do she and Izuku get along? Izumi. Well, let's say it's a mixture of love and hate. Shoto. When we go to the mall, we should tell him. Izumi. I think I'll also let Shinso know, after a while we'll meet the 4 of us. Shoto. Does he hate her too? Izumi. Let's say he tolerates it. Returning to his coffee to enjoy it and lighten his soul. Shoto's mind. I feel like something bad will come out of this. Change of scene. Izuku. Kaina-chan, you know I don't like this kind of behavior, especially if it's between you. And Izuku could be seen holding a bamboo sword in both of his hands while angrily looking at Akaina, who was on the ground with a bump on his forehead. How did Izuku manage to defeat the sniper heroine? Easy, Ryuko told her the purple-haired girl's ticklish point in addition to snatching the hotcake she had prepared for her. Izuku. I know that heroes always get hurt because of their job, but doing it inside the house and not being on duty is not acceptable at all. Kaina. Yes, sorry. The whole scene was watched by the white-haired girl and the blonde, who were still eating breakfast. Rumi. Looks like someone is angry. Smiling as he ate a hotcake in one bite, Ryuko had a mischievous smile, hidden by the coffee cup she had. Ryuko. It's my revenge. Sipping her coffee very happily, it was a big advantage of still being Izuku's favorite. Mirko. You're a wicked person, did you know that? Smiling, he reached for another pancake with his fork, but his ear perked up at the sound of the green-haired boy's voice. Izuku. So, until Ryuko-chan's marks disappear, we won't do anything from today on that doesn't go beyond kisses or hugs. Kane. Quie. Now he had her where he wanted her, and this was a blow too hard for any married woman. Ryuko. Haha, I wanted to see that face. Kane. P the but. Izuku. No buts or buts, miss, that's my last word. Giving one last blow to the ground with his bamboo sword and turning around to go to his room. Rumi. Haha, what's wrong, Kaina? Don't tell me you can't go a while without the love of broccoli. Kaina. Shut up, Izuku, wait, we can talk. Following the green-haired man who entered her room and she entered too, trying to convince him not to punish her like that. Ryuko. Hahaha, this is splendid, don't you think so, dear Rumi? Not even in novels can you see this type of scenes, hahaha. Rumi's mind. I think so much Dragon Ball made her crazy. Humming to his mind like yesterday for waiting for her and Izuku, they found her sleeping with the console on. Playing Dragon Ball Xenoverse. As well as imagining a 12-year-old Ryuko in a flying chair. Change of scene. Melissa will come, when? It was the voice of Almight who was at home, talking on the phone and asking the person on the other end of the line. That's right, Tashi. He'll be at the airport tomorrow morning. Toshinori. That's incredible news, David, it's been years since I last saw her. David. She wanted to come see you and she saw online that there were vacancies in the support course. Toshinori. But aren't you coming? David. Of course I'll go, but first I have to take care of some pending work, but seeing as I'd finish it in time to travel, I agreed that Melissa should go so she wouldn't lose her position. Toshinori. I see, then I'll go pick her up, luckily I have plenty of rooms. David. How? If he knows them. Let me ask, hey Tashi, Melissa asks if by chance you don't know some young men called Izumi and Izuku Midoriya. Toshinori. Midoriya. Yes, I know them. They're both in the class I teach. David. They are old friends of my daughter's from when I was in Japan for a while, remember how long I had to go to give you that gift? Toshinori. Ah, yes, I remembered, we thought it would only be a few days, and you ended up staying a month. David. Yes, Melissa was sad when we had to leave, she mentioned that she made good friends there. Toshinori. Well, rest assured that I'll go for her tomorrow, see you later. Hanging up the call and being very happy to see the girl he loved like a niece. Toshinori. I think I'll go clean the house first and then tell young Midoriya. Heading to the laundry room to get the brooms and get into housework. Sometimes the bad thing about having a huge house was the dirt and living, if it weren't for his secret quirk and his wound. I would have hired some employees to help him a long time ago, but nope. Now I understood Latina moms to a certain extent. Almight's mind. Too bad young Midoriya is married, he would have been the perfect guy for my niece, too bad. Noting that her niece was already at the age where she might start to become interested in boys. But as was obvious, he and his father will not allow just any boy to approach him. And for the blonde, his pupil would have been the perfect candidate, kind, cheerful and very focused on protecting others. But now he had 3 women who were possibly the most dangerous in the entire country. Change of scene. Izuku's mind. Sometimes I hate arriving so early. The green-haired man who was standing in the middle of the mall, where he would meet all his friends to do some shopping for the camp, thought about it. But he had arrived 30 minutes early because he thought he would be late. Courtesy of Kaina and pampering her to calm her down. Also after a while of having the purple-haired girl's rifle in his face. Coming to an agreement in which he apologized to Ryuko on his knees, where Kaina had to hold back from choking her again, since she laughed at her. And Izuku got a few cuddles, he arrived at the meeting point and was now taking some photos with some fans. Izuku's mind. I think I'm understanding Izawa-sensei, sometimes fans can be a bit annoying. He thought as he was touched by some girls who were having fun with him. Being the last ones, they finally left him alone, letting out a great sigh. But I could now think and wait for others. Taking out his phone to search through his contacts, he saw a chat where there was a message he hadn't responded to. Izuku's mind. Oh Izumi, sometimes you're crazy for sending messages at 2 in the morning. Checking his chat to see his sister's message. Hey bro, someone from high school called me and said he was coming to the UA. Izuku's mind. Someone from high school. Hey, you're one of the guys, right? Said someone hooded who came to where Izuku was, hugging him by the neck. Izuku's mind. I'm decided, I'll have a mask made for my suit. It's been a while since we last saw each other towards the attack on the UA. Izuku's mind. Wait, that voice. He thought as he saw that boy who quickly put 4 fingers of his hand on his neck. Stay calm and don't make any sudden movements, now, how about we sit down and talk, Izuku Midoriya. Mente to Izuku. Tamura Shigaraki. Inside the one for all. Igoro. Oh come on. Nana. The boy is in trouble. If he does something weird, he'll kill him or do something to civilians. All the carriers watched the scene with concern, seeing the trouble Izuku was in. What's up, what did I miss? The other bearers saw that it was Shinomori, the 4th bearer. Who was with the danger sensor quirk. You come at the worst moment. They all yelled at Shinomori, who was confused by their reactions. Watching as Nana and Dagoro charged at him, knocking him to the ground and starting to hit him. Even Yuichi who was kicking him. Outside the core. Change of scene. Umi. So you managed to talk it out. Mocking a little as she remembered how she was on her knees before the blonde. She was on the sofa drinking some tea and a great glow seemed to be on her face. Kinda. I don't know since when I could fall for him. Umi. Well, maybe because it's a custom of ours. Ryuko. By the way, how did it go with him yesterday? He mentioned that you went to the beach fair. Umi. Ah, that yes it turned out well. Remembering how she and the freckled man were at their happiest on the Ferris wheel. Kinda. At least now we can say we're all okay with this. Umi. Yes, maybe. Hina's cell phone had rang because of a message that had arrived, and when she saw what it was, he was surprised that he accidentally spit his soda in Rumi's face, who screamed because it fell in her eyes. Ryuko. What happened? Hina. Izuku was taken by the leader of the villains. Getting up from the table to go get his suit. Hina. I'll go, I'll let you know if anything else happens. She said in a hurry and entering for her suit, leaving the duo of women with animal quirks. Ryuko. Do you think we should? Rumi. No, she's right, only one should go. It would be suspicious if the three of us went to that place, but tell Izuku's sister to tell us what happened. A little upset about being wet because of Kina, but also a little worried about the green-haired boy. Change of scene. We can see the green-haired boy leaving the police station with his sister and Shoto. Those who went had arrived at the moment when Tamura had him by the neck. Izuku. It was supposed to be a quiet day and this happens. Annoyed that Tamura ruined his peaceful day. Izumi. Come on, leave that, at least you're not hurt, I was worried. Shoto. If there weren't so many people there I would have caught him. He thought about the possibility of being able to capture him with his ice, but he could also hurt the people who were nearby. Tsukauchi. They don't fool you with that, he took advantage of the fact that they were in a place with many civilians. Son. Everyone saw that Hisashi and Inko had arrived since they were the parents. They were the first to be notified that their son was at the police station and taken hostage. Izuku. It's time. He couldn't finish being hugged by his mother like a panda bear. Inko. We heard what happened and came as fast as we could. Hisashi. Izumi, no te paso a toc. Shoto's mind. Thank goodness they didn't tell my family, since I can imagine my mother with her ice flip-flop. Humming to mind when he and his brother accidentally broke a family photo and his mother using her quirk covered the flip-flop in ice. Izuku. I'm fine mom, it wasn't anything bad luckily. Izumi. True, it was just a scare. Tsukauchi. But for now a team is searching the surrounding area and the shopping center, let's wait for the result. Good to know. The policeman shuddered in fright and saw that it was Lady Nagant who had appeared. Tsukauchi. Stop doing that, you're going to kill me. Holding his chest from the scare the purple-haired girl gave him, who only laughed at his action. Lady Nagant. What is the situation? Hisashi. Dear, give me Izuku for a moment, I want to talk to him about an important matter. Izuku. What did I do now? Hisashi. It's nothing bad, just come for a moment. Izuku glanced at his sister for a moment, who just gave him a good luck look. Since Hisashi seemed to be very serious, Shoto even threw him a good luck sign. Leaving behind him one of his wives and mother, talking with the police chief, his sister and friend brother-in-law. Izuku. What's happening now, dad? Now out of sight of the others, next to his dad, who quickly grabbed him by the shoulder. Hisashi. Son, tell me, have you stopped being a virgin? Izuku. Change of scene. After having talked a little with his father about why he stopped being a virgin, since his father's instinct told him that he was the one who crowned him. Izuku, despite all his shame, had to say yes and with whom he did it. Plus his dad told him how proud he was of him and that he'll reward him in some way when he has time. But now Izuku was inside the car that had been given to him and his wives. But there were not only the green-haired boy and the purple-haired girl, but also Izumi and Shoto. Since Kaino offered to take them home, since she was also going to go with Izuku to his home. Kaina. Are you okay? He said, looking in the rearview mirror at the trio of teenagers who were comfortable in their seats. Izuku. Yes, the scare is over. Izumi. Too bad we couldn't hang out. Shoto. It's not like we can do much, that crazy guy took advantage of the fact that he was surrounded by people. Kaina. That's true, but he was also in danger because he was alone. Izuku. It seems the others already found out. Looking at her phone, she checked her class group chat, where it was filled with worried messages from others. Kaina. We still have time, what do you think if we go for some ice cream? Izuku. Sounds good to me. Izumi. I'm not going to refuse. Shoto. Thanks for that. Change of scene. Ryuko. It's crap. He said looking at his phone and the last notification he received from other heroes. Where it seemed that Tamura Shigaraki took a hostage in the mall. Mirko. That guy is crazy, he knew he had to be on patrol. Ryuko. Hey, didn't Izuku say he was going to the mall? This made both women open their eyes in concern. Rumi. Do you think Kaino arrived on time? Ryuko. The officers told me there were no injuries or deaths. At that the door was opened, revealing Kaina and Izuku, who had some ice cream in their hands. Izuku. We're back. At that moment, some arms took him by the head. Ryuko. Are you okay? Worried and looking at the green-haired man's face, looking for any wounds he might have. Izuku. Calm down Ryuko-chan, I'm fine, it was nothing serious luckily, look, I brought ice cream for you and Rumi-chan. Rumi? Thank you. Taking his ice cream and enjoying it but watching the green-haired man's body in case he has any visible damage. Kinda. The crazy Tamura Shigaraki took him hostage, apparently he just wanted to scare him. Izuku? Still don't believe it, he almost killed me, one more finger and I'd be dust. Ryuko? This is not a joke, Izuku. You're lucky that nothing serious happened. Izuku? I know and I'm sorry, but at least I'm okay, I just asked myself a somewhat crazy question. Rumi? A question? Izuku? I wonder, what is the difference between him and the hero killer? Rumi? Just for that, what a stupid thing. Ryuko? Well, although we can't deny it, the difference between that murderer and this fifth-rate villain is abysmal. Kinda. By the way, Izuku, do you remember what we talked about at the ice cream shop? Izuku? What? Kinda. A certain Melissa, who was selling to Japan, but you didn't seem to like the idea. Izuku, upon hearing the mention of that name, became somewhat serious, slightly confusing the other two who were listening to the conversation. Ryuko? Melissa? Who is she? Izuku? He's a heartless monster, and I hope that every second of his remaining life, at this point he's under incessant agony. Yes, now everyone was surprised to see the green-haired man's new side, and even more so to talk about someone like that who wasn't an enemy. Rumi? Who is that girl really? Izuku? It's nothing and I don't intend to talk about it. Kinda. Are you hiding another of your secrets from us? She said something serious and annoying, managing to make the green-haired man lose his seriousness and get a little nervous. Even more so when Rumi stood up but still eating her ice cream, giving him a serious look. Izuku? No par nada. Now he is somewhat nervous and taking a step back as it came to mind when Mirko accused him of being unfaithful because he was studying with Kendo. Rumi? You won't get away with this, you're going to tell us everything now. Stomping on the ground, it cracked a little, making the green-haired boy even more nervous, who fell to the ground. But when I hear Kinda complain to Rumi for breaking the floor of the house. Being his chance to escape, he turned around silently. Ryuko? A Don Vaz? Izuku? A. Seeing that the blonde saw him wanting to escape but he used his quirk to quickly leave the place. Rumi? I won't let you run away. Izuku? I already told you to stop that. Rumi? Now I'll kill you, Izuku. Change of scene. The next day. We can now see how the number one hero was at the airport with a green-haired brother duo. Those who were with some welcome cards and another that said, I'm not glad to see you. Almight didn't notice as he was paying attention to the doors where people were leaving. Until he noticed a blonde hair that was unmistakable to him. Uncle Might. Said a blonde-haired girl who jumped into the arms of the symbol of peace. Note. It should be noted that they were in a secluded area and that Almight was incognito, end of note. Almight. Hahaha, oh my girl, you've grown so much. Melissa. Haha, I'm glad to see you too, man. But over his shoulder he could see the green-haired duo, even more so when he read each one's signs. Melissa. Izumi. He shouted as he launched himself at the green-haired girl, who hugged him joyfully. Izumi. Nice to see you Melissa. Melissa. Me too, I spend a lot of time. At that, her gaze fell on the green-haired man, who had a serious expression on his face as he looked at her. Melissa. Oh, hello Zuzu. Izuku. Can I shoot myself? Izumi. No. End of chapter. Chapter 22. What am I what? Chapter 22. There was only one day left until summer camp, the most anticipated day for freshmen. After some tough exams that burned more than one brain and pushed everyone to the limits of their physical condition, almost causing them to faint or break a bone. Finally, they had a time of peace. At that point, Aizawa Shota, or better known as the Eraser Hero, Eraserhead, was walking through the training grounds to get some fresh air. Aizawa. Thank goodness, a moment of peace, without shouting, complaints are one of my students being hurt. It must be because it's still early and no one's coming yet. Said the 18 heroine, Midnight, who came to see what her friend coworker was up to. Since he found it curious to see the black-haired man outside his sleeping bag. Aizawa. This is one of the few moments when I'm happy. Returning to her bitter attitude when she saw how her partner interrupted her inner peace. Midnight. Anyway, are you already thinking about what to do with your students today? Tomorrow you have to go to camp and everything is ready. Aizawa. Not really, just some homework I have to review that I left behind. Narumi. You really enjoy torturing your students. Aizawa. How do you have no idea? Smiling at his statement, since he truly enjoyed seeing his students suffer through their exercises or homework, since in a way it was a way of releasing the stress they had accumulated from their night patrols. Hoping today is a peaceful day. Midnight. By the way, how's it going with that kid from general classes? Did you finally convince Vlad King to put him in his class? Izawa. That's what we're looking at, it seems he also had a failure, but I'm seeing if I can take him to the camp too, the director is making me suffer with the paperwork. Narumi. It's his thing, well, you better have something prepared, if he sees you slacking off, he'll give you 3 months worth of paperwork. Change of scene. We can see how our green-haired boy was finishing his routine upon waking up. A few push-ups to keep in good condition, a bath after your little exercises. And ironing his uniform to have it ready. But then her door was opened without even knocking, noticing that she was a purple-haired girl from not long ago, there was punishment. Hina. Good Izuku. Izuku. Good morning Kaina-chan. Hina. Are you getting ready to go to UA? Izuku. Yes, I just need to make breakfast and I'll be able to leave in peace, but it seems you beat me to it. Seeing that she was already in her hero costume, only missing her accessories that she always carried with her. Hina. Let's just say, I had a brief urge to get up early for my personal recharge. She moved a little closer to him and gave him a kiss, which was accepted by the green-haired man who returned it. Izuku. You woke up a little excited. Hina. Let's say yes, but also. Touching his cheek to put a little strength into it, to look him in the eyes seriously. Hina. You still owe us an explanation about your relationship with that Melissa, don't think you're off the hook. Izuku. Haha. Izuku's mind. If only they knew what that damn thing is really like. At the core of the OFA. Goro. Don't buck with me, that girl really likes the world to burn. Looking back at Izuku's memories, the girl named Melissa always indirectly started fights Izuku got into because of her. Or how he always argued with him about one topic or another. Then. He doesn't even get along with his sister like that. Seeing the comparison between the interactions with Melissa and Izumi. Nana. It seems that Toshinori doesn't know what his niece is really like. Seeing the memories of his student with his niece, who seemed to be someone innocent and who didn't get into trouble. Shinomori. I hope something interesting happens, I really missed a lot. Seeing everything he missed up until the mall incident, he now understood why everyone else beat him up. Yoichi. Have you already chosen which one you're going for? He said, holding in his hand some flags of different colors, yellow, white and purple, from the characteristic hair of each of the wives of the ninth bear. Shinomori. I'm going for this one, after all it's the one that has the first place. He said taking a yellow flag, while the others had their respective colors. Nana had a purple one, Degoro had a white one, and En had 2 colors. Blonde and white. At the same time, in the distance, in the darkness of the core, 2 figures could be seen. Since when did we go from guiding the new wielder to confront All for One, to pretending the ninth's life was a soap opera romance? One of the figures he saw next to his companion asked the rest of the bearers. I don't know either, but I'm going for the dragon. Looking at the scoreboard that the rest of the carriers had, where Kaina and Rumi were tied until now. But the dragon was in first place, far ahead of the other 2 by several points. The third bearer ignored the second's look of disbelief, as it seemed he was the only one who saw that the whole situation was just as bizarre as it had been for years. Outside the OFA core. Change of scene. We can see how a certain blonde-haired girl was in her room. Melissa. Haha, it doesn't look bad on me at all. Seeing himself in the mirror of his room with the new uniform of the academy where he would study. At that moment he received a message on his phone that vibrated from Izumi, who sent him a photo. Look Melissa, my brother bought a gift for his girlfriend, it's very nice. The American blonde was very surprised to see how Izumi said that a brother. Izuku Midoriya, the boy who seemed to not be interested in women or looking for a relationship until now. He had a girlfriend and now he had a nice gift. Melissa. And I thought it was going the other way. That was what the blonde thought, since she had known the green-haired man for a long time. He only spent time with Izumi or Shinso, so I assumed he was in reverse. Melissa's mind. Goodbye to my yaoi fantasies that I made with them. I sigh somewhat disappointed by those thoughts she had about her 2 friends. Plus today was the perfect opportunity for me to see Shinso after a while. Sure, he was also her bag of fun, but also her longtime friend. But then I look at the photo where Izuku's gift for his girlfriend was. I had to admit it was kind of nice, I was also a little jealous of someone giving me something like that someday. But an idea came to her mind that made her put on a smile like the Grinch's. Melissa's mind. Haha, the light bulb has gone on. Smiling as he went to where his suitcase was, he took out 3 cell phones with each chip being different. Melissa. Does everyone have that voice-altering thing? Change of scene. Izuku. See you later. He said he was leaving his home after making breakfast and saying goodbye to his wives. Ryuko. See you love. Rumi. See you later. Hina. Take care, don't get into trouble. Izuku. I don't promise that last one. closing the door and jumping with the OFA and using the float quirk to feel the air on his face. Izuku's mind. When I get back, I'll buy them some cakes. Thank goodness they forgot about Melissa. Well, after some delicious hotcakes with maple syrup and coffee with milk, they'll forget about it. At that moment I heard his phone start to ring, and when he took it out of his pocket, he could see what it was from a number he didn't know. Izuku? Hello? Answering the call, hoping it's not a family or school emergency. Hello? Is this the number of some idiot named Izuku? Change of scene. Izawa. How quiet it was this morning. Said the black-haired man who was returning from the office to the training camp, where he left his students so they could train to go get some papers. Where were the statistics of his students, seeing that many had very low results? Izawa's mind. I think I know what kind of training I'm going to give them all, but he. Looking through his papers of his failed students at Bakugo, who had the same situation as Zero in the exam. Although his team passed, he was failed due to his attitude and poor teamwork efficiency. If it wasn't a simulation for the exam, I would have died in one situation. Izawa's mind. If the camp doesn't work out, I'll have to send him to some therapy sessions. Stop calling now. Calm down, brother. Izawa. Huh. What's happening now? The black-haired sensei arrived at the Gamma field to see his students' procedure. But at the entrance he saw the Midoriya brothers at the entrance, already in their hero costumes. Izuku. Not even Bakugo was as patient as this asshole. Izumi. Just hang up, bro, it's no use doing this. Izuku. Now don't miss it, listen carefully, you piece of shit. If my sensei finds out about this, he'll shove his tapes down your throat so deep he'll be able to feel your life slowly slipping away, and just watch it as if you didn't matter to him. At that moment the black-haired boy arrived and heard everything the green-haired boy said. He had seen on video what Izuku said in his confrontation against Almight and Bakugo. But hearing it from the front was something else. Izawa. I don't like how they flatter me, but what the heck is going on here, and why aren't they training? Izumi. Oh, that's it. We were looking for Izuku's notes to see what we can improve on, but a prank call hasn't left him alone for a while now. Izuku. It's been a while. This piece of shit has been bothering me since morning, calling me from different numbers and not leaving me alone. Izumi. At first it was fun to see Izuku seethe with anger the first 2 times he arrived at the academy, but it seems like it's already affecting him. Izuku. Damn, since when is it so cold here? Izumi reminds me to go to the administration center and hit the guy who handles the air conditioning. Izawa's mind. But we are in almost open field. Izumi. Oh yeah, there's also the issue of irritability. Izuku. I'm not irritated, damn it. What's wrong, Izuku? Are you feeling sick? Izuku. Damn piece of shit, are you a delivery guy we screwed a long time ago? Izumi's mind. If so, then will he do the same to me? Yes. Izumi. Don't buck with me, is this from the Italian restaurant? Izuku. That's right, we're sorry, we were just 7-year-old kids, get over it. Izawa's mind. Do they admit that they stole food from delivery men since they were children? Thinking about what kind of crazy childhood the green-haired duo had. No, I'm not a delivery boy, I just said it so you both have hope and then I can destroy it into little pieces, hahaha, see you later. Cutting the call on the green-haired man's phone, he sighed to calm his anger. Izuku. Sensei, can you help us with this? This has been happening to me since morning. Izawa. Come on Midoriya, don't exaggerate. Izuku. I'm not exaggerating, sensei, since this morning he's been calling me from 20 different numbers. Izawa. Can't you turn off your phone? Izuku. Sensei, I always have my phone with me in case of emergency, you know what happens in my parents' lives and ours. Referring to him and his sister, in addition to his parents, having a very active heroic life, an accident is always possible. And they were always attentive to any call of concern. At that moment the phone rang, and the green-haired man showed that it was a new number. Izuku. Hello? Hello? Is there a broccoli head over there? Izuku. Let them catch your ear. Cutting the morning already somewhat angrier, even a throbbing vein could be seen. Izuku. Sensei, you don't have a method that can help with this, seriously it's already pissing me off. Izawa's mind. That's obvious. Izawa. I'll see what I can do, but for now, I need you to guide me to this student. At that moment, Shinso appeared behind him, wearing a physics uniform, bandages that looked like Izawa's, and a kind of muzzle. Izuku. Shinso. Izumi. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be taking that test to transfer to the hero course? Shinso. And I do, sensei says that I have to see how I develop in a practice. Izawa. The point is, Shinso is still in practice for his transfer to the hero course, so guide him and see where you can help him, I leave it to you, because you are the best in analysis, and maybe you can do something. Izuku. And what about this idiot on the phone? Izawa. Just ignore him for now, then I'll take him to Power Loader to see if he can see that since he's busy. Izumi. Busy. Izuku. Let me guess, Hatsune-san blew up half the lab again. Izawa. I wish it were that, but no, he's evaluating a new student who arrived for his section. Izuku's mind. Ah yeah, I forgot that crazy girl would stay here. Izawa. So go keep training and help Shinso, I'll go check on the others, so stop wasting time, if something comes up about your parents, I'll tell you to call someone here. But that said, he went to the rest of the Gamma camp to check that everyone was training or that no one was wasting their time. Izuku. Ugh, well, at least I hope after this I can have some peace. Izumi. Well, unless your time bomb lighter has already gone out, I'll go to the bathroom to clear my mind. The younger green-haired girl said so she could leave the training grounds for a moment to do her lady needs. Shinso. Well Izuku, how do we start? I need something to forget that Melissa will be with us here. Izuku. I want to forget that too, so let's start with. At that moment, Izuku's phone rang again, causing both the green-haired and purple-haired boys to look at Izuku's backpack with interest. Already with a marked vein in his temple, he began to approach where he put his backpack. Izuku. If he is, I'll just answer, talk to him, tell him he's a cancer to society and send him to hell. Shinso. Izuku. Izuku. Well, I won't tell him anything. When he took out his phone, he saw that his phone had answered itself, noting that he was online. Oh, that's a great idea. It would have been perfect if I couldn't access the call without your permission. Izuku. Shinso, remind me to sew my mouth shut with a 1000-degree needle, and yes, I'm not going to continue playing your game. Thanks for wasting your phone plan and your multiple chips, so bye. Oh wait Izuku, I'll find out, it doesn't mean they don't do anything, remember a stuffed animal you got for that space person, a cute carrot you won for her. Izuku. Wait what? Shinso. What are you talking about? Oh, in addition to some analysis notebooks they had stored, I was in charge of moving all of that and the gift to a new location, but I accidentally burned them with a Molotov cocktail, a miscalculation. Now Izuku had a poker face, he knew what he was referring to from the first thing, the stuffed animal he had as a surprise for Rumi. And the other thing was all his hero analysis information that he had collected over all these years. Shinso. Shit, this isn't going to end well. Well I just wanted to tell you that, see you Midoriya. The silence at the entrance to the Gamma field was very evident and Shinso's gaze towards Izuku, which could only be heard, as if his breathing had begun to become heavier, did not help the atmosphere. Shinso. Izuku. Izuku didn't respond, he just stood still in his place, in the same position and with his cell phone, which was somewhat cracked due to the strength of his grip. Shinso. Izuku. Once again, silence was the green-haired man's response. All he heard was how the phone was getting worse and worse. Some of the glass on the screen had fallen due to the green-haired man's force, clearly indicating that he was angry. Shinso. I think it would be a good idea, yeah, well let's see how the other students do. Turning around to enter the Gamma field, while Izuku remained in his same position. But then Shinso remembered that he didn't know anyone from Class A and had another idea in mind. He turned around and walked past Izuku, who was growling in anger, and the phone had been destroyed and split in two, falling to the ground. Shinso. No, thinking about it, I think I'd better go see how the senpais are doing. The Midoriya was now with his teeth clenched tightly and the veins in his eyes very noticeable, in addition to some slight rays of his quirk that he released out of anger. Shinso. Better the sensei, that's it, I better go see if the sensei needs me. Izuku had now inadvertently broken part of the floor and the lightning appeared more noticeable. Shinso. Oh buck that, I better go buck myself. Izuku. Letting out a loud scream and being like a torpedo that was noticeable at the entrance of the Gamma field, being noticed by the slight tremor and the sound of metal breaking. In addition to a very noticeable green ray that they could notice before it disappeared through the enormous hole it made. But Shinso. The purple-haired boy had tried to reach the academy's study grounds, but then a strong tremor and a trail of smoke appeared in front of him. Coming out of it, her best friend, who was more than angry, was furious. Izuku. Susanna. Shinso. Susanna. Izuku. Well Josephine or whatever, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to look for that asshole, come with me. Turning around to go for his clear goal. Shinso. Izuku, this is serious, we just can't. Izuku. Shinso, I'm crazy, upset, frustrated, a little thirsty, but that's not the point and you're the only one I have around to vent to if I lose the little patience I have left. Shinso only salivated at such a threat, he knew his friend was serious and remembered how he screwed up Bakugo at the sports festival. Thinking that I could do something the same or worse to him. Izuku. So you're going to protect me until we find that son of a bitch. Neither slow nor lazy, Izuku grabbed Shinso by the shirt and with a great leap they flew away at full speed. Leaving the academy campus at high speed, leaving a large crater and a trail of smoke that allowed them to see where they went. Izumi, who had returned from the bathroom, had come out and heard everything her brother said. Izumi. This is bad, very very bad. Heading to the training camp to get his phone and call those who might be able to help him in this situation. In addition to having the strength necessary to deal with an Izuku who exploded with anger. Change of scene. We can see the American blonde who was with a different phone and a voice distorter. May. I think you went too far with that. The pink-haired girl next to the blonde would say, those who had seen Izuku's outburst of anger. Thanks to a computer and a hack they did together on the academy's cameras. Melissa. Haha, maybe they're right. Aha. The two girls trembled when they heard a voice behind them and when they turned around, they saw that it was Power Loader and Izawa. Change of scene. We can see Kaina alongside Ryuko on the rooftop of a building, watching the perimeters of the streets in case of suspicious activity. Kaina. Rumi seems to be very active lately, don't you think? The purple-haired girl told the blonde because the rabbit was very active, so much so that she went to another city to better search for villains and break bones. Ryukyu. Perhaps it's due to Izuku's new closeness, it seems that the wild Rumi Isagayama can be tamed with a few caresses and kind words. Laughing a little remembering how Rumi at first didn't even want to be around Izuku. And now I was hugging him when I saw him. At that moment the blonde's cell phone had rang. Kaina. An emergency? Ryuko. No. Looking with a smile at the contact and the photo of a young woman with green hair. Ryuko. Hello Izumi, what's wrong? Kaina's mind. How? Since when does she get along with her sister and when did she get a number? Ryuko. Rumi. No, she's not here, Izuku. A gift, what gift? Her analysis notebooks. Kaina. What are you talking about? Ryuko. You can call Rumi. Signaling her to do it quickly while listening to the green-haired girl's concerns. The purple-haired girl listened and searched her contacts for the white-haired girl, calling and waiting for the answer from the other end of the line. Kaina. Rumi. Humming closer so Ryuko could hear her and ask what she wanted it for. Ryuko. Hey Rumi, how close are you to home? Rumi. In about 20 minutes I'll arrive running. Why? Did something happen? Ryuko. Tell me something, did Izuku ever give you a stuffed animal? Change of scene. We can see how the green-haired man and the purple-haired man were outside a mansion with a very traditional Japanese style. Shinso's mind. How did we end up here? Flashback. We can see how the green-haired and the purple-haired were on top of a building. Shinso. Excellent, kidnapped and looking for someone we don't even know who or what he is. Izuku. You've been talking about this for over an hour now, don't you have anything else to say, Shinso? Shinso. Well, tell me once and for all, what did that guy mean by giving me a carrot gift? Izuku. Nothing, that doesn't matter to you, it's just a gift I found for someone. Shinso. Did you get a girlfriend and not tell me? Izuku. It's complicated, okay, leave it like that. Shinso's mind. I see, he's still trying to get something with that girl, I hope it's not like that crazy Melissa. He thought all of that as it came to mind who that gift could be from, coming to mind the president of Class B, who coincidentally had orange hair. Shinso. Well, now how do you plan to look for him? Do you at least have some idea what he looks like or who he is? Izuku. Don't worry friend, I have an idea, in fact, I learned it in my internship with Gran Torino, we just have to find. Ah. It was the scream of someone who was down in the alley, where both poked their heads out to find a somewhat unpleasant scene. Shinso became somewhat pale and nervous. Izuku was just surprised but didn't say anything, only that even because of the anger, he didn't feel fear. And it was that both saw that a young man with blonde hair was with a samurai sword. Who was cleaning his sword that was covered in blood and underneath him, a body with a pool of his own blood. Izuku. Just as I planned. Shinso. What the buck? Watching his friend speed off, screaming, to fall on top of that guy. Giving him a strong punch in each knee. Shinso. Oh my god, what is this crazy guy doing now? Slowly going down with the bandages that Izawa gave him. Izuku. Tell me where the hell is the Joker? Toya. Ah, I can't feel my legs. Izuku. And you won't feel many other things if you don't answer me. Shinso. Izuku, what the hell are you doing? Izuku. Not now Hitachi, this guy knows something, and if necessary I'll use him as a cricket ball until he sings. Toya. Not even what are you talking about? Izuku. Ah, so you want to play hard to get, huh? Shinso. Take off his pants and my electric whips will take care of the rest. Toya. Wait, the Joker is to the north, 9 blocks from here, a Japanese-style mansion guarded by crowmen. Izuku. I knew it, I knew that bastard had a fetish for birds. Very Shinso, we're done, it's time to continue with our mission. Leaving the guy on the ground with his legs broken and complaining of pain. Shinso. Ah, not there. Following it to see how it was floating back to the roofs of the building. Izuku. Oh, and that reminds me, this is for not talking faster. Taking something out of his pocket and throwing it near the blonde Yakuza. Shinso. Izuku, what the hell did you throw at him? Izuku. Something I stole from Bakugo, let's go. At the UA. Bakugo. Who the hell took one of my grandas? But Izuku and Shinso. The green-haired man and the purple-haired man went towards the objective while they heard a slight tremor in the alley where the Yakuza was. End of flashback. Shinso. Okay, Izuku, I think the most sensible thing we can do is leave and… But when he turned around, his green-haired friend was gone and he looked around for him. Shinso. Izuku, where are you? At that moment the sound of a loud bang and breaking wood was present. Seeing that it was Izuku who entered the Yakuza base, putting everyone at the entrance on alert. Izuku. I am the emissary of revenge and the time for retribution has come. He shouted to start shooting air bullets and using his whips to attract all the Yakuza who were at the entrance. But then a security camera had seen everything. Change of scene. Inside the mansion, a man in elegant clothing, a green vest and a red crow mask, saw everything that happened at the entrance of his home after his alarm went off. Overhaul. A child. Watching how Izuku sent all his men flying at the entrance without any problems. He even broke his legs and continued hitting him on the ground if it weren't for the fact that at the entrance more people came out and caught his attention. Kurono. What do we do, Chisaki? Chisaki. Kurono, send all the executives against that dwarf and kill him, in addition to bringing Eri, it's possible that more will come. Kurono. Right away. Leaving the room to leave his leader alone, who was still watching the security camera. Izuku. Get out of my way, my revenge will not be delayed. It was Izuku's scream that was heard through the camera, hitting everyone who got in his way left and right. Overhaul. He's the kid from the sports festival. Remembering who the boy was and who won first place, looking at it in detail. Izuku. Don't make me laugh, you're only delaying the inevitable. Destroying the secret basement and going down to start running like a beast. Being so fast that it even broke the wall that had closed in its path. Only the two next to him, not the blonde Toya, because they already know what happened. At that moment, Toya's group arrived and stood in front of the green-haired boy. Izuku. Armageddon is coming for all of you and it's angry like you have no idea. In a quick movement he kicked the man with the crystal quirk in the jaw. Breaking through the ceiling with the Yakuza's body even surfacing. His partner, seeing this, tried to bite him, but Izuku sent him against the wall with a strong punch, leaving him unconscious and several teeth on the floor. Tasaki's mind. That child is not normal. Outside the mansion. The purple-haired boy saw how that Yakuza with a crystal quirk flew out of the sky. Falling with several broken bones from the fall, in addition to having a broken jaw. Shinso. How long will it take for them to arrive? What if he needs help? Better bring an ambulance for the Yakuza. Izuku is like a beast. Change of scene. Endeavor. How did you go there alone? Shouted hero number 2 who was on a call with his youngest son. Shoto. It seems that someone messed with one of their gifts and some notes that Izuku had for years and now we are going there. Said the bicolor from the other side of the call. Endeavor. I'll go right now with a platoon of heroes and police officers. Cutting the call and pressing a button on his desk. Endeavor. Burnin, call everyone outside and have them go to the address I'll give you. Burnin. Understood, boss. But the younger Todoroki. Shoto. Ready, he's already heading there. Said the two-colored man who was inside a car next to Izumi who was next to him, who in turn was next to Melissa. Izawa. Well, luckily Shinso sent me his location. Izumi. This time you did it too much, Melissa, how you messed with her notepads. Melissa. I thought he would check on them, I'm still surprised he acted like that. Shoto. Let's say the change thanks to a certain person. Coming to mind a certain very violent brunette bunny from all over Japan. Melissa. Is it because of that girlfriend of yours? Izawa. Does Midoriya have a girlfriend? A certain pink-haired girl in the passenger seat had a gloomy look on her face. Shoto. It's complicated to explain, sensei. Izawa. You guys will kill me from stress before the villains are old age do. Change of scene. Izuku. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I scream as I leave an unconscious mimic with a broken nose in the sky. Seeing in front of him Urakia, the physically strongest Yakuza of the entire overhaul organization. Urakia. You should have a kid, coming here was a big mistake. Increasing the size of his arm and ready to attack. At the same time, another one who was below on the roof as if he were Spider-Man had a bottle of sake. Activating his quirk to try to throw the green-haired berserk off balance. But he and his sake bottle had been blown away by a strong wind. Courtesy of the green-haired man who fired a powerful wind bullet. Izuku. I'm too crazy, tired, and angry to be afraid of clowns dressed as birds. Rakia. Damn dwarf. Launching his attack, but Izuku was faster and dodged the attack to pass between the giant's legs. Izuku's mind. I saw this in Mortal Kombat. They give him a strong punch in the Rakia's jewels, being so strong that the Yakuza screamed throughout the base because of that blow. Being the opportunity for Izuku to hit him with a hammer on his head from behind. But using his whip, he managed to grab him and pull him towards him, giving him a big punch in the face that brought him to the surface. Due to anger, Izuku was using 47% of One for All, plus the other wielders were helping him a little. Inside the core. Should we stop him? The third bearer asked his predecessor, seeing everything in the distance, where the rest of the bearers saw everything that was happening. Nah, at least after all the romance, there's finally some action, it's worth it. Happy to see how the ninth was beating up a criminal group. Ignoring the third's look of disbelief at these words. Outside the core. Izuku had reached a hallway where he saw a door, where he arrived and kicked it open. Izuku. Now yeah, son of a bitch. He couldn't finish when he saw that the Joker he was looking for wasn't there, but rather a little girl. Which was on a bed and several unopened toys. It was clear that he was confused and nervous about the situation. Izuku. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. He calmed down when he saw how the girl was shaking, but he heard the safety of a pistol click behind him. Kurono. This is as far as you go. Izuku's mind. Shit, I didn't pay attention because of her. Cursing his luck for the situation he was in, he was not in such a big problem now. If not a girl, she would perhaps witness a horrible act that could traumatize her. Izuku. They use a girl as a shield. As if what they did wasn't enough. Please leave him alone. This is what the girl said fearfully to Kurono, who seemed unfazed by the request. Kurono. Shut up Yuri, this is none of your business. Izuku. Calm down little one, he won't do anything, I assure you. Watch out behind. A new voice appeared on the scene, putting the two on alert. Kurono. Who is? He couldn't finish as he stood still like a statue, but he made the green-haired man smile when he found out what had happened. Izuku. You've arrived at the perfect time, Shinso. The purple-haired man arrived with his phone which seemed to be on a different call. Shinso. I can say I was forced, but I think it's time to go. Izuku. Nuo, I'm looking for the joking chicken, girl, cover your ears. The little albino obeyed and covered her ears with the pillow that was nearby. Shinso. Izuku, calm down. Izuku. Do you want to see me calm? I'm going to show you calm when that guy breaks his at and then I stick him with a at. More and more insults that left the purple-haired man speechless, as did those on the other end of the call. Not knowing that it was his own wives and Endeavor who heard everything the Midoriya said. Izuku. Is that calm enough for you? The green-haired man shouted, having stopped insulting from the rooftops, even the remaining Yakuzas were surprised. Tasaki who was on the other side was in shock, even in his time as a Yakuza, he had never heard such an outburst of anger. Izuku. If you have nothing else to say, take the girl and I'll take care of the damn guy who ruined my grades and my gift. But that said, he flew off at full speed in search of his target. Shinso. Well, do you want to get out of here? I asked a girl who looked at him with confusion. Change of scene. The heroines and the fire hero, who had met along the way. They had heard everything that had happened through the call they made with the young man with purple hair. Ryuko. I never thought I could hear such insults like that. Worried and surprised to hear how her little husband had come to use such words. Kinda. I think someone needs a big talk about anger management. Now thinking about what I could do to get the green-haired guy to go back to being the same as always. More so now that he could be dangerous being so angry, although he would like to see how a dominant Izuku. Hermes' mind. I think I got a little wet. Change of scene. Rappa. Let's see, how boo. A super speed that surpassed a bullet and the blow of the devastating mass moved his insides. Being sent flying several meters, in addition to taking his companion with him. Izuku. Do you think you can overtake me, imbeciles? My revenge is my sword, my hate is my shield, and everyone who get in my way will burn in the flames of my fury. I scream and then see Nemoto grab the head and try to shoot him. But feeling Midoriya's knee against his face that broke his nose and part of his jaw. Falling to the ground and leaving only the boss of the entire Yakuza. Tasaki. Don't think it will be that easy with me. Izuku. We will see that. Watching as the brown-haired boy put his hands on the ground to throw multiple spikes. Izuku. Smash. Change of scene. Outside the Yakuza mansion was Shinso with a little girl who was trembling with fear. At the same time, in the distance, the heroes saw the purple-haired man, who made signs for them to go to him. The first to arrive was Endeavor, the rest of the heroes and the green-haired man's wives. Endeavor. What's the situation, boy? Shinso. Just like that, all those guys are unconscious, some possibly with many broken bones, and Izuku is fighting with the boss and the last one left. Ernan. One student did this. All the heroes and police officers who had arrived were very surprised by all the unconscious Yakuzas. Hero 3. It seems he had no mercy. Pointing to one who had several protruding teeth and others with broken bones. Plus some of the arms weren't pointing in the right direction. Ryukyu. Who is the girl? The little girl clung to Shinso more in fear, being captured by the purple-haired boy. Shinso. They won't do anything to you, she's a girl who was apparently kidnapped and doing something, look. The purple-haired man pointed to the bandages on his arms and legs, when he removed some it was seen that he had scars. Endeavor. Arrest all the Yakuza present here, call more patrols to take them in ambulances, I think they are badly needed. Mirko. Okay, let's go, it's time to help the boy. Pumping their fists in anticipation of some action, some also showed up ready to get in on the action. Hina. Okay, get ready for. He couldn't finish when he saw how part of the floor had broken and a flash of green had flown out. Which had a badly injured Chisaki in its grasp, whose arms appeared to be broken. In addition to having Kurono by his side after having freed himself from Shinso's washing. He went to help Chisaki, but it seemed like it was a terrible idea since his arm, which was broken in 3 places, and his broken nose said it all. Ryukyu. Since when does it look so terrifying? Hina. I don't know, but it looks good. Licking his lips with an unholy thought. Endeavor. You'd better go. But the possessed green-haired man. Izuku. Oh yeah, it's time to pay for all the damn jokes all morning, for sending me to faraway places, burning all my hero notes that took me 10 years to make, and burning my wife's gift. Shinso. What thing Izuku? Arriving next to Endeavor and the heroines, still with a little girl in his arms who looked at him in amazement. Izuku. I mean, the girl's gift I was thinking of giving her, I found out it was a limited edition. Kurono. I think he smoked something from the warehouse. Chisaki. I was thinking about that too. Hina. Look Rumi, it seems that it wasn't just a stuffed animal at a fair. The rabbit only blushed a little at that as she remembered what happened at the fair. She knew that Izuku had won a plush just like her, but she never got to see what it was exactly. Izuku. Huh. What? Chisaki. The original plan we had in mind was to revive the Yakuza with the anti-quirk bullets we had with Erie's blood, but you destroyed everything and finished off all my men. I have to admit, it was something impressive for someone so young. Izuku. Are you telling me you were not the Joker? Kurono. He already told you no, brat. At that, the phone in Overhaul's right hand fell to the floor and a phone call came online. Kurono. What the hell is that? Everyone saw an unknown number had answered. Wow Izuku, I really can't believe you did this, you really are crazy. Kurono. Hey, who the hell are you? Oh, sorry, sir, I don't have another phone nearby to tap. Hina. Is that it? Izuku. That's right, ever since I left home this bastard hasn't stopped bothering me. Back to the topic, it was all a bucking joke, Izuku, and you fell for it like a fool. Izuku. How? That's right, I knew you'd go crazy, and I thought you'd get angry and yell insults into the air, and then you'd check that your notepads were okay, and that gift too. Izuku. You didn't burn them. Mirko. No, actually your things are fine. It's true. The call was cut off and a car arrived at the scene, where Melissa, her sister, Shoto and Mei got out. Melissa. But seeing you destroy the training camp entrance, take Shinso hostage, break a killer's legs, come to a Yakuza base and act like a wild beast, it was priceless. Izuku. Melissa. Shinso. All this time it was you. Melissa. That's right, I was thinking of continuing this until tomorrow. Izumi. But they found out and forced her to track you down. Shoto. It turned out to be an experiment they did in the support workshop. Chisaki. Am I the only one who feels like I don't belong here? Endeavor. No, I can assure you that is not the case. Izuku. You're miserable daughter of 1,000. Melissa. Hey, before you insult Kuzu, there's someone who wants to talk to you. Izuku. Well whoever IT is, they'll have to wait, whether they like IT or not. Izawa. Are you sure about that Midoriya? Izuku. Sensei. But how is it that? Izawa. Power loader, when you told me about your problem with the Joker, I had already informed him about it and he found out that Shield was responsible, but when you went crazy, I asked him to give me your suit's tracker to know where you were and I brought them because they thought where you could be. He rubbed his forehead because of the stress he was feeling right now and approached the green-haired man, who seemed to have finally calmed down. Aizawa. Now let me hear if I understood correctly. I told you not to pay attention to the Joker, but you didn't listen to me. You destroyed the entrance to the Gamma Field. You took your partner hostage. You broke a guy's legs in an alley and threw a grenade at him. You performed heroic acts and used your quirk without any license or permission. And worst of all, you left during my class hour. Izumi Shoto. Oh, shit. May. I don't see anything wrong with it. How bad is it to leave your class? The green-haired man gulped and looked fearfully at the pink-haired inventor. Izuku. It usually varies, but it is very painful and humiliating in short words. Melissa. And yet you still came looking for me? Izuku. Shut up already, I just want this day to end, sensei. In fact I don't care anymore, go ahead, punish me however you want, I can stand cleaning the bathrooms with a toothbrush. Hearing the punishment that the eraser hero might give him, the other conscious heroes and yakuzas looked on in surprise at such information. Even more so knowing that the UA was a large academy. Aizawa. Ah no Midoriya, I have something much worse. Izuku. Huh. What are you planning to do to me sensei? Tasaki. Take out his heart while he's still alive. Kurono. Give him a 10,000-volt shock. Izumi. Take away his vacation. Shinso. Give him a new partner. Izuku. Now, stop giving ideas. Aizawa. Oh no, I have something much worse, Midoriya. The green-haired boy looked at the eraser hero with fear, hoping that no idea had crossed his mind. Aizawa. Do you remember that he said that S.H.I.E.L.D. was in a test to see if she was qualified to be in the UA? Izuku. Yes. Aizawa. But, in view of recent events and knowing more about her past, I have decided that she will stay at the UA permanently until graduation. Izuku. Can I suggest something? Aizawa. No, now go back to the academy, you have a lot to make up for. Turning around to head back to his car, leaving a green-haired man in shock. Izumi. Little brother. Mirko. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Ryukyu. Yes, I know what to say. Aina. Izuku will be fine. Shinso. I don't think so. Melissa. Kuzu, this will be great, now we can be together like in high school. The green-haired boy still looked in shock at the American blonde, who only smiled at this statement and then saw his sensei who started his car. Izuku. Seriously sensei just hit me, castrate me with a spoon, it's in the rules, you know it, you wrote it. Flying out behind the sensei's car with the other students except Izumi who was taken by the heroines. Izuku. You really can't do this, it's unethical, it's wrong, she's even worse Mirko, I swear. Mirko. He didn't even get scared like that with me. Ryukyu. I see that he is more afraid of her than you, but I see that but so far away to be like this. Aina. Izumi, please tell us what you know. Izumi. This is going to be a long afternoon. That same night. And in other news, a Yakuza gang was arrested for drug manufacturing, human experimentation, and possibly pedophilia. The suspect in the incident can be seen on screen, being referred to by those arrested as the Green Devil. Izuku. Green Demon. Really? Eerie? What is it demon? The little girl, standing at the feet of the blonde dragon, stroked her hair gently. Ryukyu. I'll explain it to you later, darling. After the overhaul gang was stopped and little Eerie was taken to the hospital. She asked to see the hero who saved her from that hell after being taken to testify and undergoing her medical examination. In addition, the women, upon seeing the little girl and everything she went through, asked Endeavor if they could fill out some adoption paperwork. But knowing that this takes time, Eerie is now the newest member of the Midoriya family. End of chapter. Chapter 23. What am I what? Chapter 23. In the home of our angry broccoli. The aforementioned was just now getting up after everything that happened yesterday. And part of last night. After being scolded by both his sensei and Principal Nezu. For performing heroic acts and using a quirk without a license or permission. But. He was also congratulated for taking down a Yakuza group that was involved in contract killings, the production of illicit substances, and the kidnapping of a minor who was being used as the main source for the production of anti-quirk bullets. Although, of course, not in the neutralizing way used to catch villains, since it was learned that some were left with after effects, both physical and psychological. Doctors even said some would need wheelchairs for a year or more. The leader Chisaki ended up with both arms in casts because his bones were shattered and others were even upside down, causing the treatment to take a long time. And about the little girl who was under the control of the Yakuza. After being taken to the hospital to check her health, they considered sending her to an orphanage. Because they were unable to find a relative who could take care of her. No information could be found about the parents and their grandfather, the only relative they had, was in a coma and they didn't know when he would wake up. In addition, the little girl wanted to be close to her savior since she felt safe and wanted to see him again. Which was a bit difficult at first since Izuku could take charge. Keeping his married status a secret and that his parents will help him with the matter. In addition to having the approval of their wives that the little girl is with them. And said girl was now in the green-haired boy's bed, sleeping peacefully with a green teddy bear. Izuku's mind. Don't expect to have this kind of responsibility so soon. Smiling at the sight of the little girl sleeping peacefully but looking at the clock on the table. Izuku. I have half an hour to go to the academy. I hope to be able to talk to Izawa-sensei and convince him if I can take Eri to the camp. He would say to himself as he took his uniform out of the closet and headed to the shower. After all, Eri is not yet very attached to any of them, just to him. So it would be a problem if she stayed with someone other than him or her sister. After all, Izumi was the one who was watching her while he was begging Izawa to change his mind about having Melissa at UA. With a knife. We can see the sniper who was in her bed looking at her phone. After all, she was one of the first to wake up and today was the day. Ina's mind. The green demon, who turned out to be a student turned hero, took down a criminal group by himself. Does the new generation have the next symbol so soon? That was what the purple-haired woman was reading in the latest news today about her little husband's incident yesterday. Ina. As if the sports festival wasn't enough. Now she'll have a fan club, but too bad for them, they'll only be able to see it because I could touch it and many other things, haha. Smiling while biting his lip a little, remembering how Izuku was so wild and manly at that moment. At that moment she received an email from the UA, which she opened and saw was a message. Good morning. As heroines invited to the summer camp, which will focus on training first-year students in the hero course, you will be traveling in a separate vehicle. Here's the time you can go so as not to ruin the surprise. We appreciate your understanding. This was what the purple-haired girl read carefully, seeing that they had an hour after the students. Ina's mind. Now that you mention it, we haven't told Izuku anything yet, it will be perfect for the little one too. With Melissa. We can see how the blonde American was now with her head down. Because she was being scolded by her uncle Almight, who was now looking at her seriously. Almight. Melissa, you know you're like a daughter to me, but what you did was beyond a joke and more about young Midoriya. Melissa, yes Uncle Almight. She said somewhat embarrassedly, after all she didn't get away with it. After all, she was the one who caused the circumstances, the calls to Izuku, the harassment to the point where it exploded and left an entire Yakuza group with several broken bones. Almight. You're lucky that young Midoriya wasn't hurt and that a girl was saved, but don't think this will be enough punishment for you young lady. Melissa. What are you planning to do? Almight. Let's see, what do you think, 2 whole weeks without a laboratory or technological equipment at the summer camp that the students will have only physical training and quirks. Melissa. 2 pages, but Uncle Might, you know I don't have a quirk. Almight. I know that well, but that's no excuse not to exercise, it seems you need some. Melissa. But I'm not in the hero class, I can't go to that camp. Trying to use any logical argument to save himself. Because she was terrible at everything that had to do with physical training. Even in high school, he always had a passable grade, not bad, not good, but good enough to pass. Being the only course where Izuku and Shinso took the opportunity to tease her for not being able to last even 3 minutes of jogging. Almight. You don't have to worry about that, my niece. Have you forgotten who you're talking to? The number 1 hero, friend and acquaintance of Director Nezu, one of the most intelligent beings in the world. I'm more than sure he'll accept when he knows you're going. Now finish your breakfast while I call the director. Turning around to go to another side of his house to proceed to call Nezu. Leaving Melissa with a face of fear and frustration. What a brainiac like her hates most is physical exercise. Change of scene. Izawa. Yes, Midoriya, there's no problem with Eri going, but I hope this doesn't distract your training. The black-haired man would say through the green-haired man's phone, who was now in a very pleasant situation. Well right now, Ryukyu was on top of him, just as naked as he was in the bathroom. Pissing his neck while Izuku was trying to control himself so as not to lose control. Izuku. Okay sensei, I'll get the little one ready. Feeling how the blonde was groping her abdomen and her teeth were sinking into her neck, in addition to feeling the hot breath of the dragon woman. Izawa. Midoriya, don't call me when you're taking a bath, send me a message next time. I would say to hang up and leave the green-haired guy in his now hot situation. Ryukyu. Come on love, moan for your dragon. Heading further into the bathtub and continuing with their morning quickie. Izuku's mind. But how could I open the door? I'm sure I locked it. Being kissed now on the lips of the dragon who settled in better. Making the waterfall a little with his action while focusing on the bathroom door. It was noticed that he had slight cuts from some claws, which forced the door lock. Change of scene. With Izumi and Shoto. We can see the young couple having breakfast, already in their uniforms. Shoto. Do you think your brother has calmed down? I would say something fearful after everything that happened yesterday. I never thought that someone calm like Izuku, behaving worse than Bakugo or Mirko herself, was something more terrifying than his mother's ice flip-flop. Izumi. Yes, it's okay, after all, I doubt he'll behave like that in front of a girl or them. Referring to the three women who possibly have their brother somewhat tamed. Shoto. You're right about that, but yesterday was worse when Mirko came to your house. Remembering how the bunny heroine arrived at the Midoriya's house and kicked the door open. Izumi. Well, at least they're okay now, and I'm sure she'll want to give him bunnies. Remembering how I could see the brunette bunny sensually biting her lip while looking at her brother who was being overhauled. Shoto. We'd better go, I hope Aizawa-sensei has also gotten over his anger. Also remembering as a sensei, he was somewhat annoyed with the green-haired man due to destroying the entrance to the training camp. Izumi. Well, I hope at least today is a quiet day, let's go. Change of scene. With the green-haired one. Izuku was leaving the bathroom but with a satisfied face, but he heard the door to his room open. Being able to see the little girl come out, rubbing her eyes and yawning, still holding the stuffed animal in her arms. Izuku. Oh Eri, you desperatist. He would say something red as he closed the buttons of his shirt and stood in front of the bathroom door. Eri. Good morning. Being more awake and seeing the green-haired man who still had wet hair. Izuku. Eri-chan, you better get ready, you'll go with me to my camp. Eri. What is a camp? Izuku's mind. I think I must have kicked that little bird in the pelvis. I would think angrily about overhaul and remember how he broke my arms out of anger. How much did this little girl lose? Izuku. I'll explain it to you on the way, but I assure you that you'll have a lot of fun. With that he lightly shook the girl's hair and she accepted the gesture. But turning around to knock on the bathroom door. Which opened and revealed a blonde hair. Ryuko. Do you want another round, dear? He couldn't finish when he saw that little Eri was next to Izuku, who was signaling him to ignore the invitation. Izuku. Ryuko-chan, I'm going to make breakfast now, could you please bathe Eri-chan in the meantime? I would say something red because of the shame that the blonde almost said something risque, of course, ignoring that she was naked in front of him and the girl. Ryuko. Sure, leave it to me, come on little one, bath time. The girl saw the blonde and then the green-haired man, who smiled and nodded at her, which she noticed and went in with her. The green-haired man breathed a huge sigh of relief at not being caught in a lewd act in front of a girl. Izuku's mind. Thank goodness nothing got out of control. She thought about heading to the kitchen and making breakfast, but then she heard a door open. But he paid no attention to it as he then heard another door opening. Knowing better than anyone who they were. Until she crossed paths with Midoriya. Mirko. Good morning tough guy, how are you feeling today? The brown rabbit would say somewhat amused, she seemed in a good mood today. Izuku. A little sore, but fine, you seem to be in good spirits, oh, what's the reason for your happiness? Mirko. Can't I be happy that my little husband kicked the asses of all those fourth-rate yakuzas, hahaha. Leaning on her head to feel her hair and play with it for a while. Aina. You're feeling very excited today, Rumi. Is that why? Rumi. Haha, you caught me. Izuku. Ah, what is it? An important mission. Rumi. You could say why today we are going to. He couldn't finish when he felt the purple-haired girl start touching his ears. Rumi. Ooh hey, what do you think you're doing? I would say something red when I felt how the purple-haired girl was touching those sensitive places. Aina. I remember you from the surprise. He said something serious while continuing to touch the rabbit's ears, which were now redder than before. Under the gaze of a confused Izuku who knew nothing about anything, he even tilted his head to the side. Aina. By the way, what about Ryuko? Without taking her hands off the sensitive ears of her brunette friend, who was now kneeling. Izuku. Oh, she's bathing with Eri-chan, I asked her to do it since I'm taking her to camp. He would say he was happy for the day he was waiting for, but he turned pale when he felt Rumi start to approach him and smell him. Mirko. I can smell dragon in here. I would say looking into the eyes of the green-haired man who tensed and stepped back, being struck by the gaze of both women. Aina. Can't there be an occasion where it's not Ryuko? He said with a twitch in his eyebrow, a clear sign of anger, making the green-haired man swallow. Izuku. I can explain. Outside the house. Yeah. It was the scream that was heard that scared the birds and those who were inside the home. In the bath with Ryuko and Eri. Eri? What was that? Asked a little girl who was playing with the bubbles in the bath. Ryuko. I'm sure the others have already woken up. She knew what happened and hoped they wouldn't go after her. Change of scene. We can see the green-haired boy arriving at the academy with little Eri. who had some braids that kinda made for her and a little juice that Izuku bought for her on the way. But he looked so married and his face said it. Izuku's mind. As if they weren't enough, now people barely let me breathe. Along the way, people did not leave him alone as they recognized him from the festival and the Yakuza attack. They kept congratulating him, asking for autographs or photos. There were even ladies who saw how adorable the girl was. If it weren't for Izuku being quick, the little girl would have cried since she wasn't used to people yet. Hey bro. Izumi's voice was heard, who raised her hand along with Shoto and Shinso. The rest of his class were there too, who approached him and saw the little girl. Who clung to his pants because of the crowd. Hiroshima. Bro, you were amazing. I'd say patting him on the back for it. Haminari. What strength do you have to throw a guy that size through the sky? Zero. Now we know that doing this was a serious mistake. Laughing while elbowing the green-haired boy who blushed at that. Mina. Who is this sweetie? Watching the little girl hiding behind the green-haired boy. Uraraka. How adorable. Seiya. Reminds me of my sister. Toru. Hello little one, this is for you. Giving him a candy that he looked at in confusion. Jiru. Don't bother her, you want. Momo. She's so cute. Izuku. Her name is Eri, she is the little girl I saved and it seems she became attached to me. Lita. Even though you broke the rules Midoriya-san, you didn't act worthy of a hero. I would say moving his arms like a robot. Izumi. Hello Eri, do you remember me? Arriving with the rest who were with the girl, who looked at the green-haired girl with a small smile. And without any objection he lifted her up in his arms. Shinso. Are you already so angry? Izuku. Leave it, okay. Shoto. Don't blame him, I wasn't as scared with Mirko as you were when you were angry. Izuku. Haha, by the way Shinso, what are you doing here? Shinso. Well, sensei told me that I could come since someone did not train me as I requested and that this would be an opportunity to see if my request to transfer courses is approved. Izuku just smiled and looked away nervously since it was true that he didn't make the purple-haired boy train at all. Shinso. But it seems you won't be the only one coming. Smiling somewhat mockingly, confusing the green-haired boy a little, but when he turned around, he was surprised to see Melissa. Who was also there with the rest of the girls, who were talking to little Eri, who was in Izumi's arms. Izuku. What is she doing here? I asked, confused, seeing her with them, since it was obvious that those in support courses did not participate in the hero course activities. But the blonde, upon meeting the green-haired boy's gaze, just smiled and approached her friends. Melissa. Good morning, Kuzu, Hidi. Shinso. Don't call me that. Izuku. What the hell is going on here? Melissa. Well, I'm here to accompany you to your camp. Izuku and Shinso looked at each other and then at Melissa. Then they started laughing as if it were a joke under the gaze of Melissa who was looking at them seriously. But with a prominent vein on his forehead, although he tried to remain calm. Izuku. Wait, are you serious? He means it. Behind both friends appeared Izawa, who was as always. Izuku. Sensei. Upon hearing that it was the sensei, everyone lined up in order as if they were soldiers. With Izumi still holding little Eri in her arms, who looked at the situation with curiosity. Izawa. As you may know, today we will go to summer camp where we will increase the performance of all of you to the maximum, but as you saw, we have 2 students who will go with us. Bakugo. Why do we have to carry these extras? Izuku. Call them that again and I swear to God I'll rip your arms off. Sounding so threatening and raising his voice a little. Making the short-haired boy shudder and turn away angrily. Mineta. Remind me not to make Midoriya angry. He said something fearful, if Bakugo was angry it was a bit scary, before the sports festival. Izuku was now the clear example of never making someone calm angry. Izawa. Leaving that aside, the reason is that Shinso will come for the performance of his state and to see if he can change to the hero course and shield, it is at the request of All Might and Director Nezu, saying that it is a form of punishment for what happened. Both Midoriya and Shinso had laughed a little, knowing better than anyone that the American blonde. She was terrible at sports. Being somewhat terrifying that even scared the others in Class A, even Class B who was just with their sensei. Izawa. Okay, now just wait, don't make such a fuss. Heading towards Vlad King to talk a little about training. Leaving the students to talk among themselves. But a small group approached where the group of protagonists' friends were. Kendo. There are boys. I greet the orange-haired girl who arrived with some of the girls from her class. Izumi. Hello Kendo-san. Satsuna. Hello Mr. Hero. Said the green-haired girl who arrived with Izuku and hugged him from behind. Satsuna. You were amazing on the news. Izuku. Well thanks. He would say something embarrassed to be flattered in such a way for his action, but he didn't seem to get nervous around a pretty girl. This being seen by his closest friends, even his sister was surprised by it. Ryuko, it was terrifying how you came out on TV. Referring to the photo where Izuku was with his hood up and lightning around him. Giving the photo a very silent touch. Izuku, it wasn't like that, oh yeah. Looking at Shinso who looked away, being as much as a yes answer. Yui took out her phone and showed one of the photos that was circulating on the networks. Ryuko, do you need anything else? Izuku, okay, this is too much. Shinso, even Endeavor flinched when you were like that, let alone all the Yakuza you left with broken bones, one even had a loose jaw. Melissa, you see, Kuzu, it wasn't that bad. Hinoko, Kuzu. Melissa, it's a little game that he and I have been playing for years. Izuku's mind. Wait until we get to camp and I swear to God I'll make you suffer. Change of scene. We can see the trio of professional heroines who were driving away in the car they had. Hina. Did they really do it in the bathtub? Can't you control your impulses, horny dragon? I would say looking in the mirror at the blonde who was in the back of the car. Ryuko. Oh come on, don't give me that now, it was something quick. Hina. Seriously Ryuko, now you won't be able to do it as much as before, much less us, now there's a girl in the house. Mirko. I'm with her on that, at least try to control yourself a little, we don't want to deal with a little one asking questions she isn't ready to know yet. Ryuko. Well, not anymore, I promise to control myself more, at least during camp time we can't do anything. Hina's mind. That's what you think. Mirko. I hate driving. I would say seeing the traffic in front of me, I was thankful that my windows were tinted. Hina. It's better this way, depending on the time, the students are still at the academy and the last thing we want is crazy fans approaching. Change of scene. We can see Shinso on the Class B bus with Melissa as a companion. Who was talking to some girls about things from the past. Shinso's mind. This is going to be a long day. With Izuku and Izumi. We can see the brother duo playing Street Fighter online. Little Eri was taken in by the girls so she could socialize a bit. The boys were doing their thing, although Bakugo was calmer than usual. Izuku. I hope you're ready, it will be hard if Izawa is in a good mood. Izumi. I should ask you that, after everything that happened, I'm surprised you didn't clean the bathrooms. Seeing his character Blanca covering himself and Izuku using Chun-Li. Izuku. It seems that sensei has some humanity after all. Performing a double kick that forced Izumi to break her defense. Izumi. Do you plan to get revenge on Melissa for what happened? Trying to catch Izuku to electrocute him, but he kept jumping. Izuku. Since you have no idea, little sister, I'll take advantage of every moment. Giving him a triple combo to crown himself the winner. Izumi. Curse. Izuku. Haha. But as they continued playing, they didn't see that Izawa managed to make it hurt. Izawa's mind. They don't know what awaits them when we arrive. Smiling under that bandage for having coaches who will make their students beg for mercy. Change of scene. Time skip. We can see the students of Class A and B in a part of the mountains. Where many began to stretch and others to admire the view. Izuku, who was stretching, felt someone touch his shoulder. Seeing that it was a mantis boy from Class B. Izuku. Is something wrong? Higeru. I just want to tell you that you are strong, Midoriya, but don't think it will be easy. Izuku. Same here, I just hope you're like your blonde friend, I already have enough with mine. Something serious and not letting himself be intimidated by anyone because he had to put up with Bakugo all this time. I didn't feel like putting up with someone with the same attitude as him and if necessary I was going to break his neck. Higeru. I can only assure you that I won't be as much of a pain in the ass as he is. Izuku. In that case it's fine. Smiling, he leaves the mantis boy behind and heads off with little Eri. To say. Are you looking for a fight with him? His friend asked, seeing the green-haired boy who was with a little girl. Higeru. No, I'm just looking for a challenge to improve and it seems that he is a clear example. While clenching his fists with excitement at something that could be a challenge for him to overcome. The others still looked at the place in confusion. Hiroshima. Hey, why exactly are we here? Then a car arrived in which the cat heroines Mandalay and Pixie Bob got out. Plus a kid wearing a horned cap. Izumi's mind. What's the worst that can happen? A few seconds later. Izumi's mind. I had to talk. She would tell herself that she was falling from the top like everyone else. Izuku. Haha, I really love this quirk. Floating slowly and being the only one not damaged by the fall. But then he felt someone grab him by the foot and he began to fall at great speed. Being Melissa who takes it. Izuku. It's a duh. Unable to finish, he hit the floor with a blonde who used him as a mattress. Melissa. Thanks for the help, Kuzu. Izuku. You don't know how much I hate you. Betting the girl off him and dusting himself off. Mandalay. The camp is located at most an hour from here, you are free to use your quirks to get there quickly, good luck. Sato. This is already abuse. Lita. Is everyone okay? Pendo. You Class B. While everyone was gathering to see if they were okay, Mineta went deeper into the forest to urinate. Izuku. Eri, stay with sensei until he returns. The green-haired man shouted to the girl who was with the black-haired man, who just nodded. But then she saw the boy with the cap approach her. Izuku's mind. Very close. He would think something angry seeing the girl very close to his little girl. Inside the OFA. Nana. How adorable, jealous of dad. The 7th OFA carrier would say, laughing a little at the scene of paternal jealousy. Yoichi. This is now interesting. The Goro. Oh look, earth monsters. Seeing through Izuku's eyes some earth monsters that were about to attack Mineta. Then. I haven't seen one like this for years. Outside the OFA. Change of scene. We can see how a car had arrived at the cat heroines camp. Being the trio of heroines who came out and stretched a bit after a long road. Mirko. Finally, damn, I have a flat butt. He would say as he stretched a little, making his bones crack. They finally arrived. The rabbit saw that it was Mandalay who was with the senseis. Kinda. There was some traffic. Pixie Bob. I thought they would come after Ryukyu. Ryuko. I'm not a taxi. Closing the car door with some force. Glad King. It shows, nice car by the way. Kinda. We bought it because our personal taxi no longer wants to take us. Lying a little to avoid revealing the marriage and that it was still a gift for it. Mirko. Well, where are the brats? Mandalay. They are in the forest, it will take them a while to get there. Ryuko. Will they be okay? Pixie Bob. Don't worry, it's not that serious. If something were to happen, I could see them. Touching his mask that he was wearing. But the students. Melissa. I'm tired. I would say I'm already a bit sweaty and dirty from running. Being with his lifelong friends from high school, who were worse off. Izuku. One more word Melissa, and I swear to God I'll put you in a room with mine. Still annoyed by the girl's act, earning a surprised look from his friends and Izumi. Izuku. Okay, let's continue. Without saying anything else, he led the group to the front while listening to the others fighting against Pixie Bob's monsters. Shoto. And they say that Bakugo is the angry one. It's going to be a long camp. Izumi and Shinso thought and imagined everything that awaits them in this place. End of chapter. Chapter 24. What am I what? Chapter 24. Izuku's mind. Thank goodness I lost them, I was going to get irritated. The green-haired man thought that he now had a big advantage over the others. Because a certain blonde was holding him back by being the one in the worst physical condition. Something that most intellectual people lack. Nana. Don't you think you should have waited for your sister? The 7th OFA bearer asked the green-haired man, who didn't stop walking. Izuku. They get along well, there's no need to worry. Yoichi. And your other 2 friends. Now it was the first one's turn to speak to the 9th, who remembered the purple-haired boy and the 2-colored boy. Izuku. Meh, they'll be fine, well, I bet my allowance that Shinso will come crawling. He missed a great leap through the forest, but saw in the distance some earth monsters waiting for him. Izuku. I need to de-stress. I scream as I fall on top of one of them and stomp on his head. Inside the OFA. The Goro. It seems he got a bit of the rabbit. Watching how Izuku was throwing kicks and punches left and right at the earth monsters. Even affecting a little the surroundings of the forest where it was. Then. It seems so, all she needs is white hair and she will be a Mirko too. Outside the OFA. Izuku. Moon kick. He shouted to imitate his brunette wife's technique with all his might. Izuku's mind. I knew I could do it, it was worth that training. Change of scene. With Izumi and the others. Melissa. Damn you. The American blonde said angrily, who right now had some dirt all over her clothes and face. Shinso. It was to be expected, I would have done the same. He said, wiping off some sweat that was on his forehead if it wasn't enough for the monsters. The heat was killing him. Only unlike Melissa, he's already in better shape since his high school days. Izumi. Don't be like that, it could be worse than being with Bakugo. He said to throw a disc of fire that cut and charred the head of one of the earth monsters. Shoto. Well, at least now we're not around him and his bad temper. The bicolor said as a shiver ran through his body, remembering the angry green-haired man. As if it weren't enough to have an Izumi who has him as a maniac, now he had seen and heard an Izuku angry to such extremes. Even his father said that he felt a chill and that only happens to him when his mother is angry with him. Melissa. How long until we arrive? She said that she was a little tired from all the torture she was put through. The truth is that her uncle might went too far with the punishment. And that was just the first day. Izumi. If I am not mistaken, from here, about 2 hours, at least if we're lucky enough not to encounter the monsters. Shinso. And since Izuku can fly, he's probably already halfway there. Izuku. It was the scream that was heard throughout the forest, while the birds in the area flew away in fright. Even the students who were in different areas of the forest were surprised by the scream. Haminari. It seems that Midoriya did what every man fears, angering a woman. I would say trembling with fear, but launching an electronic attack at a ground crow. Dageru. Not even I dare do that. He said to take out a knife and cut 100 of ground. Yui. Is it because of the fear of kendo? Being helped by Ryuko to destroy an earth minotaur thanks to a twig that became giant. Kendo. Will Midoriya-san be okay? The orange-haired girl asked while rubbing her hands in some pain from hitting rocks. Satsuna. What's up, President? Are you thinking of talking to your hero and taking advantage of the camp to get closer to him? Laughing as he dodged a rock thrown by a blushing Kendo who was almost steaming from his ears. He was thankful that no one had hurt him because they were too busy fighting the monsters. Or so I thought. Or his mind. Wait for me, mine, this is gold. The retreat and look for his clothes after fleeing from a dog-shaped monster. But Izuku. He had stopped when his name was shouted by a certain angry blonde who hates love sometimes. Izuku's mind. I have no reason to fear, if I compare them to them, she is a girl who barely knows how to stick out her tongue. Laughing a little at the thought of an angry fuming mini Melissa. At the same time, 3 larger and more intimidating figures of their wives appeared. As if they were ready to break someone's bones. Izuku's mind. Yep, now I can take revenge for what he made happen in that situation, now that I realize it, if I have to admit that it was dangerous. Are you just realizing? It was Lullaby's voice that appeared again, scolding him for such action. Izuku's mind. I wonder how they are now. They must be doing something important. But the trio of wives. Ryukyu. Did you understand, little one? You were. Yes. Said the little albino who nodded while the blonde stroked her head. Since he took advantage of the fact that he found her alone, he explained that she didn't have to tell anyone about the situation in which she lived with Izuku and them. Telling her it was a secret, and since the girl was very polite, he promised not to tell anyone. Eri. Where is Mr. Izuku? Asked a little girl who was with her hands behind her back. Izawa. He shouldn't be long. The erased hero appeared out of nowhere, scaring the blonde a little. Ryuko's mind. Will she have heard? He mentally wondered, if it weren't for the fact that he was with a girl, he wouldn't have let his guard down. Eri. Really? Izawa. If I am not mistaken, he might take less time to come. Ryukyu. It seems you have much more confidence in him. Standing up and seeing the erased hero who seemed sleepy as always. Izawa. After Midoriya begged me not to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. at the UA, I forced him to finish the training we had before he left because of all those crazy yakuzas. Seeing the little girl who seemed confused but then left when she saw Kota who had some tennis rackets. Ryukyu. And did it have any changes? Seeing how little Eri was playing next to the boy in the cap, or rather, little Kota, explaining to him how to play with the racket. Izawa. Yes, it seems that outburst of anger he had managed to increase the percentage of his energy accumulation quirk, if I dare say, maybe he can match Mirko's speed. Vente de Ryuko. Oh no. Seeing some ears sticking out behind Eraserhead, being a smiling bunny who was more than happy to start training. Izawa. Well, you better go start planning your training for tomorrow, it's more than certain that when the students arrive, they won't even be able to handle their souls. Ignoring the smiling rabbit, walking past her as if nothing had happened. Ryukyu. Rumi, no. Rumi, yes. He said, still with that smile he had, as if he already wanted to fight someone strong. Ryuko's mind. I'm sorry Izuku, I don't think I can save you from her this time. He knew better than anyone that once Rumi got her mind right, it was impossible to change her mind. Ryukyu. And Donde esta Kaina? Rumi. She went with the cat to see our rooms, it seems we'll sleep in a separate cabin. Ryukyu. A cabin? Mirko. Yes, it seems they hadn't planned for us to come, and I don't plan on sharing a room with Mama Caterpillar and Dog Face. I listened to that. It was the scream of Vlad King who was somewhat far away, but could hear the rabbit's insult. Who just ignored him and continued talking to the blonde. Mirko. As I was saying, we'll sleep together in a separate cabin, at least some privacy for us, but what about the girl? Watching the little girl who was now playing with Mandalay's nephew. Ryuko. What do you mean? Mirko. Well, she's closer to him and he'll be with the other kids from the university separately. Ryuko. Let me take care of that, now go think of a way to train the young people and not kill them in the attempt. Mirko. You ask the impossible of me. Turning around to go to the office where the papers for the order of the practices and the student information were. Leaving the blonde, who was looking at the little girl who was playing with Koda. Seeming to be having fun with someone else who isn't alone with them or Izuku. Ryuko's mind. I wonder if he got jealous of his father. It's still too early to have children, but would he be an overprotective father? Thinking about what Izuku would be like as a future father, although the marriage agreement of the court states that he must be of a considerable age to have children. Then what they were to be able to connect well. So far, she and Izuku have already connected well, with her being the first to do it so far. While the dragon was thinking, we now focus on the purple-haired girl. Whoever was now in a part of the forest seemed to be looking for a specific point. Kinda. Looks like this place is good. He said to take a bale of her hair and put it on a tree. Kinda. This is where I can be alone with Izu, it will be a good excuse to train. She thought about being alone with her little husband after training. After all, the blonde dragon had already had a clear advantage when it came to pushing the boundaries. Ina's mind. I just have to hold on until nightfall, I just hope Eraser or one of those cats don't get in the way. He remembered the blonde from the cat group who seemed desperate for a boyfriend. Change of scene. An hour later. We can see how it was now the white-haired rabbit who watched the children play. At the same time I had a small training plan where I already had an idea of what to do. But his ears quickly twitched as he picked up a noise nearby. Standing up quickly with a slight smile. Mirko. We already have the first one to arrive here. I shouted for the children to be confused by it, but then they heard something fall. Letting himself be seen was Izuku, who was somewhat dirty and sweaty from his long journey to get there. Iri. Senor Izuku. Said the little girl who ran into her savior's arms. This being seen by Koda, who brought back a memory from long ago, giving him an ugly feeling that made him click his tongue. Izuku. Hello little one, how did it go while I was gone? At the same time the other teachers came out to see the broccoli-haired boy. Kinda. Wow, he arrived at the same time it would take them to come. Looking at the watch on his wrist, smiling at how fast it is. Mandalay. Congratulations kid, you're the first to arrive, the same time it would take us. Izuku. Really? He was surprised at how far he got, even though he had many monsters in his path. He never thought his quirk had reached such levels. Izuku's mind. It seems that Melissa's joke did bear fruit. Izawa. Good job Midoriya. Smiling under his bandages, but watching Vlad out of the corner of his eye. Who seemed to be a little annoyed at not seeing one of his students coming with him. Vlad King's mind. I'll start more severe training as soon as they return. Pixie Bob. Haha, so this is the guy they're talking so much about on the news. Arriving with a slight unholy smile towards the boy who had already separated from Iri to wipe off his sweat. Izuku. Hey. Pixie Bob. Hope to see you in 3 years. Hugging him a little tightly and putting him against his chest, making the green-haired man turn red. Although of course, the blonde cat felt as if something had gone through her head. Unaware that Akina was killing her with a look that would make any novice pee their pants. But then some bandages separated the blonde and the green-haired boy, and Izawa approached him. Izawa. Midoriya, good job for arriving first, for now you can go rest, go take a bath and then eat. Izuku. And the training. Izawa. We'll start tomorrow, since I highly doubt everyone will make it before the end of the day, so consider it a reward. Izuku. Thank you, sensei. Watching how the eraser hero took the blonde cat away from his student. Mandalay. The truck is there, your things are still inside. Izuku. Thanks, I'll go get them. Walking away from the place to get his things, he was followed by the little girl who never left his side. Telling him everything he did with the child since he arrived. But also being seen by the boy with the cap who did not stop watching the interaction between the green-haired boy and the little albino. But the heroines. They were now alone in the place because Mandalay went to look for Pixie Bob who was taken by Izawa and Vlad King went inside to give some better to his training method. Ryukyu. Come on kinda calm down. He said to put his hand on the shoulder of the purple-haired girl who seemed to want to activate her quirk. Kinda. Yes I know, but you saw how he did it. Mirko. What did you expect? That cat has been desperate for a boyfriend for years. Kinda. But do what he did. Mirko. Do you think I was happy to see that? Pointing at the ground, a crack can be seen, caused by the strength of his legs. Surprising the duo of her friends a lot since they didn't even realize when she did that. Change of scene. Now we can see the green-haired man inside the hot springs, thankful that there was no one around. Izuku's mind. Thank goodness Izawa-sensei and Mandalay took care of Pixie Bob. Wetting his head a little to relax a little, taking away all the tension he had on him. Feeling like you're in paradise. Izuku's mind. How are the others? Change of scene. We can see a green-haired woman rubbing her hands. Due to the burning of overuse with his quirk, having an annoyed expression. Izuku, wait until I see you so I can kill you. He shouted throughout the forest, revealing how the other students were still fighting the earth monsters. Some were tired from overusing their quirks, others from physical exhaustion. Among them were Melissa, Toru, Shinso and Kanoko. Those who seemed to be the most worn out among the others, those who seemed to be at their limit. And that could be seen in the dirty and somewhat torn condition of their uniforms. Back with Izuku. Izuku. Nah, I'm sure they'll be fine. Going deeper into the water to get completely wet. I see you're relaxing a lot. Hearing that familiar voice, looking at the bar that separated the men's and women's side. To a hexy purple-haired girl who was smiling, watching the naked boy in the water. Izuku. Kaina-chan. Going down the wooden wall and getting close to the water where the green-haired man was. Even wearing his hero suit. Izuku. What are you doing here? The senseis could come. He said, somewhat alarmed at being caught in such a way, knowing that the only sensei who knew about this. You're Almight. Kaina. Don't worry, I didn't come to do anything yet, I just wanted to see you. Watching how the green-haired man approached the water's edge, being grabbed by the cheek by the purple-haired woman. Izuku. Where is Eri? Here it is. It was the voice now of Ryuko, who was on the female side of the terminal waters. At the same time, little Eri was playing with a dragon made of Yule and an octopus. Izuku. I see, at least they're calm for now. Kaina. Well, we have to take advantage of the fact that there is no one there, although we can't overdo it. She said she wanted to kiss the green-haired boy and that he would let her do it, after all it was already a habit. Izuku. I never expected to see her here too, so it was that surprise. Kaina. That's true, but I remind you that Mirko found out about your improvement and since that incident, he doesn't plan on letting you rest. Izuku's mind. I'm fried. Change of scene. Time skip. Now we can see the sunset and all the senseis, the heroines, the children and the green-haired one. Those who finally saw all the other students who seemed more dead than alive. Pixie Bob. They finally arrived. Mandalay. It took them 6 hours, it would take us 3 hours to come. Zero. What do you mean, 3 hours? Sato. How bad, they just want to show off. The diabetic boy said with a lot of sweat and pain on his body. Mandalay. But it took someone 3.5 hours. Everyone else saw the green-haired man who was wearing more comfortable clothes. Holding a dango in one hand and waving to everyone else with the other. Izuku. Hello friends, it seems like you had a good time. He said as if nothing had happened and ate the dango he had, laughing a little at seeing all his friends half dead. Especially a certain blonde with glasses, who seemed more dead than alive. Being on the ground, catching his breath as best he could and looking at Izuku with hatred. Izumi. If I had energy, I would strangle you. She said, between choking and falling to the ground, tired, she was exhausted. Izuku. Haha. Mirko. Don't laugh, you won't be so lucky tomorrow when you have to train with me. In a low voice so no one would hear, or so I thought. Viewer's mind. Poor Midoriya. Satsuna. What are the top heroines doing here? Being the first to ask the question everyone wanted to ask, which no one could. Due to fatigue and their only thought being to recover their strength. Izawa. Well, now that everyone is here, I can explain it to you without any problems. Taking a step forward and pointing with his hand at the 3 heroines who were there. Izawa. The director requested the presence of professional heroes for better security and greater performance in their training, hoping to have great results, especially having Mirko here. The bunny heroine just smiled like a hunter, causing several to get chills. Lad King. Well, so you can see that we're not that bad, go and rest now. Pixie Bob. Just this once, we're going to cook for you. Change of scene. We can see how everyone was now eating as if they hadn't eaten a thing in days. Izuku. They look like they haven't eaten in years. Shinso. Shut up, will you? I need this. You don't know how difficult it was with her always in danger. Izuku. Haha, I can imagine, poor you. Mocking a little, he grabbed a bread that was thrown by Izumi, who was clearly not happy at all. Izuku. Hey monster, taking the opportunity to tell you that Eri is going to sleep with you. Izumi. With me? Izuku. The boys will share a room, you know that many might not be to Eri's liking. Izumi. It's okay, I have no problem with it. Melissa. Are you referring to the girl? Izuku. Yes. Uraraka. Don't worry Izuku-kun, we'll take good care of Eri-chan. Izuku. Thank you. All the teenagers talked among themselves about their situation. The boy in the red cap was looking at the green-haired boy seriously, but he put that aside because he took a box of fruit that his aunt told him to take to the kitchen. The next day. We can see a brunette bunny who was heading to the men's section with Aizawa. With a kick the doors were opened and at the same time the sound of a whistle rang throughout the place. Letting screams and complaints be heard, letting all the boys from both be seen. Aizawa. Stand up already, brats, training will begin now. Mirko. Quick you bucking brat. With a loud stomp, the dorm shook, causing everyone to quickly put on their physics gear and leave the room. Aizawa. It seems that not everyone wants to start. Seeing how there were two still sleeping as if the noise didn't matter to them. Mirko went deeper into the bedroom and saw who they were. Izuku and Shinso, who were still asleep as if nothing had happened, made Mirko have veins of anger. Mirko. You sleepy vermin, get out of bed. Two loud bangs from the bed were heard all over the place which scared the birds. Mirko. Get up I said. Other blows were heard and Izuku and Shinso were seen, who blew their heads in pain. Izuku. He didn't have to hit us. Shinso. Damn rabbit. He whispered under his breath so that another one wouldn't fall on him. Now training at camp will finally begin. End of chapter. Chapter 25. What am I what? Chapter 25. This is hell. This was the thought of most of the students in the first year A and B classes. Well, since they started around 5 in the morning, they didn't hold back at all. Careful. It was the scream that was heard from Awase, who shouted towards one of her companions. That being Kanoko Komori, who stepped aside to let a beastly-looking boy fall. Letting himself be seen was his companion Shishida, who had detransformed from his beast mode. Noticing that he had spiral eyes and his physics uniform was somewhat dirty. Mirko. Come on, brats, don't tell me that with that strength you want to be heroes. The rabbit heroine shouted, her leg raised, sending the beast boy from Class B flying. Being viewed with fear by the other students who were training under her command. Those being the ones who have close combat quirks. Izuku's mind. I should have accepted Kaina's request. He thought as he watched the rabbit take Senator Kabara in a wrestling hold. Who was trying to get out of the rabbit's hands, but it was useless. His friends wanted to help him, but it was too late. The crack was heard, and the drill boy from Class B fell to the ground. Sen. Goodbye friends, I'm going to a better place. Said Kabara's soul, coming out of his mouth towards the sky, worrying his companions. Mirko. Now you guys are next. I shout to grab Tetsu and Kirishima, who quickly activated their quirks. Wanting to resist at least a little from the rabbit's blows. Izuku's mind. Now I'm jealous of them. Taking a look at the training that Ryukyu was giving. Who seemed to be giving a yoga class to the girls, including Uraraka, Sayu, Ryuko, Yui, Kinoko and Toru. Plus the intellectual Melissa Shield, who was currently sweating like she just stepped out of a sauna. It was even clear that she was suffering from the stretching she was doing under the tutelage of the dragon heroine. Thinking that doing yoga would be the easiest and least tiring. Brave error. Izuku's mind. Haha, I don't even sweat with that. Mocking her high school friend a little in her mind for her athletic suffering. But he saw how on the other side he could see others from the class like Monoma, Kendo, Ibara, Kurwaro, Mina and Pony. Among them, Lady Nagant, who was kind of dodging the shot. Well, she was with a paintball gun and the students who were under her supervision. They had target shooting signs on their chests and backs, evading the purple-haired girl's shots as best they could. Who seemed to be having fun, in addition to being able to improve agility and reaction speed. Which was merciless, as Kendo's hair had already turned partly orange to purple. Kurwaro was now blue-haired instead of white-haired. You could say that in a way, the heroines were enjoying this. Or good. Mirko and Kaina were enjoying this. Aizawa. How are things going here? Asked the erased hero who arrived where they were with Mirko, where he only saw Tetsu and Kirishima. They fell to the ground, already without the use of their quirks, due to Mirko's keys. Mirko. So far so good, we're just warming up. Is this a warm-up? It was everyone's thought after the words of the white-haired woman, who just smiled. Unknowingly stepping on Tetsu's back, who was only letting out moans of pain. Aizawa. Remember Mirko, I want my students alive and able to walk. Mirko. I know, do you think I'm overdoing it? The black-haired man saw almost all the male students with physical combat quirks. He swore that he was being helped to remove his buried face by the force of the rabbit. Tetsu was still being stepped on his back by the rabbit, Kirishima, even after using his quirk. He could barely move. Shinso. Should we tell him? The purple-haired man whispered to his green-haired friend, who just shook his head. Izuku. Do you want to be next? Now his purple-haired friend asked, who only shuddered as a similar scene came to his mind. Being chibi versions of him and Mirko, with the latter lifting him above her head and putting him in the same key with her rock back, as if it were a tree branch. Shinso. Aid him. She said with a pale face, imagining what could happen, but she felt his hand on her shoulder. Having a mocking smile on his Yuke face. Izuku. Welcome to the hero class. Shinso. Teodio. Izawa. By the way, please help our student who wants to transfer to the hero course. Izuku and Shinso quickly turned around to meet Mirko's fierce gaze. They would even swear that their eyes lit up when they saw them. Izawa. He's somewhere in between, but he could get into the hero class, but he needs more training. Mirko. Who is it? Izawa. The one with purple hair who is alone. He pointed at the purple-haired boy who got confused, and when he turned around, Izuku was no longer there, but a trail of smoke with the figure of Midoriya that disappeared in the wind. At that moment a shadow covered the purple-haired man, and he saw that it was Mirko, who only showed a smile. Mirko. Alright Brad, I'll focus on you, everyone else, choose your partners and have practice fights, now. Yes, Mirko-sensei. They all said and quickly split up, even Jiroda and the Metapop brothers stood up. It was easier for everyone to spar with each other than to endure a kick from the strongest woman in Japan. Shinso's mind. Izuku, when I finish this, I swear to God you'll pay me for it. Being able to see Izuku, who was next to Ajiro, stretching a little before starting. Izuku's mind. Sorry buddy, but it's you or me. Although after this, you know you'll still suffer. Said the bald carrier, who was only laughing because Izuku was only saved momentarily. Sacrificing his friend in his place. Izuku's mind. You had to say it. Angry at the black whip wielder, but cutting the connection at the moment of almost being hit by Ajiro. With Izumi. We can see how the green-haired girl was spitting out some paint that fell into her mouth. Izumi. How disgusting. Wiping it with the sleeve of his uniform and seeing that it had a bit of brown color. Izumi's mind. It hits me in the head and looks like a Chako's sister. Seeing again the others who were with her in Kaina's training. Satsuna. You can tell it's tough, right? Asked the green-haired girl from Class B, who was removing the red color from her hair with some water. Izumi. And you can say it, I never thought that training with top heroes would be like this. A slight lie because I already had similar training with Endeavor at their agency. Satsuna. But it seems like your brother has it worse. Seeing how Izuku was now not only fighting Ajiro, but also Kirishima and Tetsutetsu. Those who joined together because they wanted to somehow regain their honor as men. And what better way for them to face the person considered the strongest first year? Izumi. Nah, he'll be fine, thank goodness he's not Shinso. They both saw how the purple-haired man was now trapped in the rabbit's arms. With his face turning the same color as his hair from lack of air. Trying to free himself with the little strength he had. Izumi. I feel bad for him. At that moment, a paint bullet hit Izumi square in the face and another hit Satsuna behind the head. Kaina. Who told you guys you can rest? Izumi. Oh no. Satsuna. Run. She screamed to split into several parts of herself and float away as best she could. Izumi. Damn you, don't leave me. I screamed to be completely shot to almost look like the flag of the city of Cuzco in Peru. Ryukyu. The dragon heroine stood up after her long yoga session for the girls. Ryukyu. Okay, take a break and then we'll continue with another training. Earning a settlement, but then he saw something fall and it was the tired Melissa. Seiya. How do you feel? Squatting down to be close to the American blonde who was catching her breath as best she could. Melissa. I'm good at science, not physics. At that moment he felt a tree branch touch his cheek and he saw that it was Toru due to the floating clothes that were visible. Toru. Can you still feel? Melissa. Yes, that hurts. Somewhat upset about that, it's as if she were dead, although now she wasn't far from that. Uraraka. Haha, look on the bright side, at least we got a little break. He said to try to cheer up the blonde who was slowly coming to her senses. Lad King. I wouldn't be so sure. The girls shuddered when they saw the sensei of Class B, who despite not being as scary as Izawa. He commanded a little respect. Hinoko. Vlad sensei. Seiya. What do you mean by that, Kiro? Lad King. This is just the warm-up, the training will end until the sun sets, since after this, they will go all out with everyone with their quirks. But that said, the girls who were under Ryukyu's guardianship tensed up. Yui. And what about her? He pointed at the American blonde, who had already managed to recover, wiping off the sweat she had on her. Lad King. Oh, she will have some physical training with Mirko or Tiger, training is for everyone. Lad King's mind. At least that's what Almight asked for. But that said, the blood hero left the place, leaving the girls somewhat fearful for their temporary companion. Well, all it took was hearing the screams of pain from the boys who were training with Mirko. Even more so when they saw Shoji, one of the greatest among men, being sent flying several meters by a kick. Hinoko. That will hurt tomorrow. he said, seeing the heroine's rabbit foot mark on the octopus boy's chest, who seemed to be already unconscious. Melissa's mind. Someone keep me. A few minutes later. Izuku. Smash. The green-haired man shouted as he tried to punch Mirko, who dodged the attack and grabbed the green-haired man by the neck with his arms. Mirko. What's wrong, kid? It's not the same strength as that time. Somewhat upset because she thought her husband was holding back. In addition to giving him a bit of his chest near his head. Izuku. That was because of the adrenaline, I wasn't even thinking. Complaining a little and looking a little red, more from pain and tiredness than from feeling his wife's breasts. Mineta. God, how envious. The dwarf with purple grapes would say, who looked at the green-haired man's situation with some anger. But Mirko could hear him and quickly grabbed the green-haired man more tightly and knocked him to the ground. Mirko. Do you think you can last a round, dwarf? Pointing and stomping hard to crack the ground. Mineta, terrified, saw Izuku, Shoji, Jirota, Awase, Todoroki and Bakugo on the ground around Mirko. Some were unconscious and others could barely move due to the pain. Bakugo's hands were already sore from all the explosions, which failed to reach the rabbit. Shoto practically had some broken ribs and due to the pain he couldn't concentrate well on using his fire or ice. And Izuku could barely move due to tiredness and the pain from Mirko's blows. Mineta, no ma'am. He said something fearful, but that didn't stop him from being roughly grabbed by the face. Mirko. No excuses. Screaming and throwing the Piliuva into the air. Shinso. That's what happens to him for being loud-mouthed. Whispering as he lay on the ground, pretending to be unconscious next to Shiro. Shiro. Don't make so much noise, she could hear us. Still with his face buried in the ground and pretending to be unconscious. With Izumi. The green-haired girl had thrown a flame from her mouth, trying to hit the leader of the Hussy Cats. Who quickly evaded it and launched himself at her, delivering a palm strike with his cat glove to the green-haired girl. But unintentionally, she was finished off by a barrel that was increased in size and levitated by the duo from Class B. Ryuko. Ryuko. We're sorry. The silver-haired girl said to the green-haired girl, who just raised a thumb, implying that she was fine. Being helped by Uraraka and Kanoko to stand up. Kinda. Don't you think you're missing something? Appearing behind them and firing rubber bullets with a replica gun. Being painful, but not lethal. With Melissa. Melissa's mind. I promise not to make jokes for a while. He thought while doing push-ups with Ryukyu on his back, who was reading a book. Change of scene. Time skip. Mandalay. Well, training is over, they made it for their first day. The leader of the cat said that she saw all the students who were almost dead. Some more than others. Pixie Bob. As we told you, you are now going to make your lunch. Ragdoll. Here are all your ingredients, so cheer up guys, just a little effort and collaboration will get you eating. Encouraged as she moved her hands with her cat-like paws. Uraraka. Oigan, why Izuku-kun? Seeing that his green-haired companion was missing, only his twin who was using Shoto to keep from falling was there. Izumi. Lady Nagant took him away to train a little more. Shoto. Poor thing, if he hadn't shown all that in the incident with the Yakuza, he could rest. Worried about his friend having extra training, since if it weren't for the strength he showed that day. Lita. Come on guys, don't be like that, Midoriya-san showed how far we can go, we just need to reach it. He had unintentionally motivated everyone because of that, it was true that Izuku was already too strong among them. That, and in training, he was the one who stood up the most and lasted the longest against the rabbit in the practice fight. The Geru, who had declared that he would overcome it, just nodded and that making a simple meal wouldn't make him full yet. Although of course. Without anyone knowing. A certain blonde was also missing. With Izuku and Kaina. We can see the green-haired man who was on the floor, covered in paint, and Akaina with a mocking smile. Kaina. Okay, that's enough, you can go back now. Izuku. Are you saying that because you ran out of cartridges? I asked somewhat ironically, seeing that the purple-haired girl touched her belt where she no longer had anything on it. Kaina. That too, at least of course, that you want me to use my hair bullets. Izuku. No, I'm better now. Getting up as if nothing had happened and smiling at the purple-haired girl, who just laughed a little. Kaina. Remember Izuku, this place is secret for your special training, not only will I be helping with this, but the other senseis will too. Izuku. I understand. Kaina. I'm telling you clearly, because it's possible that a certain person doesn't want to see you progress. He said it for a certain Policiniso, who said he could no longer bear the defeat at the sports festival. Much less that he has extra training so he can advance further. But the purple-haired girl looked in one direction and clearly saw yellow hair that moved away. Izuku. I think I know who it is, I noticed it when I was hitting Rumi more. He remembered how Bakugo was more intense than usual in combat training. Izuku. Although it seems like he's a little scared of me after everything that happened. The purple-haired girl, upon learning that a certain person was no longer in the area, just smiled at her little green-haired boy. Kinda. It's true, but no one knows that the only thing that makes you tremble is us. Taking his face and kissing him with such desire, since it had been a long time since he had done so. Even Izuku was surprised by how much he wanted to, as if the tongue wasn't enough, he swore he wanted to do it right there. A few minutes later. We can now see how Izuku after the last training with Kaina. And his classmates would ask him how he did or make fun of him a little for being covered in paint. Izuku was already in his clothes and was in the vegetable room with Izumi. Izuku. And that happened. Izumi. I see, well it's not that strange, it seems she finally understands that she's not the center of the world. Speaking of the Muslim who was just now chopping the vegetables so fast and without shouting. Izuku's mind. They told me I could go see them after this, should I go? As they finished arranging the vegetables that were about to arrive, little Eri came in with a caramel apple and a note in her hand. Izumi. It's been a while since we had some time alone, don't you think bro? Smiling and seeing her broccoli-haired twin, who just ignored her. Izuku. I didn't tell you, but I'm going to go after seeing them. Turning around but being keyed by Izumi, who caught him in a hug. Izumi. Tell me why are you ignoring me? She shouted somewhat angry and indicated for being ignored by her brother, even though she wanted to spend some family time. Izuku. Why do you make those kinds of comments, especially when little Eri is here? The girl didn't even pay attention to them, she just continued eating her candy apple. Izumi. How cruel you are, it's been a long time since we had some time between brothers. Releasing the green-haired boy from his embrace, he turned around with a pout. Izumi. I'm sure you're just thinking about doing dirty things with your wives, aren't you? Izuku. Hey, that has nothing to do with it. Watching as the green-haired girl got on top of the table and snuggled up. Izumi. Oh me, I feel like Chalita. But the sad tone more false as if Tamura is not a hand fetishist. Izuku. Really? Do you feel like a Chalita? Get off the table before Mandalay-sen comes and scolds you. Izumi. Then why? Aren't you spoiling me? Smiling mockingly and waiting for some affection from his older brother. Izuku. And now why do you change your mood like that? Angry and earning a laugh from his brother because look, like this good time between brothers. But then the green-haired man looked down as he felt his pants being pulled. Seeing that it was Eri. Izuku. What's wrong little one? Eri. A girl told me to give this to you. Showing the paper he had in his hand, this being seen by the brother duo. Izumi. Don't tell me Kendo confessed to you in a letter. Somewhat excited and mocking her brother, because if one of them finds out. Who would they kill first? Izuku. Shut up, will you? I'll use you as a human shield if necessary. Opening the paper he had and seeing what it said. I know your secret. Melissa. This was what Izuku and Izumi read and they had different reactions. Izumi turned pale because she might be referring to the marriage decree from the court. Izuku, for his part, just lowered his head and his hair covered his eyes and he let out a deep sigh. Izumi. Brother. I asked somewhat worried and scared. Eri. What does the note say? Asked the innocent little girl who didn't know what was happening. Izuku. Izumi, get out of here for a moment. Squeezing the paper he had in his hand in addition to slight rays that came out of his body. Izumi. Come on, little one. Taking the confused little girl who ran away from the place and closing the door. This being seen by some of the others who didn't know what was going on. Izuku. Its, a bucking at. It was the cry that was heard throughout the camp as the birds of the place flew away. And everyone, except for the senseis and children, were surprised to hear such a loud insult. Ibara. Praise God, that's the strongest rudeness I've ever heard. A few minutes later. We can see Izumi and her group in front of the door where the green-haired girl came out of. Where one of the twins was still inside. Shinso. Are you sure we should do this? The purple-haired boy asked somewhat fearfully, having before his eyes that day the most dangerous Izuku in his fury mode. Izumi. Sure, based on my time, 20 minutes is more than enough to calm down. Izumi's mind. At least I hope so, otherwise I'll have to go for one of them. Satsuna. In that case, who goes first? Izumi. Shoto, vamos. The bicolor began to tremble with fear and looked fearfully at his girlfriend. Shoto. If we know why it's there, I don't think it's necessary to go in. He said fearfully, surprising the group who never expected to see something like that coming from the expressionless bicolor. Izumi. Let's go. Raising her voice and signaling strength, she takes the first step. Shoto. I'm scared. He said, already trembling and trying to refuse the green-haired girl's request. Izumi. It's too late. Uraraka's mind. Since when do they have that relationship? Shoto. What if he attacks me? Izumi. He's calmed down now. Shoto. So why do you want me to go? Shinso. Screw it, I'll do it. Opening the door and quickly stood behind Shoto and Izumi. Making everyone sweat droplets for that action, thinking about how quickly the courage of Izawa's lost son had left. Izuku. There are guys. Coming out and showing himself, he was a bit sweaty. In the distance was Melissa helping to boil some potatoes for dinner that night. Melissa's mind. Haha. Change of scene. That same night. Izuku was now with his Izumi walking through the forest to look for a solution to the problem. Izuku. What do we do now? If anyone else finds out about this, I won't just be in trouble. They'll all be labeled pedophiles, and their careers will be ruined. Izumi. The Todoricus will also go down the drain with all this, the agency and the entire family. Izuku. I have an idea, what if we kidnap her and throw her into the ravine? Izumi. No, it would be very obvious, what I suggest is that we use the food and say that the ingredients were rotten or poisoned. Haina. You guys watch a lot of movies, right? The cilantro and parsley duo were scared when they saw the purple-haired girl on top of a tree. Izuku. What are you doing here? Haina. I came to see that you don't commit a homicide, at least one that isn't so regrettable. Izumi. Listen, Melissa, she knows about the… Haina. It's a lie. Coming down from the tree and seeing the brother duo who were confused by it. Change of scene. Now we can see a man with black hair on top of a hill, looking at the camp in the distance. When can we start? I'm dying to shed blood. Now a man with a white mask and hood speaks, snapping his hands in excitement. Humming lunatic, it's still too early to act, according to our informant, they will soon do their activity that will divide them, you just have to be patient. That's too bad, I was already looking forward to using this new knife that I got. The blonde spoke, wearing a schoolgirl uniform and holding a knife shining on the edge. I found some squirrels over there, go use it on them. The young man with a green mask and high school uniform spoke. Change of scene. Izuku. That damn thing, I'm going to drown her in the river. Izumi. Relax, at least it was nothing more than we thought. Haina. Izumi, you go to sleep, I'll take care of the grumpy one. Izuku. I'm not grun. He was unable to finish as his wife's rifle was aimed at him. Izuku. Okay, I'll shut up now. Izumi. Okay Kaina-chan, I'll leave Grumpy to you, my bed is waiting for me. Izuku. You don't mean that Shoto is waiting for you? The green-haired girl only gave him the middle finger as she walked away, but then she felt arms wrap around her. Haina. Don't think you're going to save yourself from me now. Izuku. What's on your mind? Haina. Follow me. Taking the green-haired man to a distant part of the forest to his confusion. A few seconds later. Izuku. Are you sure you want to do it here? Haina. Calm down, no one will notice. Do it now. I've been wanting my turn for a long time. Izuku. Good, since this way I relieve stress. Grabbing the purple-haired girl's ass and entering her. A good way to end the night after a long day of training. End of chapter. Chapter 26. What am I what? Chapter 26. The sun was rising to start a new day at the Wild Hussycats camp, which was now temporarily residing at the UA's first-year classes A and B for a few weeks of arduous training. But between some bushes you could see a green-haired man and a purple-haired woman coming out. Fixing their clothes after special training. Haina. Ryuko wasn't lying about your whips. Adjusting his sleeveless shirt and brushing off some leaves he had on it. Izuku. She told you about that. Having a slight blush at that, since as he knew, Ryuko was the only one to do it with him, telling about the whip she used for that occasion. Haina. No, it was Rumi, and you forgot that her room was next to yours. Now Izuku didn't look like a broccoli, but now a tomato with legs because of how embarrassed he was. Haina. I just want to remind you that no one should know this yet, we don't want a scandal right here on the mountain. Izuku. Nah, calm down, I won't say anything, at least until I finish college and graduate. Haina. I'll give you some advice, Rumi likes rough hex, but if you manage to use your whips before, you'll have her at your mercy. The image of a submissive Rumi being whipped into their minds came to both of them. Izuku. Do you want to provoke me? He said to calm himself, he didn't want to start his training with his little friend awake and be the laughingstock of everyone. Haina. Haha. Smiling as they both got ready and headed towards the field to start training with the others. There they crossed paths with Ryukyu and Izawa, who had different reactions. Ryukyu was surprised and angry at the purple-haired girl, as it seemed strange to him that she didn't come to sleep at the cabin with Rumi that night. Izawa just stood there with his neutral expression, but being confused. Izuku. Good morning senseis. The green-haired man said, calm, but inside he was screaming to meet Izawa right now. Izawa. What are you doing up so early? Ryuko's mind. Please say something convincing. Hina. I found this broccoli training secretly in the forest, he seemed strange to me, and I went to see him, he woke up with energy. Smiling and lightly patting him on the back. Izuku. Why broccoli? He whispered to himself but was heard by the black-haired man who only sighed. Izawa. Did he break a bone or did he lose control? Seeing the purple-haired girl who shook her head. Izawa. Fine, but you'll still continue training with the others, Midoriya, go and wake up your teammates, Ryukyu will go for the girls, I have to continue with them. Seeing a certain group of students and they were the ones who failed the exams. Who seemed not to have slept and more with Izawa, who took Kaminari with his bandage from his head. Ryukyu. Don't you think you're exaggerating? It seems like you haven't slept at all. Seeing the boys' ears and tiredness in their eyes, at least Bakugo was holding up well. Izawa. It's not just the gifts that need to improve, other things need to improve too, among those is the attitude. Looking especially at Bakugo, who just clicked his tongue. Even though his team had passed, he was more of a hindrance in the fight. If it weren't for the plan the Midoriya brothers made, they might have failed. But this he made it clear to Izawa and some senseis. Bakugo Kitsuki must be strictly disciplined or at worst. Expulsion from the UA and an absolute penalty so that he cannot enter any hero academy. Bakugo had potential, but in all this time he showed almost nothing, the best of his internship were minimal. Izawa. If this training and tutoring classes don't help, I have no choice but to send them to general classes or expel them. Ryuko's mind. Thank goodness Izu isn't there, but I heard somewhere that he got angry, what could have happened? Hina. Well, Izawa takes care of his zombies, let's go get the others and wake up Rumi. I speak to touch the shoulder of the blonde dragon, who only nodded and went with her, leaving the eraser hero with his students who were complaining of sleepiness. Izawa. Don't fall asleep, go to the field right now. The woman's mind. Says the one who sleeps the most in class. But the dragon the sniper. Ryukyu. So, it was you too. Hina. I don't know what you're talking about Ryuko. Smiling and feeling the dragon's sharp gaze. Ryukyu. Don't play dumb with me kinda, you know what I mean, especially when I can notice the leaf of bush you have behind your ear. The purple-haired girl touched herself where she said, and if they were right, there was a leaf in that place. Hina. Yes, I did it outdoors and I don't regret it, it was wonderful, I didn't think I'd feel anything with those whips. Ryukyu. So, I used them on you too. He spoke with a slight smile, earning a nod from the purple-haired girl. Hina. Now only Rumi remains to do it. Ryukyu. You should at least wait for us to get back home, you know we can't do it here, what if someone saw them? Hina. Relax, will you? I made sure no one saw us. You say that like I'm a rookie. Arriving where the girls were. Hina. And where is Rumi? Ryukyu. Oh her, she's still sleeping, then we have to go for her too. But Izuku. We can see how he managed to pull this bag out of his backpack with his black whip. Being seen by some of his companions who had already woken up. Ajiro. What are you doing, old man? Seeing the green-haired man take a lighter and head to Shinso's bed. Izuku. I'm going to wake up Izawa Jr. Then he arrived in front of Shinso who was still sleeping and some who were near him. Those being Mineta and Awase, because a shared dormitory for all the boys. At that point he lit the rocket and the Twisted One along with some of his companions. When the rockets began to burst, it caused the three mentioned to wake up suddenly. Shinso stood up, but just as quickly as he stood up, he fell quickly as the sheets tangled around his feet. Mineta could only scream because he was already tied up from head to toe. Awase was so scared that he ended up jumping and fell on top of Shinso with some pain and fright. This, along with the laughter of all the children, made them understand what had happened. Shinso. Izuku, T-Voya matter. Izuku. Tell me that when you're outside, come on guys, Aizawa-sensei wants to see us practicing now. Lita. You heard Midoriya-san, let's go outside quickly everyone. They nodded and said yes, although some were sleepy and had body aches. Mineta. Can someone untie me? Everyone saw that Mineta was still tied up with sheets and some ropes. Shoji being the closest helped him. But the girls. Izumi. I'm still sleepy. Said the green-haired girl who was putting on her physics uniform. Uraraka. There are already two of us, but it's that I face the sensei's wrath. Seiya. That's true, Aizawa-sensei seems to be more upset than usual since training started. Izumi. Come on Melissa, of the Levant. Seeing the bed where the blonde was, which was covered from head to toe. Izumi. Hey Melissa, wake up now, we have to train. Pulling the sheets off him, he saw the American blonde with a pained expression on her face. Melissa. I'm seeing beyond. She said in pain, looking at the ceiling of the place, even her eyelashes hurt and that was too much for her. Izumi. Gosh, you're really in pieces. She said, seeing how her friend was as if she had fallen from the 7th floor. Hendo. Although it seems that it is not the only one. Seeing her companion Kanoko who was in the same condition, but at least she could move her hands. That was something. Hina. Why are you taking so long? I speak to shoot at the ceiling, scaring everyone in the place who looked at her in fear. Hina. Even if their bones are broken, they're going out right now and continuing their training, now. The heroine's gaze made them swear she had fired an imaginary bullet at their heads. Izumi, ignoring Melissa's screams of pain, took her over her shoulder and with Uraraka's help, they had taken her away from the place. Hendo imitated his action with Yui and they took Kanoko, but she was begging them not to go to training. Ryukyu. You sure like to scare her. Arriving at a Mirko who was taken by the blonde. Mirko. Okay, I'm ready to start. Hina. Please try not to almost kill anyone, we don't have a recovery girl here to heal them. Mirko. Oh come on, don't exaggerate. Ryukyu. Rumi, you literally left 4 students with broken toes and 1 with a cracked rib. Hina. She has a point, better just guide them and not almost kill them. The rabbit just clicked her tongue in response, at least 3 of all the students could hold back something. Change of scene. We can now see how in an area somewhat far from the camp, the attack vanguard of the League of Villains was gathered, integrated with its new members. At that moment, a black-haired man with burns on his body watched as a blonde, dressed as a schoolgirl, arrived at the scene. Toga. I have news, Tamura-chan says we have permission to act. At that the muscular man with a black hood and white mask stood up. But laughing a little. It's about time, my fists crave blood. Abi. Relax psychopath, we have to wait until nighttime, we don't have to attack like that, I remind you that there are 3 top heroes. As if that matters to me, I can handle all 3. Abi. I said no, we'll wait until night to attack, once we fulfill the plan, you can do whatever you please with everyone in that camp. Watching as the lunatic reluctantly put his butt back on the ground. Time skip. At the camp. We can see how the intense training had finally ended for everyone. Those on the ground right now, somewhat relieved after suffering such hell. Irin, Melissa, Kanoko, Yui, Ryuko, Awase, Toru, Mineta Waijiru. They seemed dead and 1 step away from reaching the afterlife. Although now they had to make their dinner as usual. Izuku. Hey Izumi, where is Iri? The green-haired man who was putting some wood to light the fire spoke. Izumi. Oh, she's with Mandalay's nephew, it seems they're already friends. Hearing that last thing, he inadvertently pressed hard on a piece of wood he had in his hand and with Ofa. Hendo. Looks like someone is already jealous of their father. The president of Class B appeared behind him and upon seeing him, she decided to get a little closer to talk. Izuku. I'm just worried, that's all. Looking away and continuing with his work so he could eat. Hendo. Haha, you sound like my father when I entered high school. Izumi. You should have seen it when we entered middle school, he became very overprotective. Hendo laughed a little at what was said, and Mini Izuku coming to mind, who was protecting Izumi with an angry face. Izuku. No need to peel some potatoes, go there. Izumi just showed him and went to help. Hendo. By the way, what happened yesterday when you screamed? The green-haired man went blank when he realized what happened after reading the letter. Izuku. Nothing important, just something personal. Hendo. Something strong enough to make your little sister run away. Izuku, remembering that, only blushed a little because they didn't have to remember that. But he felt a finger touch his cheek, it was from the orange-haired girl who was smiling with a hint of mockery. Hendo. You look cute when you're embarrassed. This was seen by her classmates in Class B, who gave her a thumbs up. Izumi and Shoto were just watching this with something in common in mind. I can feel their gaze up to here. They both thought and they weren't wrong, or well, not so much. Since in the distance, a white-haired woman was watching this from afar. Urmi's mind. If she weren't a student, I'd kick her head off. Change of scene. We can see the duo of children being in Koda's secret base. Where both were playing with some toys that Koda had. Koda. Iri, what is that guy for you? The boy asked as he had a black robot with a cannon on his right arm. Iri. Well, he's my hero, he saved me when I was in danger and I feel comfortable around him. Looking at the toy he had, being a red and blue robot with a white shield. Koda. I see, I thought it was your father. Lifting the robot's cannon and putting a rubber bullet into the barrel. Iri. I don't know what a father is. City. A. Change of scene. Time skip. Night had finally fallen for everyone in the camp and we can see how everyone was gathered together. Pixie Bob. Everyone did very well, so it is now. Mina. Time for the test of courage. The alien girl shouted along with her friends, who were just like her. Izawa. I'm sorry but no, you who failed will still have your reinforcement classes. Mina. It can't be. At that some bandages took the girl from the others, Bakugo seemed not to resist at all, he just growled and followed the black-haired boy. Everyone else watched this with pity for their teammates, missing out on a fun activity where they let go of all the training. Izumi. At least we'll be fine without him. He said, looking at the Policeniso in the distance in a bad mood, earning a nod from his twin. Izuku. At least we don't have to fear the forest catching fire. Mandalay. The first to be scared will be those in the class, so in the meantime, Class A will be divided into duos to go to the forest. Class B listened and entered the forest first. Kendo. I hope you don't get scared with what they'll do to you. Seeing the green-haired man who just smiled. Izuku. Good luck with that, I'm not easy to scare. Izumi's mind. Your wives don't say the same. A few minutes later. All couples were ready to go, with our brother duo staying together. Izuku. If you want, I can change you so you can go with Shoto. Izumi. Nah, calm down, I'm more than sure that he and Shinso will get along well. Izuku. At least Melissa didn't get hit by Mineta. Watching how Melissa and Momo were moving away from the purple-haired boy. Of course, if it weren't for Lita and Siro who managed to catch him. Izumi. Seriously, sometimes I hate that dwarf, but at least he's not at Bakugo's level. Izuku. You can say it like that. At that moment, the green-haired man's phone rang and he saw that it was his owner's. Be careful, Rumi is jealous, and we don't want a rabbit attacking a student. Izuku. Let him find Eri and keep an eye on her, that will be more than enough. A few minutes later. Aya. The screams of his friends could already be heard in the forest. Izuku. It seems that Class B is trying really hard. Izumi. That, or Kendo is waiting for you over there. That earned him a slap on the wrist from his brother. Izuku. Are you the one who kills me in time? Izumi. It's not my fault you had a crush on someone and that's happened a lot since middle school. Izuku. It will be very difficult to explain to her, I don't want to hurt her. Seeing that it was Shinso and Shoto's turn, who being the most serious, seemed like they would pass this test without a problem. A few moments later. Hey, what's that? Everyone looked up and saw where Mineta pointed, surprised to see smoke. Izuku. Shoto got scared. Lita. I don't think it was Todoroki-san, fire is blue. Everyone was surprised to see that this was already strange, but then Pixie Bob was surrounded by a red aura. Levitating and being taken to a place. The danger sensor alerted him and using his whips, he managed to catch Pixie and pull her towards them. Izuku. Iso-san. Izumi. Villains. In the distance you could see how several clones of Dabi and Spinneer were surrounding Ryukyu and Mirko. Who seemed to be very serious and upset. Mirko. Great, I just wanted to hit something. Smiling and bumping fists with excitement. Ryukyu. I hope Kaina arrives on time. The villains are attacking us. It was the cry of Mandalay that was heard in everyone's head. Of Kota and Eri. A duo of children were watching all the fire that was all over the wooded area. Eri. What's going on? The boy just clenched his fist with some fear, but then a noise made him turn around and what he saw was a man with a black cape and a white mask. Eri, upon realizing this, stood behind Kota in fear. Out of sheer instinct, he put his hand out so she would stay behind. Somewhere in the woods. We can see how Kaina had her rifle pointed at a green Nomu. Who had an unconscious ragdoll in his hands. Kaina. And to think that there could be another moment of calm. But Izuku. He was running at full speed towards where the children were. Izuku's mind. Now I can use 32%, this speed I can reach. Watching the children in the distance, smiling at them, but noticing another guy who had his fist raised. Taking a great leap he went against them and took them out of their line of attack. Who the hell are you? Turning around to see the green-haired man who managed to arrive in time and holding years of children in each arm. Izuku. I'm just a simple student to hero, any problem? At that the laughing subject took off his mask and cape, revealing his face. Kota. It's him. Izuku. What do you mean, it's him? Kota. He killed my parents. Izuku. What was he? So you must be muscular. The laughing blonde began to surround his arm with muscle fibers. Muscular? That's right, I know you too, you're Izuku Midoriya, aren't you? Izuku. What exactly do you want? Why are you attacking the camp? Putting himself in front and leaving behind the children who were still terrified. Muscular? They sent us to kill you or capture you. Heading into an attack position and having his action imitated by the green-haired man. Izuku. Calm down kids, I'll take care of this, I won't let you hurt. Smiling at them to calm them down a bit, Eri smiled because she trusted them. Hoda just stopped shaking and looked at the green-haired man's back, remembering his aunt's words. From that someone would come and perhaps he would be their hero. Muscular. You don't need to act like a brave boy, it's normal that you're afraid to fight me. The silence fell over the place and then laughter began to be heard. Being Izuku who was grabbed by the joke that Muscular made, who was looking at him confused. Even the children who knew looked at each other in confusion. Muscular. What the hell are you laughing at? Izuku. I'm afraid of you. If you were my mom. At that moment, the muscle launched itself at him and quickly, using its whips, grabbed the children and made a great leap. Managing to evade the muscular attack. Izuku. Kids listen, get out of here now, go to one of the teachers. Hoda. But you. Izuku. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine, go now. I screamed to see how muscular he launched himself at him again and hit him hard. Sending him against the rocks, being so strong that it stunned him. But she quickly lunged at him and kicked him in the face and pushed him away. The children quickly followed suit and left the place, leaving the green-haired boy alone against the villain. Izuku. Let me guess, Manolo sent them against me. Dodging and delivering a spinning kick to Muscle's stomach, I send him crashing into the mountain rocks. Muscular. That and he also wants 2 others, but he wants them alive. Izuku. Who are they? Putting himself on guard and waiting for the villain's next move, he just laughed and increased his muscle fibers throughout his body. Muscular. To that boy called Bakugo and that brother of yours. Hearing that they were coming not only for him, but also for his sister, he understood that this was serious and not a simple attack. Muscular. Maybe you want them to be one of those things called Nomus, it will be interesting to see them. Izuku didn't respond, only the lightning from his body increased to such an extent that it made a light that illuminated the mountain. This being noted by everyone in the camp. Both Mandalay and Tiger. Both heroes saw the light as the villains, then that light was launched into the sky and a loud sound was present. Agni. What is that? Watching as something fell and formed a trail of smoke along with a slight tremor. Mandalay. What was that? In the smoke, a muscular man was seen who was unconscious and had a punch mark on his face. From the sky also fell on top of him with a kick to his stomach that made him scream in pain. Everyone saw that it was Izuku who was angry. The beast was brought out once more. But before I could say anything he took off in a blur of speed. The next day. Breaking news, the UA camp, where first-year students were attacked by villains and a huge fire broke out there. Luckily, the fire was brought under control thanks to the team of firefighters and heroes with water quirks. The students luckily didn't suffer serious harm and 6 members of the villain league were captured. But unfortunately, a student was captured by the villains who managed to escape. This student is Izuku Midoriya, winner of the sports festival. At that point the television went off and it was revealed that it was Tamura who turned it off with the control he had. Tamura. I can't believe so many of you have been captured. Abi. What did you expect? That kid is a monster, I see why Overhaul lost to him. Toga. We're lucky that Twice managed to impersonate those kids, so we'd let our guard down. Mr. Compress. But the bad thing is that he was captured along with the others. While the villains were in their conversation, Izuku who was tied in a chair by his feet and hands. He had a poker face. Because without anyone knowing, he was being scolded by the bearers of One for All. Izuku's mind. Someone kill me. But the Parsley Wives. We can see how you were right now in front of the villain with the gift of copying. Who was watching them with some fear. Ryukyu. You'd better talk to him where young Izuku is, unless you want him to release Mirko. Aina was holding a raging Mirko who promised a lot of pain. Twice's mind. Mommy. End of chapter. Chapter 27. What am I what? Chapter 27. Twice's mind. Maybe I should have become a postman. He thought as he stood right now in front of the 3 most dangerous, strong, and beautiful women in all of Japan. Who obviously did not show a good face towards the villain. More than that they were right now in the interrogation room where he was tied to a chair, a table separating him from the heroines and a small spotlight illuminating the room. If it weren't for the angry grimaces on those 3, this would be a classic good heroine bad heroine game. But he or she will only be a bad heroine. His train of thought was interrupted by a loud bang against the table. Being the dragon heroine, who had released smoke from her nose as if she were a raging bull. Ryukyu. Very well, Mr. Bubegawara, you'd better answer with complete sincerity, because in truth, neither my friends nor I are in a good mood. The creaking sound had been heard on the table, and the cloning man saw that it was the blonde woman's claws. Who activated his quirk in his hands, making the villain even more nervous who seemed like he was about to cry or have an anxiety attack. Aina. You just have to answer a few simple questions that we're going to ask you. He said to touch his waist and show that he had 2 pistols, an electric one and a .45 caliber. Aina. I always wondered which would hurt more, a bullet directly to the leg or an electric shock to the testicles. On the other side of the glass. Those who watched the whole scene with some fear and pity for the villain. Irin Endeavor, Almight, L Detective Tsukauchi Hisashi. Tsukauchi. Gosh, I knew that two of them were scary, but I never expected to see Ryukyu act like that. I always noticed her as the most sensible one. Somewhat surprised, this being the first time that the dragon woman acted like this during an interrogation. Almight. Yes, it seems that after the sports festival, young Midoriya was training with them, it seems that he took a certain liking to them. Hisashi. My son always had the gift of getting along with people and earning their appreciation. I'm surprised it's the same with Mirko. Being a slight half-lie, so that the detective doesn't get so suspicious. Endeavor. I won't deny it, but let's just hope the boy is okay until we arrive. I don't want to imagine what they're doing to him. Enji's mind. Oh, what will this crazy trio do to him once we rescue him? She thought as she saw how Mirko was now about to lose his temper, seeing how it seemed that Twice wasn't going to talk to them. The expression on his face and the somewhat cracked floor gave a clear sign. Almight. Should we call an ambulance for the villain? I ask as I see Mirko stand up and moving her friends aside, breaking the table that separated them from Twice. Hisashi. You'd better bring some tranquilizers for her. Tsukauchi. And prevent him from crossing the line. On the other side of the glass. Mirko. I'm sick of being pretty. Grabbing the blonde man by the neck who was scared when he was taken by force. Twice. What or what? Mirko. Where is he, Izuku? Giving him a jacket that hurt, maybe not as hard as his kicks, but it would leave a mark. Twice. Hey, it's just that He couldn't finish as he received another slap just as strong as it left its mark on him. Mirko. Smoke. Shaking the poor guy who was complaining of pain from the first two blows from the rabbit. Twice. It's that Another hit, it seems the rabbit was already at a point where she just wanted to hit and ask questions later. Twice. How do I explain that to you, ouch. Another blow. Twice. Dejum Termi ouch. Another one. The poor guy looked like he was about to spill the beans, but his gaze fell on the heroines behind the brunette. Twice. Help. Ouch. Another one, but he could feel that this one was stronger than the others until this one shook him. Mirko. What do you see in them? Giving him another blow but a knee to his stomach that knocked the wind out of him. Mirko. No one is going to help you, villain. Where? This. Izuku. The three of them had asked poor Twice who was able to swear 3 demons and not heroines in front of him. Just for his salvation, the door was opened by Tsukauchi and some police officers in riot gear. Hisashi. Do you think they are enough? At that moment, something hit the glass, a riot helmet, and an officer fell unconscious to the ground. Consequence. The Mirko who kicked her hard when she tried to separate her from Twice and continue with her interrogation. Almight. We better go inside, let's go Endeavor. The Redeed nodded and they quickly went to help the poor police officers who were in the worst situation of their lives, unfortunately being the target to unleash the wrath of 3 furious women. Change of scene. Now we focus on Izumi and Shoto's house. Where the aforementioned was, he was in his living room, apparently waiting for someone. Shoto. You must be patient, she said she would come. Izumi. Well, it's already taken too long. How much longer do I have to wait? My brother could be being tortured by those psychopaths now, and I'm here doing nothing when he did almost everything. Shoto. It hurts me too, Izumi. Do you think that letting Izuku do all the work and being a simple spectator doesn't bother me? You guys sure do look like a married couple. The one who said it was Shinso, who was in the duo's living room, eating a flan he found in the refrigerator. Izumi. What the hell are you doing with my flan? Having a twitch in his left eye as he saw his dessert, which he kept in special matters. He was being abused by Aizawa Jr. Shoto. I'm surprised you came to help with our plan. Shinso. Well, it was either that or the walking parsley here, burning my collection of Shumatsu manga volumes. Shinso's mind. It took me a long time to get all the current volumes, I won't let the Grinch's leaf burn them. Izumi. And why are we friends, right? Shinso. Yes, that too. Izumi. My poor little brother, he must be scared, hungry, cold, he must already have scars on his face. But Izuku. And that's how my mom got into a fight with an alligator when my sister jumped into a lake. Sip. Right now the green-haired man was telling some anecdotes he had with his family on one of his vacation trips. Even the villains were paying attention, so much so that even Dabi was nursing a drink. Back with Izumi. Izumi. Pour him. At that moment the door was knocked and Shoto opened it to find Shinso. Why is she here? Surprised to see who was at the entrance of the house, entering with the permission of the bicolor. Momo. Sorry, I ran into her on the way. Melissa. Do you think I'll leave Kuzu after what happened? The blonde asked her friends of almost her entire life. Shinso. It's not that, I'm surprised you want to get involved in this kind of thing. Izumi. He's right about that, but how could you help us? Melissa. That's obvious, cilantro with legs. Dropping his backpack on the ground and starting to search for something in it, ignoring that Izumi was about to throw a glass at him, being held back by Shoto. Melissa. First of all, now you have me and Yayoi Rozu-san, the smartest of the UA, since you probably didn't have a plan yet. That'd stop the green-haired girl from letting go of her outburst of anger against the four-eyed blonde. Shoto. You have to admit he's right about that. Izumi. Puff, well, you're right. Melissa. And secondly, so I can help you with this. Showing off a cybernetic hand that he had taken out of his backpack, leaving those present surprised. Momo. That's amazing. Izumi. Yes it is, it's like one of the heroes of Shinso's comics. Moving closer to get a better look at Melissa's new toy, who just smiled proudly. Shinso. Didn't I forbid you from seeing my things without permission? Being ignored by the green-haired girl who was still looking at her friend's new toy in detail. Shoto. How long did it take you to do that? One in Iceland. David. Where is the armor hand you upgraded for Toshinori? Back with the group. Melissa. The great advantage of being in the UA lab is that they have all the materials and tools I need. Giving a slight lie to his friends, he then puts away the glove and looks at the brunette. Melissa. Okay, what's the plan? At that, the girl took out a tracker she had in her bag and showed that she had a red dot on the radar. Momo. When I was escaping from those guys, Miss Lady Nagant told me to create a bullet tracker. I was able to do it as fast as I could. Shoto. But wasn't she supposed to kill the Nomu? Momo. I thought the same thing too, but it seems he managed to give that guy fog when he was taking out one of the villains only. Shinso. But you were supposed to give one to the heroes too, right? Momo. I gave them one, but as long as I can create the same tracker, but there is something strange. Pressing a button that showed the location log and pointed to 2 spots I point out. Momo. Apparently, she frequents 2 different points in Kamino. Izumi. Where exactly is he now? Momo. Her current location is here, but if we manage to get rid of her, we'll still be able to find out where her last location was. Shoto. Well, sounds good, what time do we leave? With the heroines. We can see how you are now in a secluded room after being taken out of the interrogation room. Mirko. Damn, he was about to spill the beans. He said as he started to fidget and stamp his foot on the ground. Ryukyu. I hope this doesn't hinder the investigation. Kinda. For now, we have to discuss something important. At that the other 2 looked at her seriously because her face showed that this was not a joke. Kinda. Who should stay with Eri now? This had left the duo blank, as it was true, even though they wanted to save the broccoli. They had another responsibility and it was little Eri, who was right now. She was outside the police station, in the company of Inko, who was pampering her with some sweets he had gotten. After everything that had happened at the camp and the scare, they had to try to calm her down. Luckily for them, they succeeded. Although of course, they didn't know how to try to explain when she asked about him. They just told him that he would be back soon. Mirko. Damn, what do we do now? Kinda. Because as much as I hate to say it, one of us has to stay with her. Ryukyu. You're right about that, we can't leave this to the Midoriyas, they'll go too, after all he's their son. Mirko. You're right, it's good that you proposed to stare Ayuko. Ryukyu. Yeah, I think it would be me, wait what? Why me? Annoyed to see how the rabbit chose her without even asking her. Kinda. I hate to say Rumi is right, but this one is right. Mirko. Thanks, hey, I understood you. Kinda. She gets along much better with you, she seems to be more attached to you. Ignoring the brunette bunny's reproach and explaining to the blonde her situation with the girl. The blonde didn't want to admit it, but it was true, she and the girl were closer. You could say that he had a special affection for her. But she also wanted to go to the rescue of her husband. Ryukyu. Okay, I'll stay with Eri, you guys go. I like to hear that. The 3 of them tensed up and saw that it was Inko, who was holding little Eri in her arms. Who was sleeping after having eaten a lot of sweets and exhausted his energy after playing for a while with the matriarch Midoriya. Kinda. Inko. I could hear everything, I'm glad that they get along now and care about my son, especially about Mirko, I still haven't forgotten your first impression. The rabbit just looked away, somewhat embarrassed, remembering when she had kicked the door flying. Inko. But now, this little one needs someone to take care of her, consider this as your first step as a mother. Giving the blonde dragon who gently took the little girl. Inko. Okay, well Tatsuma-san is with Eri, you guys will come with us. Kinda. Do you already have a plan? Inko. We already know where it is, but we have 2 locations according to the tracker. We're going to form 2 rescue teams. Mirko. Well, finally some action. Hina. Take Ryukyu, you better go home. Giving the car keys to the blonde who just nodded and walked off to the parking lot. Your first step as a mother. Remembering what Inko said when she gave Eri to her, seeing the little girl who was asleep in her arms. Ryuko. No Swaina Tanmelo. Smiling and carefully putting the little girl in the car. Ryuko's mind. I should start thinking about a name for my baby. With Izumi and the others. We can see how the group was now on the bullet train, eating before beginning their search once they arrive at the city. Shoto. I hope this all works out, because if it doesn't, all we'll do is get into trouble. Shinso. I hate to admit it, but you're right, this could not only harm us, not only the UA, but us as well. Not to sound selfish, but I'm this close to entering the hero course, and I don't want to miss this opportunity. Izumi. It's understandable, but Izuku is in danger at the hands of that hand fetishist. Momo. He's partly right, Midoriya-san did a lot that day, he saved us all, we're studying to be heroes, but it seems that only one of us is more capable than an entire class. Melissa. Kuzu will be fine, even though he can be a bit of an airhead from time to time, I know he'll be able to hold on. Shinso. Oh, Mirda. Then he showed his phone to everyone and then the news came on. Right now, the representatives of the UA Academy were finally speaking to the last person they received at the camp. At that moment the camera focused on the principal along with the teachers of classes A and B. Nezu. I know that many have been very attentive to our academy, especially with one of our students captured by the villains. Excuse me, do you think the villains captured Midoriya because he's a danger to them? Or maybe to have him in their ranks? Izawa. We can assure you that our student is not thinking of joining a small-time gang like them. Lad King. He's a good student, both academically and heroically. After all, even when he was out of his depth, he didn't hesitate to risk his life to save a girl and take down a Yakuza gang. That's true, but that can't prevent him from perhaps joining them. After all, the young man has been at a point that in the eyes of the public can be considered beyond heroic. After all, in the sports festival, he beat another student to a pulp in the finals, and in the Yakuza incident, he seemed to be out of his mind, and as some doctors have stated, some from that gang, it hasn't ended very well, let's say. Everything he was saying was being seen and heard all over Japan. Beginning to create doubt in the people who were on the streets. With the league. Tamura. Wow, and we're supposed to be the bad guys. Abi. Reporters are better than us, sometimes even a few simple words are enough to turn everyone against you. Toga. What do you have to say, Izuku-kun? Izuku's mind. If Mirko hears you say that, rest assured that I won't be able to save you. Izuku. That was the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and look, I have my sister and my Twitch followers, you should see what they said in the last live I did. Tamura. Silence. He said to silence the green-haired man who seemed to be very calm in the face of the threat. Tamura. We kidnapped you for 2 simple reasons, but until my master talks to you, please keep quiet. Izuku. Does it bother you that I talk? You should have told me, cough cough, I'm a dinosaur and my name is Anacleto. At that moment a shot was heard and it was aimed right at his manhood as he was shot with a pistol he had taken out of his pants. Izuku. Very good, I'll shut up now. Tamura. Good, because I have pending plans. Abi was surprised why he didn't expect his boss to have a firearm. Mr. Compress even almost spit out his drink from this action, and even more so from the shot. Toga just laughed a little at the joke the green-haired boy made to irritate his boss. Tamura. Kurajiri, what's wrong with the teacher? The fog man, who was cleaning a glass with a rag, looked towards his protege. Kurajiri. It's strange that I couldn't contact us, but it's possible that he's hearing us, but I'm going to call to see what's going on. Izuku's mind. I know that All Might and the other heroes will come. But it seems you're afraid of something, what is ninth? Asked a 4th bearer who could feel the young bearer's anguish. Izuku's mind. They're my wives, what the hell am I going to tell them when I see them? Now the other carriers understood. Not because his greatest enemy is possibly behind all of this. If not that everyone knew something. An angry wife is terrifying. You had a good life, kid. Izuku's mind. I'm barely 16. He reproached the 5th bearer who could swear he heard his laughter. I said good, not long, but at least you didn't die a virgin. Now I swear I heard a loud bang throughout the Ofa core and then the communication was cut off. Izuku's mind. I swear I'll put you in a cage listening to reggaeton. At that something pulled him out of his train of thought, feeling something cold and sharp. Toga. Izuku-kun, you were amazing when you were covered in the blood of that Nomu, those wounds, that furious expression on your face, it was really cute. Izuku's mind. Oh damn, the crazy girl likes me. Seeing very close to him the blonde girl who was with a knife near her face. Excuse me, your pizza has arrived. A few moments before. We can see how Izumi's group had reached one of the closest points to where they were. Of course. Ignoring that they were disguised so as not to attract attention and not be recognized. Izumi. Are we there yet? Momo. Yes, this is the place. Seeing the alley where the place where the tracker was pointing could be seen. Shinso. It must be in one of those warehouses, what's the plan? Shoto. We need to see if he's inside and figure out how to get in. At that point, everyone entered the alley until they reached the same place where the windows were. Melissa. Okay, Shinso and Todoroki will lift us up. At that, they both got on Melissa and Izumi. Shinso. You weigh a lot for being so skinny. He said, feeling the weight of the blonde on his shoulders. Melissa. I don't weigh anything. Momo. What can you see there? Shoto. We can only see some machines inside. At that moment they felt a tremor and a gust of wind was felt in the place. Because the roof and entrance of the place had been destroyed, along with some steps. Mount Lady. Clear. Izumi. The heroes have arrived. Happy to see how a group led by Best Jeanist and Mirko had managed to enter the place. Shoto. But it seems that Izuku is not here. Now able to see with the lights from the police flashlights. Shinso. It doesn't matter, there are probably also heroes where the other point is. Izumi's mind. If she's there, I have nothing to fear. Watching as Mirko was hitting all the capsules in the place and killing the Nomus. Izumi. Well, we'd better go, the problem is already solved. Getting out of Shoto's arms, he smiled at her and everyone left the place very calmly. Melissa. Too bad I didn't get a chance to use this. Dejected at not showing the potential of his new invention. But at that everyone stood still due to a strange tension. And then a huge gust of wind that you would swear looked like a tornado. He completely destroyed the place while the police officers and heroes were sent flying. They, I insist, quickly stood against the wall despite the great tension that was felt. I couldn't expect that from the fourth best hero. He said, clapping as he saw how among all of them, the only hero who managed to withstand his attack. S. Jeanist, in great pain, managed to get to his feet as best he could, revealing how many of his companions were injured behind him. Izumi's mind. Who the hell is that guy? After the smoke came out the guy who caused all this with a single attack. This quirk combination is so much fun. Seeing his hand with which he caused the attack, but quickly created a barrier when he saw how someone almost managed to hit him. You really are very bold, Mirko. The heroine with an angry expression stood up despite the pain. Mirko. We're not leaving here without the boy. She screamed to try to kick again, but was caught by black and red whips. You're brave, but stupid. Sending the heroine flying with another air cannon, she crashed into some rubble. At the moment. Izumi didn't know what to do at that moment, now she wanted to run with all her might. But her legs wouldn't let her. Shinso quickly grabbed her shoulder and shook his head, as if he knew what she was thinking. Melissa and Momo were hugging each other in fear, even trembling. But everyone would swear that this guy was watching them, even though his attention was on the heroes. What the heck, where am I? Brother Izuku. Everyone had heard Izuku's voice, who was coughing and looked around. At the same time the remaining members of the league were also on site. The green-haired man, upon recovering, was frightened when he saw the person in front of him. Even more so when I hear his predecessors shouting at him that was him. All for one. Izuku. All for one, we finally meet. He said something nervous but firm when he saw his greatest enemy and his predecessor. All for one. I thought you were going to be scared when you saw me, but I have to admit, you are brave, even your ancestors trembled in my presence. Izuku. Haha, do you really think I'd be scared of a talking testicle? Sip. Despite the fear and swearing he heard something break inside his brain. Behind the all-for-one mask, his smile was gone and a vein had popped out on his forehead. Idiot, this is no time to do that. All his friends had screamed in their minds when they saw how the green-haired man had pointed and insulted in such a way the only villain capable of equaling Almight. All for one. It seems that Almight was not a good mentor if he did not know how to educate his successor. Izuku. Well, it seems you don't know when something like this is a distraction. All for one. Keiko. Being sent flying by a high-speed punch, being none other than the Almight himself. Who had arrived at the place and sent all for one with a punch to the villain. Almight. Young Midoriya, sorry for the delay. Izuku. Don't worry. At that all for one left the place and prepared another air cannon against Almight, who responded with a punch. Causing a lot of debris and Izuku to fly away because of that, but he managed to compose himself with his floating quirk. Izuku. Now go and bucking him. Almight. No bad words. Izuku. Buck your mother. At that moment a knife had grazed his face and then he saw that it was Toga and the others who stood up. Izuku. Wednesday. He shouted somewhat nervously as he saw a burst of blue fire go towards him. But in response, a gust of wind cut out the fire. Tamura. Damn it, kill him. I screamed to try to disintegrate him, but Izuku quickly moved at great speed. With his danger sensor he managed to dodge some knives that almost hit him. The battle against the symbol of evil and peace. It was already underway. Will the heroes win? Will the villains triumph? Will Izuku manage to escape his wife's wrath alive? What will happen when he sees how Afo left Mirko badly injured? We'll see them in the next chapter. End of chapter. Final chapter. What am I doing? Final chapter. Izuku. You know, now that I see you up close, you look a lot like a friend of mine. He said while holding Dabi in a wrestling hold, who was trying to free himself from the green-haired man's grip. Dabi. No tenaire. The black-haired man said, his breath coming from the green-haired man's ki. At that, his danger sensor activated and, releasing Dabi, he jumped to evade Tamura. Who was close to touching it, but a stone was the victim of the sky blue-haired man. Izuku. Ouch, what did the poor stone do to you? Using his black whips to evade two knives that were thrown at his face. Seeing Toga, who was running towards him with another knife, which he pulled out from under her skirt. Toga. Come on Izuku, show me some of your sweet blood. She screamed as she launched herself at the green-haired man, who quickly put his foot down to make her fall. Izuku's mind. Where is one of those crazy jealous people when I need them? At that moment I jumped to avoid some blue marbles, which at one point turned into rubble. Izuku. Let's see how this goes. At that point I fired an air bullet at Mr. Compress, who received the full force of the attack. Falling to the ground with his mask broken, he felt a powerful wave of wind. Being able to see in the distance how it was all for one against Almight. Where the blonde managed to super punch the symbol of evil, which sent him against some rubble. Izuku's mind. Me being here with the rest of the league would be a hindrance. He knew well that if he stayed here with those of the league, Almight couldn't fight with everything, without worrying about him. Izuku's mind. God, why do you have to be so good Almight? Typical of Tashi. Being able to hear Lullaby's voice in his head, but he had to put that aside. For having to dodge a blast of blue fire, courtesy of Dabi. Who held his neck with one hand due to the pain the green-haired man caused him. Far from the battle. The green-haired twin could be seen, along with her group of friends, who watched as Izuku was fighting against the villains. Shinso. It seems that we only come from spectators. He said as he felt the waves of wind caused by the fight between the two symbols. Shoto. What should we do? We can't be here all the time. He said while looking at his friends, but he managed to notice how Melissa and Momo were scared. Due to the atmosphere of the situation. Izumi. I'm thinking about something. Looking around, but only being able to see what was already obvious. His brother fighting against a few members of the villain league, All Might fighting against All for One. Some heroes from before who were injured on the spot. Izumi. Yesi. She said to look at her classmates who looked at her strangely to see her reaction. Izumi. I'll need help, follow me. Starting to run towards a specific point in the rubble, being followed by the others. Melissa. Izumi, tell me what for the love of God, it's going to work. She said somewhat desperately seeing and feeling the chaos and attacks in the area. Izumi. Of course I know, and that is, giving the beast a motive. She said as she continued running and avoiding being seen by everyone in the area. But leaving his friends puzzled by the latter. Give a beast a reason. What was he referring to? At the league bar. We can see how the battle between some Nomus and heroes was taking place. Where among the heroes were Endeavor, Edshot, Hisashi, Inko and Lady Nagant. Which seemed to be more upset than usual. And that was demonstrated when he fired his bullets with his Quirk rifle. Not just accurate shots, but trick shots, piercing the flesh and brain of the Nomus. Hisashi's mind. God, I don't know whether to feel sorry for those Nomus or for my son when this is over. The older Midoriya thought as he helped a policeman and burned a Nomu with his Quirk. Deadshot. We've got this under control, Endeavor, go over there and help All Might. The ninja hero shouted at number 2, who charred a mid-level Nomu. Endeavor. Understood. Kaina. Take me too. The fire hero stopped in mid-flight to see the purple-haired girl. Oi Nagant. Kaina. What? The woman's angry expression and scream made almost everyone tremble, especially the police officers who were in the area. Kamuyo. No, nothing, go with him instead. Somewhat fearful and helping to immobilize some Nomus. Kaina. And well. Looking at the fire hero, who just sighed and extended his hand, the purple-haired girl accepted and quickly climbed onto his back. Endeavor. Hold on tight, I'll go as fast as my flames allow. Kaina. Let's go on at once. At that Todoroki flew away at full speed with the purple-haired girl, who was now furious. Enji's mind. There is no doubt that there is no such thing as a match. The redeemed thought as an image of an angry Izuku came to mind, now looking at an angry Kaina. Denji's mind. I accidentally brought together 2 time bombs. Losing themselves in the air with the purple-haired girl, leaving the heroes and their in-laws behind them. The Sashi's mind. Poor thing, I don't know whether to feel sorry for my son now or for that villain who kidnapped him. Said the green-haired boy, who was grabbed by the leg and thrown into the air by Anomu. But then a green aura surrounded him to prevent him from being hit against the wall. Binko. Honey, don't get distracted, will you? The Sashi's mind. God, it seems that Midoriya's genes only attract women with strong characters. With Izuku and All Might. We can see how the green-haired man had already knocked out almost all the villains, leaving only Dabi standing. The rest were neutralized. Izuku. You know, now that I see clearly, you remind me a lot of someone. He said while holding the black-haired man by one hand with his black whip. Dabi. Don't you ever shut up. He said to fire another flare of blue fire at the green-haired man, who responded with an air bullet. Managing to counter the black-haired man's fire, which made him even more annoyed. Izuku. Sorry, but this sometimes helps me in these kinds of situations. It's not because you're imitating Spider-Man. The voice of the fourth bearer was present in the green-haired man's head, who only smiled a little. In that, another clash of power was felt, where the symbol of peace and the symbol of evil were seen. Where we could see how the blonde man gave a strong punch to the copy of Darth Vader. Who took a few steps back from that blow, where Afo returned the attack. Which All Might managed to cover itself with its arms in an X. Izuku. I better get out of here or else All Might won't be able to fight seriously. At that the green-haired man set his gaze towards the black-haired man, in a flash of speed, he quickly appeared in front of Dabi. Izuku. Sorry. At that he gave him a strong punch with 35% of one for all, being so strong that the wind wave came out through Dabi's back. Who felt like his organs had moved and then fell to the ground unconscious. Izuku's mind. Well, I think now. Go fight. Izuku. What? Go fight ninth, it's time or you won't have a chance like this. The second bearer's voice had reached his head, causing him to have a confused expression. He's right, ninth, with you and eighth together, you can finish off Afo once and for all and forever. This time it was the voice of the first carrier that spoke. Izuku. Do you think I'm ready? Watching in the distance as All Might and All for One continued their fight. Are you bucking kidding me, kid? This time it was Dagoro who spoke, but he had a poker face inside the core. Do the Yakuza incident and the camp mean anything to you? It was En who spoke, looking for a few moments at the green-haired man's memories. Or rather, his extreme outbursts of anger, which would scare anyone. Maybe he won't admit it with the green-haired man listening, but he was afraid of him. Izuku. But even if I want to do it, I don't have enough reason to go to. Hey, bro. This time he swore he heard his sister's voice and when he turned around, he could see Izumi in the distance. Who had in his arms next to Shotoe. Urumi. Sip. What the green-haired man was seeing was a very injured Mirko after having been sent flying for years. At the core of the OFA. Nana. You guys think that, Dagoro. Why do I tell you no, yes. Laughing a little at what is coming to his greatest enemy. Bruce. I think it's time to get that out. At that moment, in the middle of all the bearers, a green sphere appeared. Yoichi. It's time to let him out, if my brother managed to disappear once and for all, that would mean that we would too. Outside the core. We can see how the green-haired man was walking with lightning around him. But you could see how there were more of them with every step you took. Even the dream was burning and unintentionally some rocks began to levitate. The green-haired man's gaze was what could be called words. The beast came out once more. At that point he arrived where his sister and Shoto were, who only saw how he stood in front of them. Izuku. Did Afo do this to you? Asked the green-haired man who just looked at them seriously. Izumi. That's right, it was him. He said something nervous because he saw the lightning and how the rocks exploded near him. It was a clear sign that he was in danger if he was too close. The rest of the group luckily after helping to get the heroine Mirko out, went into hiding for their safety. Of course. As far away from danger as possible. The more Melissa and her uncle Might saw her, she was sure that she would have a very bad time. Izuku. Take her to a safe place. At that moment they felt something fall near them and they saw that it was Afo. Who fell to the ground with his helmet somewhat broken, leaving only his mouth visible. All for one. Oh wow, ninth here, I thought you had already escaped. Izuku just stood in front of him at the same time that All Might arrived at the place, showing that he was somewhat injured. All Might. Shonens, get out of here now. Shoto. Izumi, the Monos. Mirko managed to open one of his eyes due to the pain and blood he had on him. Mirko. And. Izuku's mind. If it weren't for the fact that they told me about my quirk being delayed, I would have never thought I could do it. At that the aura around him increased and he put his arms X with his hands above his shoulders. By this time Endeavor and Kaina had arrived on the scene to help. At that a green aura surrounded Afo, who was confused by it but felt a tickling sensation on his waist. Izuku. Smash. He screamed and then clenched his fists with a crunch. Aya. The cry of all for one was heard throughout the area and he looked up at the sky despite not having eyes. Izumi. Espera Izuku. Shoto. You'll tear them off. I screamed as I clearly saw where the green-haired man was using it against Afo, who held the spot and tried to ease the pain. Almight. Midoriya Shonen, that's too much. All for one. The most dangerous villain in the history of the criminal world. With more than 100 years living, he has ruled the underworld and is the sole enemy of the symbol of peace itself. He was being subdued by a green-haired guy who was twisting his private parts. The worst pain that any man on the face of the earth could endure. This was obviously because of the news helicopter that was broadcasting the fight live. The commentator and the civilians grabbed their private parts, others looked on in pity, and thanks to see how all for one, he was writhing in pain. Endeavor even turned blue with fear seeing that, Kaina just covered her mouth and looked at the scene in surprise. Izuku. Espera's Yuna invitation okay. Remataloya. He shouted to his master who looked with pity at his enemy who was on the ground screaming in pain. But I knew I couldn't waste this. Izuku. Nana and the others say to finish him once and for all or you can be sure he will do the same. The blonde just nodded somewhat fearfully and launched himself at Afo. With all the power he had. I feel the most powerful blow I have ever made that landed in the face of all for one. Creating a huge crater where it stood. Izuku's mind. It won't be enough. Exactly ninth. At that the green aura surrounded Afo and with a movement of his hand, something that surprised everyone. Afo had spat out a large amount of blood and everyone watched in horror and disgust. Like Afo's heart, it came out of his mouth and then exploded, staining Afo's face and the ground. Because of that, both Izuku, All for One and All Might fell to the ground at the same time. Mirko. Izuku. She said surprised by what she just saw, but then she became worried when she saw how the rays from her body had disappeared. Endeavor. An ambulance, fast. Time skip. The next day. At the core of the OFA. Izuku. God, I never thought I'd feel this migraine. Said the green-haired man who was standing next to the other carriers, who seemed to be socializing. That's how it was on my first drunk. Igoro. That's what happened at my bachelor party, but I never found out how I ended up in my underwear in the desert. Bruce. The mysteries of life. Kudo. You did well boy, finally Afo died. Shinomori. In a way I never thought I'd see, but yes, in the end it ended. At that, a piece of the chair where the spirit of All Might was, began to fall apart. Izuku. What's going on? The first one sighed and stood in front of the green-haired man who didn't know what was happening. Yoichi. It's time to go ninth, One for All is disappearing once my brother died, the connection was broken. Izuku. What? Kudo. One for All's existence was kept alive as long as Afo was still alive. Bruce. But once it's completely dead, the One for All will no longer have a purpose to continue existing. Shinomori. It's a shame, it's true, but it's time to go. It was an incredible experience with you as the carrier. The green-haired boy was just holding back the urge to cry his heart out at this moment. At that moment the fifth bearer arrived and took him by the shoulder. Igoro. Nice to meet you, kid. Just promise one of your kids will have my name. At that, he received a blow from Nana, who removed it and smiled at the green-haired boy. Nana. Don't be sad, Izuku. It's time for you to move on with your beautiful husband. At least I know you won't do what I had to do. Good luck with that. At that point the carriers began to disappear one by one. Yoichi. Goodbye ninth, thanks for everything. At that Izuku was propelled by a strong air wave and everything went black. But when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was how his hand was extended towards the ceiling of the place where he was. Izuku. Adios, One for All. At that he stood up a little and saw that he was in a hospital room. Seeing that he was wearing the same clothes, seeing that it was night. Izuku. Where am I? At that the door was opened, seeing that it was. Kaina. You're awake. He said to run and hug the green-haired boy, who was surprised by it. Izuku. Hello Kaina, what happened? He said as he reciprocated the hug, but he felt the purple-haired girl put more force into it. Kaina. I thought the worst. He said as he let a few tears fall, wetting the green-haired man's hospital shirt. Izuku. Calm down, I'm still whole, right? Then he saw the body and moved his fingers and toes, realizing that it was complete. Kaina. You are an insensitive lunatic. He said as he removed and wiped away the tears he had, but smiling when he saw that she was okay. Izuku. How's Rumi? Hina. She's fine, all I can say is that she'll have scars. Izuku. Thank goodness, and my sister and the others. Hina. What can I say, your parents are with them right now and they are giving them a sermon. Izuku. Almight and the heroes. Hina. They are in other rooms right now, although it seems that Almight fell after you fell too, they won't let me see it. Izuku's mind. It seems that he has reached his limit, the one for all is over, it will be difficult to explain to him. Hina. I'll let the doctor know to come see you. Izuku. It's okay. At that moment he felt the purple-haired girl grab him by the chin and give him a kiss. Being so intense because of the force the woman was giving, not being so lustful. Hina. I missed it. That turned around while licking his lips with a smile. Izuku's mind. Phew, well, at least something good came out of all this. At that the door was opened once more, revealing what All Might was in its Venezuelan form. Izuku. All Might sensei. All Might. Midoriya Shonen, I'm glad you're okay. Izuku. I think the same sensei, but you. All Might. That Shonen, the one for all I had is over. Izuku. Afo, he died, right? All Might. That's right Shonen, I never thought you could do that, it seems like what they said about you in high school was true. Izuku. What is it about me? All Might. That you have a very short temper. Melissa. In another part of the hospital, the group involved could be seen, including Izumi, her parents, and the rest of the children. Shinso. It seems he woke up. Momo. But why is he angry? Izumi. You don't leave him alone even in his dreams. Melissa. Who knows, maybe in the future we'll be something more than that, he. Shoto's mind. How do we explain it to him? Change of scene. Izuku. Home sweet home. The green-haired man would say happily after being discharged, he was lucky there weren't so many bumps. He only lost some blood and a scar under his right eye, a thing of one for all in his original quirk. Mirko. Now we are together again. At that, the rabbit hugged the green-haired boy from behind, lifting him up a little. Mirko. Look at you doing that for me. Izuku. You're my wife, I would have done the same if Kaina had been the one injured. Mirko. Haha, he's right about that. At that the rabbit kissed him and showed him a smile. Kaina. Let's go in now, we don't want to wake Ryuko up. Izuku. Do you think he's sleeping? At that moment the door was opened and a dragon's tail took him by the waist to bring him in. Ryukyu. I missed you so much. Said the blonde who lovingly hugged the green-haired man who just smiled at the gesture. Izuku. I missed you too. At that the door was locked, this being seen by the green-haired man. Izuku. Hey girls, why do you look like that? Seeing how the three of them were smiling somewhat mischievously, making the green-haired boy's hair stand on end. Even though we didn't have the hazard sensor, we didn't need it to know this would go wrong. Izuku. Please wait a little bit, Eri might wake up. Managing to escape from the blonde's embrace, seeing how she was, she had an unholy smile. I could even swear his fangs were sharpened a little more than normal. Ryuko. Oh, she's fine, I put some kidney earmuffs on her, she won't wake up until tomorrow. At that point the three of them cornered the green-haired boy and he could only sweat in fear. A few minutes. AHH, help. You will not escape. Not with that whip. Izumi answers the phone. You're only leaving here on a stretcher. Don't tear my clothes. The next day. We can see our married quartet in their bed with the sunlight rising. Illuminating Kaina's room where one could see torn clothes on the floor, others wet and whole. And in bed you could see how the three most beautiful and strongest women in Japan were. Those who looked with a satisfied smile at the green-haired man who was still sleeping. Ryukyu. That was amazing. Kaina. I won't deny it, but it's strange that now Quirk had subdued us and not with the whips. Mirko. Who cares, that was amazing. At that moment the door was opened, where the three women were scared to see that it was little Eri. Whoever was a little sleepy saw them very red. Eri. What are you doing? Mirko. Didn't they put insurance in? She whispered, looking at her friends who just shook their heads. Ryukyu. Well honey, you see, we are. While the blonde was trying to explain what they were doing to the girl, without somehow confusing her. At the same time, we focus now on the outside of the house, where we could see how a new day was beginning for this family. End of chapter. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching, if you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day, bye.